Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate Strongest Zanpakuto 1SC Chapter 1 On the Boundless Sea, a huge warship sailed unscrupulously against the waves. The warship was extremely large, and the structure of any place was perfect, giving people an aura of swallowing mountains and rivers. A huge pirate flag was hung on the battleship, which fluttered with the wind, full of momentum. From this pirate flag, we can see that this is a pirate ship. However, no matter how big this pirate ship is, it is like a drop in the ocean, and it is extremely small when it travels on the vast ocean. On the bow of this pirate ship, a 7 or 8-year-old boy was sitting there. He had black hair, was very thin, and his dark skin appeared healthy. He had a simple handle beside him. His long sword, the long sword is sheathed, and the length is longer than his height. At this moment, the little boy was sitting there with his chin on his back. His face was deep. Judging from his expression, he did not look like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Little Gigi, are you sitting here again thinking about life? Suddenly a slightly wretched cry sounded from behind the little boy. The little boy who had a deep face changed his face in an instant. Before turning his head back, he roared with an angry face. You stray bird. I will tell you I've said it millions of times, don't call me that, are you deaf? Huh? The little boy turned his head angrily, and saw a few people standing in front of him, tall and short. The young man with the golden punk head in the front was looking at him with a smile on his face. He was the one who had just spoken. The blonde-haired young man had a conspicuous punk head and was wearing a purple vest. His chest was open. He wore a dagger around his waist. There was a tattoo on his chest like a pirate flag. Yo, 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 look at everyone, little Gigi is angry, little Gigi is angry, come and see, everyone. The punk-headed youth pointed at the little boy and exaggerated and shouted, dancing and dancing to make people laugh. The little boy grabbed the long sword on the ground, rushed to the punk-head young man angrily, and shouted, miscellaneous bird, I'm fighting with you. But when the little boy ran in front of the punk-headed youth, he suddenly stopped and looked at the other side with a gloomy expression, because the punk-headed youth was actually ignited with a blue flame. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, hello, Marco, are you too insidious? You still use the fruit power with little Lingyun? A top hat with a curvy beard, wearing a blue and purple lot of wind, with 2 hands slung around his waist. The tall man with the western sword gets justice for the little boy. The punk-headed young man is named Marco, and this pirate ship is the pirate ship Moby DK of the famous Whitebeard Pirate group in New World. With a blue flame burning all over Marco, he smiled and retorted, what do you know, Beasta? This is what little Gigi said. The lion fights the rabbit and uses all his strength. Of course, I can't be careless, right? Little Gigi. Marco's last sentence was addressed to the little boy, and the little boy's expression was very rich, angry, depressed, unwilling, and helpless. Seeing the little boy's expression, Marco smiled happily and even more madly. The people next to him watched the two of them frolicking here, and they all looked at him funny and did not mean to interfere. Suddenly the little boy's expression changed, and he pointed at the back of Marco and shouted, hey, Daddy, you were here. Marco turned his head and saw nothing. At this time, the little boy took the long sword in his hand and pierced Marco's lower abdomen with the scabbard. Oh, little Gigi, isn't this what you say is that soldiers are not tired of fraud? Marco turned his head with a strange cry on his face. Although the long sword pierced his body, Marco didn't care at all. He stretched out his hand and slapped the little boy's hand, grabbed the long sword, and then drew it. After the body was pierced, a blue flame ignited in the pierced area, which quickly returned to its original shape. Marco grabbed the long sword in his hand and asked puzzledly, little Gigi, you always use your little broken sword to stab me, do you really think you can hurt me? The little boy roared angrily, miscellaneous bird, I have told you millions of times, that's not broken sword, it's... Marco didn't wait for the little boy to finish, and he rushed to say, I know, you've said it millions of times. It's your ancestral sword, but it's a sword that you don't even know its name. Yeah, but I'm surprised, which village is your hometown? The little boy took a deep breath and sighed with a deep sigh. Marco, you are really the #1 shameless person in the world. You are simply the shame of our Whitebeard Pirates. You are just a mouse shit. The image of the pirate group is completely damaged. People like you are a waste of food alive, and a waste of land when you die. Hey, if I were you, I could just find a mouse hole and get in. The saving is embarrassing, and I don't know if it is. Which trousers that don't have eyes are not fastened, showing you out. The little boy scolded people wave after wave, and everyone around him was full of belly laughter. But when it came to the last sentence, everyone was a little confused, until one person reacted. The trousers are not fastened, I showed you out, ha 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 ha, Marco. Haha, who on earth showed you out, haha. The captain of the 11th division of the Whitebeard Pirates group suddenly laughed at Marco. He smiled and sat down directly, laughing and slapped the boatboard. He looked like he was about to laugh and cramp. Seeing Jinguduo's appearance, the pirates who hadn't reacted slowly reacted one by one. They all reacted like Jinguduo, sitting on the ground laughing wildly, and some simply hugged each other. Laughing, the whole scene is out of control. Marco is not an idiot, he also realized the meaning of this sentence. His face was as dark as the bottom of the pot, and he shouted angrily, little Gigi. But when he was looking at the little boy, he found that the little boy was gone. He hid behind a very tall and burly man with a white beard with a crescent moon. The height of the little boy was less than this man's calf. Knee, he hides behind. If you don't look closely, you really can't see it. Chapter 2, Father. Seeing the people coming, all the pirates on the ship shouted respectfully, and they all looked at him with admiration, and Marco was no exception. Little Gigi, come over to me. Marco did not dare to be presumptuous in front of this man, because this man was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and Whitebeard, one of the 3 legendary pirates of the sea. The little boy said disdainfully, miscellaneous bird, come here if you have the ability. You. Marco blew his beard and stared, goo la la la. Whitebeard laughed loudly, his laughter was very unique in the entire sea. Marco, why are you always arguing with little Lingyun? You don't know how to let him be when you are so old. Whitebeard lifted the little boy up and placed it on his right shoulder, looking at the little boy very gently. Marco said depressedly, Daddy, you don't know how damned this kid is, how he scolded me just now, me, you guys are still laughing. The last roar was yelling at the others, because when he was talking, those people couldn't help but laugh with their stomachs, and they leaned forward and back together. Marco, you, haha, who told you to always tease Lingyun, when do you think you took advantage? Haha, but, Marco, I am also very curious about who exposed you. Later, the 4th Division Captain Sachi said at the end and mentioned that sentence again, and suddenly, the pirates of the entire ship laughed, including Whitebeard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ha ha ha. The whole sea was filled with the laughter of the Whitebeard Pirates, and only Marco was sitting next to him, staring at the little boy on Whitebeard's shoulders with fire-breathing eyes. The little boy is named Edward G. Lingyun, an orphan who was rescued at sea by Whitebeard 6 months ago. Edward is named after Whitebeard, and G. Lingyun is his original name. That's right, G. Lingyun is the legendary traverser. He was originally an ordinary young man in another world, Daxia. According to his dead father, their family used to be an ancient family with a long heritage, and has passed down a handful of ancients. The sword, it's just that this ancient sword has been passed down for thousands of years, but no one has ever been able to pull it out. In fact, Ji Lingyun was very happy when he knew that it was an ancient sword that was legendary for thousands of years at first, because the sword really looked primitive and should be many years old, but the problem was that the sword was actually, if you can't pull it out, the sword and the scabbard are connected. It can't be pulled out at all. A sword that can't be pulled out even if it's an antique. Even Ji Lingyun suspected that this might be a hole, the hilt and scabbard were connected, and there was no blade at all. However, some time before he crossed, he realized that his dead father was not bragging, because once he couldn't resist curiosity and took this sword to a place specializing in authenticating antiques to praise it. The conclusion is that this sword indeed has a history of several thousand years, or even longer, and the experts who helped him identify are quite sure that this sword must have a blade. As for why it can't be pulled out, there may be some mechanism or secret. That is, after this appraisal, a stranger actually paid a big price to buy his sword, which was a big price of tens of millions. At the beginning, he almost sold the sword without holding back, but he remembered the pair before his father died. He somehow refused the request, and later he thought about it and found it unbelievable. But it was precisely because of this rejection that laid the groundwork for his future, because since then, people have been asking him for trouble, and the most serious one was the assassination, if not because of his luck heaven if you defying, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. Ji Lingyun had encountered this kind of thing before, and he was so frightened that he wanted to escape quickly, but the group of people who wanted his sword was almost everywhere, and he could find it everywhere. In desperation, Ji Lingyun simply took the risk and bought a smuggled ferry ticket, wanting to leave the country and escape abroad, but who had ever wanted to encounter a shipwreck halfway. In the end he only remembered the ancient sword he had been carrying with him. There was a ray of light, and then there was no sense. When Ji Lingyun regained consciousness again, he was stunned by his situation. He was actually on the boat of the Whitebeard Pirates. According to the Whitebeard Pirates, he was rescued from the sea. Ji Lingyun is no stranger to the manga of One Piece, because he liked this manga very much before crossing, and he kept chasing it, but he never thought that he would come into this anime world. He got on Whitebeard's boat in a daze, and became Whitebeard's son in a daze. This huge change caused Ji Lingyun to slow down after a long time, but it also made him realize that his old ancient ship could not be removed. The sword is definitely a treasure of heaven, because it travels along with it. Ji Lingyun thinks that it brought him into this world. Little Lingyun, it's been half a year since you arrived on the boat, and your body is almost recovered. It's time to start practicing. Have you figured out the direction of your practice? Seeing you are so precious to your sword, are you ready to take the path of a swordsman? Whitebeard took the ancient sword from Marco's hand, handed it to Ji Lingyun, and asked him curiously. Ji Lingyun took the ancient sword and drew it vigorously, without pulling it out, then spread his hands and said to Whitebeard, Father, have you seen any swordsman who can't pull his saber? Do I use it as a stick? Goo la la la. Whitebeard laughed, and everyone else in the Whitebeard Pirates also laughed, but the 5th team captain Foil Vista frowned and said, Little Lingyun, I have never seen a sword like you. Such a weird sword can't even be pulled out, but it can't be destroyed in any way. It's the same with hockey. I really don't know what material your sword is made of. Ji Lingyun scratched his head and said, I don't know, it was passed to me by my dad, he said it was a family heirloom. Little Gigi, haven't you said which village your hometown is? Marco jumped out unwillingly, looking at Ji Lingyun with contempt and disgust. Ji Lingyun also dismissed Marco with contempt, and said, Yeah, you are like a stray bird, you have nothing to do except pee, right? Chapter 3. I can't stand it, little Gigi, There's a kind of come here to single out. Marco yelled angrily. Ji Lingyun drew his ears with disdain and said, miscellaneous bird, do you know what bashfulness is? Oh, by the way, what's the point of bullying a child like you who is skinless and faceless? It's a pity that I'm doing it for you. This wife hasn't gotten it yet, and her skin is gone. Listening to the quarrel between Marco and Ji Lingyun, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate group laughed loudly. While the other pirates were photographed in Marco's majesty, they could only hold back, but watch them tremble. The shoulders know how hard they endured. Haha, the little Lingyun doesn't have all her hair, so she knows to beg his wife, ha ha ha. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirate group laughed at Ji Lingyun, and even Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Ji Lingyun curled his lips in disdain, and said, it's rare and weird. Whitebeard said, little Lingyun, you can't count on this sword for the time being, or I will find you a devil fruit. It is absolutely impossible to have no strength in the sea. Whitebeard is serious because he really likes Ji Lingyun. Although there are many Zans on his boat, there are none as small as Ji Lingyun. More importantly, Ji Lingyun is completely different from others. Talking and acting are different from others, making Whitebeard feel closer, so he even gave his surname to Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun was a little helpless. When he first crossed over, he didn't know if the way of crossing was wrong. He turned from an adult to an 8-year-old child, and he still looked like he was a child, looking like he was rejuvenated. Father, devil fruit is okay, but you also said that this is something you can't find, and I don't want those messy zone devil fruit. It would be great if there were Logia devil fruit. The phoenix fruit of Maoniao is poor. Ji Lingyun said with a small face longingly. Hey, little Lingyun, do you think Logia devil fruit is available all over the street? There are no more than 5 people known to own Logia devil fruit in the world. Even zone devil fruit is a scarce resource, so you still dislike it, said Joes, the captain of the future 3rd Division, knowing that he hasn't got devil fruit yet. Yeah, Xiao Lingyun, your heart is quite big. The others also laughed haha. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco smiled and said, little Gigi, I think you should eat Zone's devil fruit, like those cats and cats, dogs and dogs are the best for you. Ji Lingyun didn't look at Marco directly, and said to everyone with a proud face, the chaffinch knows the ambition of the swan. Of course I know that Logia devil fruit is scarce, but it doesn't mean there is no. Anyway, I don't want zone fruit, and eat zone devil fruit is not as good as practicing physique and swordsmanship. As long as you cultivate hockey, you must be stronger than fruit. Yo, Xiao Lingyun, you still know hockey? Saki asked with a smile. Ji Lingyun said, I'm not a fool. Seeing that you are all exercising hockey, how come I don't know hockey? And my father also told me that there are 3 types of hockey, see and hear color, armed color and conqueror's hockey. Conqueror's hockey, it's natural. Armed color and observation hockey can be acquired through acquired training. Hearing Ji Lingyun's words, Marco slammed. Little Gigi, I think you'd better forget it. How about your physique in hockey? At best, it's a chef. Because Lingyun came through, his physical fitness is much worse than that of people in One Piece world. In the past 6 months, Whitebeard has been using Sea King's meat to supplement Ji Lingyun, so now his physique has become very good. He was able to lift hundreds of kilograms of heavy objects at the age of 1 year, which was unimaginable in the previous world, but it was passable in the world of One Piece. Ji Lingyun disdainfully said, so, miscellaneous bird, your vision is really not enough. For existence like me, let alone armament hockey and observation hockey, conqueror's hockey must be with the body. Haha. Marco laughed exaggeratedly, and the other captains also laughed, and even Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. Saki laughed and said, little Lingyun, conqueror's hockey may not appear 1 out of 1,000,000 people. It is the qualification of the king. No one has dared to say that they have conqueror's hockey before awakening. Don't say that next time. Ji Lingyun did not refute either. He was not as blind and arrogant as Saki they thought, but because he had a feeling that was an indescribable 6th sense, he felt that he must have conqueror's hockey. Marco sneered and said, little Gigi, I think you should forget it, just you. Conqueror's hockey, I think you just. Marco. 2 loud shouts full of anger sounded, one dull and the other crisp. The dull and angry shouts were made by Whitebeard, and the crisp shouts were made by Ji Lingyun. Whitebeard originally wanted to stop Marco from continuing, but he didn't expect Ji Lingyun to speak with him at the same time, so he looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise. There are other people who are also surprised. They all know what Whitebeard means, but Ji Lingyun's voice changed their faces. Ji Lingyun has always been called Marco Modelbird. Don't look at them noisy, but in fact the 2 of them are the best on the ship. Every time Marco will give Ji Lingyun the best things, to eat, drink and play. Ji Lingyun always mixes with Marco. Both of them just call each other by their nicknames, just as they did before. The name, according to their impression, seems to be the first time. I saw Ji Lingyun on Whitebeard's shoulders slowly standing up, staring at Marco. His expression became unprecedentedly excited. At least the members of the Whitebeard Pirates had never seen Ji Lingyun show this expression. Ji Lingyun's gaze swept over all the people who had just laughed at him, and that gaze actually gave people an indescribable pressure. Ji Lingyun only felt that there was an unquenchable anger rushing out of his chest. He could allow others to joke with him, but he absolutely can't tolerate others looking down on him. Since crossing with Ryūjin, he has always had a distinctive pride. He feels that his journey is destined by heaven, so the thing he can't stand is that others look down on him. Ji Lingyun's expression revealed an aura of giving up to me, as if he was swearing an oath to this world. Conqueror's Haki. I must have it. Chapter 4. When Lingyun's voice sounded, an invisible aura radiated from his body. The aura was very weak, but the people present were all masters of the masters, and naturally you could feel the faintness emanating from Lingyun. The momentum. Whitebeard's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, this aura. Whitebeard is very familiar with the aura that emanates from Lingyun. It is a captivating aura. To be more detailed, this is the embryonic form of Conqueror's Haki. If Lingyun's aura can be enhanced in the future, it is not impossible Conqueror's Haki is condensed. This is the spirit that comes with the body. While Whitebeard was shocked, he was also extremely happy. Conqueror's Haki has no one in a million, but his son has the embryonic form of Conqueror's Haki. Goo la la la. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. The whole sea was filled with the excitement of Whitebeard's laughter. The laughter also awakened the shocked Whitebeard pirates. They were all surprised. Looking at Whitebeard, although they felt that Lingyun was just a bit strange, they did not have the same empathy with Whitebeard, but a few people still saw a clue from Whitebeard's expression, which made them look at Lingyun in disbelief. Could it be that Lingyun really? Everyone can't imagine it, because this kind of speculation is too sensational. You must know that Lingyun is just an 8-year-old kid. Whitebeard laughed and said to everyone, of course my Whitebeard's son is different, little Lingyun, father believes in you. Lingyun stared at Whitebeard blankly. No one believed him, but Whitebeard believed him. This moved him very much. He nodded vigorously and said, Father, I will not let you down. Then Lingyun smiled suddenly, turned his head, looked at Marco with a smug look, and said pretendingly, did you see it? Miscellaneous bird, even the old man believes me, you dare to look down on me. Marco heard the words with a wry smile and depression, and he also felt Lingyun's flash of aura. What else could he say? But his gaze at Lingyun changed completely. He did like Lingyun very much before, because they could talk very well, but he did not put Lingyun in the same position. After all, he is now a well-known pirate in the sea, and Lingyun is just a hairy kid, but now it's different, because he sees an unforeseen future and potential from Lingyun. Whitebeard laughed and said to Marco, Marco, if you don't work hard, you might be surpassed by Lingyun soon. Marco is young now, but his strength is already very strong. Lingyun is only 8 years old. Even if he has the potential, it will take at least a long time to catch up with Marco. What Whitebeard said made Lingyun even more proud. He raised his head and said to Marco, I hear it, miscellaneous bird, one day, I will hang you and let you kneel in front of me and sing to conquer. Marco was even more helpless. Looking at a smug Lingyun, he had nothing to say. He couldn't believe that the owner who had just exuded that frightening aura would be Lingyun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard asked Lingyun. Everyone who goes to the sea has his own dreams and goals. Lingyun, what dreams do you have? Dreams? Little Lingyun pondered for a moment, but before he could speak, someone spoke before him. Little Lingyun's dream is definitely to become a big pirate. I don't know anything else, he must want to teach Marco, haha. I said that Lingyun should be looking for the big treasure, maybe he will become the One Piece. I also think so. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were all joking and talking, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Only Marco's face was dark because he was always mentioned. Stop arguing, let Lingyun speak for herself. Whitebeard stopped everyone from making noise. Lingyun looked down for a while, then raised his head and said loudly, Father, I think it's too illusory to talk about dreams, but I have 3 goals. There are 3 more? The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were surprised. Standing on Whitebeard's shoulders, Lingyun said with a serious expression, first, to be the strongest man in the world, and second, to marry the most beautiful woman in the world. Puff. Many people spit out alcohol and looked at Lingyun dumbfounded. Do you really dare to say, be the strongest man in the world and marry the most beautiful woman in the world? These 2 words of Lingyun shocked everyone, even Whitebeard is no exception. Although this goal is ambitious, it is understandable. After all, many people have such aspirations. But marrying the most beautiful woman in the world is a bit exaggerated, as Lingyun is only 8 years old. Goo la la la. Whitebeard laughed wanton. He said haha, okay, it's my Whitebeard's son, the goal is great. Lingyun grinned and complimented, of course, Dad, you are the strongest man in the world. As your son, of course you can lower your goals, otherwise, wouldn't you be too embarrassed, Dad? Whitebeard laughed happily. Yes, that's right, little Lingyun can talk, but I am not the strongest in the world as you said. There are still a few people in this sea that are my opponents. Lingyun smiled and said, Father, you are talking about Roger and Golden Lion? In my eyes, you are much better than them. Whitebeard laughed and said, you can talk. Even so, everyone can tell that Whitebeard is very happy. After all, no one doesn't like to listen to good things. Only Marco muttered depressedly on the side, smuggler. Oh, by the way, Lingyun, you just said that there are 3 goals. Only 2 are mentioned. What is the other one? Whitebeard remembered that Lingyun had said that there were 3 goals, so he asked strangely. Lingyun said with a deep face, the last goal is really too difficult. Alas, it is estimated that it is very difficult for a few people on this sea to achieve it. Chapter 5. The more Lingyun is like this, the more curious the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, because in their eyes, Lingyun is different from ordinary children. He is much more mature and more sensible. Little Lingyun, tell me, what is your last goal? Someone couldn't help but ask Lingyun hastily. Ji Lingyun suddenly put on a look of loneliness like snow, and said in a dazed tone. Return to the mountains and forests, and live a plain life without contending with the world. Cough cough, cough cough. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group couldn't help coughing. They all looked at Ji Lingyun dumbfounded. His first two goals were so magnificent and so lofty that they thought the last goal must be amazing too. Now listen to it. It was amazing enough to stand up, but it was not as amazing as they thought. Return to the mountains and forests. Ahem, Xiao Lingyun, how did you come up with it? Saki asked curiously. Ji Lingyun glanced at him contemptuously and said, it's rare and weird. Isn't this goal ambitious enough? People are in the rivers and lakes, and they can't help themselves, and being able to withdraw from the rivers and lakes. This is the dream dreamed of by many seniors. You still find it funny. Among them, Whitebeard was the only one with a serious face after hearing what Ji Lingyun said. He muttered. People are in the rivers and lakes, and they can't help themselves. People are in the rivers and lakes, and they can't help themselves. They say good things and say good things. Whitebeard said in a deep voice to everyone, little Lingyun is right. People are in the rivers and lakes, and you can't help yourself. It's good to see how many big pirates in the sea have their final destination. Just like little Lingyun said, if it is indeed enviable to be able to return safely after completing the dream. Seeing that Whitebeard said so, the others were all in contemplation, but they are still young now. All they look forward to are the rich and colorful adventure life on the sea. Returning to the mountains and forests is too far away for them. Naturally, it is not easy for them to think about it. The reason why Ji Lingyun has this idea is entirely because of the product of the era of information explosion in the previous life. The more powerful it is, the harder it is to enjoy the old age. This is an eternal truth, and it is not so simple to break it. Just when everyone was thinking about treating me, suddenly a pirate from the Whitebeard pirate group hurried to the deck and shouted loudly. Father, Daddy, there is an enemy ship ahead. Looking at the flag, it should be Roger Pirate Group. Roger Pirates? Whitebeard was startled at first, and then laughed loudly. I didn't expect to meet Roger here. Now that I met, wouldn't it be too rude if I didn't say hello? Boys, prepare to meet Roger. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Haha, it's the Roger Pirates. It's been a long time since I did it. My hands are itching. I didn't expect them to come to the door. The last time we went to war with them seems to have been a long time ago. I don't know if they have grown up now. Brothers, go to war, go to war. The entire Whitebeard pirate group showed excitement, one by one, ready to do a big fight. Roger Pirates, is it Roger the Pirate King? When Ji Lingyun heard the name Roger Pirates, he immediately thought of the later One Piece Roger. Roger has not found the big treasure yet and became the One Piece King, but even so, he is already one of the 3 legendary Cs in New World. One of the thieves, whose title is only under Golden Lion and Whitebeard. And from the excited and solemn expressions of the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ji Lingyun can tell that Roger Pirates is not easy, because in the 6 months he stayed in the Whitebeard Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates did not have it. I have rarely fought, but there has never been a situation like this, and all the members are ready to fight. Roger Pirates. It's really exciting. Whitebeard put Ji Lingyun down on his shoulders and told him. Little Lingyun, be careful when you get to fight, and hide and don't get hurt by mistake, you know. Seeing that Whitebeard cares about herself so much, Ji Lingyun replied moved in her heart. I see, Daddy. Whitebeard nodded, and then said to Marco. Marco, you will pay attention to protect little Lingyun later. Marco smiled and said, Father, if little Gigi loses a hair, you will find me. Ji Lingyun stood behind. Because he was short, he had to stand on top of the box, and saw a very magnificent pirate ship swiftly approaching the mobile. Although the ship was not as huge as the mobile, but it showed an amazing momentum. That's right, it's momentum. A ship doesn't have momentum, but after countless bloody battles, there are countless traces left behind. That's a momentum, especially the wind blowing on the ship's tracks. The flag of thieves makes the whole ship feel domineering. Looking at the pirate flag with the curvy beard hanging on the skull, Ji Lingyun knew it must be the Roger Pirates, because in this sea, no one dared to pretend to be the Roger Pirates. Boom! Before Ji Lingyun could react, the 2 sides drove almost at the same time. The explosion sounded through the sea. The Moby DK also kept changing its direction. Its speed and agility were more than twice as fast as before. This also made Ji Lingyun understand that the previous battles of the Whitebeard Pirates did not use their full strength. However, the 2 sides did not continue to blast, but stopped their long-range attacks, approached each other, and stopped after a certain distance. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, long time no see, are you still alive? A burst of rampant and domineering laughter actually sounded, and I saw a group of pirates walked out on the deck of the Jackson opposite, headed by a middle-aged man wearing a pirate captain's hat. That unique beard showed out of his identity. Roger Pirates, Roger, the future one pirate, goo la la la. The sea reverberated with Whitebeard's wild laughter, and the laughter was full of hockey. He said loudly. Roger, Lousy should ask you for this sentence, but I heard that you were chased and killed by Shiki for most of the New World. Why? Isn't it so lucky to be killed? Chapter 6. Roger arrogantly laughed and said, Shiki wants to kill me. He is a bit too close. I already know his weakness. Next time if I meet him again, he will be dead. Roger did not deny that he was defeated by Golden Lion Shiki, but he was more confident. The next time he meets Shiki, he must be the one who wins. Roger stared at Whitebeard and said loudly, Whitebeard, I have received information from Ralph Drew. Join me. Let's find that big treasure together. Goo la la la. Whitebeard said, Lousy is not interested in that Ravdru, but has some interest in your pirate group. I can't compare your pirate group to my pirate group, how about? Roger laughed and said, it seems that we can't make a deal again today. Whitebeard said, the iron among the pirates speaks with strength. That's right. Roger agreed. If this is the case, then we can only fight one game. I can't ask for it. Whitebeard said contemptuously. You were chased and beaten by Shiki. I don't know how much strength is left. Roger said, Whitebeard is more than enough to beat you. Whitebeard yelled. Children, let the Roger Pirates see how much we are. Ho ho, ho ho. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates roared in excitement, responding to their father Whitebeard. Roger on the other side yelled unwillingly. Brothers, let the turtle sons of the Whitebeard Pirates try our power. Take the sword and gun in your hands, and give me a good stabbing. Kill kill kill. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This is not the first time that the two sides have fought each other. As the second of the most powerful pirate groups in this sea, the Whitebeard and Roger Pirates have fought at least dozens of times over the years. Understand that every battle is extremely exciting and high. Just as the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates were in high spirits and were about to go to war, suddenly a loud and clear shout suddenly sounded. Kill Rayleigh, catch Roger alive. Kill Rayleigh, catch Roger alive. The long-haired man with clean clothes and unusual pirate standing next to Roger was originally lazy and enjoying drinking with a hip flask, but when he heard this popping up, it was completely different from other pirates. After the call, a mouthful of strong wine that hadn't swallowed came out. Fortunately, Roger dodged fast, or else he would spray all over Roger. The pirates of the pirates on both sides who were ready to start their hands were all startled after hearing this sound, and slowed down their hands. The members of the Roger Pirates all looked curiously towards the Moby DK. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group all smiled bitterly. They were so familiar with this voice. In the gazes of Roger and others, a small figure stood on top of the cargo box on the deck on top of the Moby DK, carrying a sword that was longer than others, while swinging the hilt of the sword, shouting loudly. Kill Rayleigh, catch Roger alive. Faced with so many eyes, Lingyun did not have the slightest timidity. Instead, his eyes widened, and shouted at the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, what are you in a daze? Don't hurry up, let Rayleigh die first, and then catch Roger alive. Rayleigh is the old man with the sword, miscellaneous bird. As the old man's deputy, he is your opponent. Don't hurry up and kill him, kill him. Listening to Lingyun's big drink, Marco was embarrassed. Of course, he knew Rayleigh and wanted to kill Rayleigh, but the point was that he didn't have the ability. Rayleigh was a powerful player in New World, and although he has come to the fore, but there is still some distance from Rayleigh. How could he have done Rayleigh before? Compared to Marco's embarrassment, Rayleigh's face is depressed and innocent. Who is this provoking? How much hate is it to be killed by someone in front of you, and then killed again? Roger looked at Lingyun on the cargo box in surprise, and curiously asked Whitebeard, Whitebeard, is this kid your new member? Whitebeard laughed and said happily, this is my son, Edward Lingyun, who is destined to be a man who stirs the situation in the future, hell. Roger looked at Lingyun seriously. What surprised him was that Lingyun didn't show any fear in the face of his gaze. Instead, he glared back at him, showing his unruly personality. Roger sincerely praised. Whitebeard, you have accepted a good son, this kid is not bad. When Roger and Whitebeard were talking, two trainee crew members from the Roger Pirates gathered on the Jakka. One of them was wearing a straw hat, with red hair under the straw hat, and a strong body. Although young, but full of vigor. Although the other teenager also wears a hat, the most noticeable thing about him is his nose. The red nose looks like a clown. He is very happy, and his expression is also very interesting. The red-nosed boy stared in Lingyun's direction unhappily, and said to the straw hat boy next to him, Hey, Shanks, who is that kid? It is even more arrogant than us. These two teenagers are the trainee crew members of the captain of the Roger Pirates. The straw hat teenager is the future New World 4 Emperors, red-haired Shanks, and the red-nosed teenager is the future super supporting role, the great clown, Lord Buggy. The current Buggy and Shanks are still trainee crew members of the Roger Pirates. They are just teenagers, high-spirited Lingyun, and Buggy who likes to show up is naturally very upset when he sees Lingyun who is in the limelight. Shanks held a western sword and shouted, whatever he does, our opponent is Whitebeard. We have to take down his head. As long as we kill Whitebeard, we can become famous. Wah ha ha ha. Buggy burst into laughter when he heard this. He patted Shanks on the shoulder and said, You're right, Shanks, our opponent is Whitebeard. What is that kid? I can pinch him to death with one hand. Shanks said disdainfully, Buggy, just blow it up, you won't even breathe so much when you swim. Shanks didn't want to say anything. When he said this, Buggy burst his hair. He grabbed Shanks by the collar and shouted, Shanks, you still have the face to say, who is it that prevented me from entering the water? Who? Shanks's innocent look made Buggy go crazy. Chapter 7. Lingyun stood on top of the Moby DK cargo box and watched the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates. At this time, the Whitebeard Pirates were not the 4 Emperors Pirates, so the members were limited. In addition to the dozens of captains later, there were only a few dozen pirates. This was the number of people including chefs, drivers, etc. In fact, in the early days, the Whitebeard Pirates also took the elite route. There was no such thing as a squad captain. Marco and others were just ordinary crew members. The titles of the captains were only obtained after they became the Four Emperors Pirates. At that time, their subordinates had their own spheres of influence, so they were called captains. Therefore, the total number of pirates fighting with the Roger Pirates is only about 30 people, and the same is true for the Roger Pirates. They follow the elite route, so their official members are only 30 or 40 people, participating in the battle. There are fewer, only 24 people, less than the Whitebeard Pirates. However, although the number of Roger Pirates is smaller than that of Whitebeard Pirates, their combat effectiveness is not bad at all, and even vaguely stronger. Pluto Rayleigh alone blocked the 3 captain-level pirates of Whitebeard Pirates. Lingyun stood by and watched. He found that although the two sides shouted loudly, they actually didn't fight so hard at all. Instead, they were more like fighting each other. Lingyun is not surprised in this situation, because Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates are not old enemies. Whitebeard and Roger can even sit down and drink and chat. They can be regarded as friends. Naturally, the pirates will not live or die fight each other. Even the combatants are not really fighting for life and death, let alone other people. Lingyun found out that he hadn't bothered him after shouting for a long time, so he watched them fight boredly, but he could only see that the fight was fierce. Other than that, he really couldn't see much. After all, he hadn't officially started practicing now, and his vision was limited. I thought that no one would care about himself, so Lingyun was not vigilant. He watched the battles with interest and watched. Suddenly, a police whistle appeared in Lingyun's heart, and he almost fell back without thinking about it. Flicked down from the cargo box dexterously. Lingyun has a secret. Every time he encounters danger, he will have a feeling in his heart. He didn't have it at first, but when he was hunted down in his previous life, he suddenly awakened this feeling when he was on the brink of desperation. In the past, Lingyun called it the sixth sense, but after arriving in Pirate World, he knew that this kind of induction should be the prototype of observation hockey. This is why he was so confident that he would have 3 kinds of hockey in the future. He turned down the box in a hurry, and in the next second he found a short sword nailed to the cargo box he was standing on. After all, his physical fitness was a bit poor, so he was rubbed a little by short sword and the back of his hand was scratched out. A blood stain. Who is it? Lingyun's face was gloomy. Although he was not injured much, he was still very upset when he was attacked. He quickly locked the target and saw 2 teenagers standing not far from him arguing. Buggy, how can you start a sneak attack on a child? It's shameless. A-hole Shanks, that kid is too arrogant. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Where is the arrogance of others? It is obviously you who did it first, it was you who was wrong. A-hole Shanks, which side are you on? Talk nonsense. Believe it or not, this uncle even beat you up. Only you. Buggy, can you beat me? A-hole, do you think I'm afraid of you? Shanks, I let you go before. If you talk nonsense, I won't be polite to you anymore. ... Listening to the quarrel between the red-haired boy in the straw hat and the red-nosed boy, Lingyun finally understood 2 points. First, it was the red-nosed boy who attacked him just now. Second, the red hair in the straw hat is the future 4 Emperors, red-haired Shanks, sneak attacking his red nose is the clown Buggy. But Lingyun doesn't care who they are at this time. He only knows that he is in a bad mood right now. He coldly asked Buggy, you just attacked me. Seeing Lingyun's aggressive appearance, Buggy yelled unwillingly, it's my uncle, how about it? Little devil, you are so arrogant, you dare to scold our captain and deputy captain. Lingyun said, what I hate most is that others attack me, so. With a bang, the ancient sword was inserted into the ship's board by Lingyun. Lingyun's action startled Buggy. He thought that Lingyun was going to draw his sword and fight with him, so he put on a fighting posture, but he was surprised to find that after the opponent finished the action just now, there was nothing below, instead, staring straight at the sword, motionless. Buggy looked dumbfounded. He turned his head and asked Shanks, what does he mean? Is he preparing for a big move? Shanks didn't understand either. He shook his head and said, I don't know, just take a look. And what is Lingyun doing at this time? He was communicating with Ryūjin. Yes, he was communicating. Because just when the blood on the back of his hand was flowing to the hilt of the ancient sword, a strange voice suddenly appeared in his mind. The Shinigami blade system has been activated and is currently being bound. An unfamiliar voice suddenly appeared in his mind, which shocked Lingyun. He quickly called out, who? The system is successfully bound, and the Shinigami blade system is officially opened. System. This time Lingyun heard it clearly. After panic, it was ecstasy. He knew that the ancient sword he was traveling through was different. Although it was a long time late, his appearance had already given him great joy. The unfamiliar voice sounded again. Hello host, I am Shinigami Blade System, I am glad to serve you. Shinigami Blade System. What is your origin? What is it for? Lingyun is no stranger to the term system. The key question is what does this system do? Ding, this system is a system formed by integrating all Zanpakuto in the anime, Shinigami. As for the origin, beyond the answering authority of this system, the function of this system is to help the host obtain Zanpakuto. The system replied. Chapter 8. Lingyun was surprised, Zanpakuto. Is that ancient sword a Zanpakuto? The system said. Yes, but neither is it. The ambiguous answer left Lingyun confused, and asked, make it clear. The system said. The ancient sword mentioned by host is called Shinigami Blade, which is the source of all Zanpakuto. It is said to be Zanpakuto because it has all the abilities of Zanpakuto, but it is not a pure Zanpakuto, because although it has all the abilities of Zanpakuto, but every time it is out of the sheath, it can only become a Zanpakuto, and can only use the abilities of a Zanpakuto. Etc. Etc. Ji Lingyun couldn't help but stop. He sorted out his thoughts and said, I probably understand what you mean. In short, this ancient sword, no, this Shinigami blade is actually a medium. It has all the Zanpakuto abilities in Shinigami, but after each out of the sheath, it can only become a specific Zanpakuto, right? Yes, the system replied. That's it. Ji Lingyun nodded, and then asked, there is no free luncher system in the world. This Shinigami blade sounds very powerful, but it should be limited. Ji Lingyun is not naive. He doesn't think there are such good things in the world. This Shinigami blade sounds very big, but it can't be unlimited. The system said. Although the Shinigami blade is the source of all Zanpakuto, if you want to obtain Zanpakuto's abilities, host must let it evolve. Only after completing the evolutionary conditions, Shinigami blade can open the corresponding Zanpakuto. How to make it evolve? What kind of conditions are needed? Ji Lingyun knew that this might be the key issue. As soon as Ji Lingyun finished asking what he said, an interface similar to options appeared in front of him. Zanjetsu. Open state. Sealed. Ryūjin Jakka. On state. Sealed. Kyoka Suigetsu. Open state. Sealed. Hongji. Open state. Sealed. Kaden Kyokutsu. Open state. Sealed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sogyo no Kotowari. Open state. Sealed. Senbon Sakura. Shikai. Flower fruit also can be the blood of the fruit-capable person, Bankai. String fruit also can be the blood of the fruit-capable person. Hyarinmaru. Shikai. Snow fruit also can be the blood of a person with fruit ability, Bankai. Frozen fruit also can be the blood of a person with fruit ability. Shinso. Open state. Sealed. Suzumushi. Open state. Sealed. Scourge. Open state. Sealed. Wabisuk. Shikai. Kilograms of fruit, the blood of those with fruit ability can also be used, Bankai. Tons of pressed fruits, the blood of those with fruit ability can also be used. Seeing this scene, Ji Lingyun asked in surprise. The system, why are there so many Zanpakuto? Only 3 reveal the opening conditions, why are the rest of them sealed? And why are the opening conditions related to devil fruit? The system said. At the beginning of the system, there are only 3 Zanpakuto available for host to evolve. Every time you complete a Bankai of Zanpakuto, you can unblock another Zanpakuto randomly. As for why you choose devil fruit as the evolution condition of Zanpakuto, it is because of devil fruit is a substance unique to the world of One Piece, just like Zanpakuto is an ability unique to the Shinigami world, but it's not that all Zanpakuto's opening conditions are devil fruit. Some Zanpakuto do not require devil fruit to be unblocked, but host I haven't touched it yet. There is still such a saying. Using devil fruit to unblock Zanpakuto is really an interesting system. Although he doesn't understand the principle, Ji Lingyun doesn't care too much. He only needs to know how to unblock Zanpakuto. The system said. Because there are 3 Zanpakuto already belonging to the host only needs to say the names of these 3 Zanpakuto silently, and then draw the sword from the Shinigami blade, it will become the Zanpakuto that the host needs, and it will be restored if it is resheathed. The original form of Shinigami's blade. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, understood, it means that you can only use one type of Zanpakuto at a time. If you want to change to another Zanpakuto, you must resheath and then pull it out again. It seems that Shinigami's blade is capable of there are also restrictions. The system said. The Shinigami blade system is exactly an auxiliary system. As an auxiliary host, there are naturally limits. As the first host to use this system, the host will have a chance to draw Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto extraction, what does this mean? Ji Lingyun asked puzzledly. The system said. Draw a Zanpakuto from the 3 Zanpakuto that the host has unblocked, and the Zanpakuto that is drawn will directly complete Shikai and Bankai. There is such a good thing. Ji Lingyun couldn't believe her ears. Could this be the so-called newbie gift bag? Host, please start extracting. The system said. Although he was very surprised, Ji Lingyun naturally would not let go of this good opportunity. He asked, System, how do I start the extraction? The system said. Host just say, start extraction. Ji Lingyun said. Okay, start drawing. At the moment when Ji Lingyun's voice fell, 3 Zanpakuto's shadows suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Senbon Sakura, Hyarinmaru and Wabisuk Zanpakuto, and then the 3 Zanpakuto flashed quickly on his face. Ding. With a clear sound, the shadows of the 3 Zanpakuto disappeared, and only one simple straight long sword remained. Congratulations to the host for drawing Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, because it is the only drawing opportunity, Senbon Sakura automatically unblocks Shikai and Bankai. The system said. Senbon Sakura. Ji Lingyun's spirit was shocked. In the 3 Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, Hyarinmaru and Wabisuk that have appeared, in his opinion, Senbon Sakura and Hyarinmaru are very good. No matter which one is drawn, he will be very happy. Senbon Sakura is the Zanpakuto of Byakuya Kuchiki, the captain of the Gote 13th Division of Shinigami. Whether it is Shikai or Bankai, it is very powerful. In the entire Shinigami world, Senbon Sakura's abilities are among the top existences, and this Zanpakuto is drawn. and completed Shikai and Bankai, which made Ji Lingyun very excited. Chapter 9. Suddenly Ji Lingyun thought of the characteristics of Zanpakuto in Shinigami, so he asked the system. System, isn't Zanpakuto only available in the spirit state? Do I need my soul to be able to use Zanpakuto? The system said. The host's worry is redundant. The ability of the hand Zanpakuto selected by the Shinigami Blade system has been systematically modified, and Zanpakuto can be used without being in the state of a spiritual body, and the power will not change. Ji Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the system's answer, and he valued the Shinigami Blade system again. Shanks and Buggy have been staring at Ji Lingyun. Just when they were surprised by Ji Lingyun's behavior, they suddenly saw Ji Lingyun pull out the simple long sword, and then saw a sharp glowing light. Long sword. 3,000 miles of sword energy, one sword glorifies 19 states. Shanks was taken aback, screamed, and quickly flashed to the side, while Buggy's reaction was not as fast as Shanks's. He was directly hit by sword light, and his body was split into two from the waist. If a normal person is chopped into two pieces, he will definitely not survive, but the strange thing is that after Buggy was chopped into two pieces, instead of falling down, he shouted in surprise, "You kid, you dare to cut the money, uncle." However, at this time, Ji Lingyun ignored Buggy's yelling, but seriously looked at Senbon Sakura in his hand, as he remembered, and after pulling it out, the original hilt of the Shinigami blade also happened. The change became Senbon Sakura's hilt. To be precise, from the moment the sword was pulled out, everything except the scabbard had not changed. Holding Senbon Sakura in his hand, Ji Lingyun felt a pressure. The weight of this sword is not heavy, but the length is not short. At least for Ji Lingyun, who is only now 8 years old, it is not easy to swing. But it gave Ji Lingyun a kind of heart-to-heart connection, as if the sword was a part of his body. Ji Lingyun knew that this feeling of interpersonal communication should be due to the Shinigami blade system. From the moment he pulled out the sword, he was the master of Senbon Sakura. Recalling the sword just now, that sword was still very powerful. If Buggy hadn't been torn apart, I'm afraid he would have died. Ji Lingyun held Senbon Sakura in his heart, and he said to Buggy domineeringly, "The sword you just attacked me just now is the one you just attacked me. If you still want to hit me, I'll accompany you." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Oh, Buggy heard Ji Lingyun's words, but was half to death. He was actually despised by a kid. How could he stand this tone? He shouted, "Boy, look at the sword." Buggy didn't care about his lower body, and directly flew his upper body towards Ji Lingyun, and the sailor's sword in his hand slashed towards Ji Lingyun. Clang. Buggy's movements were not fast. Ji Lingyun easily blocked his attack, but Ji Lingyun was only 8 years old after all, and his strength was still very weak. Although he blocked Buggy's chopping, his hands were numb. Clang clang clang. Buggy constantly waved the sailor's sword, every time he was blocked by Ji Lingyun, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ji Lingyun was struggling to block, and the power gap made him suffer. What? Suddenly Ji Lingyun yelled. Using all the strength of his body, he quickly backed away, and then he stood Senbon Sakura in front of him and gave a soft voice. "Spread it, Senbon Sakura." With Ji Lingyun's soft drink, the long sword in his hand suddenly changed strangely, and the blade of Senbon Sakura slowly disappeared, decomposed into countless flying petals, rotating around the water cloud. This sudden change made Buggy very shocked, and it also attracted many pirates around to look curiously. Under Buggy's startled gaze, the petals surrounding Ji Lingyun suddenly drifted towards him at an extremely fast speed. When they came to him, the speed of those petals suddenly became extremely fast, and it also exudes a cold edge. The petals turned into blades. Buggy was like a target. All the blades hit Buggy, cutting Buggy continuously. After more than 10 seconds, the petals slowly disappeared and returned to the handle of Senbon Sakura. On the top, Senbon Sakura was restored to its original form, while Buggy was cut into countless pieces, which looked like pieces of meat floating in the air. The only difference was that there was no bloodline flowing out. Of course Buggy will not die. His fruiting ability is simply the nemesis of the swordsman, but being beaten so miserably by Ji Lingyun is simply a shame to him. His body, which was cut into countless pieces, slowly gathered together and renewed. After returning to his original state, he shouted angrily and stabbed Ji Lingyun with the sailor's sword in his hand. "Buggy, don't." Shanks, who had been watching the game from the side, was shocked when he saw Ji Lingyun using Senbon Sakura's abilities at first, but now that Buggy lost his mind and wanted to kill Ji Lingyun, he lost his 3 souls and 7 souls. This boy was so horrified. He was taken on the boat by Whitebeard as a child, which means he must be very spoiled. If Buggy hurts him, he will definitely break the sky, so how could Shanks not be horrified? Shanks wanted to stop, but his speed was too late, so he could only make a big shout to stop Buggy, but at this time, how could Buggy hear him? In fact, nothing happened here escaped the eyes of the pirates on both sides, but they all regarded it as a mischief between children, so they didn't take it to heart. Instead, they were very surprised by the ability of Senbon Sakura Shikai that Ji Lingyun had just used. Especially the Whitebeard Pirates, they didn't expect that the sword they could not draw all the time would be pulled out by Ji Lingyun, and once it was out of the sheath, it would have such a weird and powerful ability, but the most surprising thing was the foil vista. Senbon Sakura's ability to transform into petals is somewhat similar to his sword skills. He thought that Ji Lingyun had learned his moves. However, when the members of the Whitebeard pirate group saw that Ji Lingyun's attack had no effect on Buggy, and Buggy even dared to continue the attack, Everyone was taken aback, and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group roared angrily. Chapter 10. Little Lingyun. Even Whitebeard, who was fighting against Roger, saw this scene with a surge of momentum, pushing Roger back, his tiger eyes staring in that direction. A blue figure flew in the direction of Ji Lingyun at a very fast speed. It was Marco. Whitebeard had told him to take care of Ji Lingyun before, so he had been paying attention, and he was the first reaction after the accident. Here. Let's talk about Ji Lingyun. After all, it's the first time he has used Senbon Sakura Shikai. Although it's only Shikai, it's still a bit reluctant for his current body. So after using Shikai once, he really has no energy. Even seeing Buggy's sword getting closer, he didn't have the strength to hide. As the sword got closer and closer, Ji Lingyun once again gave birth to the suffocation of death. In the Whitebeard Pirates for more than half a year, he has never encountered danger, so much so that he has forgotten what danger is. Looking back, the suffocating breath of death was so heavy, he no longer wanted to feel a sense of fatal threat. In the last life, I cautiously avoided chasing and killing, and lived a life that is not as good as life and death. Why? Isn't it because I have no power? Now I have the Shinigami blade system and powerful capital. In the days when people control their lives, I want to become stronger, I want to become stronger, I want to become stronger. The blade was about to cut through the skin, and a silent anger surged in Ji Lingyun's heart, like an anger committed by someone above, causing the anger in his chest to burst like a cannonball. Go away! An extremely angry roar erupted from Ji Lingyun's mouth. At this moment, although his voice was still crisp, it revealed an unquestionable majesty, like the roar of a king. The invisible aura radiated from Ji Lingyun's body, and quickly dispersed with him as the center. All the pirates who were affected by the aura felt shocked, and even Marco, who was going to support him so quickly, was stagnant. Buggy, who was in the center of the storm, was even more miserable. Ji Lingyun's roar sounded like thunder in his ears. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his hearing, sensation and all other sensations, and his head seemed to be shocked. His sailor's sword fell uncontrollably, and his body that was divided into two halves was also limp to the ground for an instant. The sound of Buggy falling to the ground was not loud, but it shocked everyone. The pirates of the Roger pirate group stared at Ji Lingyun as if they had seen a ghost. The people of the Whitebeard pirate group were also shocked. For a moment, Ji Lingyun's confident words sounded in their ears again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco transformed back into a human form and fell next to Ji Lingyun. He was able to rescue Ji Lingyun just before Buggy injured Ji Lingyun, but he had no chance. Conqueror's Haki. Yes, it is definitely Conqueror's Haki. Little Lingyun, like his father, actually possesses Conqueror's Haki's Haki, the king's aptitude that is unique in a million. Marco is the closest one besides Buggy, so he felt the aura most clearly, the same aura as Whitebeard, undoubtedly the legendary Conqueror's Haki. That kid turned out to be the owner of Conqueror's Haki. The pirates of the Roger Pirates couldn't believe their eyes. This 7 or 8-year-old kid actually possessed the same Conqueror's Haki as their captain and deputy captain. This was really sensational. And Ji Lingyun, who was already weak, after releasing Conqueror's Haki, his whole body seemed to be drained for an instant, and a feeling of dizziness rushed to his heart. Fortunately, Marco's eyesight hugged him in time, otherwise he would have fallen down like Buggy. Little Gigi. Just after Marco called out, he found that Ji Lingyun had lost consciousness, but from his steady breathing, it could be seen that Ji Lingyun was too tired to fall asleep, not fainted. Marco, take Xiao Lingyun to rest. Whitebeard and Roger and others did not know when they came here. Whitebeard looked at Ji Lingyun who was asleep, with affection flashing in his eyes, and said to Marco. Marco nodded and said, yes, Daddy. Then he took Ji Lingyun back to the cabin to rest. Roger also said to Shanks, who was nervous on his face, Shanks, you can bring Buggy back to the boat, this time you two don't know what's good or bad. Shanks looked depressed. In fact, this matter had nothing to do with him. Buggy wanted to teach Ji Lingyun a lesson. Who would have thought that this would happen in the end, especially the Conqueror's Haki that Ji Lingyun broke out in the end. He hasn't reacted until now. Come. Shanks picked up Buggy's body, quickly ran back to the boat, and was stared at by the group of Whitebeard pirates, making him very uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. Roger suddenly laughed and said to Whitebeard, Whitebeard, it seems that you have accepted a good son, it's amazing. Whitebeard snorted coldly, and shouted to Roger with a bit of resentment. Fortunately, Lingyun is okay, otherwise Lousy has to keep you all, Roger smiled awkwardly. It was indeed their fault. After all, it was too embarrassing to deal with a child, and even more embarrassing was that it was not possible to steal the chicken. For this reason, Roger could only let Whitebeard talk about it. Talk back. This time, Ji Lingyun slept very well. He only woke up the next morning. When he woke up, he did not open his eyes immediately, but came to the Shinigami blade system. He found this system really interesting. It is said to be a system, but there is no redemption, no points, and no lottery. Basically, it does not have what the ordinary system has. It seems to have only one function, that is, to help Shuiyun unblock different Zanpakuto, except for this. Besides, no other effects were found. Although Ji Lingyun was also very curious and puzzled about this, even if he asked, the system did not give him an answer. In system terms, it is an auxiliary system and all the initiative is in the hands of host. Strange, but such a system actually made Ji Lingyun more at ease. When he woke up, Ji Lingyun discovered that another Zanpakuto had been unblocked. Thinking of what the system had said before, he knew it was because after Senbon Sakura Bankai, he reopened it. A handful of unblocked Zanpakuto appeared. Chapter 11. Sogyo no Kotowari. Shikai. 21 Big Sword 2 swords flow the blood of swordsman. Bankai. Unknown. Jashiro Yukataki's double sword Sogyo no Kotowari. Maybe some ordinary Shinigami Zanpakuto Ji Lingyun can't remember, but he still remembers the Zanpakuto of the captains very clearly. More importantly, there are only 2 double swords in Shinigami, Zanpakuto, Sogyo no Kotowari is one of them, Ji of course Lingyun remembers. However, Ji Lingyun asked inexplicably, System, since I have unblocked Sogyo no Kotowari, why is Bankai's method unknown? The system said, the Shinigami Blade system does not have the data of Sogyo no Kotowari Bankai, so if host wants to make Sogyo no Kotowari Bankai, it can only rely on its own understanding. Rely on my own understanding. How to understand? Ji Lingyun was stunned. He thought that the system is omnipotent. He only needs to do it according to the conditions of the system. However, he did not expect that the system is not omnipotent. Without data, it seems that this system is more like an unsound system. The system said, exceeding the authority, the system cannot make a choice. Ji Lingyun patted his head, speechless, but he was not too real. After all, the system was able to give him Zanpakuto abilities strong enough, and according to his guess, the data collected by the system should be the Zanpakuto data in Shinigami's manga. Zanpakuto or Bankai, which did not appear in the manga, should have no data. Ji Lingyun suddenly remembered another question. He asked the system. System, you said that if you want to unblock a handful of Zanpakuto, you must complete a handful of Zanpakuto Bankai you already own, but now this Sogyo no Kotowari without Bankai, can I only complete other Zanpakuto's Bankai to open the next Zanpakuto? The system said. Special cases are treated specially. Although Sogyo no Kotowari does not have Bankai data, as long as the host has completed the Shikai of Sogyo no Kotowari, the next Shikai method of Zanpakuto can be opened. There is only the Shikai method, is there no Bankai? Ji Lingyun asked. The system said. Yes. Understood. Ji Lingyun nodded. He understood the meaning of the system, which meant that the next Zanpakuto only had Shikai's method. If you want to know Bankai's method, you can only do it after Shikai. After understanding, Ji Lingyun withdrew from his subconscious mind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Miscellaneous bird, why are you here? After Ji Lingyun opened his eyes, he found that Marco was sitting next to him, and suddenly asked a little strangely. Marco asked. Of course I was looking at you, little Gigi, don't you remember what happened yesterday? Ji Lingyun asked suspiciously. Yesterday. What happened yesterday? I remember we were fighting with the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco said. That was already yesterday, little Gigi, you have slept for a whole day. Fortunately, you are fine. Otherwise, I'm afraid he will really go to war with Roger and the others. With that, Marco suddenly looked at Ji Lingyun with suspicion, and said, but, little Gigi, you really surprised me. You actually own Conqueror's Hockey. I'm very surprised. Conqueror's Hockey is nothing in a million. How could you have? And, what's the matter with your ancient sword being pulled out and the ability to turn into petals? Did you learn it from Beasta? Ji Lingyun cast a white glance, and said angrily, what do you mean by miscellaneous bird? I am the king of heaven, okay. Why do you have any doubts? Ji Lingyun is not in a coma, so he naturally remembers everything that happened before, but he saw Buggy being stunned by his loud shout. Only Conqueror's Hockey can do this in the pirate world. Ji Lingyun smiled when he thought that he actually owned Conqueror's Hockey. Although he was confident before, he was only confident. But now he finds that he has Conqueror's Hockey. This makes Ji Lingyun more confident. A person can be weak, but absolutely. You can't do without self-confidence, because only the power of self-confidence can make yourself stronger. It is rare that Marco did not refute. He suddenly found that Ji Lingyun, who had been playing with him, became taller, but he was more happy. Ji Lingyun is his brother. His own brother is extraordinary. Of course Marco will do for him. Happy. Oh, by the way, the old man said that after you wake up, let us go to him. You broke out Conqueror's Hockey this time, but everyone was shocked. You didn't see the people in the Roger Pirates group surprised expression. Facing the enemy pirate group, the Roger Pirate group, Ji Lingyun burst out Conqueror's Hockey, which is naturally to fight for the Whitebeard Pirate group. Now they also have 2 Conqueror's Hockey in the Whitebeard Pirate group. And that Roger, they didn't leave either, they seem to want to see you too. Roger. When Ji Lingyun heard the name Roger, his face changed slightly. If you say who is the sole character of One Piece anime, Roger is definitely ranked in the top 3. Throughout the entire comic, Roger cannot be avoided for every major event. People, it can be said that Roger started the entire era of the Great Pirate and brought great changes to the world. Perhaps Roger's strength is not necessarily the strongest in the world, but he deserves the title of One Piece. Ji Lingyun is really curious about this character who only exists in the legend. Let's go and find Daddy. Ji Lingyun stood up and said to Marco. When he woke up, Ji Lingyun no longer felt tired, but was refreshed. He picked up the Xuanyuan sword on the side and tied it behind him. Marco said, little Gigi, go to see Dad, what are you doing with your sword? Ji Lingyun gave him a white look and said, what do you know, how can a swordsman let go of his sword? Carrying the sword at any time is good for cultivating feelings. Cultivating feelings. Marco looked dumbfounded, and he was not a human being. What kind of feelings should he cultivate? But Marco didn't know that what Lingyun was talking about was not perfunctory. This Shinigami blade, which gathered all the origins of Zanpakuto, was the most important thing he relied on for survival in the pirate world. Only by bringing it around would he feel at ease. When Lingyun came to the Moby DK deck, he found a lot of people gathered on the deck. A group of Roger pirates were also here, but they were divided into two camps with the Whitebeard Pirates and did not interfere. Chapter 12. As soon as Lingyun appeared, Whitebeard laughed and shouted to Lingyun, "Little Lingyun, come here." Lingyun walked quickly in front of Whitebeard and shouted, "Father." Then his eyes were placed on the opposite Roger. This is the first time Lingyun has seen Roger up close. Lingyun discovered that Roger is actually no different from ordinary people, just like an ordinary middle-aged uncle. Oh, this is not our little bully. While Lingyun was looking at Roger, Roger was also looking at Lingyun. Roger found that Lingyun was very different from ordinary children, with extraordinary maturity. He was also a big pirate in New World at any rate, but Lingyun looked at him. At that time, there was no awe, more just curiosity. Roger's name makes Lingyun roll his eyes. What little bully, he still learns the machine. Whitebeard smiled and said, "Little Lingyun, this B********* D is Roger, he can barely be regarded as a character in New World, hell la la la." Uncle Roger. Lingyun exclaimed politely. Roger and Whitebeard are of the same generation, so it is only natural to call uncle. Roger laughed and acted very happy. He said to Lingyun, "Little guy, this is not like you, really, this little guy was clamoring to kill you before, what do you want to say?" Quote. Lingyun saw a flash of white shadows, and Rayleigh in a white robe had already appeared next to them. Compared to Roger, Rayleigh looked clean and looked like a scholar, not a pirate. Rayleigh asked Lingyun with a puzzled look, "Little guy, did we have any grudges before? I'm not the captain. Why do you leave Roger as AB********** D and you want to kill me?" Lingyun's face was immediately embarrassed, he just scolded others, and now they have come to the door, what does this let him say? Could it be that it was just a matter of course? But Rayleigh just talked about his attitude. Suddenly, Roger's face changed and he said to Lingyun solemnly, "Little guy, the crew on my ship did not comply with the rules and did something to you. I am very sorry for that. I'm sorry, little guy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Upon hearing this, Lingyun's face changed. He was shocked. Roger's dignified New World legendary pirate apologized to him as a young boy, but looking at Roger's sincere expression, Lingyun was left. There is only deep admiration. It's no wonder that Roger can gather a large group of capable crew members. It's no wonder that he can become the One Piece. This courage, this honesty, and this responsibility are definitely not something ordinary people can do. This thing actually has nothing to do with Roger, but at this time, he shouldered all the responsibilities, and put down his face to apologize to him. How commendable is this? Lingyun hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Uncle Roger, this is none of your business, and I am also responsible. You don't need to do this." Roger shook his head and said, "Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Buggy is my crew member. As the captain, I naturally have the greatest responsibility. Buggy, come here." Roger yelled and saw the red-nosed Buggy walked over under Shanks's pull. Seeing Buggy's unwillingness, Roger's face sank and reprimanded, "Buggy, as a crew member on my ship, I must admit that I am wrong. Doing a shot at a kid, is that all you usually learn? Don't apologize to Lingyun." Buggy reluctantly whispered, "I'm sorry." Lingyun said flatly, "It doesn't matter, you didn't really hurt me anyway." Lingyun didn't like Buggy, not just because he attacked him, but also because Lingyun knew what Buggy was like. Later Buggy was definitely a heinous B***********, D, just in the description of the comics. He turned his image around and turned into a comedy character. To be honest, Roger is indeed very angry and guilty about this matter. Although he is a pirate, he is in fact not bad at heart, and he never allows his crew to do harm to the heavens. Although he and Whitebeard often go to war, but the two are actually friends. Buggy's action against Lingyun of the Whitebeard Pirates not only violated his principles, but also made him feel ashamed of Whitebeard, with a blank face. As an opponent, Roger knows Whitebeard. He knows that Whitebeard values his crew more than anything else, not to mention a teenager with unlimited potential in the future like Lingyun, so he must give Whitebeard an explanation anyway. Also give yourself an explanation. Roger said to Lingyun, "Little guy, this time it's our fault. It's not enough to apologize. So, Shanks, take it." I saw Shanks walking over with a small box. Roger took the box and opened it with a snap, revealing the contents. Devil fruit. Seeing the contents of the box, Lingyun suddenly exclaimed, and even the expression of Whitebeard next to him changed slightly. This is a round fruit with a spiral pattern on the fruit skin. Although Lingyun has not really seen devil fruit, he still knows the shape of devil fruit. This devil fruit obviously belongs to Paramesha, but he doesn't know what kind of ability is the fruit. Roger said, "Little guy, I got this devil fruit by accident. I think it's an apologize to you." Lingyun hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, Uncle Roger, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Every devil fruit is very valuable. This devil fruit is still paramesha. Maybe it belongs to that kind of very precious type, so Lingyun can't accept it. When Whitebeard heard Roger's words, his face changed slightly. Although he was angry that Buggy had acted on Lingyun before, Roger took out devil fruit and apologized. This was too much, but he never said anything, just want to see Lingyun how he chooses. The result of Lingyun's choice makes him very satisfied, can withstand the temptation. This is the foundation of becoming a strong man. Roger laughed. It's just a devil fruit. What's so precious? Little guy, just accept it. This is a paramesha diamond fruit. It should be of some use to you. Chapter 13. Diamond Fruit. Lingyun was shocked when he heard that this devil fruit was actually a diamond fruit, because this should belong to the ability of the 3rd Division Captain Joes. No wonder he had been wondering why Joes did not have the diamond ability before. It turned out that this devil fruit was unexpectedly. Roger got it. Although it was strange in his heart, Lingyun still didn't mean to accept it. He said, I can't take it. Uncle Roger, you should take it back. Although the ability of the diamond fruit is good, Lingyun has not waited to get it, let alone using the diamond fruit to apologize. This situation is really too big, so Lingyun can't accept it. Seeing Lingyun's resolute refusal attitude, Roger couldn't help but look at him a few more points, but since he took it out, naturally there is no reason to take it back. So Roger looked at Whitebeard and said, Whitebeard, to tell you, I actually have one more thing I want to ask you for help. Whitebeard raised his brow and asked, Roger, you have something to ask me? Roger said, yes, I want to find the place in the legend. I have found all the clues, but I still need the help of someone. This person is in your pirate group. Whitebeard said solemnly, you want my person? Speak clearly. Roger said, it's Kazuki Oden on your ship. He is a masonry family from the country of Wano. I need him to help me unlock the secrets of the historical text. Lingyun was surprised when he heard this. He has been in the Whitebeard Pirates for more than half a year, and naturally knows who Kazuki Oden is. He followed Whitebeard after Marco, and it is logically the 2nd division of the Whitebeard Pirates, team leader. However, Lingyun, who has seen One Piece, also knows that Kazuki Oden is not only a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but also a member of the Roger Pirates. He followed Roger to find the treasure. Before, Lingyun was still very confused. Seeing Roger will soon become the king of pirates, why is Kazuki Oden still a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates? Now Lingyun understands that Roger hasn't invited Kazuki Oden yet, but according to the current situation, Kazuki Oden should be right in front of him to disembark. For Kazuki Oden, Lingyun's impression is still good. He has a very gentle personality, especially his 2 Fur Clan followers, who often hang out behind Lingyun. The 2 of them are later Duke Inulin and Cat Belly. Snake Boss. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. On the ship of the Whitebeard pirate group, there are only 2 possibilities to disembark, one is to disembark, and the other is to die. But for now, no one has ever disembarked, and even in the future, only Blackbeard will defect. Whitebeard's face sank and he said to Roger in a cold voice, Roger, you should know my rules. When you get on my boat, you are my children. Unless you have violated the iron rules, I will not let them disembark. Roger retorted. There is another, that is to take the initiative to leave. What are you talking about? Whitebeard was furious. He regarded everyone on the boat as his relatives, so he became so angry after hearing Roger's words. Lingyun's complexion is also not good. He is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, so he is naturally very upset when he sees Roger digging into the Whitebeard Pirates. Roger said, you can call Kazuki Oden over and ask, if he doesn't want to, I won't force it. Whitebeard's face was very ugly, and he said to Marco in a deep voice, Marco, go and call Maida. Marco was equally upset, but he still obeyed Whitebeard's order and went to call Kazuki Oden over. Kazuki Oden is different from ordinary pirates. He is a nobleman of Wano country. Even on the pirate ship, he still wears a clean and decent kimono. Whether he walks or his appearance is completely different from ordinary pirates, he is more like a pirate, scholar. Kazuki Oden came to the front and shouted to Whitebeard, Father, are you looking for me? Whitebeard said directly, Roger wants you to board his boat, what do you think? Kazuki Oden's face changed, but he still said calmly, don't hide it from me, Captain Roger has already told me about it. Whitebeard's face sank, with a bad feeling in his heart, but he still asked, then what do you think? Kazuki Oden didn't dare to look into Whitebeard's eyes, lowered his head and said, Daddy, I'm sorry. Whitebeard's face suddenly became very ugly, and Marco yelled even more, Mita, are you crazy? Do you know what you're talking about? Since the establishment of the Whitebeard Pirates, no one has ever disembarked. For whatever reason, Kazuki Oden wants to disembark and still wants to get on the ship of his old rival Roger. This makes him loyal to the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco was really unacceptable and broke out on the spot. Marco. Whitebeard snorted and stopped the furious Marco, and asked Kazuki Oden in a deep voice. Everyone in the sea knows that when I got on my Whitebeard's boat, it was my Whitebeard's son. I would never force anyone to board my boat, or disembark. If you want to disembark, give me a reason. With a shame on Kazuki Oden's face, he lowered his head and replied, Daddy, I'm sorry, I feel the atmosphere of home here, and I have never thought of leaving, but for the family, for my dream, old dad, I'm sorry, that's my responsibility, and I have to finish it. Kazuki Oden's origins are not a secret among the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone knows that he is a nobleman from the country of Wano, a family of masonry who created historical texts and legends. What he said is naturally looking for historical texts and legends. This is also the biggest reason Roger came to him. Whitebeard stared at Kazuki Oden. After a long time, he suddenly sighed. Everyone has the freedom to pursue their own dreams. Mita, you are one of the first people to follow me. I have always regarded you as my own son. You can stop your children from pursuing their dreams. Whitebeard paused, then said solemnly, I can allow you to disembark, but I ask you a question, do you want to leave the Whitebeard Pirates forever or leave temporarily? Kazuki Oden raised his head suddenly, looked at Whitebeard in disbelief, and asked with a trembling voice, Father, would you still let me come back? Whitebeard laughed and said, no father will prevent his child from going home. The key is to see if the child who left the house is willing to come back. Chapter 14. I do, Dad, I do. Kazuki Oden yelled excitedly. He kept nodding his head, even tears flowed out. As the saying goes, if a man has tears, he doesn't flick. Kazuki Oden cried out in front of so many people, one can imagine how uncontrollably he can be. Whitebeard turned his gaze to Roger and snorted in a very dissatisfied voice. Roger, I can let Mita get on your boat, but if he hurts half of his hair, Lousy will definitely not make you feel better. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed and said, now that I ask him, how dare I neglect him? Whitebeard, you can rest assured that even if I die, he won't be hurt. Whitebeard snorted. Roger offered the diamond fruit again, and said, let's accept this. Whitebeard said coldly, Roger, I let Mita board your boat, not for this broken fruit, what do you mean? Roger Chan smiled and said, Whitebeard, you misunderstood, I don't mean that. This fruit is just an apology to the little guy. Now Whitebeard's face changed a little better. He said to Lingyun, little Lingyun, you deserve it. Don't be polite with him, just accept it. Lingyun originally didn't want to accept it, but after seeing Whitebeard's instruction, he took it from Roger and said, Uncle Roger, thank you very much. Roger knew that he would not live long, so he was eager to find the treasure. After getting Whitebeard's permission, he hurried away with the Roger Pirates. Regarding Kazuki Oden's departure, the Whitebeard Pirates did not act too hard to accept, because they all understood the truth. Although Kazuki Oden has left, the Whitebeard Pirates still lives on the sea as before, and has not changed because of the loss of one person. Little Lingyun, why haven't your devil fruit eaten yet? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It has been 3 days since I got the diamond fruit, but Lingyun still didn't eat it, which made Whitebeard very strange, so he asked him. Lingyun scratched his head and said, I haven't decided whether to eat it yet. The crowd of Whitebeard Pirates gathered together and heard what Lingyun said. They were very surprised. Sachi asked in a puzzled way, I haven't figured it out yet. Little Lingyun, what are you hesitating? I heard about the diamond fruit. It is a very good fruit that can make the body diamondized. It is very strong in defense and attack. Such a fruit is rare in a lifetime, why are you still hesitating? Yeah, Xiao Lingyun, eat it quickly. After eating this fruit, it will be hard for Marco to bully you again. Joes laughed. Joes, who was laughing, saw Lingyun staring at him with a strange look, and suddenly twisted his body uncomfortably, and asked, Little Lingyun, why are you looking at me? Lingyun suddenly asked, Joes, do you think it's good? Joes nodded naturally, and said, of course, this is a diamond fruit, and its ability can be enhanced. That's for you. Before Chao Zi finished speaking, Lingyun suddenly threw the diamond fruit in front of him, frightened him to catch it in a hurry, and exclaimed, Little Lingyun, what did you say? In shock, even his tone changed. Lingyun shrugged. Before the diamond fruit was in his hand, he was always entangled. Judging from the animation of One Piece, the power of the diamond fruit is indeed not weak. The slash of the eagle eye from the front is unscathed, which is rare. Good fruit. However, the fruit ability is indeed good, but it is not the fruit that Lingyun wants, because compared with other Logia, Paramesha and other fruit abilities, the diamond fruit has more than defense but insufficient attack. And this fruit originally belonged to Joes. Yes, if he eats it, will there be Diamond Joes, the captain of the 3rd Division? Lingyun is now a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Of course, he must consider the Whitebeard Pirates. More importantly, in his memory, he knows that there are several good devil fruit places to go. If you want to eat devil fruit, there are opportunities, why bother with this diamond fruit? And one more thing is that Lingyun now has Zanpakuto, and devil fruit is not very important to him. Therefore, at the moment when the diamond fruit was thrown out, Lingyun felt very comfortable, and his mood improved a lot. After a few days of depression and entanglement, he swept away. This diamond fruit is for you, Joes. Lingyun said lightly. But he was relieved, but Joes was taken aback, and quickly returned the diamond fruit to Lingyun. No, this is yours, how can you give it to me? No, absolutely no. Lingyun didn't pick it up at all, instead she said impatiently. If you give it to you, just hold it, isn't it just a devil fruit, what's so great about it? His words made the people of the Whitebeard Pirates unspeakable. This is devil fruit, and it is also a diamond fruit with good ability. If it is sold out, it will have hundreds of millions of Baileys, not to mention it. Not only can it be represented by Bailey, it also represents the birth of a strong man. Did you give it away so casually? Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirate group wanted to ask. Because Lingyun is going to give to Joes, other people are not easy to talk. Joes can only say it to him. He persuades him painstakingly. Little Lingyun, you should use this diamond fruit yourself. After eating it, you have the ability to protect yourself. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, I have you and my father to protect me now. It is very safe. I need strength to exercise slowly, and I will become a dry duck after eating devil fruit. I am not ready yet. Besides, don't you forget have you said what I've said before. Even if I want to eat devil fruit, I'm looking for a powerful Logia, or a Paramesha like dad, at least not inferior to the phoenix fruit of the miscellaneous bird, this diamond fruit it's really not within my requirements. Hearing that Ji Lingyun actually said that the rare diamond fruit was so unbearable, Joes looked helpless. Is Logia devil fruit so good? Chapter 15. However, Chao Zi also understood Ji Lingyun's thoughts. He said that the diamond fruit was so unbearable. In fact, he wanted to accept it without burden. This moved him very much, but because of this, he could not accept it. Because he felt that Ji Lingyun, the youngest member of the Whitebeard Pirates, was the one who needed the fruit ability most. Joes continued to persuade. Little Lingyun, you may still have not figured out its preciousness, let me tell you. Oh, I said Joes. Seeing that you are usually quite a man. Why are you so mother-in-law now? If you don't want it, I will give it to someone else or just throw it away. Ji Lingyun was really buzzing with Chao Zi's head, so he called out very loudly. This made Joes suddenly have nothing to say, and in the end he could only turn his eyes for help on Whitebeard. Whitebeard was also surprised at Ji Lingyun's decision. He stared at Ji Lingyun's eyes seriously, and he saw what he wanted to see in Ji Lingyun's eyes. Whitebeard said to Joes, since Xiao Lingyun gave it to you, please accept it. What? Joes was dumbfounded. He intended Whitebeard to persuade Ji Lingyun to take back the diamond fruit, but he didn't expect Whitebeard to let him accept it. The contrast is too big. Ah what, Joes? Dad asked you to accept it. Your kid is really lucky and got such a good devil fruit for nothing. Yeah, Joes, take it, I don't like Lingyun, don't you still look down. If you don't like it, you can give it to me, I don't dislike it, hehe. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I think I am a more suitable candidate, why didn't Xiao Lingyun give it to me? Don't I usually play with him? I think it's almost. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates are all laughing and joking with Joes. Although many people are envious of Joes's getting diamond fruits, none of them have other ideas. They are all sincere blessings. What the Whitebeard Pirates admired is not just talking about being a family on a boat. Listening to the noisy sounds around, Chao's felt warm in his heart. He sincerely said to Ji Lingyun, Little Lingyun, thank you, I won't say anything extra. No matter what happens in the future, as long as you scream, go up. I have nothing to say under the fire. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, we are a family, we don't need to thank each other, do we? Joes was taken aback, and then he was even more moved. Whitebeard also laughed and said, Little Lingyun is right. We are a family, and we don't need those politeness between the family. Time flies quickly, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a year, Ji Lingyun has devoted himself to cultivation. If the Whitebeard Pirate group is the most active in cultivation, then this person must be Ji Lingyun. The people in the Whitebeard Pirates are all shocked by Ji Lingyun's hard work. You can't imagine that a kid who is only 8 years old can endure loneliness and spend more than half of a day exercising and practicing swords. Ji Lingyun spends most of the time practicing swords. It is said that he is practicing swords. In fact, it is very simple, basically the most basic skills of chopping, piercing and drawing the sword. Even Whitebeard is surprised by Ji Lingyun's daily practice. They don't understand why Ji Lingyun has to work so hard. Even if he wants to become stronger, he doesn't need to be so crazy. Of course, they don't understand why Ji Lingyun has to work so hard. It's because Ji Lingyun knows the future trend. It won't be long before the era of big pirates will usher in. At that time, there will be unprecedented madness and excitement on the sea, and countless talents get out of space and occupy a place in the vast sea. Everyone does not want to lag behind others, especially Ji Lingyun. He even wants to have a place in the future. He must have a strong strength, so you cannot waste a little time, because no one will give you time in the future. In fact, under the wings of Whitebeard, Ji Lingyun can live a good life for more than 20 years, but this kind of life is not what he wants, and he does not want to face Marine at a loss in future wars, so for the future, he must start working hard from now on. But in the past 6 months, the appearance of a person immediately made Ji Lingyun feel bad. This person was Marshal D. Teach, who later became the famous Blackbeard pirate captain, Blackbeard. Ji Lingyun, who has seen One Piece, is very clear that this is Blackbeard who has just joined the Whitebeard Pirates. He will be the culprit in destroying the Whitebeard Pirates in the future, but although he knows everything, he cannot change Blackbeard to join the Whitebeard Pirates. The result of. Whitebeard laughed and said to Ji Lingyun, Gu la la la, Little Lingyun, come over and introduce you to our pirate group, Teach. Whitebeard called Ji Lingyun over and pointed to Teach in front of him. Ji Lingyun introduced. Ji Lingyun looked at the 20-something young man in front of him, with a slightly fat figure, a little beard, and a smile all the time. He looked like a good, harmless person, but Ji Lingyun knew very well what kind of situation the man in front of him will stir in the future, what kind of rebellious things he will do, so Ji Lingyun doesn't have the slightest affection for him. At this time, Blackbeard, or Teach, didn't know what Ji Lingyun thought of him. He had been surprised enough to see a kid on the Whitebeard Pirates, but now he found that Whitebeard had deliberately attacked him. He introduced it to Lingyun, which undoubtedly made him see what position the kid in front of him has in the Whitebeard pirate group and in Whitebeard's heart. For such a celebrity in Whitebeard's eyes, Teach naturally did not dare to be careless. He said to Lingyun with a smile on his face, "Hello, little Lingyun, my name is Marshall D. Teach, I am very happy. Don't call me little Lingyun." Before Teach was finished, Lingyun interrupted unceremoniously. He said with a serious face, "My name is Edward Lingyun. You can call me Lingyun, but don't call me Xiao Lingyun." Chapter 16. After being interrupted by Lingyun like this, Teach's face suddenly became very embarrassed, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes, but he was worthy of being a very deep person in the city, and he quickly concealed his strangeness, but all of this can't be concealed. Lingyun has been watching him all the time. Seeing the flash of cold light in Teach's eyes, Lingyun knew that he was right. As expected, this Blackbeard was a person of inconsistency. Teach knows very well that in the Whitebeard Pirates, Lingyun came earlier than him and is more valued. At this time, it is absolutely unwise to conflict with Lingyun. Haha. Okay, Lingyun. Teach is really dripping and exclaimed with a smile. However, the conversation between the two of them made the members of the Whitebeard Pirates frown. They had been with Lingyun for 2 years, and they knew that Lingyun was an outgoing teenager who was able to get along well with everyone. I have never seen him annoyed with anyone, which is why everyone likes him. But at this moment, Lingyun is so indifferent to the comrades who just joined their pirate group, which makes everyone a little puzzled. The atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirate group is the best among all the pirate groups. They have a very good friendship, so as long as they are recognized by Whitebeard and join the Whitebeard Pirates, they are a family and relatives. In everyone's opinion, it is a very bad thing for Lingyun to treat his companions so coldly, but compared to the Teach who just joined Teach, they are obviously closer to Lingyun, so they didn't say anything. Others may be able to assume that nothing has happened, but as the captain, Whitebeard can't just ignore him. He frowned and scolded Lingyun. "Little Lingyun, is this your attitude toward your relatives? Apologize to Teach." Lingyun looked at Whitebeard who was upset. The two looked at each other for a long time. Finally, Lingyun unwillingly apologized to Blackbeard Teach. "I'm sorry, Teach." After saying a dry sentence, Lingyun turned and left without feeling uncomfortable. Whitebeard and the others looked depressed and puzzled. They didn't understand why Lingyun was so abnormal today, and Teach was even more embarrassed. Suddenly Lingyun left before he could say anything. Whitebeard looked at Teach with an embarrassed face, his face changed, and he smiled and said, "Teach, don't care. This kid is very ghostly all day long. I don't know if something is wrong today, maybe tomorrow will be fine. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Teach said with a fake smile. "It's okay, Daddy, I won't care. Maybe it's something I didn't do well that made Lingyun misunderstand him." Then Whitebeard didn't say anything, and let Teach and the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates get to know each other. Because of what happened just now, the eyes of the Whitebeard Pirates looked a little strange at Teach. Marco just hurriedly spoke to Blackbeard, and then he went to Lingyun, and found Lingyun at the stern of the boat. At this time, Lingyun was sitting there alone, his eyes lost and he didn't know what he was thinking. "Little Lingyun, what are you doing here?" Marco asked, standing next to Lingyun. In front of Marco, Lingyun didn't hide anything, and said directly, "I'm in a bad mood." Marco asked, "Why is it in a bad mood? Is it because of that Teach? You are very abnormal today. You shouldn't know him before, right, but how do I feel that you don't like him very much?" Lingyun nodded and said, "I really don't like him, I can even say that it is a bit annoying." Marco was surprised, and he asked in surprise, "Why? It's the first time you met. How can you feel this way? And I think that guy should get along well, right?" Humph. Lingyun snorted uncomfortably, and said, "That's what you think. Anyway, I don't think he is pleasing to the eye." Marco asked, "I don't understand, why do you look at him not pleasing to your eyes?" Lingyun said, "The look in the eyes, miscellaneous birds, you should be very clear. My feelings are much more sensitive than ordinary people. That guy's eyes are full of ambition and desire. He is a restless man. I think he joins us Whitebeard. The pirates have another purpose." Haha. Marco laughed loudly and said, "Little Lingyun, what are you guys thinking? Which pirate who joins the Whitebeard pirate group has no ambitions, no desires? People, do you think the old man will want him? As for what you said, even if Teach is a restless man, what can he do in front of the old man and us? Your kid is just utterly worried." Quote. Lingyun was very speechless when he heard that, and Marco's words were right, but he didn't understand Lingyun's ideas. Others might also have ambitions, but this Blackbeard is different. The entire Whitebeard pirate group is in a huge crisis. Lingyun said, "You may be right, but I still believe in my own feelings, that Marshall D. Teach, he is not an ordinary person, he is a member of the D family." Clan D. What do you mean? Marco said blankly to Lingyun. Lingyun said, "The D family is a powerful race in the legend. I am not very clear about the specific situation, but according to my family records, every person with D in the name will definitely not be an ordinary person. Teach him his eyes are full of malice, so I look at him very uncomfortable. I always feel that keeping him will be harmful to our Whitebeard pirates in the future. Although Marco was a little surprised by Ji Lingyun's description, he still said, I think your worry is superfluous. With the old man with us, even if he has any malice, what storms can he bring out? Marco's words shocked Ji Lingyun. He was not persuaded by Marco's words, but because he figured out a key point. Blackbeard does have a rebellious heart, but it's not now, but at 20 years later, it can even be said that if he didn't get dark fruit, he probably won't rebel. Although Ji Lingyun doesn't believe this, he can confirm that within 20 years, as long as no accidents happen, Blackbeard will not defect. Chapter 17. After figuring this out, Ji Lingyun also relaxed a little bit. Anyway, there are still 20 years left. He is confident. After 20 years, his strength will definitely become very strong. Just be vigilant at that time. There is no possibility to stop Blackbeard. Okay, I see, miscellaneous bird, I won't argue with him in the future, Ji Lingyun said. Marco took Ji Lingyun's shoulders and said with a smile, that's right. If you can be recognized by the old man, we are a family. If you really don't like him, don't be so obvious. Anyway, I must be support you, I will help you stare at him in the future. Yeah, Ji Lingyun nodded. He didn't take Marco's words to heart. After all, who can stare at a person for decades? I have to say that Blackbeard is really good at being a human being. After coming to the Whitebeard Pirates, he has given full play to his abilities and got acquainted with everyone in a short time, except for Ji Lingyun, because Ji Lingyun doesn't follow him at all. Communication. Every time he wants to talk to Ji Lingyun with joy and laughter, Ji Lingyun always treats him coldly and does not respond. Everyone knows that Ji Lingyun doesn't like Teach, so many people keep a little distance from Teach. It is not as good as the relationship in the original book. After all, they like it better than the newly added Teach. Ji Lingyun, the communication between people is sometimes like this, even the Whitebeard Pirates is the same. Although there are no factions, it is impossible for everyone to be so close to each other. Of course, the first one to join, for example, Marco, Jose, and Saki have a very good relationship, and Ji Lingyun should be added. Because of the arrival of Blackbeard, Ji Lingyun felt a lot of pressure, so he started training harder. Now he is like a dead end. He feels that only when he becomes stronger can he prevent the tragedy from happening. And while Ji Lingyun was training hard, earth-shattering events also occurred on the sea. The legendary big secret treasure was finally discovered. Roger took his pirate group to conquer the second half of the Grand Line, becoming the first big pirate in history to conquer the Grand Line, and because he found the legendary big secret treasure, so he is called by the world. One Piece. After many years, Roger finally deciphered the historical text, found Ralph Drew, became the first pirate king in history, and became the #1 enemy in the eyes of the world government and marine. Countless people worshipped Roger crazily, and for a time Roger's the prestige directly surpassed Whitebeard and Golden Lion and became the well-deserved One Piece. The name, One Piece, spread throughout the world at the fastest speed. Whether it is a pirate or ordinary people, there is no one who does not know Roger, and Roger has become the most vicious criminal in the world. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Goo la la la. On a piece of the sea in New World, Whitebeard laughed and laughed very happily, while the other members of the Whitebeard pirate group were not as optimistic as Whitebeard. Father, Roger, that fellow has already become the One Piece, why are you smiling so happily? He is far behind you. In my opinion, you are the One Piece. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates group unwillingly said to Whitebeard that they have not been fighting with the Roger Pirates for a day or two. In terms of strength, Whitebeard is only stronger than Roger, so the people of the Whitebeard Pirates are very unwilling. Whitebeard was indifferent and laughed. Lousy is not uncommon for the title of One Piece. Roger, he just found the treasure. It is his business to become One Piece and it has nothing to do with us. What's more, I have already got my life. The most important thing in the game, One Piece. Whoever likes it, who takes it? Whitebeard's ideal is to have a family. He already has so many family members and is already satisfied. As for the so-called One Piece, he does not care at all. And Blackbeard, who joined the Whitebeard Pirates, had a look of jealousy in his eyes after hearing the news that Roger had become the One Piece. It was his lifelong dream to become the One Piece, but he didn't expect that Roger would have taken the lead before he could complete it. It took him a step, but Roger's success also gave him hope that the legendary treasure really exists, which is more important to him than anything else. Marco still said unwillingly, it's cheaper. Roger, if it's not for the old man, you don't want to be here. No matter where you can get him to become the Pirate King, now the sea feels that he has surpassed us, which is really uncomfortable. What's so upset? Everyone's pursuit is different. Besides, becoming One Piece is not necessarily a good thing. Ji Lingyun said suddenly. What? Whitebeard looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise and asked, Little Lingyun, what do you mean by this? Ji Lingyun said, I mean, Roger will probably have a tough time going on for him. Why? Marco asked puzzledly. Ji Lingyun said, Roger found the legendary treasure, which will inevitably attract the attention of the world government and marine. For the possible turbulence in the sea, marine will definitely chase Roger like crazy and face the full-out marine. Of course the Roger pirate's life will be difficult. In fact, Ji Lingyun still has something to say, that is, Roger will not live long. It may not be long before Roger will surrender to marine, which triggered the shocking era of great pirates. Whitebeard said to Ji Lingyun in amazement, Little Lingyun, can you actually see this? Ji Lingyun said, what's the problem? Marine and the world government will not allow a One Piece to appear. Otherwise, the world government has been established for so many years, how could it be possible that there are no amazing people to become One Piece? To say that the ancients are not the present, Lingyun doesn't believe it very much. The reason why no one can find the secret treasure is entirely because the world government blocked it. Whitebeard laughed and said, regardless of these things, whether it is One Piece, Marine or world government, none of this has anything to do with us. We just need to live the life we want, and we don't need to manage other people. Chapter 18. Just when everyone was shocked that Roger had conquered the Grand Line and became the One Piece King, Roger did another earth-shattering thing, which was to disband his pirate group, Roger Pirate Group. Once this news was confirmed, the whole world became a sensation. Before Roger became One Piece, everyone thought he would take advantage of this momentum and dominate the new world in one fell swoop, but he never expected that he would disband his One Piece team. Now, this is too hard to believe, many people think Roger is crazy. Clang clang clang. Half a year later, on the Moby DK, two figures, one tall and one short, were constantly fighting each other. One of them was a boy about 8 or 9 years old, holding a long sword about the same height as the others in both hands, and the other was stronger than the boy, a man holding double sword twice as tall. These two are Lingyun and Beasta of the Whitebeard Pirates. They said they were fighting each other, but in fact, Beasta was feeding Lingyun. With every move or two, Beasta would correct Lingyun's mistakes. But Beasta didn't show mercy, and the back of the sword kept hitting Lingyun's body. Marco and the others who were watching the game were all worried and couldn't help but step forward to stop it. Snapped. The feed did not last long. Soon Lingyun was hit in the wrist and could no longer hold the sword in his hand and fell off. Little Lingyun, the progress is not small. As soon as the fight was over, Beasta immediately changed his serious teaching, and said to Lingyun with a smile and gratification. Because Beasta is the best swordsman in the Whitebeard Pirates, and Lingyun now puts most of his energy on the sword, the responsibility of teaching Lingyun naturally falls on Beasta body. Lingyun has been practicing swords for almost half a year. Beasta has to admit that Lingyun is indeed a genius in swordsmanship. He originally intended to teach Lingyun his moves, but was rejected by Lingyun. And also said something that surprised him. Everyone has their own kendo, and your kendo is not suitable for me. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When Beasta heard this, he was really shocked, because when he first started learning swords, he imitated others. It was not until many years later that he fumbled out his own swordsmanship and became a swordsman in one fell swoop. So he couldn't believe that Lingyun, who had just learned the sword, understood this so quickly. Lingyun has always used Senbon Sakura when practicing swordsmanship. Senbon Sakura is the only Zanpakuto who has unblocked Shikai and Bankai so far, but he has not used Bankai so far, because although the system has unblocked Bankai, however, Bankai's restrictions and requirements are also very strict. Shinigami needs enough Ryutsu for Bankai, while One Piece world needs a strong physique. Although Lingyun's physique has improved a lot in the past 6 months, it's still a bit reluctant to use Bankai. There are currently 4 Zanpakuto that Lingyun can pull out: Senbon Sakura, Hirainmaru, Wabisuke, and Sobio no Kotowari. Except for Senbon Sakura, which can be Shikai and Bankai, the remaining 3 are all in their original form. The Shikai condition of Sobio no Kotowari has been fulfilled. After 2, the blood of the swordsman with 2 swords and the 21 job of the big sword, the blood of the swordsman with the swords is naturally the blood of Beasta, and Beasta is now a famous swordsman, and the sword in his hand double sword are also one of the 21 jobs of big sword. At the beginning, Lingyun thought that the Shinigami blade needs to be swallowed by the sword needed to unblock it. Later, I learned that it was not the case. The Shinigami blade system only needs to obtain the material gene of the big sharp blade, so just let the Shinigami blade touch the blade of the required sword is enough, and then the Shinigami blade system will automatically absorb the material gene to complete the unblocking evolution. The Shikai of Sobio no Kotowari needs 2 big sharp sword and 2 swords to release the blood of the swordsman. Now Lingyun has got 2 kinds, so now I only need to get a big sword 21 sword. Can unblock Sobio no Kotowari. It's just that the big sword 21 work cannot be found casually. In the world of pirates, there are only a few known big sword 21 work, so I want to unblock Sobio no Kotowari, too. It is not so easy to do. Even if Lingyun knows the whereabouts of the 2 big sharp sword 21 workers, it is difficult to get them now. Roger is here. Lingyun was very surprised when he heard that Roger had come. You must know that Roger was nowhere to be found after the pirate group was disbanded. No one knew where he was. Although countless people were looking for him, no one could find him. He didn't expect that now he actually came to the Whitebeard Pirates by himself. Roger only came to Whitebeard alone, and Whitebeard only brought a person to him, Lingyun. When I saw Roger again, Lingyun realized that he was a little different from what I saw before. The previous Roger hockey leaked sideways and was awe-inspiring, but the current Roger is still the same, like hockey, but he is convergent compared to before. A lot more, and the eyes are not as sharp and compelling as before, on the contrary they appear very soft, and there seems to be something hidden in the eyes. Whitebeard, yo, isn't this little Lingyun? I heard that you didn't eat the fruit I gave you, but gave it to Joe's. You are really willing. Whitebeard took Lingyun and Roger to a meeting on an island. Roger laughed at the sight of the two, and then asked Lingyun in surprise. Lingyun exclaimed very politely, It's been a long time, Uncle Roger. I heard that you have become the One Piece. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed and said, what One Piece is not just a dead old man. After death, all fame and wealth, dreams and goals are all clouds. Whitebeard put down the hip flask and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Roger, this is not like what you said, you are now the One Piece, hell la la la. Roger didn't hide Whitebeard's meaning. He was dying. He came to see Whitebeard just to meet his old friend before he died. Roger said, Whitebeard, I'm dying. Chapter 19. What? Whitebeard was shocked, and said in surprise, what's wrong with you? Why are you going to die? Roger said, I have a terminal illness, and there will be less than a year left at most. Whitebeard raised his brows and said, so before you looked for Ralph Drew desperately, you just wanted to find the treasure before you died. Yes it is. Roger nodded and said, I have found the treasure. Whitebeard, do you want to know where it is? Whitebeard shook his head and said, I'm not interested, you don't need to tell me. Roger smiled and said, haha, I knew you would answer this way, otherwise, with your ability, it would not be too difficult to find Lavdrew. Whitebeard shook his head and sighed, no wonder you want to disband the pirates, come, Roger, drink. Roger took a sip of wine and laughed. Birth, old age, sickness and death, this is the law of nature, no matter how strong you are, it will not be enough to be sick. I am just an ordinary person. I can know what I want to know before I die. Everything, I am already very satisfied. Whitebeard was silent. Roger was dying. There was only sadness left in his heart. When Roger died, what fun was there in the sea? Roger said, but I won't die in obscurity. Before I die, I have to do a big thing to add a touch of vitality to this decadent world. Lingyun's heart was shocked. He knew that Roger might have made the decision to surrender. In the near future, the world will usher in a new era. Whitebeard and Roger had been drinking wine, as if they had forgotten Lingyun, and Lingyun did not do anything. He just watched the conversation between the two strongest kings in the sea quietly. Little Lingyun, come, take a sip. Roger suddenly looked at Lingyun and handed him the wine jar. Lingyun took the wine jar and frowned. He didn't like to drink, even if it was the Whitebeard pirates who were over-drinking, he didn't have a sip of wine. Drank. But looking at Roger, Lingyun still took a big sip. Apart from anything else, the wine given by One Piece Roger is worth drinking. Ha ha ha. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Roger laughed happily. After a long laugh, he said, what a funny little guy, Whitebeard, Yorison, is not easy. At such a young age, he awakened Conqueror's Haki. And there is an amazing observation Haki, the future is limitless. Seeing and hearing color. Whitebeard looked at Lingyun with a surprised expression, and then asked Roger, Roger, do you mean that Lingyun has observation Haki? Roger smiled and said, Whitebeard, you should know that my observation Haki is one of the best on this sea. This kid Haki is natural, and he has observation Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Of course, Whitebeard would not disbelieve Roger's words. Roger's knowledge and color claimed to listen to everything. He said that Lingyun owns observation Haki, which is definitely not wrong. So after the surprise, Whitebeard was very happy. Also surprised was Lingyun. Although he had guessed that his sixth induction was the prototype of observation Haki, he was still a little uncertain. Now, listening to Roger say that, he is also very happy. At the same time, he also understands that observation Haki perhaps it has something to do with spiritual power. He has been a human for 2 lives, and his spiritual power is much higher than that of ordinary people. The greater the chance of awakening observation Haki. Roger said, the sea will be the world of young people, Whitebeard, you and I are both old. Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, lousy is not old yet, mum la 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 la. Ha ha ha. Roger laughed loudly too. He and Whitebeard chatted very much. The two had been drinking and chatting until late. Just when Lingyun thought Roger was leaving, Roger suddenly said to him, little guy, are you interested in talking to him? How many days do I study? What? Lingyun couldn't believe her ears, not only him, but Whitebeard was also very surprised, looking at Roger in surprise. Lingyun asked, Uncle Roger, what did you just say? Roger smiled and said, I think I have a good time with you, this little guy. If you are interested, you can study with me for a few days. I should be able to teach you something, Whitebeard, what do you think? Whitebeard took a serious look at Roger, and then said, I have no problem. It is his blessing that Lingyun can learn from you. Roger said, the little guy has a lot of spirituality, and he also has a high talent. In the future, he will definitely not be in the pool. I am an old guy who is about to die. It is a bit useful to be able to support the younger generation. Roger asked Lingyun, little guy, are you willing? Lingyun nodded solemnly and said, I am willing. Ha ha ha. Roger got Lingyun's answer and smiled with relief in his eyes, and then said, 3 days, I only have 3 days. What you can learn in these 3 days depends on your own destiny. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Roger left the Whitebeard pirate group. Looking at Roger's back when he left, Lingyun suddenly felt a little bitter in his heart. This might be the last time he saw the legendary One Piece. Although the 3-day period is short, Roger has taught a lot of things that Lingyun can use throughout his life. Among them, the use of Haki has made Lingyun a treasure. After all, on Haki, Roger is stronger than Whitebeard. Roger's arrival and departure did not bring any changes to the Whitebeard Pirates. Except for Whitebeard and Lingyun, no one knew that Roger's life was not long. Roger's arrival this time actually brought news that Kazuki Oden returned to Wano country after the Roger pirate group was disbanded, saying that he would come back again when he had a chance in the future. Whitebeard didn't show sorrow for Kazuki Oden's departure. He just needs to know that Kazuki Oden is okay. Time still passed by like running water, and in a blink of an eye, more than half a year passed, and Lingyun also became a 10-year-old boy. Clang clang. The collision between the sword and the sword made a clear humming sound. On the Moby DK of the Whitebeard Pirates, the two people who fought were still Lingyun and Beasta. It was just more than half a year ago. Lingyun's sword skills have been greatly improved, and speed and strength have also been greatly improved and improved. Chapter 20. Beasta uses two swords. Lingyun still holds Senbon Sakura, and the two compete purely with sword skills, but compared to Beasta, Lingyun's sword skills are still a lot jerky, but the Whitebeard Pirates watching the battle around everyone looked serious, watching Lingyun time and time again, avoiding Beasta's attack dangerously and dangerously. How long has it been since Lingyun was able to avoid Beasta's simple chop? The people in the Whitebeard Pirates were all surprised. You know that Lingyun couldn't dodge even a random blow from Beasta more than half a year ago, but now he can dodge a simple attack. This progress is amazing. Joe said with emotion. Daddy said that young Lingyun was born with Conqueror's Haki and Observation Haki, and he was shocked. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that he is more amazing than we thought. He can use observation at such a young age. Haki, is Roger's teaching so good? Sachi said. I think this is Lingyun's own talent. After all, Roger only taught him for 3 days. How much is it sad to learn in 3 days? Marco said sourly. People are really unfair to people. Some people are born extraordinary, starting from a lot higher than others. If you want to catch up with him, you have to put in several times the effort. Saki laughed and said, Marco, I think you are guilty. If this trend continues, maybe you will be hanged and beaten by Lingyun in 10 years. How is it possible? That brat wants to catch up with me, it will take at least 100 years. Marco retorted unwillingly, but he looked nasty. Also shocked was Blackbeard. He looked at Lingyun's figure and his eyes were full of jealousy and jealousy. Although he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard has always been very proud, targeting One Piece, but seeing Lingyun perform. The talent that came out made him feel a sense of horror. Now that Lingyun is so young, it is so terrifying. If he grows up, it will be terrifying, especially Lingyun still has a great hatred for him. During their conversation, the battle between Beasta and Lingyun ended quickly, and Lingyun was defeated naturally. Lingyun had no sorrow or joy. He fought with Beasta and did not use Zanpakuto's ability. Of course, Beasta did not even use his 20% strength. Little Lingyun, your basic sword skills, chopping and slashing movements are almost the same. The difference now is strength and speed. For a swordsman, strength and speed are the most important, followed by sword skills, because no matter how good a person's skills are, he can never go too far without strength and speed as the basis. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although Beasta's path of swordsmanship is skill and moves, he started to practice speed and strength. Only with these 2 points can he develop powerful sword skills. Lingyun nodded. He knew that Beasta was right, because what he was practicing now was strength and speed, as well as observation haki. Only in actual combat can his perception ability become stronger. Beasta continued. Little Lingyun, the most important thing for you now is to exercise your physique, stick to the daily hacking exercises, and wait a few years for your body to fully grow, then that will be the beginning of your truly becoming stronger. For the pirate world, whether it is a capable person, a swordsman, or another physicist, the most important thing is your own physique. In fact, Lingyun is a little anxious recently. Because he wants to evolve Zanpakuto, he has been asking the people of the Whitebeard Pirates to look for snow fruit. Snow fruit is the essential fruit for the evolution of Hiraemaru. Not yet eaten by Monet, frozen fruit is on Aokiji. As for the kilogram fruit and the ton crush fruit, Lingyun remembers that it seems to be under the hands of Crocodile and Doflamingo, but now these two people are just fledglings, and have not yet collected a few people, and these two fruit abilities do not know where they are. Where is it? It's just that the sea is really too big. The Whitebeard Pirates have been searching for so long, and they kept inquiring, but they didn't find snow fruit and Big Sword 21. Seeing the 3 Zanpakuto in his hands, but unable to evolve, Lingyun was very helpless. Huh, what is that? Suddenly a pirate of the Whitebeard pirate group exclaimed and pointed in the direction of the entire building. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, and saw a small black spot in the distant sky constantly approaching and getting bigger and bigger. When the black spot approached, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates took a deep breath. That turned out to be a ship. That's right, it was a small pirate ship flying towards here in the sky, but it was the first time everyone saw the pirate ship flying in the sky. It's the flying pirate group. Whitebeard appeared in front of everyone at some unknown time, looked at the approaching pirate ship, and said, Flying pirates. Isn't that Golden Lion Shiki's pirates? When Lingyun heard of the flying pirates, Lingyun immediately thought of Golden Lion Shiki. I am afraid he is the only one who can do this. After all, he is a lion fruit capable person, but why is Golden Lion here? The 3 legendary pirates before the Great Pirate Era, Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. Actually, before Golden Lion and Roger went to war, Golden Lion had the greatest power and the earliest fame, but later on with Roger. During the decisive battle, he encountered a storm and was unable to show his strength, resulting in a disastrous defeat. Basically, his forces were killed and wounded. Especially a year ago, Roger became the king of pirates and became the object of all the pirates vying to admire. This made Golden Lion unwilling but also aroused the desire to win. He tried hard to prove that he is better than Roger. He received Roger under his command, and then fulfilled his long-cherished wish to rule the world, so after the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, he has been frantically chasing Roger's trail. It's just that while he was pursuing Roger, he suddenly heard the news that Roger was arrested by Marine. This news instantly made him furious, and almost immediately thought it was a rumor, but Roger did his best to win. The opponent, how could it be caught by the mere Marine? He inquired many times and finally confirmed the authenticity of the news. Chapter 21. Even if he knew the truth of the news, Golden Lion still did not believe this fact. Although he wanted to kill Roger, he would never allow others to kill Roger. He was so overbearing, so he wanted to get it right away. Naval headquarters confirmed that if Roger was really caught, he would kill Roger himself anyway, because in his opinion, Roger's death in Marine's hands was a shame to Roger, so even if Roger was to die, he could only die in his hands. But then Golden Lion thought for a while. Although he looked down on Marine, he wanted to rescue or kill Roger in Marine. It was very difficult for him to do it alone, so he needed to find like-minded companions. Apart from Roger, there was only Whitebeard among the pirates in the sea who could be considered by him. Therefore, Golden Lion came to look for Whitebeard alone. There is no one else in the ocean who can successfully drive a huge ship alone, except for the one who owns lion fruit. Whitebeard. After approaching the Moby Dick, the huge ship flying in the air suddenly landed on the surface of the sea, splashing a large wave, followed by a wild and domineering voice full of invincibility. I saw a golden shadow rising into the sky from the giant wheel, turning into a golden flash, and falling on the mobile in the blink of an eye. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group changed their faces and surrounded them at the same time. In front of Whitebeard, he watched the flying golden figure warily. Whitebeard waved his hand to make everyone back, then laughed and said, "Hey, Golden Lion, how come you have time to come to me? I haven't seen you for a long time. I heard that you have suffered a lot in Roger's hands." What? The Golden Lion, as the name suggests, is like a lion. He has golden hair that stretches to the ground, just like the mane of a lion. Not only the hair, but also his beard is also golden, but he is most noticeable. On top of his head, it was a rudder, and there was a rudder stuck in the top of one's head. It was weird no matter how you looked at it. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Golden Lion's eyes widened. In an instant, an astonishing aura emanated from him. He solemnly said, "Whitebeard, I am not here to listen to you talking nonsense." Whitebeard was stunned. As the famous big pirates in the sea, they couldn't have a good face every time they met, but today's Golden Lion is obviously different from the past. There is no hostile attitude, but a gloomy face, as if holding something same. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then what are you here for? Whitebeard asked Golden Lion. Golden Lion looked gloomy and said, "Roger was caught by Marine, did you know?" Huh, Roger was caught by Marine. Whitebeard waited for Golden Lion in surprise with an unbelievable expression. He couldn't help but think of Roger coming to him for a drink 6 months ago. Roger said he was going to die and was going to do something big before he died. Whitebeard didn't know what it was. That's why I was so surprised to hear that Roger was caught, because he felt that even if Roger was terminally ill, he would not be caught by Marine. Don't you know? Golden Lion asked, but as soon as he finished the question, he understood. Although Whitebeard is as famous as him, his power in the sea is far inferior to him, and his intelligence capabilities are not as strong as him. Roger was caught by Marine. God, Marine didn't send out the news, so Whitebeard, who has been adventuring on the sea, didn't know and it was normal. I don't believe that Roger will be caught by Marine's rubbish, but this is a fact, but I will never allow it. Roger is the person I like. I can't allow him to be caught by Marine. This is the biggest insult to him, so, Whitebeard, I'm going to Molenvander to bring Roger out, and you will come with me. Golden Lion roared angrily, and then said to Whitebeard. But after Whitebeard frowned slightly, he shook his head decisively and said, Golden Lion, I won't go with you. Golden Lion was furious when he heard this. He roared. Whitebeard, what did you say? Not going. I know you have a bad relationship with Roger, but even if there were disputes before, but now that this is the time, we should all be united. Get up and rescue him. As for what to do after he comes out, I'll talk about it at that time. Whitebeard said. It's not that I don't want to save him. It's just that Roger himself chose the path. We don't have the right to interfere with him. Everyone in the ocean is qualified to pursue his dreams. What's more, Roger, he is now called he is the man of Theon Peace. Golden Lion raised his brows and said coldly, You mean, Roger was caught by Marine deliberately? Whitebeard said. I don't know if it was intentional, but I know Roger's strength. Marine is absolutely impossible to catch him so silently. Therefore, I will not ask about Golden Lion and Roger. I hope you too. Don't even ask. Impossible. But who knows that Golden Lion roared in anger, an astonishing aura emanating from his body, stimulating the air flow around him, and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group felt the heavy pressure. This is a legendary pirate. the pressure of the maritime overlord Golden Lion, domineering and fearless. Golden Lion yelled. Whitebeard, Roger is a pirate. If he died on the sea, died in battle, died anywhere else, Lousy would be angry at best, not unacceptable, but if he died in Marine's hands, something Lousy absolutely couldn't accept. Instead of letting him die in Marine's hands, it's better to die in my hands. Whitebeard frowned. He felt that Golden Lion was really irrational. He also hoped that Roger would die with more dignity, but it was Roger's own choice. He had no right to interfere with other people's choices, so he did not agree with Golden Lion's words. Golden Lion, what you think doesn't matter to me, I won't go to Marine headquarters with you. Hearing Whitebeard's answer, Golden Lion was furious. His golden hair fluttered instantly, like a lion's mane, giving people a great pressure, as if it was really suppressing his anger. Chapter 22. Whitebeard, you disappointed Lousy too much. Whitebeard also glared at him and shouted. Golden Lion, you are still far behind if you want to make Lousy's face. Whitebeard. The Golden Lion roared angrily, his hands unconsciously placed on the hilt of the double sword, and in the same way, Whitebeard also squeezed the scythe in his hand and stared at the Golden Lion with cold eyes. The two looked at each other like this. Although Golden Lion does not possess Conqueror's Haki, he has been in a high position all year round, and the aura formed by his powerful strength is no weaker than Whitebeard. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group are all deprived. The man's momentum was shocked. Lingyun was also surprised to see Golden Lion. Golden Lion is not mentioned many times in the world of One Piece. What's more speechless is that he was defeated by the protagonist Luffy. You must know that Golden Lion was a legendary sea before the era of the Big Pirate. The thief, along with Roger and Whitebeard, existed as famous, even Roger was chased to death by him in the first place. Even in the end, in order to escape impel down, he slashed his feet, but his strength is not so bad. Just look at Whitebeard's war on the top. You can see that Whitebeard drags his seriously ill body to be able to abuse Marine, Golden. Even if Lion is not as good as Whitebeard, wouldn't it be that much? It can only be said that the protagonist's halo is too powerful. Perhaps Lingyun is not a character right now, but even at this time, he can see that Whitebeard and Golden Lion are completely opposed. At least on the surface, no one can suppress each other's aura. Marco and the others were so arrogant when they saw the Golden Lion arrived on their boat, and they were all unhappy. Standing behind Whitebeard, they were about to rush out, but as soon as they moved, Whitebeard stopped them with a wave of his hand. But at this moment, Golden Lion suddenly saw the masterpiece in his eyes, suddenly rushed out, and rushed to Whitebeard with an aura of cutting everything. The sword was still unsheathed, and it had already condensed a terrifying aura. It was difficult. Imagine what a terrifying storm will be ushered in once his double sword are out of the sheath. Whitebeard laughed and said, Golden Lion, you are still the same, but you are still far from attacking Lousy. Whitebeard was holding a scythe and ready to do it, but at this moment, a small figure appeared in front of him. Whitebeard's pupils shrank, and he shouted nervously, Little Lingyun, what are you doing? Danger, get out of the way. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard never thought that Lingyun would suddenly appear between him and Golden Lion, because the incident happened suddenly. Golden Lion was very fast, even if Whitebeard wanted to stop it, it was too late. Chong. The Golden Lion's double sword were out of the sheath in an instant, bringing a bright light. Golden Lion's target was Whitebeard, so he did not expect that a child of about 10 years old would jump out of the middle. When he reacted, the sword style can't stop it, the two slashing blades have already slashed down at Lingyun, and his body has also come to Lingyun's front at an extremely fast speed. Not good, Little Lingyun. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group were all stunned. Lingyun can be said to be the smallest member of the entire pirate group and was taken care of by them. So at this time, seeing Lingyun in danger, all of them were very nervous. However, under everyone's nervous shouting, Lingyun looked calmly at the rushing Golden Lion. At this moment, only Golden Lion and his sword were left in his eyes. Chong. When Lingyun came to Whitebeard, the sword was out of the sheath, but he was not holding the sword like usual, but holding the sword with the backhand, the tip of the sword facing down, and the hilt facing up, staring at Golden Lion. Then at the moment Golden Lion came to him, he suddenly released the sword in his hand. After the sword fell to the ground, it did not insert it, but slowly melted onto the ship's board. Bankai. Okay. Everyone saw Lingyun's actions, including Golden Lion. As the attacker, he saw Lingyun holding a sword. He thought that Lingyun would try to block his sword without any means, but he didn't expect the other party to do it. His behavior was completely beyond his expectation. Instead of stopping, he released the sword. What's more surprising was that the sword fell on the ship's plank and melted away, leaving no trace at all. At this moment, Golden Lion's double sword had arrived in front of Lingyun less than a few inches away. Whitebeard and others shouted angrily, but Lingyun looked very calmly. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. In an instant, countless blades appeared by Lingyun's side, and then quickly condensed into a spherical shape, blocking the Golden Lion's double sword. Not only that, the spherical blades composed of those blades moved towards Golden Lion at a very fast speed. Fight back. Clang clang clang. The speed of the blade is very fast, but the speed of Golden Lion is not slow. It splits the blades in an instant, but the blades gather again and continue to attack Golden Lion at a faster speed. The blade is reflected in the sunlight. Underneath, It's like the sky full of sakura flowers dancing, constantly flying between Golden Lion and Lingyun. Lingyun stands still, while Golden Lion is constantly clashing with the sky's blades. The scene looks extremely spectacular. This. The people in the Whitebeard Pirates were dumbfounded. The little kid in their eyes actually hit you and me with the famous Golden Lion, especially the sky full of swords and swords, which made everyone stare. This is the first time that Lingyun's sword has such a change, constantly turning into a blade to attack Golden Lion, and for a while, Golden Lion can't get close to him. As this still Xiao Lingyun. He is so powerful, and what's the matter with his sword? Seeing that Lingyun actually blocked the Golden Lion, and also forced the Golden Lion back, Whitebeard's eyes widened. He knew exactly how powerful the Golden Lion was. There are really not many people in the ocean who can be the opponent of the Golden Lion. But his son, Lingyun, was able to stop the Golden Lion when he was 10 years old. If you say this, no one will believe it. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group knew that Lingyun's sword was a bit strange, but it was the first time that Bankai used it in front of them, so they were all shocked and speechless. They watched Golden Lion several times in a row. None of the assaults broke through the sword's attack and defense, and they were already shocked and speechless. Chapter 23. Blackbeard is also staring at the sky full of blades, his eyes can't hide the frenzy. If he is the most concerned about the Whitebeard pirates, then it must be Lingyun. Although Lingyun's strength is nothing, he knew that Lingyun had terrifying qualifications. Especially at this moment, Lingyun actually blocked the attack of Golden Lion, and also attacked Golden Lion. This completely subverted Blackbeard's cognition, but he quickly saw the reason. Lingyun was able to do this. For one thing, relying entirely on the strange sword in his hand, Blackbeard didn't know what was going on with that sword, but he was still enthusiastic. That sword, if I get it, it will definitely be able to exert even greater power. At this moment, Blackbeard even had an idea of snatching the blade of Lingyun Shinigami, but it just disappeared in an instant. It's not the time yet, and he doesn't know the sword too much, and most importantly, he hasn't get what he wants, dark fruit. Take another look at Lingyun. At this time, he is intensively manipulating Senbon Sakura. Among Shinigami, Bankai needs to consume a lot of Ryutsu, and he needs to consume a lot of physical strength. After so long exercise, his physical fitness a very big improvement has been achieved, otherwise Senbon Sakura's Bankai would not be available. But even if you use Senbon Sakura's Bankai is several times more difficult to control than Shikai. It is a great drain on Lingyun's energy and physical strength. Don't look at him now fighting with Golden Lion. I think he actually consumes a lot of physical strength, but Golden Lion doesn't consume much. At this time, Golden Lion was also shocked. As a great swordsman, he had a very deep understanding of kendo. However, he had encountered a sword like Senbon Sakura for the first time. The entire sword disappeared and turned into a sky full of swords. The blade can be formed into various shapes. How can this be a sword? Does a normal sword have this ability? What surprised Golden Lion even more was that these blades were obviously made by the little boy about 10 years old, that is, the sword that disappeared before, but the sword is so big, no matter how big it is, no change is possible. There are swords like this in front of you, right? And these blades seem to be spiritual. Every time he wants to attack, he is blocked, and he keeps attacking him. That kid. Golden Lion's eyes were cold. He felt that his face was really lost. He was actually blocked by a 10-year-old kid on the boat of the Whitebeard Pirates. If this spreads out, he said he can't even clean up a 10-year-old kid. Don't you want to be laughed out of? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Thinking of this, Golden Lion suddenly changed his sword, and his whole person became fierce. Looking at the sword gathered in front of him, Lingyun split those sword apart, and the whole person was like a tyrannical lion, rushed to Lingyun fiercely. Lingyun's face changed, and he quickly controlled the blades to stop Golden Lion, but Golden Lion swung two sword, and the slashes split the blades apart at once, only slightly stopping Golden Lion's footsteps, but Golden Lion still rushed over very quickly. No, Golden Lion is serious. This B************ D is so serious about a child. Whitebeard was the closest to the two. He knew Golden Lion was serious when he saw Golden Lion's actions, so he couldn't help cursing in his heart, but he was also very surprised that Lingyun was able to make Golden Lion serious. This is really true. It shocked him too much. You must know that Lingyun is just a 10-year-old boy, and Golden Lion is a legendary pirate who is famous. My son will do amazing things in the future, haha, lousy as a successor. Whitebeard was shocked but also very uplifted. He knew that one day he was getting old. He was most worried about his pirates and his sons. So if he had a good heir, he would naturally be very happy, and now Lingyun was only 10 years old. When he was old, Lingyun just grew up. The best time is to change the old to the new one. Of course, these thoughts are still a bit early. When Whitebeard saw that Golden Lion was serious, he also became serious, but he did not immediately do it. He also wanted to continue to see what other moves Lingyun had, because he learned from judging from Lingyun's calm expression, there should be any cards left. Yes, of course Lingyun has a whole card. Senbon Sakura's Bankai is not only one move, but also a more powerful move. Although he can only use that move once at most, and he will definitely collapse after using it, but there is Whitebeard waiting for someone to stand behind him. He didn't worry about his danger at all, and it was rare to encounter a terrifying opponent like Golden Lion. At this time, it was the best opportunity to try that trick. Final scene by D Sword. In an instant, the sky full of blades condensed around Ji Lingyun, forming a white wing behind Ji Lingyun, and Ji Lingyun held the sword with both hands. The sword was white and exuding an astonishing cold air. At that moment, Ji Lingyun also gathered all his strength and wielded this move. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion originally just wanted to subdue Ji Lingyun, but when he saw Ji Lingyun used an amazing sword, he didn't dare to take it carelessly. He immediately used his powerful moves and instantly formed a few sword auras, hacked at Ji Lingyun. An astonishing sound sounded, with Ji Lingyun and Golden Lion as the center, splashed with light from the sky. White light and golden light flickered, swallowing each other, but no one could do anything about it. It lasted for a long time, and the white light and golden light disappeared at the same time. Clang. A clear voice sounded, and Golden Lion's sword fell in front of Ji Lingyun, but it was blocked by a scythe, unable to move forward. Golden Lion, sit a Laozi's son, do you think Laozi does not exist? Whitebeard's angry roar sounded, and his huge body blocked Ji Lingyun's face, staring angrily at Golden Lion. Chapter 24. Whitebeard. Golden Lion stared at Whitebeard unwillingly, and shouted, if I wanted to kill this kid, he would have died a dozen times. Whitebeard shouted, kill Laozi's son in front of Laozi, Shiki, you don't have that skill yet. Whitebeard and Golden Lion released their auras at the same time, as if sparks hit the earth. Sparks splashed everywhere. Ji Lingyun around them was like a small sailboat in the waves, constantly swaying. Although Ji Lingyun was uncomfortable, he still clenched his teeth and persisted. If he couldn't even bear the aura of the two strong men, how could he become a strong one in the future? It is indeed uncomfortable to bear the aura of the two strong men, but his mood is very happy, because through the collision with Golden Lion, he has collected all the opening conditions of Sogyo no Kodowari and unblocked Sogyo no Kodowari Shikai. This is his purpose. Host gathers two big sword and two swords and swordsman's blood, Sogyo no Kodowari Shikai unblocks. Since Sogyo no Kodowari Bankai's unblocking conditions are unknown, host can go beyond Sogyo no Kodowari's Bankai to unblock it and open the next Zanpakuto directly. Congratulations to the host for getting Zanpakuto. Zanjetsu, Shikai. As the strongest Zanpakuto, naturally you need the strongest blade to open, one of the supreme sharp sword, Bankai. Unknown. Zanjetsu. When the system said that the new Zanpakuto he opened was actually Zanjetsu, Ji Lingyun was not calm. This is Zanjetsu, the strongest Zanpakuto. He did not expect that his luck was so heaven-defying, and he actually got Zanjetsu. But then Ji Lingyun asked in confusion, system, why is Zanjetsu's Bankai condition unknown? The system said, because the host crossed the Bankai of Sogyo no Kodowari and directly opened the new Zanpakuto can only see the conditions of Shikai. Only after the host completes the Shikai can they know the conditions of Bankai. So that's it. Ji Lingyun nodded, but he cursed secretly in his heart. This system is really stingy, picking words. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The communication between Ji Lingyun and the system was only a moment, and the battle between Whitebeard and Golden Lion is still ongoing. At this time, both Golden Lion and Whitebeard were at the peak of their lives. Judging from their aura, neither of them could overwhelm each other. Obviously, both Golden Lion and Whitebeard were aware of this, so neither of them did anything. In the end, Golden Lion snorted coldly, and he said, Whitebeard, I came to see you today, but I didn't fight with you. I'll ask you one last time, would you like to go with me to Naval Headquarters to rescue Roger? Whitebeard categorically refused. Impossible, Golden Lion, you don't have to waste your words. I will never go to save Roger with you. Roger has his own way, and we have our own way. Therefore, Golden Lion, you are the best. Let's dispel this idea. Golden Lion roared. Whitebeard, you disappoint me too much. If you don't go, I'll go alone. Even if I'm alone, I'll take Roger out. If I can't take it out, I'll kill myself. Kill him. After speaking, Golden Lion turned and prepared to leave, but just before he left, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Ji Lingyun. Little devil, it's not easy to block my attack, what's your name? Hiss. The sudden question of Golden Lion surprised the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. Golden Lion asked Ji Lingyun. Who is Golden Lion? Those are the 3 legendary pirates in the sea. How many pirates in the sea can enter his eyes? A boy who was only 10 years old was actually admired by him face to face, and asked his name. I am afraid that no one would believe it. But now, the impossible scene really happened. Ji Lingyun's expression was also surprised, but he quickly replied solemnly, Lingyun, Edward Ji Lingyun. Edward Ji Lingyun. Golden Lion looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise, and then said to Whitebeard, I didn't expect you to give the last name to this kid. Whitebeard answered naturally, because he is my son. Golden Lion snorted coldly, and then said to Ji Lingyun, Lingyun. I remember your name. I hope to hear your name in the sea in the future. After saying this, Golden Lion immediately turned and left without any hesitation, and then flew away with the pirate ship. Ji Lingyun watched Golden Lion leave silently, and said in his heart, even if I will become famous in the sea in the future, we don't know if there is a chance to see you again. This is not nonsense by Ji Lingyun. He knew that Golden Lion would be imprisoned in Impel Down. After he escaped from Impel Down, He did not show up for many years, because he knew very well that he broke his legs. If the traces are exposed, many people will be willing to trouble him. After Golden Lion left, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group all set their eyes on Lingyun, being watched by so many people with weird gazes. Lingyun's face was a little unbearable. You guys, what are you doing looking at me like this? No one in the Whitebeard pirates spoke, only Whitebeard frowned and asked, Little Lingyun, what happened to your sword just now? Why is there such a change? Zanpakuto is a weapon unique to the Shinigami world, and the weapons in the pirate world are just simple weapons. Now the world government has not yet studied the ability of weapons to swallow devil fruit, so they are surprised how Lingyun's sword is returned. Thing. Marco said in surprise, does your sword eat devil fruit? Lingyun scratched his head. He really didn't know how to explain it. After all, Zanpakuto doesn't belong to this world. Should I start from the beginning? He shook his head. This is simply impossible. This is his biggest secret. No one can reveal it. So Lingyun said, I'm not very clear. I only know that this sword is extraordinary. It seems to have many forms. However, I haven't fully figured out the specific situation. I still need more time to master it and control it. As for whether it has eaten devil fruit, I think it should not be because it is not afraid of seawater at all. Chapter 25. I can't explain the origins and characteristics of Shinigami's blade. Lingyun can only start the Hoo-Hoo mode, and it can't be regarded as Hoo-Hoo. At least from the people of the Whitebeard pirates, it still makes sense, because they think Lingyun can't deceive them. Whitebeard said, it's really a magical sword. No wonder you have always treasured it before, and its shape just now can stop Golden Lion's attack and even counterattack. Laozi has never seen it before. Great sword. Whitebeard's vision is so cruel. Just now, Lingyun was able to fight Golden Lion and relied on Bankai of Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura. Otherwise, with his current physique, Golden Lion could easily fall down. Lingyun smiled and didn't say anything. The talents of the Whitebeard pirate group had only seen a kind of Zanpakuto and they were surprised like this. I don't know what their expressions will be when they see all kinds of Zanpakuto in the future. He was really looking forward to it. Whitebeard didn't ask much on Lingyun's Zanpakuto, but looked at the direction of Golden Lion's departure, frowned, and sighed meaningfully, the storm is coming. Lingyun walked to Whitebeard's side and asked in a low voice, Father, do you think Golden Lion can really rescue Uncle Roger? Impossible. Whitebeard replied affirmatively. Golden Lion is indeed very powerful, but there are also several strong men similar to him in Marine. It is completely impossible for him to rescue Roger from his power alone. More importantly, although he wants to save Roger, the question is Roger willing to let him save it? Lingyun was silent. He knew Roger's plan better than Whitebeard. Roger wanted to create a new era through his own death. So let alone Golden Lion's impossible to see Roger, even if he did let him see Roger. Roger is absolutely impossible to leave with him, because for Roger, he wants to die vigorously and worthy of death. Lingyun sighed. Father, Uncle Roger, he wanted to die by himself, didn't he? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard looked at Lingyun in surprise. He didn't expect Lingyun to think of this. He nodded and said, yes, Marine has hunted him for so many years, but has he ever been able to catch him? If not, Roger surrendered. If so, it's impossible to catch Marine just by relying on the waste. Suddenly, Lingyun said to Whitebeard, Father, Uncle Roger has taught me for 3 days and is considered my teacher. I want to see him before he dies, okay? Whitebeard looked at Lingyun in surprise and said, do you want to give Roger a ride? This is impossible. Roger must be under the strict supervision of Marine. You can't see him at all, just like Golden Lion. If he can see Roger and won't come to me anymore. Lingyun said, we really couldn't see Uncle Roger when he was in Marine's cell, but Marine caught Uncle Roger, the One Piece King. In order to demonstrate his ability, he will definitely be executed publicly. Whitebeard was shocked. Do you want to see Roger during the execution? He never expected Lingyun to be so courageous. Didn't he know that the public execution was also the time when Marine was the most guarded? Lingyun said, the execution of One Piece is an event of great significance for Marine. They will definitely publicize it with great fanfare, because in their opinion, the execution of One Piece is the biggest blow to the pirate, so they will not. It will prevent the pirates from coming to watch the ceremony, but hope that more people will know, because this will give all the pirates a warning and let them know that even if they are the pirates, they will be executed by Marine. Listening to Lingyun's narration, Whitebeard's brows were frowning all the time. After a while, he still shook his head and said, no, although what you said makes sense, it still doesn't work. Let's not say whether Marine will actually be executed publicly. Roger, even if they really do that, who knows how dangerous the scene will be by then. Let you go, I'm not relieved. Lingyun smiled bitterly. Daddy, you value me too much, I'm just a nameless man now, who knows me besides you? Besides, can the Marine guys embarrass me as a kid? That said, but I still don't think it will work. Although Lingyun's words are reasonable, if Whitebeard shook his head in the end, Lingyun has been on his boat for nearly 2 years. To this youngest son, Whitebeard has different feelings from others because others follow him. At that time, they were all grown-ups. Only Lingyun followed him when he was a few years old. During this time, he has developed a deep relationship. Even he has regarded Lingyun as his own son, so he can't tolerate it. Ji Lingyun takes any risks. Ji Lingyun said dejectedly. Father, you should be too careful, it's not like your character. Whitebeard laughed and said, of course Lousy is not such a character, but for your kid, Lousy still has to be a little guarded. You can stay safe and secure. Unless your strength is recognized by Lousy someday, Lousy will not. I asked you to leave alone, mum la la la. In the face of such a strong Whitebeard, what else could Ji Lingyun do? He could only temporarily obey the orders. However, Ji Lingyun did not dispel the thoughts in his mind, because this time he was not only to watch the scene where Roger was executed, but also to have very important things to do. He had a reason to go, but it was buried in his heart. It's just that Ji Lingyun thought he was buried in his heart and no one would know. In fact, Whitebeard saw through his thoughts at a glance and knew that he could not give up easily. Whitebeard also sighed in his heart. The reason why he likes Ji Lingyun, it's because Ji Lingyun's personality is very similar to when he was young. They belong to the kind of personality that doesn't hit the south wall and doesn't look back. Lingyun, it's not that I'm not letting you go. It's really a matter of great importance. If it's really like what you said, Marine will be executed publicly. At that time, there will be a lot of crisis. I don't believe it will really happen where you are. The wind is calm. Whitebeard sighed in his heart because he knew Ji Lingyun and knew that Ji Lingyun was the kind of person who was not afraid of big things. If you let him go, unexpected things might happen. This is what Whitebeard is most worried about. Chapter 26. Not long after Golden Lion left the Whitebeard pirate group, news of Golden Lion's arrest came from the sea. It is said that Golden Lion personally marked naval headquarters in order to find Roger, but he was caught by Garp without seeing anyone. They joined forces with Sengoku to suppress them, and the battle between the three almost destroyed half of the naval headquarters. One can imagine how fierce the battle was at that time. When Whitebeard received the news, he just sighed. In fact, he was not too surprised by the result. Golden Lion is indeed very strong, but he went to naval headquarters, Marine's base camp. There are countless masters in it. He is one of them. It's weird whether people are caught or not. It's just that this is normal in Whitebeard's eyes. After it spread to the pirate world, it caused an uproar. The three legendary pirates recognized in the sea, the arrest of Theon Peace, Roger, has shaken the world, and now there is another one. The legendary pirate Golden Lion, Shiki was also caught. Is this Marine going to clean the pirate thoroughly? But when the process of Golden Lion's arrest came out, everyone understood what was going on. Everyone was secretly scolding Golden Lion for being irresponsible. Everyone admits that you are very strong, but you shouldn't be like this. Going to naval headquarters alone and let Roger go, what's the difference between this and death? Soon after Golden Lion made a fuss at Malin Vander, Marine suddenly announced a major news to the world, a major news that caused a sensation in the entire world. Everyone who heard the news was shaken by the shock, especially the pirates. 1 month later, the execution of Roger, One Piece, will be publicly executed in the East Daxia Sea Log town. Once the news came out, it directly exploded the world's press. Numerous news media rushed to publish the news. Some newspapers with strong intelligence capabilities also reported some Roger's deeds, such as where Roger was born and when he did it. Pirates, when did they go out of the sea, why they became the king of pirates, and so many of Roger's deeds have been unearthed. In short, at this moment, Roger became the focus of the world, even more eye-catching than the moment he became One Piece. As the first recognized pirate king in history, Roger has a very high status in the pirate world. Not to mention that all pirates regard him as an idol, at least 70% to 80% of pirates look forward to it. One Piece is about to be publicly executed by Marine. One can imagine how much impact it will cause. A large part of the reason why he decided to execute Roger publicly so quickly was that Roger was jealous of the senior officials of the world government. Others might not know what the legendary treasure is, but 5 elders and others, who are senior leaders of the world government, must know. In some cases, they were afraid to learn about Roger, the secret of the world government, and prepared to execute Roger as quickly as possible. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Knowing that One Piece, Roger was about to be publicly executed in his birthplace, Log Town, countless people couldn't wait to start their actions. When they went to the East Daxia Sea Log Town, the scene of the execution of One Piece must be very huge, and many people wanted it too. Witness this historic moment. Father, is Roger really going to be publicly executed by Marine? The news reached the Whitebeard Pirates, and the pirates of Marco and the Whitebeard Pirates were also unbelievable. Although they knew that Roger was captured before, they may have no future, but they never expected it. It will come so fast, and still have to be publicly executed in front of the world, which is simply a huge humiliation. Whitebeard sighed. Roger has his own plan, so let's not think too much about it. The place of execution is in the East Daxia Sea. We can't go there. Let's see him off. The atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates is relatively depressing. Although they have fought with Roger more than once in the sea before, in fact, the two sides did not have great enmity. On the contrary, many of the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates have against Roger. Good impression. After all, the other party is also a powerful pirate. But now it is such a legendary pirate who is respected as the One Piece, who is actually to be executed in front of the world, which inevitably makes people feel embarrassed. Father, I really want to see the place where Uncle Roger was executed. Ji Lingyun said to Whitebeard again. Whitebeard frowned and said, Lingyun, didn't I tell you that Logue Town is full of dangers from now on until the day of execution? It is not that I will not let you go, but for your safety. Lingyun returned to his room with a depressed face, but worried in his heart. He went to Logue Town not only to send Roger off, but he also had more important things to do. The upcoming changes of the times gave him a great deal. He doesn't want to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates all the time. Under the protection of the Whitebeard Pirates, he has his own way and wants to go, so he must go this trip to Logue Town. But the problem now is that Whitebeard doesn't let him go at all. Lingyun knows Whitebeard very well. Don't think Whitebeard is very good at talking, but once the decision is made, it is almost impossible to make him regret it. What should I do? What should I do? Lingyun paced back and forth in the room, his face full of anxiety. But what Lingyun didn't know was that in the Whitebeard room on the other side, Whitebeard called Marco in. Father, are you looking for me? Marco made Whitebeard's face. He was very strange. It should have been a break at this time. Whitebeard actually called him over alone. Is there anything that I can't say during the day? Whitebeard is not as relaxed as during the day. Instead, he said to Marco with a dignified face, you know what Lingyun wants to send Roger to Logue Town. Marco nodded and said, I know, Daddy, what's the matter? Whitebeard sighed. This kid Lingyun is very stubborn. Although I vetoed him, if he really wants to go, he will definitely find ways to go. Rather than let him make a fuss, it is better to let him go to Logue Town to gain some insight. I'm just worried about his safety, so I want you to go with him. Marco said in surprise. Father, do you mean to let me and Lingyun go secretly? Whitebeard laughed and said, Lingyun thought you ran away secretly. Marco's eyes rolled and he immediately understood what Whitebeard meant. He chuckled and said, don't worry, Daddy, leave it to me. Chapter 27. Lingyun was thinking about how to persuade Whitebeard to go to Logue Town to watch Roger's execution. Lingyun, are you there? I'm here. Marco's voice came from outside the door, but before Lingyun could answer, he opened the door and walked in. Lingyun was upset, rolled his eyes and said, Marco, I didn't let you in, why did you come in? As Lingyun grows up, Marco no longer calls Lingyun's nickname as before, but directly calls his name. The same is true for Lingyun, but the relationship between the two is still as strong as ever. Marco said thiefly, Lingyun, I came to see you but there are important things, do you want to listen? Lingyun said with a look of disdain, is there anything important to you? Who is it? Marco didn't take it seriously, but instead said with a sad look, oh, forget it, since you don't want to listen, just forget it, originally I was planning to take you to Logue Town with you, now it seems that I am the only one. Go, what a pity, what a pity. Lingyun was stunned by Marco's words. He suddenly reacted and exclaimed, Marco, are you going to Logue Town? Shish. Marco was startled, and quickly covered Lingyun's mouth, and whispered, what are you doing so loudly? Are you afraid that others won't hear it? After Lingyun screamed, he also realized his gaffe. He nodded quickly and motioned to Marco to take his hand away. Marco said, I take my hand away, but don't yell. He said, he covered Lingyun's hand and took it away. Of course Lingyun wouldn't call. He asked in a low voice, Marco, you just said you were going to Logue Town. What does that mean? Marco said, what's the point? Of course, I went to see Roger's execution ceremony. Those Marines were so arrogant. Roger was executed by them as soon as he became the Pirate King. This is for our pirate world to see and warn us. Lingyun nodded and said, that's for sure. The execution of One Piece is of great significance to Marine, and it is also giving all the pirates their prey. They can even execute One Piece, what else can they not do? Marco said, Tisk, but I'm really curious, what's the matter with Roger? Why was he caught by Marine and executed in Logue Town? I heard that Roger's birthplace seems to be Logue Town. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun said. Yes, Marco, are you really going to Logue Town? Marco said. Of course, such a grand event must be very lively, of course I want to see it. But the old man said, it's dangerous there. Lingyun asked tentatively. Marco confidently said, what can be dangerous? There will be a lot of people at that time. As long as we don't take the initiative to cause trouble, what can happen? Lingyun said. Marco, I also want to go to Logue Town, or let's go together. Marco squinted at Lingyun and said, you just rejected me, and now you want me to take you there. Lingyun said with a surprised look, did I refuse? Okay, let's not talk about this, we still think about how to get to Logue Town, but the old man said that he would not let me go to Logue Town. Marco said with a smile, we can go secretly if we don't let us go, as long as we don't get discovered by the old man. Lingyun's eyes widened, and he didn't see that Marco actually had this idea, but he said, why didn't he be discovered by the old man? Marco said with a smile, during the day, I secretly put a small boat next to the island we passed by. Don't forget, I'm a phoenix fruit capable person, flying such a distance, it's still good for me. It's not a problem. Hiss. Lingyun took a breath. How could he not find Marco as a thief before? He actually planned everything, but then he got excited, and he asked, when will we leave? Marco said, wait a little longer, when everyone is asleep, we will leave. The two waited for about an hour, then packed up and sneaked around the night watchman. Marco said to Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, the boat I said is next to the small island not far away. I will fly with you first. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, okay, you become a bird, and I will sit on your back. Marco immediately stared and shouted, it's impossible. Who said that I let you sit on my back? I meant to catch you and fly with my paws. Ji Lingyun said dissatisfiedly, you can sit on your back, why do you want to hold it? Isn't that unnecessary, and it's not comfortable? Marco snorted. You can only hold on, then do you still go to Logue Town? Ji Lingyun had no choice but to let Marco hold the handle, but he could only admit it, and said, okay, you can do whatever you want. Marco suddenly smiled triumphantly. He and Ji Lingyun teased so many times, and it was the first time to gain the upper hand so smoothly. Of course, he had to be more triumphant, but he didn't forget his purpose and used the devil fruit ability. He became a giant bird glowing with blue flames, and then grabbed Ji Lingyun with his paws and instantly rose into the sky. Ji Lingyun flew up with Marco excitedly. At this moment, he also forgot that he was caught. After he came to Pirate World, he stayed in the Whitebeard Pirate group and rarely left. This time it was him. Leaving the Whitebeard Pirates for the first time, although a little bit reluctant, but more of excitement, he can finally see the outside world. But Ji Lingyun didn't realize that when he and Marco left, he had a pair of eyes looking at them all the time. It was Whitebeard. After Ji Lingyun and them flew away, he walked out. I'm afraid this child has been holding back for a long time. It's okay to let him go out to play. I believe that this time out will make him grow a lot. The outside world is not as beautiful as imagined. In fact, Whitebeard has been thinking about whether to let Ji Lingyun out. Later, he also figured it out. It would be good to let Ji Lingyun go out to see him, but he was not worried about Ji Lingyun's safety, so he arranged for Marco to follow. Marco's strength. As long as he didn't meet the famous big pirate, there shouldn't be any problem in keeping Ji Lingyun. Chapter 28. Marco did not lie. He took Ji Lingyun to fly for a few minutes, and then he arrived at the island they had passed through before, and he was tied to a small ship beside the island. After the two fell on the ship, Ji Lingyun was surprised to find that there was a lot of food and water on the ship, and even had several sets of clothes. This is not the point is that these sets of clothes actually belong to him. Model. Ji Lingyun looked at Marco with incredible gaze, looked up and down, and then said, are you really Marco? You have already prepared all these food, water, and clothes. You is it so sure that we have a chance to escape, and so sure that I will come out with you. Even my clothes are ready. Marco raised his head, looked at Ji Lingyun pretendingly, and said, Lingyun, that's because you didn't fully understand me before. Don't look at my usual carelessness. In fact, I'm also a careful person. If I can't handle all the small things, how can I become daddy's deputy? Ji Lingyun rarely refutes Marco. The second place of the Whitebeard Pirates is not so easy to do. If Marco is only strong, Whitebeard cannot give him such an important position, but with him how do you think that Marco doesn't look like such a scheming person with his understanding of Marco? Ji Lingyun really couldn't figure it out, but he didn't care too much. Marco continued. As for why you prepared your clothes, the reason is simpler. I can understand the conversation between you and Dad very clearly. It's yours. Character. As long as I call you, you can't help but agree. You know me. Ji Lingyun's face became a little strange, and the expression in his eyes when he looked at Marco became even stranger. Marco, who was stared at by Ji Lingyun, only felt uncomfortable all over his body. He said dissatisfiedly, what are you looking at? Nothing, just a little surprised. Looking at Marco, Ji Lingyun's heart suddenly felt like a flash of inspiration. Combining everything that happened and the supplies on board, he understood that all of this would never be made by Marco, because he only remembered now. It was too simple for them to leave. Although it was at night, the alert of the Whitebeard Pirates could not be so weak, and the movement of their flying was not very small. The Whitebeard Pirates could not be completely unresponsive, but the truth is that's it, he could see clearly, until they flew far away and there was no movement on the mobile. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Looking back on it carefully, this is completely abnormal. If the alertness of the Whitebeard Pirates is at this level, it would have been endorsed by others. Therefore, there is only one possibility for this situation, and that is deliberate. It goes without saying that the only person who can do this deliberately is Whitebeard. So Ji Lingyun immediately understood everything. The reason why Marco did this was probably because of Whitebeard's instruction, otherwise Marco would not be able to achieve such a perfect level. After thinking about all this, Ji Lingyun relaxed and became a little more happy. After all, Whitebeard still loved him very much, but the way was a little different from ordinary people. Do you know how to get to Logue Town? Ji Lingyun suddenly thought of a question. He didn't know how to get to Logue Town. Strictly speaking, he had never been out of New World since he came to this world, let alone the East Daxia Sea Logue Town far away from New World. Up. Marco was also taken aback, he said in a daze. Yes, I should know. Should. Ji Lingyun's voice suddenly improved a bit. He looked at Marco in an incredible way and exclaimed, you don't know how to get to Logue Town, do you? When Marco heard this, he was immediately dissatisfied. He said loudly, who said I didn't know? Logue Town is in the East Daxia Sea. We started from New World, passed the Fishman Island and entered the first half of the Grand Line, and then crossed the Calm Belt. You can return to the East Daxia Sea. Are you sure? Lingyun couldn't help asking, seeing Marco's words seemed to be true. Marco replied calmly, of course. Lingyun said. Then how do we get to the Fishman Island? There is 10,000 meters under the sea. Marco smiled and said. Don't worry, we used to enter the new world from the Grand Line. As long as a layer of film is coated on the boat, we can reach the Fishman Island. As for the coated boat, it is even simpler. Don't forget that we are pirates, ha ha. Lingyun instantly understood Marco's meaning. Yes, they are pirates. What are pirates? Burning, killing, and looting. Although they don't need to do that, it's not a problem to grab a ship. Lingyun doesn't have any aversion to this kind of thing. He is not that kind of pedantic person, especially in pirates in the world. As long as the goal can be achieved and the means are a little harsher, it is enough not to cross the bottom line. At the same time, Lingyun was also very emotional. Although he has been a pirate for nearly 2 years, he still has no pirate awareness so far. Otherwise, he would have been just like Marco wanted to find a large ship. The ship, with Marco's strength, is forcibly requisitioned, which is not a problem at all. Not only will there be a ship, but also someone will help to drive it, which can save them a lot of trouble. Therefore, Lingyun and Marco are looking for targets in New World. There are many ships in New World, especially the pirates, and Lingyun and the others are targeting the pirates this time. Although Marco is young now, far from reaching the later strength, but in comparison, it is equivalent to the strength of Marine Lieutenant General, it is easy to snatch a pirate ship. Lingyun and Marco didn't lose much time. They quickly found the target because the pirate group they were looking for was just an ordinary pirate group. Under the pressure of Marco's absolute strength, they had no choice but to surrender. According to Marco, the coating entered the Fishman Island. With boats and people, Lingyun and the others immediately dived into the Fishman Island. It must be said that this is the first time Lingyun has dived into such a deep seabed, and the coating does not know what the characteristics are, it can withstand it. Such a large water pressure. In short, although they also encountered some troubles in the process, they still quickly reached the junction of New World and the first half of the Grand Line, the Fishman Island. Chapter 29. Lingyun and Marco stayed in the Fishman Island for 2 days, and then took the pirate boat they hijacked to recoat the film, set off from the Fishman Island, and rushed out of the sea at the fastest speed. From the Fishman Island after leaving, the destination after arriving at the sea was the Chambord Islands. Originally, Lingyun was planning to find Rayleigh in the Chambord Islands, but after a round, he did not find the bar opened by Rayleigh and Shachi, so can only leave helplessly. Next, the journey from the first half of the Grand Line to the East Daxia Sea is not so easy. Marco said to Lingyun that they did a lot of work to get to Logue Town. From New World to the first half of the Grand Line, passing by the Fishman Island, but from the Grand Line to the East Daxia Sea has become a big problem. Because there is no direct connection from the first half of the Grand Line back to the East Daxia Sea, because the road from the Four Seas to the Grand Line cannot be reversed, there are only 2 roads left. After passing the world government, and then taking a boat, Lingyun and the others are pirates. Of course, this method is impossible. The other way is to pass through the calm belt. The Grand Line and the Four Seas are difficult to communicate because these calm belts separate the Four Seas from the Grand Line. There is no wind in them, and ordinary ships cannot navigate at all, and there are countless others inside. For the Sea Kings, if they don't have strong strength, entering the calm belt is a dead end, unless it is a ship made of sea stone. However, Lingyun and the others are unable to meet any conditions now. If Marco is alone, with his strength, there is still a glimmer of hope for passing through the calm belt, but it is not very big, let alone adding another Lingyun. 2 people want to cross the calm belt into the East Daxia Sea, basically there is no hope. What the hell should I do? Lingyun sighed melancholy. Marco looked at Lingyun in surprise, and asked, Lingyun, what are you sad about? Lingyun gave Marco a blank look and said, I know it, I'm not trying to figure out how to get from the Grand Line to the East Daxia Sea. Marco was even more weird and asked, what's the problem with this? Let's go straight through the calm belt. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun was speechless. He said, yeah, but how do you cross the calm belt? We don't have ships with its own power, and there are so many Sea Kings in the calm belt, which is too dangerous. Marco looked at Lingyun suspiciously and said, Lingyun, are you stupid? Who said we need a boat? We can just fly over there. Haven't we done this before? Fly. Lingyun suddenly patted his head. He was really stupid. Marco is a phoenix fruit-capable person. Flying is not an easy task for him. Even if you take him, it's okay to fly and rest. This is much more convenient than taking a boat, but fortunately it is only the 2 of them, and if there are 2 more, Marco can't help it. Well, let's go quickly, it's not long since the execution day. The Grand Line is a long way from the East Daxia Sea. They first sailed to the edge of the calm belt, and then Marco and Lingyun prepared some necessary supplies, and lost all the useless and viable things. Pack light and act quickly. Calm belt deserves to be calm belt. There is really no wind at all. Lingyun sat on Marco's back and looked at the situation of calm belt condescendingly. He was very emotional. The pirate world is indeed wonderful, and there is still such a thing. The place. Calm belt is simply the paradise of Sea Kings. You can see all kinds of huge Sea Kings everywhere. During the period, they also stayed on the island of Calm Belt several times, and even encountered attacks by Sea Kings on 2 occasions. But now Ji Lingyun it's no longer the weak impossibly weak kid before, not to mention that there is a good bodyguard next to him, and those Sea Kings are not opponents at all. The two hurried to the road, and stopped to rest when they were tired, but even so, it took nearly a week to pass through the calm belt. This week has been so exhausting for Marco, and the whole person has lost weight. Big circle. Ji Lingyun saw all this in his eyes. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, he remembered Marco's goodness from the bottom of his heart. This is why in the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco and Ji Lingyun have the strongest relationship. Reason. Finally to the East Daxia Sea. Marco wailed. During this period of time, he was tortured. Not only did he have to fly during the day, but he had to be vigilant at all times when he was resting in the calm belt at night, and his spirit was highly concentrated. If Ji Lingyun was not with him, he didn't even dare to close his eyes, let alone sleep peacefully. But it was also during this period of time that Marco saw the strength of Ji Lingyun, especially the sword in Ji Lingyun's hand. It turned out to be two kinds of swords, and both had weird abilities. Even Marco, he felt that if it was right. Ji Lingyun, if you are not careful, you will suffer a lot. Ji Lingyun also said with emotion. Yes, I finally arrived in the East Daxia Sea. This road is really not easy. Not only Marco is tired, Ji Lingyun is also very tired. During this time, he has to guard Marco to rest. When Marco is resting, he really dare not relax for a moment. Not only must he be vigilant, but basically the food is also him. Let's do it. During the time in Calm Belt, the two lived like savages, which was quite difficult, so after they came to the East Daxia Sea, they were both very moved. Find a place to rest and sleep for a few days. The opinions of Marco and Ji Lingyun were unified, and they lived in the hotel in the town closest to the Calm Belt. This stay lasted 3 days, and almost 2.5 days were spent in these 3 days. I didn't even eat a few meals when I slept. After 3 days, the two of them finally recovered their spirits. Although they were still a little thinner, their complexions were a lot better, not as sallow as before. After that, the two of them ate and drank wildly, and their spirits recovered. The next step is to restore physical strength, it's just that physical strength is easier to recover a little bit. Chapter 30. I'm finally in Logue Town, it's not easy. In Donghai, standing in front of Logue Town, Ji Lingyun and Marco both had their faces full of emotion. The two rushed here all the way hard, and only they knew how much they had suffered. As Roger about to be executed here, Marco said, looking at the crowded Logue Town. Huh. As soon as Marco said this sentence, at least half of the surrounding pedestrians looked over. Marco was taken aback by the sudden change and asked, what happened to the people here? Ji Lingyun hurriedly pulled Marco aside and said in a low-key voice, you can't keep a low profile. Now Roger is about to be executed. Doesn't it feel a bit ostentatious to mention his name here? Keep a low profile, don't forget our identity. Very ostentatious. If Marine finds out that we are members of the Whitebeard Pirates, I don't know how they will deal with us. Although I don't know the specific situation here, Ji Lingyun thinks it's better to be careful. Logue Town must have been completely controlled by Marine now. At the critical moment when Roger is being executed, Marine should not want to be extravagant, but if it is too public, Ji Lingyun will definitely decide Marine will kill them in the cradle. Marco is not an idiot. After Ji Lingyun reminded him, he also realized the seriousness of the problem. Although Roger was the main culprit, Marine certainly didn't mind catching a few more pirates. Find a place to live first. Ji Lingyun said to Marco, don't reveal our identity. Marco said, don't worry, there shouldn't be many people who know me in this place. I'll be fine if I'm careful. Marco is not as famous as he was later, and his fame is all in the new world. There are not many people who know him in the small place of Donghai, but he must have the record in Marine, so naturally he does not dare to be too public. Up. Logue Town was originally a small town in the East Daxia Sea, but as Roger became One Piece, the village suddenly became famous. Now, it has become the place where everything begins and ends. One Piece sailed from here, and finally the end is also here, so today's Logue Town is full of crowds, these people are here to watch the execution ceremony of One Piece. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A large number of people is naturally accompanied by price inflation, and Marco spent a lot of money to find a place to live temporarily. Because there are still 7 days before Roger was executed, Ji Lingyun was not too anxious. Instead, he wandered in Logue Town with Marco, saying that he was wandering. In fact, Ji Lingyun was looking for someone who could help him unblock him. People of Zangetsu. After searching for 3 days, Ji Lingyun didn't find his goal, but he was not too anxious. He knew that the person he was looking for would definitely come to Logue Town and would definitely come to watch the ritual of the execution of One Piece, Roger. On the 4th day, the boring Ji Lingyun pulled the equally boring Marco. The two rushed to the beach outside Logue Town to relax, because since yesterday, the defense of Logue Town suddenly became very strict. Marines can be seen everywhere, and these Marines are being investigated everywhere. Anyone who sees something wrong will pull them over and ask them. In order to avoid trouble, Ji Lingyun can only go out during the day and go back at night. These Marines are really annoying. I don't want to be seen, so what kind of public execution? Marco grumbled unhappy. Ji Lingyun said. First guess Marine is not worried about other people, but worried that members of the Roger Pirates will rob people. With such a big fanfare, Marine must be worried that members of the Roger Pirates will come to rescue Roger. It is the pirates of One Piece. Even Marine does not dare to be careless, and must go all out. Marco said. Hasn't the Roger pirate group disbanded? Will they come here again? Lingyun did not answer directly, but asked Marco, let me make an analogy. If the person who will be publicly executed in a few days is the old man, will you come back to the robbing field? Fart, how could Dad be caught by Marine? It's impossible. Marco immediately exploded. Lingyun rolled his eyes and said, I've said it all. It's an analogy. I'll just ask, will you come? Marco immediately said, isn't this nonsense? I must come, not only to come, but also to turn the ground upside down here and kill all the Marines. Lingyun said, isn't this what it is? Marine is worried about this, so he will guard against it everywhere. Marco understood what Lingyun meant, but he frowned and asked, Lingyun, do you think the Roger Pirates will come? I will come, but I am not here to robbery, but to send Uncle Roger a ride. Lingyun replied very affirmatively. Marco suddenly wondered, what is the reason? Since they are all here, why don't you do it? Are they afraid of death? No, it's impossible. Although the bastards of the Roger Pirates are not as good as ours, the Whitebeard Pirates, but they are definitely not greedy people in fear of death. How can they not rob people when they come? Lingyun said, that's because Uncle Roger didn't let them do that. In fact, Uncle Roger was seriously ill and died soon, so he went to naval headquarters to surrender. Otherwise, you think Marine can catch Uncle Roger? Since Uncle Roger is. If he surrenders, then it shows that there must be his reason. Naturally, his former subordinates will not violate his orders. What? Roger surrendered. He was seriously ill. Lingyun, how did you know? When he heard the news suddenly, Marco was horrified, because what Lingyun said was really amazing. The whole world knew that Roger was caught by Marine, because Marine announced that way. If people know that there is still what a sensation will be caused by such a thing. Lingyun said, remember the last time Roger came to see Dad? In fact, he told Dad to me that time, but Dad asked me to keep the secret, so I didn't tell you. After all, this is Roger. Uncle's own secrets, he can tell us, but we can't tell others. Marco said solemnly, from this perspective, things are probably not that simple. Roger surrendered when he knew he was going to die. It must have another purpose. Chapter 31. When did you become so smart? Lingyun looked at Marco in surprise. Marco aired. What's your face? Lingyun smiled and said, it's nothing. Hey, Marco, look ahead. Lingyun, who was making fun with Marco, screamed in surprise. Marco looked in the direction that Lingyun was pointing, and saw a young man of medium build standing on the beach, walking slowly in their direction. Here, what is particularly eye-catching is the huge cross sword that this man is carrying on his back. What's wrong, Lingyun? Marco looked at Lingyun puzzledly. He was just a stranger. He didn't understand why Lingyun seemed so excited. That's right, Lingyun is just excited. He shouted in his heart. I really can't find a place to break through the iron shoes. It takes no effort at all. Short black hair, sharp yellow eyes, black and red patterned shirt, and the huge cross sword on his back, all these indicate the identity of this young man. The future 7 warlords of the sea, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Hawkeye Mihawk is one of the most important reasons for Lingyun to come to Logue Town this time, because if his Zanpakuto Zangetsu wants to unblock, he must have the help of the Supreme Sword, and he knows nothing. There are only 2 big sharp sword, one is the black sword of Hawkeye, and the other is the first generation ghost in the hands of 5 elders. 5 elders first generation is a ghost, so naturally you don't have to think about it, so the only thing left is Hawkeye's black sword. Lingyun knew that Hawkeye would come to Logue Town to watch Roger's execution, so he eagerly wanted to come to Logue Town to take a look. Can you meet Hawkeye? But I haven't encountered it a few days ago, and I didn't expect to be so lucky to bump into each other today. Lingyun saw the eagle eye, and the eagle eye naturally saw Lingyun, but he didn't care at all. He just glanced lightly, and was about to pass by the 2 of them, but he hadn't waited for him to pass. 2 of them, Lingyun said aloud. And many more. There are only 3 people here, so Hawkeye stopped naturally, looked at Lingyun suspiciously, and asked, do we know each other? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun looked at the still immature Hawkeye, and said solemnly, I don't know, but I know your sword. With a glint in the eagle eyes, Lingyun continued, the world's strongest black sword, one of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword, the dark blade is a chaotic and heavy flower T-shaped, the black sword knight. Hearing that Lingyun was able to tell the specific origins of his black sword, Ying Yan was even more surprised, because this young man seemed to be in his early 10 years old. How could he be so knowledgeable? He couldn't help but look towards him. Marco. As if seeing through Hawkeye's thoughts, Lingyun said, don't look at him, he doesn't understand at all. Yingyan returned his gaze to Lingyun's body, and then saw the quaint long sword carried on Lingyun's body, and said, if you can recognize my sword, it seems that you are also a swordsman. Hawkeye is different from ordinary people. If you are an ordinary person, even if you see Lingyun carrying a sword, you don't think that a young man like Lingyun will be a swordsman, but Hawkeye doesn't care about this. He sees clearly, Lingyun's sword is very clean. Only a swordsman who values his weapon can take his sword so seriously. Lingyun said, It's just a person who barely knows how to use a sword. Upon hearing these words, Hawkeye became more interested. He said, there are not many people who can use swords, and not many people take swords seriously. Lingyun smiled and said, the sword has spirit, only if you treat it seriously, it will treat you seriously. Hawkeye's eyes became bright in an instant. He stared at Lingyun and said solemnly, well said, you are the most interesting swordsman I have ever seen, Dracula Mahawk. Hawkeye took the initiative to say his name. Lingyun also smiled and said, Edward Lingyun. Marco watched the conversation between Eagle Eye and Lingyun, confused. He didn't understand what was going on with the two of them. Was there such a conversation when we first met? But when Lingyun said the next sentence, he finally reacted. Lingyun said to Hawkeye, I know my current strength may not be comparable to yours, but I still want to fight with you, how about it? Hawkeye's gaze stared at Lingyun tightly. He saw a strong fighting intent in Lingyun's eyes. It was a kind of fighting intent to challenge the strong. This fighting intent instantly picked Hawkeye's fighting intent up. It is good. I was challenged by a 10-year-old boy and agreed, but Hawkeye did not feel bullying the weak at all, because in his eyes, Lingyun who understands swords is not weak, he is just accepting a young man who yearns for the road of kendo. Challenge. Lingyun smiled. He challenged Eagle Eye not just to get in touch with the supreme sharp sword, but really wants to test the strength of Eagle Eye, although Eagle Eye has not yet reached the world's #1 swordsman. However, his strength is definitely not weak, so Lingyun wants to give it a try. To what extent has his 2 years of training reached? Marco was shocked when he heard that Lingyun was about to do something with this strange swordsman. He quickly said, Lingyun, what are you doing? What are you fighting for? No, no, no. Lingyun waved his hand and said, Marco, you don't understand this matter, so just leave it alone. Marco said anxiously, how can this work? I promised my father to take care of you. You have to work with others now. How could I ignore it? If the old man knew about it, no. Anxious Marco didn't realize that he had said the wrong thing. He didn't realize that he had said something wrong until he saw Lingyun smile, which made him very embarrassed. Lingyun, you don't think you heard it, Marco said vaguely. Lingyun smiled and said, yes, I just pretend that I didn't hear it, but I'm going to fight. You won't have any more opinions, right? Marco was full of depression. He wanted to say more, but looking at Lingyun's eyes, Kamui threatened. He could only sigh in the end. Okay, but if you are in danger, I won't really care. Chapter 32. Unexpectedly, Lingyun shook his head and said seriously, this is a battle between swordsmen. If you intervene, you will disrespect me in our battle. I won't forgive you at that time. It is the first time that Marco has seen Lingyun so serious and with such a serious expression. He knows Lingyun best, and of course he also knows Lingyun's character. They have already said this to this level. If he says anything, Lingyun he must be angry, so he can only nod it helplessly, but in his heart he decided secretly that if Lingyun is in danger, he must save everything no matter what. The reason why Lingyun refused to let Marco take action was because he really wanted to win respect. Secondly, he was sure that Hawkeye would only defeat him at best, but would not kill him, because he saw it from Hawkeye's eyes agree. The three came all the way to the beach. Lingyun and Hawkeye stood opposite each other more than 10 meters apart, while Marco stood on the side and looked at Lingyun anxiously. Although he did not know Hawkeye, neither did Hawkeye before. It showed something, but when Hawkeye decided to start with Lingyun and stood on the opposite side, his body exuded an astonishing aura invisibly. Following the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco is also considered to have experienced many battles. Over the years, he has encountered too many opponents. With his eyes, the swordsman named Dracula Mahawk in front of him is absolutely extraordinary. The sword is already there before he is dispatched. This kind of momentum is absolutely shocking once it starts to fight, which makes him even more worried about Lingyun. Eagle Eyes moved. He backhanded out the younger generation's black sword, and then seriously said to Lingyun, Black sword ye. Because Lingyun already knew the origin of the black sword, Hawkeye did not give too much introduction. Lingyun also took down the entire Shinigami blade on his back, then inserted it into the ground, holding the hilt in his hand, and said solemnly, the name of the sword Ice Shinigami. It is not any famous sword in the world, but it is the weirdest sword in the world, because it has many variations. Although I only master a few, you have to be careful. When Lingyun introduced the Shinigami blade, Hawkeye had been listening very carefully, and also took Lingyun's words in his heart. Since it was so solemnly explained, it must be extraordinary. Suddenly Lingyun's eyes flashed, and he drew out the sword abruptly. At the same time, the sword in his hand immediately became Zanpakuto. Seeing Lingyun pull out the sword, Hawkeye did not hesitate anymore, but quickly rushed towards Lingyun, and Lingyun also burst out at his fastest speed and rushed towards Hawkeye. Clang. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. For the first time, the strongest black sword in Pirate World and Zanpakuto from another world collided with each other, making a deafening noise, but Marco on the side was terrified, because Lingyun and Hawkeye collided with each other. Being crushed and forced to retreat again and again, if it hadn't been for Zanpakuto to block the black sword, I'm afraid it would have been cut twice. But even so, it can be seen from the bloodline overflowing from the corner of Lingyun's mouth that he had been injured in just one blow. However, Hawkeye did not show any mercy from his subordinates, and slashed again. Ji Lingyun reluctantly blocked him with Senbon Sakura, but the huge force smashed him with a sword into the air, making him somersault in the air. On the ground. Marco. After landing, Ji Lingyun suddenly yelled. Although his gaze was always on Hawkeye, Marco's movements could not hide from him. When Marco had just moved 2 steps, he shouted, "Don't come." Marco said anxiously. "Lingyun, you are not his opponent, let's stop fighting, okay?" After one move, Marco naturally could see that Ji Lingyun was not Hawkeye's opponent at all. The gap between the two was too big. If you continue to fight, if Hawkeye doesn't keep his hands, Ji Lingyun will definitely be killed. Of course, Ji Lingyun knew that he could not be Hawkeye's opponent. The difference in strength between the two of them was too great, but Ji Lingyun still shouted, "Marco, don't let me lose without dignity." Just such a sentence, but it made Marco stop. This is the second time Ji Lingyun has said such a thing. He is one of the people who know Ji Lingyun best. He knows that Ji Lingyun has a strong self-esteem. It is very important to regard his dignity. As a companion, even if Marco knows that Ji Lingyun is dangerous, he can't stop it at this time. Hawkeye also heard Ji Lingyun's yelling, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. A swordsman should have the dignity of a swordsman. Even if he also sees that Ji Lingyun is not his opponent, he still has no intention of releasing water. Because he has to give his opponents enough respect. Ji Lingyun took a deep breath. The strength of the eagle eye is beyond his imagination. Fortunately, his physique has been greatly improved after hell-style crazy exercises in the past 2 years. Otherwise, he might have even the eagle eye just now. Can't catch a sword. Ji Lingyun stood Senbon Sakura straight in front of him, and then said to Hawkeye, "You are very strong, much stronger than me, but I won't give in so easily. Next, I will take it seriously." Hawkeye did not speak, but squinted at Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun just said that his sword has many changes. Now that he says this, he obviously has to deal with what he said just now, so Hawkeye is looking forward to Ji Lingyun. Can surprise him. Spread it, Senbon Sakura, Ji Lingyun said calmly, and then, Senbon Sakura's blade suddenly disappeared slowly, and in Hawkeye's eyes, Senbon Sakura's blade disappeared, leaving only the hilt, but he saw countless petals surrounding Ji Lingyun. Okay. Hawkeye was quite surprised by this change, but Ji Lingyun naturally wouldn't give him time to be surprised. The petals suddenly fluttered, all over the sky, and then shot at Hawkeye at an extremely fast speed. Hawkeye saw the petals flying in the sky, his ears moved, and he said in surprise, "The sound is wrong, not the real petals, it's more like the sound of a sword breaking through the air." Hawkeye didn't dare to be careless, and shook the black sword violently. The petals that flew in front of him were cut open, but more petals invaded, continuously, making Hawkeye can only continuously swing the black sword. Chapter 33. Slash. Suddenly, Hawkeye's eyes were brilliant, and he swung a sword sharply. In an instant, all the blades were scattered. The sky full of blades returned to Ji Lingyun's side, and then condensed into the shape of a sword body, which was held by Ji Lingyun. Hawkeye looked at the restored Senbon Sakura and asked, "This is the form of change you said?" Although there is no contempt in the words, the feeling makes people feel that way. Senbon Sakura Shikai did not pose any threat to Hawkeye. This was also in Ji Lingyun's expectation. He did not speak. Instead, he backhanded Senbon Sakura with the tip of the sword down, and then released his hand. Bankai. Ji Lingyun directly opened Senbon Sakura's Bankai. There were countless huge swords around him. Under Ji Lingyun's control, all the swords collapsed all at once, and more blades appeared, crazy. Facing Hawkeye's attack, the number of thin blades was shockingly terrifying, and Hawkeye was also interested, waving a black sword against the sky full of thin blades at night. Bankai's blade is undoubtedly faster and more flexible than Shikai's time. Hawkeye wants to rely on his own speed to pass through the sky and attack Ji Lingyun, but he finds that the sky is faster than his speed. Quickly, every time he was able to block his forward path with great accuracy, so that he could not break through the defense at all. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. The thin blades all over the sky suddenly turned into a spherical shape, and then surrounded the eagle eye, encircling the eagle eye from all directions. The eagle eye not only attacked horror, but also defended amazingly. He wielded a black sword, letting those blades attack. He couldn't get close to his body for half a minute, and although the blades were sharp, they still seemed weaker in front of the supreme sharp sword. Suddenly, the blades surrounding the eagle eye were all split by the eagle eye, and then the eagle eye swung the black sword, and slammed into Ji Lingyun quickly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Boom. The eagle eye's slashing speed is very fast, but Ji Lingyun's blade is faster. When the blade is about to approach Ji Lingyun, countless blades form a layer of defense, blocking the blade. However, although the blade was blocked, Hawkeye rushed to Ji Lingyun's face and slashed. At this time, Ji Lingyun's observation Haki came into play, sensing the direction of Hawkeye's attack, and quickly dodged it, but the most terrifying thing about Hawkeye was his attack. Once he got close, he wanted to get rid of it wasn't that easy. He chopped Ji Lingyun one after another, even if it was blocked by a sky full of swords, he was still very embarrassed. The two played against each other a few times in a row, and Hawkeye suddenly stopped attacking, but Ji Lingyun understood what Hawkeye meant. He was already at an absolute disadvantage in such a confrontation and defense. Hawkeye stopped attacking. Give him a chance to breathe, otherwise it will be difficult for Ji Lingyun to resist under Hawkeye's attack. Ji Lingyun knew that Hawkeye did not give in intentionally, but that Hawkeye wanted to make him exert stronger power, which is waiting for Ji Lingyun's more powerful moves. As a swordsman, Hawkeye can feel that this is not Ji Lingyun limit. Ji Lingyun was panting violently. After all, his physique was not as good as Hawkeye. A series of offensive and defensive actions made him exhausted, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. Such battles put him under great pressure, but it also let his fighting spirit rise sharply. He can feel the cells of his whole body trembling. This is excitement, not fear. Final scene by D Sword. Without hesitation, Ji Lingyun directly used Senbon Sakura's strongest attack. When Ji Lingyun appeared behind his wings and holding a snow-white long sword, Hawkeye's eyes suddenly became excited. In the previous battle, Ji Lingyun's blade caused him some trouble, but it was still far from what he wanted, but now Ji Lingyun made him feel threatened. Hawkeye felt the threat, holding the black sword in both hands, holding it high above his head, and staring at Ji Lingyun closely. Almost at the same time, the two moved, and they both rushed towards each other, and then they would see white light and blue light flickered, full of powerful sword aura, causing great damage to the surrounding ground and setting off dust in the sky. Marco, who was watching the battle, stared at the place where the two were fighting, but at this time even he couldn't see the specific situation. He could only barely see the two figures clashing. After a long time, after the dust and the sword shadow disappeared, he saw it. The appearance of the two. Hawkeye still stood on the spot, but there were a few more wounds on his body, and a few cracks in his clothes, but his condition was still very good, and his body was only slightly wounded. His eyes were piercing, always just staring in one direction. The place where the eagle eye was staring was Ji Lingyun's position. At this time, Ji Lingyun retreated to the position where the scabbard was. His sword was already sheathed. Even the hand holding the sword was dyed red with blood from the blood donation. I saw his right shoulder. There was a sword wound that was deeply visible. The blood on his body was bleeding from the wound, and his face was also very pale and bloodless. Ji Lingyun lost the attack just now. Even if he had already used the strongest attack, he could not stop him in front of Hawkeye. Although he also injured Hawkeye, his own injury would be even more serious. It wasn't that he relied on observation haki, and if he reacted fast enough, the attack from Hawkeye just now might have cut off his small body. Lingyun. When Marco saw Ji Lingyun's injury, he shouted angrily and nervously, and was about to rush towards Ji Lingyun. Wait, Marco. However, Ji Lingyun yelled and shouted. The battle is not over yet. Marco, don't intervene. Marco was startled. Ji Lingyun was already hurt like this, not over yet. Hawkeye also looked at Ji Lingyun in amazement. The weight of the sword just now was clear to him. Although Ji Lingyun avoided a little bit, he still suffered serious injuries, but since Ji Lingyun said the battle was not over yet, Hawkeye will not relax. Instead, he looks at Ji Lingyun with a more solemn look. Ji Lingyun's ability to attack him at this age is already shocking. What makes Hawkeye more important to him? Ji Lingyun's unyielding personality is the trait that a swordsman should have. Chapter 34. Are there any stronger moves? Hawkeye understands that, in fact, at an age like Ji Lingyun, being able to possess such terrifying power is enough to shock the world, but looking at Ji Lingyun's appearance, this does not seem to be his limit, so Hawkeye is more interested. Ji Lingyun looked at Eagle Eye, holding the hilt in his right hand, and suddenly smiled. There is no more powerful move, but I want to try again. It is good. Hawkeye's answer is so simple and straightforward. He rekindled his fighting spirit and looked at Ji Lingyun. Even now, he still didn't look down on or relax, and regarded Ji Lingyun as a respectable person. Opponent. Suddenly Ji Lingyun held both hands on the hilt of the sword, and his expression became very dignified. Suddenly his eyes became bright and he shouted, Zangetsu. Accompanied by a loud shout, Ji Lingyun drew the sword abruptly, and saw that the body of the sword he pulled out was shining with bright white light, and finally the white light dissipated and turned into a huge sword, which looked like a huge machete like a crescent moon. This is. Hawkeye squinted his eyes and looked at Zangetsu in Ji Lingyun's hand curiously. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that this huge sword was pulled out of the narrow scabbard. Now he finally managed some understood what Ji Lingyun had said to him before, and the sword in his hand had many forms. The same dumbfounded as Marco. He knows a little about Shinigami blades better than Hawkeye, because he has seen Ji Lingyun pull out several totally different sword before, but this Zangetsu is seen for the first time. Ji Lingyun also looked at the Zangetsu in his hand softly. After all, his body is still small. This Zangetsu is already about his height, but it is not difficult to hold in his hand. On the contrary, there is a feeling of connectedness. He said in a deep voice to Hawkeye. The name of the sword, Zangetsu, is the sword with the strongest potential in all my forms. You have to be careful. Hawkeye looked at Zangetsu. Although it was the first time he saw Zangetsu, he could feel the power contained in this sword. This is the instinct of a swordsman, but it made him even more excited. He was not afraid of being strong. I am afraid that the opponent is too weak, because he also wants to improve. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun held Zangetsu tightly with both hands and kicked his feet suddenly. The whole person sprinted out quickly and came to Hawkeye at a very fast speed. Then he waved Zangetsu with both hands, leaping high, and smashing Washin. Clang. Hawkeye raised the black sword. Zangetsu and Hidauye collided for the first time. The fierce symphony sounded, deafening, but the two in the center were not affected at all, and quickly waved their weapons again. Both Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye's moves are very simple. They are hacks and slashes. They don't have much skill at all. But because of this, the battle is full of passion and danger. The same huge sword, even Zangetsu, is even more than black. Daoye is bigger, at least not showing signs of decline in the collision between Dao and Dao, but Ji Lingyun is much worse than Hawkeye. Ji Lingyun's attack at this time has completely lost the beauty and dazzling before, but it shows his strength even more. From the surrounding ground, you can see how fierce and crazy the battle between the two is. Ji Lingyun felt that his physical strength was losing rapidly, and using Zangetsu was really exhausting for him now. On the other hand, Hawkeye, his eyes are getting sharper and stronger, and his aura is getting stronger and stronger. Now he has completely suppressed Ji Lingyun and mastered the complete initiative. Even if Hawkeye wants to try Ji Lingyun again, may defeat Ji Lingyun with the next blow. Clang. After another collision, Ji Lingyun finally couldn't bear the strength of Hawkeye. He was thrown away. He tossed a few times in the office, and then landed steadily on the ground, panting violently. His physical strength basically it has been exhausted, and more importantly, the wound on his shoulder has made him almost unable to support it. Hawkeye did not take the sword, but stared at Ji Lingyun with piercing eyes, and asked, "Can you still swing the sword?" Luck is very calm, without the slightest meaning of contempt, but to Ji Lingyun, it is not a taste. He has exhausted all his strength, but Hawkeye is still so calm, even if he knows that he will not be Hawkeye's opponent. But the gap is too big, which makes him, who has always been proud, really hard to accept. Ji Lingyun said, "I have another slash, please enlighten me." Hawkeye's eyes lit up. What he was proud of was his slash. He didn't expect Ji Lingyun to say that he had a slash. This made him very interested. He wanted to see Ji Lingyun's slash. Ji Lingyun held Zangetsu with an extremely solemn expression, and suddenly shouted, "Crescent moon and sky." In an instant, an incomparably bright white light radiated from Zangetsu, and then a huge and incomparable blade light was quickly formed, just as if the slash was huge and then shot out. The immense slash shot towards the eagle's eye, and the eagle's eye suddenly emitted a scorching light, and it was also swinging the black sword knight, suddenly forming the same slashing blade light, colliding with the crescent moon. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the two slashes fought against each other, and only the same flash of blade light could be seen, and the whole world seemed to be shrouded by the light of these two slashes. The light of the sword dissipated, the eagle eye had taken the sword, and Ji Lingyun also fell on Marco's body. The crescent sky just now has consumed all his strength, and now he doesn't even have the strength to stand up. Ji Lingyun lost in this battle, but if you look closely, you will find that the position of the eagle eye has also changed. A deep sword mark has appeared in the position where he stood before, and his right half of his clothes is also scarce. A piece. It turned out that in the slashing contest just now, it was Ji Lingyun's Crescent Moon Chong that was even better. The Crescent Moon Chong finally defeated Hawkeye's slashing attack, pushed back Hawkeye, and even almost injured Hawkeye, but Ji Lingyun however, he was still unable to succeed. Although Crescent Sky Chong defeated Hawkeye's slash, Ji Lingyun could no longer play the second shot, but Hawkeye could continue to fight, so Ji Lingyun was defeated. Chapter 35. Hawkeye stared at Ji Lingyun and said, "Edward Ji Lingyun, I remembered your name. I have benefited a lot from fighting with you. Then I will set out for the world's best swordsman." Ji Lingyun smiled and said, "Okay, then you will be waiting for me in that position." A young man less than 20 years old, and a 10-year-old boy, the two talked openly about the future, as if the world's #1 swordsman was in their pocket. Hawkeye said, "I will wait for you at that position." Ji Lingyun said, "Then you have to hurry, or maybe I will get to that position faster than you." Eagle eyes flashed. He did agree with Ji Lingyun, but he was more confident in himself. "Are you here to watch Roger's execution of One Piece, Roger?" Ji Lingyun suddenly asked Hawkeye. Hawkeye said, "Yes." Ji Lingyun suddenly said, "If this is the case, are you interested in playing a big wave with me?" Hawkeye looked at Ji Lingyun a little puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean?" Ji Lingyun's expression suddenly became very arrogant, pushing away Marco's support, and seriously said to Hawkeye, "It's a big fight, let's have a big fight in Logue Town." Both Hawkeye and Marco stared at Ji Lingyun with incredible gazes. Although they hadn't heard what Ji Lingyun wanted to say yet, it could be seen from Ji Lingyun's crazy expression that he was talking loudly. The field is absolutely crazy, but what will happen to Logue Town recently? Do you still need to think about it? Marco said eagerly. Lingyun, you are crazy, you forgot how your father told you, you can't do that if you want to die. Dispel your unrealistic thoughts quickly. Ji Lingyun tilted his head and asked, Marco, do you know what I'm thinking? Do you think I'm going to save Uncle Roger? Marco was startled and asked, isn't it? Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, you really guessed wrong, remember what I told you. Uncle Roger is dying. For him, dying in Logue Town is his last wish. I will obey him. Meaning, so I don't think about robbing the magic field. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Now Marco was confused. He asked, you don't want to save Roger, then how do you want to make a big fuss? Marco doesn't think that Ji Lingyun is joking, because Ji Lingyun is definitely a person who does what he says. He said that if he makes a big fuss, then he will not give up halfway. While the eagle eye on the side listened to the conversation between the two of them, and gradually figured out the identities of the two of them. Above the sea, they knew Roger, and they were relatively familiar with him. He just mentioned Dad. There is no doubt that the two are members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Are you from the Whitebeard Pirates? Hawkeye asked his doubts directly. Lingyun smiled and said, yes, we are members of the Whitebeard Pirates. We also know Roger. He taught me back then. A trace of relief flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. According to Lingyun's words, his identity is really not simple. It is no wonder that Roger and Whitebeard can both recognize him. How do you want to do it? Knowing the origin of Lingyun's identity, and recognized Lingyun's eagle eyes, he couldn't help but become interested in what Lingyun said. He is also a bold person, otherwise he would not say that he would become the world's #1 swordsman. In his eyes, everything is not important, what is important is his kendo, and other things are just based on interest. Lingyun gave a smirk and said, isn't Marine trying to deter our pirates by executing the One Piece? Then we will fight for teeth and let Marine know how powerful our pirates are. Both Hawkeye and Marco understand what Lingyun means. Marco has been shocked by Lingyun's madness. On the contrary, Hawkeye, who met Lingyun for the first time, was not surprised. More, it's just interest. Marco said. It's crazy, it's really crazy, I don't think we can bring any threat to Marine, Lingyun, you take it for granted. Lingyun smiled and said, who said only us? Marco puzzled. Who else do you know? Roger Pirates. Lingyun said word by word, his eyes full of confidence. Although he is not familiar with Roger Pirates, he also knows that Roger Pirates will not save Roger, but he believes that Roger Pirates will definitely not refuse him the proposal. Anyway, will end up in seclusion, and make a sensation in the world before the end. I believe they are still willing to do that. Hawkeye put away the black sword and said, I know, I will participate in that time, but I won't fight to the death with Marine. Lingyun said, of course, I am not prepared to do that either. Hawkeye left soon, leaving only Lingyun and Marco. Lingyun has a lot of bloodline on his body, but there are not many real wounds. He is only physically exhausted and very weak, but he is very weak. Seeing that this battle has given him great benefits, he has already seen that Hawkeye's current strength is almost the same as that of Beasta, but it is still far from the road to the world's #1 swordsman. After Hawkeye left, Marco said solemnly to Lingyun, Lingyun, what you just said is true. Lingyun nodded and said, of course, do you think I have the time to talk nonsense here? Marco looked very serious and said, I do think you are talking nonsense, but you kid, oh, forget it, anyway, I can't stop you, and it's impossible to knock you out and take you away. What do you want to do? Just do it. The relationship between him and Lingyun can be said to be inferior. Although he felt crazy about what Lingyun said just now, he didn't know why, he actually had a kind of expectation in his heart, an equally crazy expectation. Marco smiled bitterly, even he himself was moved by Lingyun, what qualifications did he have to persuade Lingyun? But he still asked with some worry, Lingyun, even if you want to do that, you don't need to say it so blatantly, right? The guy named Dracula Mahawk just now is really trustworthy. After all, we are only the first with him. In the next meeting, if he had reported to Marine, wouldn't it? Chapter 36. Lingyun smiled and said, don't worry, if that guy would go to file a complaint, then the world will all be small report people. He is the world's #1 swordsman in the future and can't do such a thing. Marco looked at Lingyun weirdly and said, I really don't know what you think. Actually said that he will be the world's #1 swordsman. I admit that he is indeed very strong, but that is too much. Lingyun said, no way, how can someone who can beat me be a simple person? Puff. Marco almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What is this theory? The people who can defeat you are not counted in the sea, right? A lot of them. If all the people who can defeat you can become the #1 in the world, wouldn't they be the #1 in the world? It's just that Marco can't say anything to refute, he can't say any more. Of course, although Lingyun's words were a bit arrogant, Marco didn't really understand what he meant. Lingyun's defeat in this battle was convinced because Hawkeye didn't bully the big and the small, but he was given enough room to display, and finally defeated him by an absolute advantage, and defeated with an open mind. This was also the reason why he was convinced. Only people like Eagle Eye who are obsessed with kendo will fight in the most respected way when facing opponents. Marco asked. By the way, Lingyun, you just said that you are going to have a big fight, and you are looking for members of the Roger Pirates. How do you know they will come? Also, even if they do, they will definitely be hidden. How did you find them? Lingyun smiled and said, you don't have to think about whether they will come. I have already told you once before. Think about it. Even my half-disciple who was only taught by Uncle Roger for 3 days is here. They have followed Uncle Roger for so long, will they not come to give him the last ride? Yes. Marco nodded in agreement, and he would definitely come over without hesitation if it was him. Lingyun said, as for how to find them, I didn't think about it, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Should. Marco expressed extreme suspicion. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun said, don't say so much, take me back to recuperate first. Marco hesitated. But the town is all Marine. Are you two eye-catching like this? Lingyun rolled his eyes and said, secretly, can't we sneak in? Are you going to let me heal by the beach? Marco laughed twice, then lifted Lingyun on his back and headed towards Logue Town. Lingyun's injury was not too serious. The most serious one was the stab on the right shoulder, but the eagle eye didn't exert all his strength and was blocked by Lingyun again, so although the wound was deep 1 point, but it didn't matter, it was just 2 days before he was alive and kicking again. Actually, the reason why Lingyun wanted to make a big fuss on the day of the public execution was not very simple. Although he said to Marco and Hawkeye that Marine was a surprise, part of the reason was actually because of himself. After Zangetsu Shikai was opened, the conditions of Zangetsu Bankai also came out. This is how the system is introduced. As the strongest Zanpakuto, the conditions for unblocking are naturally very harsh. It actually needs the blood of the strongest person in black and white. The black and white are Pirate and Marine, the blood of One Piece and Naval Marshal Headquarters blood. Such conditions are simply to the extreme. One Piece only gave birth to Roger for hundreds of years. After Roger died, there was no One Piece for decades. Therefore, Lingyun had no choice if he wanted to get the blood of One Piece. I can get it from Roger, but Roger is about to be executed now. Apart from having access to it during the execution, there will be no chance now and in the future, so Lingyun has no choice. In addition to the blood of One Piece, the blood of Marshal Naval Headquarters is also very difficult. Marshal Marine is the highest leader of Marine. Even if it is the battle for the top in the original book, Sengoku has also participated in the battle, but he has not been injured. The current Marshal Marine is Sora. If you want to get Sora or Sengoku's blood in the future, it is no simpler than getting Roger's blood. However, no matter how difficult it is, Lingyun will not give up, so he has to give it a go this time, uniting the Roger Pirates and other pirates to fight the execution scene, and then take the opportunity to get Roger's blood and empty blood. Of course, Lingyun also wants to take Roger's body back. In any case, Roger is regarded as half of his teacher and helped him a lot. If he can be buried in good condition, it is also a reward for Roger. He is a person who has grace must repay, so he is prepared to ignore the danger and let it go. Lingyun, I found it. While Lingyun was looking back at the course of the battle with Eagle Eye, Marco suddenly opened the door in surprise and shouted. Lingyun was also excited when he heard Marco's words, and asked, did you really find it? Marco nodded and said, well, the two of them are hiding in the west of the city now. Lingyun was shocked. It turned out that in addition to recovering his injuries in the past 2 days, he asked Marco to go out and find the whereabouts of the Roger Pirates, but the others must be difficult to find, so he asked Marco to focus on 2 people, Shanks and Buggy. Shanks and Buggy are just trainee crew members on the One Piece Roger ship. They don't have much reputation, so they can openly enter the Logue town. However, like other official members of the Roger Pirate group, they will not show up publicly at all, even if they are true. When they came, they were just hiding in the dark. All they needed to do was their mind. Go, let's find them. Lingyun stood up and said to Marco. Marco wondered, can these 2 guys really find the rest of the Roger Pirates for us? Lingyun said, no matter how much they are both members of the Roger Pirates, even if they are not full members, they must know the Roger Pirates better than we do. With them, it is natural to find the Roger Pirates easier. Chapter 37. Marco took Lingyun to the west of the town, where Shanks and Buggy hid. They also knew their identities, so they never dared to show their tails before the execution. The 2 quickly came to the west of the town. Under Marco's leadership, they soon found Shanks and Buggy. At this time, the 2 were hiding together and wondering what they were discussing. Shanks and Buggy, who were talking, shook their bodies and looked nervously towards the place where the sound came from. They were in a state of mental tension during this period, so they were so nervous when they heard someone call their names. Who? Buggy exclaimed. It's me. Lingyun and Marco slowly walked into the sight of Shanks and Buggy. Shanks and Buggy didn't recognize Lingyun at once, but Marco recognized them at a glance. Shanks looked at them suspiciously, and said, Marco. Also, are you Lingyun? Although Lingyun and they had changed when they met, it is easy to recognize them if you look at it carefully, not to mention that there is Marco beside him, so it is not too difficult for Shanks to recognize them. Lingyun smiled and said, even if it is, Shanks, it's been a long time. Shanks also smiled, and said with a smile, so it's you, Lingyun, why did you come to Logue Town? Why would Whitebeard be willing to let you over? Seeing only Lingyun and Marco, Shanks immediately guessed the reason. Of course, he would not think that Whitebeard was also here. It must be Lingyun and Marco secretly. If Whitebeard came, Marine could not refuse to the news, after all, Whitebeard's name is not much worse than Roger. Lingyun smiled and said, like you, I'm here to send Uncle Roger the last ride. Why are you 2, Uncle Rayleigh and others? Shanks shook his head and said, I don't know. Since the captain disbanded the pirate group, apart from me and Buggy, I have never seen anyone else. Suddenly Lingyun's expression became very serious, and his eyes pierced and said to Shanks, that's it, Shanks, I have a crazy idea. I wonder if you dare to do it with me. Shanks was startled, looking at Lingyun's serious face, and didn't understand what Lingyun wanted to do. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun, what are you talking about? What plan? A crazy smile appeared at the corner of Lingyun's mouth, and said, the plan to make a big hit on the execution ground. Hiss. Shanks and Buggy took a breath at the same time, looked at Lingyun in horror, and asked, do you want to save the captain? Lingyun said, no, you are Uncle Roger's crew. You should know Uncle Roger's physical condition better than I do. So even if we have the ability to rescue Uncle Roger, he won't be able to survive, let alone Uncle Roger would not allow we do this. Buggy said. Then what do you kid want to say? Lingyun said. I am going to make a big fuss at the end of Uncle Roger's execution. Although we cannot save Uncle Roger, we can capture Uncle Roger's body so that he will not be insulted by Marine after his death. I think this is the last thing we can do for him. How about it, Shanks, are you willing to have a big fight with me? You are such a lunatic. After Shanks was horrified for a long time, he finally couldn't help but comment on Lingyun, but in a blink of an eye, his momentum changed, revealing a sigh of hockey who gave up to me, and said in a deep voice, Lingyun, even you are not us. Everyone in the Pirates dared to do this. If I dare not, what qualifications do I have to be a crew member of the Roger Pirates? Buggy, how about you? After Shanks finished speaking, he looked at Buggy beside him. Seeing Shanks asking himself, Buggy instinctively wanted to answer no, but the thought of showing his timidity in front of a few people, coupled with the fact that Lingyun dared to be so young and he didn't dare, would it be too embarrassing? A little. What he fears most is losing face, so he immediately said loudly, of course I dare, isn't it just making a big fuss? This uncle must show up this time and turn the entire execution ground upside down. Seeing that Buggy had agreed, Lingyun and the three were not looking at him. As for what he said, all of them were deemed not to have been heard. Shanks asked Lingyun. However, Lingyun, if you want to make a big fuss and take back the captain's body, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us alone. Lingyun said. Of course, just a few of us are not enough to plug Marine's teeth, so we also need to find some like-minded friends. Such as the deputy captain and other crew members. Shanks said the next thing for Lingyun. Lingyun said. Yes, you guys from the pirate group must have already arrived, but I don't think they can be found and can only be handed over to you, Shanks, and I will have a way to cause chaos at that time. There must be a lot of thieves. As long as it causes confusion, they have to participate even if they don't want to participate. Shanks took a deep look at Lingyun and said, you are really sinister. Lingyun smiled and said, I am not insidious, but flexible. Anyway, the relationship between the pirate and Marine is originally a hostile relationship. I just use it for a while, but all of this is still in my imagination. It's hard to say. Shanks smiled bitterly. If you hadn't persuaded me before, I really want to turn around and leave now. This muddy water is not so easy. Lingyun said. Of course you won't. If you dare not even you, how can you become a big pirate in the future? Shanks asked in surprise, how do you think I will be a big pirate? Lingyun smiled and said. It's a feeling. Besides, Uncle Roger's straw hat is not so easy to give away. Shanks said. The captain even told you about this. It seems that he is really optimistic about you, but you did not let him down. At this time, he still wants to snatch his body. If the captain is knowing it, it will definitely be very comforting. Lingyun shrugged and said, I don't think so. If he knows my plan, he will definitely stop me for the first time. After all, I will take the lives of his old friends to gamble. Chapter 38. It's just that it's not easy to find the deputy captain. Shanks frowned slightly and said, since the pirate group was disbanded, everyone has left separately. Only me and Buggy are still staying together. Although I am sure that the deputy captain and them are here, I just can find them. Grasp. Lingyun smiled and said, Shanks, I think you can do it. Shanks looked at Lingyun puzzledly and asked, why are you so sure and why do you believe me so much? Lingyun smiled and said, I said, this is a feeling, you have a trustworthy charm. The reason Lingyun is so sure is because he knows that the Roger Pirates has just been disbanded not too long. Even if everyone is really ready to go their own way in the future, they should not have completely cut off contact now, and the Roger Pirates are in the group. There must be a special contact method that allows the crew to contact other people. Shanks smiled bitterly and touched his nose, and said, Lingyun, your mouth is really good. Okay, I will try my best, but are you really sure to convince the deputy captain of them? Lingyun said. Actually, I don't need to persuade me at all. You didn't think about it before. Now I have raised this question. I believe that your companions will not refuse. After all, everyone is living and dying together. Good brother, now Uncle Roger has something wrong, they can't stand by and watch. Shanks said, okay, let's listen to you. Shanks' movements were really fast, but in half a day, he brought good news to Lingyun. What, you have found Uncle Rayleigh? Lingyun asked Shanks in surprise. Shanks smiled. Before he could speak, suddenly a figure appeared in front of him, so fast that Marco beside him couldn't react. Uncle Rayleigh, meet again. Lingyun didn't panic at all. He smiled and looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Rayleigh with long hair. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rayleigh looked at Lingyun with a gentle face, and said with a smile, Little Lingyun, you little fellow really surprised me. I didn't expect that the fellow Whitebeard would be willing to let you out and came to Logue Town. Quote. Lingyun smiled. The birds in birdcage will never become eagles flying in the sky. Of course, Dad will not let me be a sleepy bird in birdcage, so naturally he will let me out too. Rayleigh said. It seems to make sense. Okay, I heard Shanks say that you want to make a big fuss on Roger's execution day and get his body back, is that right? Lingyun nodded and said. That's it, I don't want Uncle Roger's body to be insulted by Marine after his death. Rayleigh looked at Ji Lingyun's eyes softer, and he sighed. Little Lingyun, you have a heart. We old folks have never thought about it. You have already thought about it. Don't worry, I promised you. Then there will be a good fight, and it can be regarded as the last time our Roger pirates have collectively appeared in the world. Ji Lingyun exclaimed happily, thank you so much, Uncle Rayleigh. Rayleigh laughed and said, I should be the one who thanked you. You were right, you can't let Roger suffer humiliation after his death. Rayleigh agreed to Ji Lingyun to contact other members of the Roger pirates, which made him completely relieved. He knew that as long as Rayleigh went out, all the members of Roger pirates would gather soon. All he had to do now was to make a plan. How to snatch Roger's body under the eyes of the world, and take it away, this is the most difficult thing. Ji Lingyun did not see the other members of the Roger pirates, he only met Rayleigh the night before the execution day, and after discussing the plan, Rayleigh left. Ji Lingyun put the Shinigami blade on his back hard, tied it with a rope, looked in the mirror solemnly, and said, you can only succeed, you can't fail. About to face such a big scene, it is false to say that it is not nervous, but fortunately Ji Lingyun was a human being. He has experienced life and death several times. There is not much fear in his heart. Instead, he is nervous and excited. Marco on the side was also very excited. He shouted to Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, are you not ready yet? It is said that Marine has already escorted Roger towards Logue Town. If we are not quicker, we will not be in a good position up. Ji Lingyun took one last look, and then said, okay, let's go. Haiyuan calendar 1498. History will advance to this year, this day, because after this day, the world will become a whole new look, a look that no one will know, and all of this comes from Roger, the One Piece. East Daxia Sea, Logue Town. Since Marine announced the news of the public execution of One Piece in Logue Town a month ago, the world has been boiling. Numerous pirates, civilians, nobles, madly flooded into Logue Town. Logue Town is already overcrowded, especially today, the crowd has crowded Logue Town. The name, One Piece, affects the whole world. There are too many people who come here. Even if Marine stops and warns, it still allows many pirates to enter Logue Town, but they are usually relatively low-key. That's it. Ji Lingyun was in the crowd at this time. Because of his size, he could easily squeeze in front of the crowd. In front of him, there was a wide road leading to the execution platform, but at this time, the road was on both sides. It was soaked in Marine, they were holding weapons, keeping in front of the crowd to maintain order, and not letting the crowd cross the border. Although Marco did not squeeze in front, he is not very far from Ji Lingyun. After all, he is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and most people cannot recognize him, but there must be his intelligence in Marine. If it is too close, if it is too prominent, it will definitely be discovered by Marine. At this time, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is still necessary to be more cautious. Standing in the crowd, Ji Lingyun kept turning his eyes, especially the route around the execution platform, and the deployment of Marine personnel. He quickly remembered it and waited until all this was done before he moved. Look away. Chapter 39. In the crowd, Ji Lingyun saw many acquaintances, because these people are very distinctive, so Ji Lingyun can recognize them at a glance. For example, Hawkeye, who has had a relationship with him, stands in the middle of the crowd, neither advancing nor backward. There is the same future as Hawkeye, 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, and Doflamingo in a feather coat, and finally there is a young man with a scar on his face. If Ji Lingyun didn't guess wrong, he should be Crocodile the Sand Crocodile. Then Ji Lingyun's gaze swept across the surrounding buildings inadvertently, and soon he locked a figure. When he saw Rayleigh, Rayleigh also smiled and bowed to him with a hip flask while his eyes gestured. Everything is within the plan. Ji Lingyun smiled slightly. He found that many of the people around the execution platform were not simple. Under the perception of his awakened observation haki, there were many powerful auras hidden in the crowd. He didn't know these people. After all, it is the people from Marine, or the ones who really come to watch the battle. However, according to Ji Lingyun's observation, he found that many civilians dress very strangely and look nondescript, because they have a breath that cannot be erased, that is, the breath of pirates, because this breath Ji Lingyun is in the Whitebeard Pirates often feel it, and this kind of breath is on his own body, so he can feel the same breath. It's really interesting. It seems that my guess is not wrong. Many people can't help it. Hehe, they may not know what will happen next, but obviously they all have a premonition that today will be different. After today, what the world will be like, perhaps only Ji Lingyun knows the most in the world, but it does not mean that no one can see the nuances in it. They may not know what is going on, but they must have a foreboding of Roger's death. What a huge change it will bring to the world and the sea. Hey, kid, did you come to see Roger's execution ceremony for One Piece, Roger? Just as Ji Lingyun was looking around, someone suddenly came close to him. He turned around and saw a young man with a hat, a camera on his back, a pen and a notepad in his hands, and he looked very young. 17 or 18 years old. Ji Lingyun looked at this man curiously and asked, "Are you a reporter?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hearing Ji Lingyun's question, the young man said happily, "Yes, I'm a reporter. Today is the first time I came out to collect information. Haha, I didn't expect that I was so lucky. The scene, the public execution of One Piece, Roger, this will surely become a sensation in the world." Haha. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, Then you will have to stare at you later. The execution of One Piece is indeed a big news that shocked the world, but today apart from this incident, there may be others that shock the world. The big thing happened. The young reporter was taken aback by what Ji Lingyun said, and didn't understand what Ji Lingyun meant. He looked at Ji Lingyun carefully and found that Ji Lingyun was carrying a sword on his body. This made him even more strange, thinking. He wanted to continue talking, but found that Ji Lingyun didn't pay attention to him at all, but looked elsewhere. Be quiet. Suddenly, a huge shout sounded, and I saw a person on the execution platform who did not know when. This person was tall, dressed in a marine justice coat, and stood calmly on the execution platform. It was the current Marine Marshal Kong. He is Marshal Marine. Many of the people present saw Marshal Marine Kong for the first time, but this kind of discussion soon disappeared. Everyone calmed down and looked at Kong. With the appearance of Kong, everyone knew that public executions would be effective. It's about to start. Ji Lingyun didn't have the time to listen to the emptiness. He found out that after appearing from the emptiness, Marine senior officials slowly appeared. The first was Marine Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, Lieutenant General Garp, and then again. The younger generation of Marine, Admiral alternates Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, etc. Besides them, there are many Marine lieutenants around. Although this lineup is not comparable to the Marine's total combat power in the later top wars, the high-end combat power is not weak. The reason why Marine is so solemn is that it is afraid that someone will rescue Roger. These Marines are really willing to take out 90% of the high-end combat power of naval headquarters at once. If someone sneaks into naval headquarters at this time, that would be really interesting. But this kind of thought is just casual thinking. Seeing such a lineup, Ji Lingyun can't help but frown. He finds that what he thinks is too simple. Marine came prepared this time and executed. One Piece's significance is so great that they can't tolerate the slightest mistake. Ding ding ding. While Ji Lingyun was thinking about what to do when he was waiting, suddenly a clear chain sound came from his ears. In an instant, the entire square became quieter, and everyone looked towards the place where the sound was sounding. I saw Roger dragging his brisk pace, wearing dirty clothes, smiling at the corners of his mouth, walking towards here step by step. His hands and feet were chained, and he knew the chain just by looking at it. The weight was amazing, but it didn't affect Roger's pace at all, and the sound of the chain hitting added a different feeling. Roger, he is One Piece, Roger. One Piece. After a short silence, the square suddenly burst into an astonishing sound. Everyone craned their necks and looked at Roger scramblingly. It turned out that the huge square became chaotic. It is conceivable that Roger's reputation it is amazing, although such a reputation is notorious for most people. Seeing this scene, Marine Marshal Kong suddenly showed nervousness. Today is an important day for the execution of the One Piece. Roger. There must be no mistakes. He also knows that there may be many pirates hidden in the crowd, and there are even a lot of them. People with bad intentions, so he must not give these people a chance. Chapter 40. Be quiet. Sora shouted again, and under the amplification of the phone bug, it directly overwhelmed all the noise in the field, making the scene quiet again, but everyone's eyes were still fixed on Roger, following Roger's move and move. Ji Lingyun looked at Roger, feeling excited, and saw that even if he was about to step onto the execution platform, Roger still had a relaxed expression, a smile on his face, and his steady steps. It didn't look like someone was about to be executed. The person is more like a returning king, enjoying the welcome of everyone. Roger was indeed in a very calm mood at this time. He had already looked down on life and death. When the crowd was staring at him, he also scanned the crowd with his peripheral vision. He saw Shanks and Buggy hidden in the crowd, and he also saw it. Several eyes stared at him fiercely, and he also saw some familiar faces. But no matter who he saw, Roger's expression was always smiling, but when he walked to the front and saw Ji Lingyun standing in front of the crowd, his eyes were met with a flash of sorrow on his face. At his execution ceremony, Roger thought that many people would come, but he never thought that even Ji Lingyun would come, and Whitebeard would let him come alone. Although he was surprised in his heart, Roger was still very pleased. He saw the reluctance in Ji Lingyun's eyes. Ji Lingyun could barely be regarded as his half of his disciple, but he was able to come and see him for the last time. What else could he have? Dissatisfied, Ji Lingyun kept staring at Roger. From the front to the back of Roger, he just watched Roger step onto the execution platform in silence. When Roger stepped onto the execution platform, the entire square fell completely silent, and suddenly, a thunder exploded in the sky. Countless people stared at Roger, who was sitting on his knees on the execution platform. Two executioners stood beside him with cold faces, but Roger's smile was in stark contrast with them. Following Marshal Marine with a wave of his hand, the execution is about to begin. But at this moment, a loud cry came from the crowd. Hey, One Piece, where are all your treasures hidden? At this point, the silent square instantly became chaotic, and more people yelled at the same time. Yes, One Piece, you are going to die anyway. Tell me where your treasure is hidden. One Piece, you must have a lot of treasures, and you won't need them anymore. Just do something good before you die and leave it to us. One Piece. People in the entire square are staring at Roger. In everyone's impression, as One Piece, he must have the world's #1 treasure. As long as he can get One Piece's treasure, getting rich overnight is a trivial matter. Maybe he can become like Roger One Piece. As long as they are people, they long for treasure and power, not to mention the treasure of One Piece. In their opinion, Roger is dying anyway, and maybe he will tell his secrets at the last moment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Roger naturally wouldn't let everyone down. He was waiting for this moment when he suddenly let out a wild laugh. Not good. This scene made the marine executives feel terrified, and Kong hurriedly ordered Roger to be executed, but it was too late. Roger laughed arrogantly. Do you want my treasure? Give it to you if you want it, go find it. I put everything in the world there, as long as you can find. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the entire square was completely detonated, and everyone was boiling, and everyone watching the live broadcast in the world was also boiling. Although Roger did not say it clearly, everyone understood it. Roger, really, there are treasures. Haha. I'm going to see, I'm going to be a pirate, I'm going to find the treasure of One Piece. I have had enough of these boring days, I want to go out to sea to find treasure. One Piece, I will definitely find your treasure, and then replace your name and become the new One Piece, haha. ... Countless people shouted in excitement, as if they had found the treasure of One Piece. Kong shouted angrily. A-hole, Roger, A-hole, execution, execution. Under Sora's furious roar, the two executioners raised their weapons with cold expressions and aimed them at Roger. Boom. A flash of lightning struck, and the first generation of One Piece died in the hands of the humble executioner, but even if he died, there was still a happy smile on his mouth. He left the world with a smile. The two sword pierced into Roger's body, and the blood donation ran all over the execution platform, but Roger's body did not fall down. It was faintly visible, and there was still a satisfied smile on his face. Yes, Lingyun didn't know what mood he left the world with, but he was sure that this was what Roger wanted. He seemed to have seen the future and hope. Uncle Roger. Lingyun watched Roger die like this with his own eyes. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little bit cold in his body. This kind of suffocation of death made him a little unbearable. Don't die. Captain. Shanks and Buggy in the crowd were already in tears, and like them there were members of the Roger Pirates group hidden in the dark. They all watched their captain die. The pain was not something ordinary people could bear. Crack. Suddenly a flash of lightning struck in the sky, followed by heavy rain, but no matter how heavy the rain was, everyone's excitement could not be concealed. Everyone was excited by Roger's words before his death. Their excitement was similar to that of Lingyun and others. The sadness formed a sharp contrast. Lingyun looked at the excited people around him, and suddenly felt very sad in his heart. Roger died for these people. No, he shook his head. Roger didn't die for anyone. He died for the whole world. He wanted to use his own death to awaken the whole world, even if it only awakened some people, that was enough. A new era is coming. This is the era of Theon Peace. In the countless years to come, Uncle Roger will live in everyone's hearts. However, before that, let me ignite this era. A more brilliant torch. Lingyun's eyes burst into bright light, and the whole person was suddenly about to be unsheathed like a sharp sword. Chapter 41. On the second floor of a pub around the square, Rayleigh sat there drinking wine and witnessed Roger's execution throughout the whole process. He couldn't help but return to the scene where he first met Roger. He still remembers how Roger forced him back then. Pirates. Old buddy, go well. A shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The shadow completely concealed himself in the shadow. It could only be judged by his voice as a man. He only heard him say, Deputy Captain, everyone is ready, when will we start to act? In the Roger Pirates group, Roger, the captain, naturally responded, and Rayleigh, who was also the deputy captain, was the same. Under his call, the members of the Roger Pirates group gathered together. After Rayleigh told them their purpose, everyone agrees and is ready as quickly as possible. Rayleigh put down the hip flask and said, quickly, the moment the little guy Lingyun gave out the signal, he started to act. The shadow asked suspiciously, Deputy Captain, is that little guy credible? Haha. Rayleigh laughed and said, don't underestimate that little guy. Roger told me more than once that the sea in the future must have a place for that kid, and someone who can be valued by both Roger and Whitebeard. You think he will be ordinary? The shadow said, of course I know he is not ordinary. After all, I have also experienced his conqueror's hockey. It's just that robbing the captain's body is such an important thing, centering on him, is it too? Rayleigh said. Since I chose to believe him, then don't doubt it anymore, and at this moment, we have no choice but to trust him. I think this little guy can do it. Now the shadow didn't speak anymore, because Rayleigh's belief was the most important thing, he wouldn't bet on Roger's body. Hey, have you seen it? Big news, this is big news that can definitely make a sensation in the world. The young reporter next to Lingyun pulled Lingyun excitedly and screamed at Lingyun. Lingyun shook off his hand and said, yes, this is big news, but I advise you to leave here immediately. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The young reporter was startled, and asked puzzledly, what's the matter? Lingyun said, because just now, there will be a big news that can also make a sensation in the world. The young reporter looked at a loss. He was about to ask again, but was surprised to find that Lingyun in front of him had pulled out the long sword he was carrying on his back, revealing a simple samurai sword. You. The young reporter pointed at Lingyun in amazement and wanted to talk, but was swept away by Lingyun's cold eyes, and suddenly became cold and could not speak. Only then did he understand that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary person. After the shock, a bright light flashed in his eyes. He remembered what Lingyun had just said, but his mind was shocked. The whole person trembled with excitement. He took a few steps back without hesitation, took the camera in his hand and pointed Lingyun, took a few photos, and then looked at Lingyun expectantly. Lingyun did not respond to the young reporter's actions. He had put all his energy on marine around the execution platform. After pulling out Senbon Sakura, he immediately released it with his backhand. Bankai. Senbon Sakura seemed to melt into the ground, a few ripples appeared, and then disappeared. The young reporter looked at this scene in astonishment. He didn't understand why good sword disappeared after falling on the ground, so he stared at Lingyun more nervously. His instinct told him that the boy in front of him was very not simple. The heavy rain was still falling, but a different situation appeared in the square. I don't know when, strange rain suddenly appeared in the sky. What? A screaming scream suddenly sounded, and a marine suddenly covered his neck, a large amount of blood poured out of his neck, and his eyes fell unwillingly. Because the screams of one person are too small compared to the screams of others, but this is only the beginning. Soon several marines screamed, and there were multiple wounds on their bodies, just like it's the same as being swiped by a sharp blade. Marines' cry quickly attracted the attention of the people around. When they saw the terrible behavior of the marine soldiers, they all shouted in horror. Before Roger was executed, although everyone saw it, it was not too much. A lot of fear, because those who could not resist were killed, but now it was different. The living marine died in front of them somehow, which naturally caused great panic. Soon, more than a dozen marines died in the rain inexplicably, and the entire square became more chaotic. A huge panic completely disrupted the entire square. The marine seniors who were planning to leave saw this scene, one by one. The complexion became solemn. Standing at the top of the execution platform, Kong frowned. He was standing high, so he had a wide field of vision. He saw several marine soldiers die with his own eyes, but he didn't see the murderer, which made him very strange. Ah! Ah! Suddenly 2 screams came from his ear, and the 2 executioners just now fell down, and his face changed. Suddenly he raised his right hand and grabbed it against his ear. Sora clearly felt a sharp object in his hand. He opened his hand and saw that in addition to the rain, there was a transparent blade. The blade was hidden in the rain, making it impossible for people to recognize it. This is. The empty pupil shrank, and he immediately shouted. Be careful, everyone, there are blades hidden in the rain. Then Sora shouted to Sengoku and others below, find the murderer immediately. At the same time, there was an unknown premonition in his heart. The other party didn't know what the origin was, and he was able to hide the thin blade in the rain to attack. Under the cover of rain, it is difficult for ordinary people to find such a blade. This type of attack is really shocking, and if it continues like this, it will definitely cause even greater chaos. Not only Sora found the problem, but Sengoku and other marine executives also discovered the problem. Their eyes were constantly scanning the crowd. This can cause such a situation, indicating that the murderer must be hidden in the crowd. Chapter 42. But when everyone was searching, they couldn't help feeling strange. They didn't understand why the murderer made such a big noise. If it was before Roger was executed, they would definitely think that the other party was going to rescue Roger, but now Roger is dead. Now, the other party actually did it. What is the purpose? Deputy Captain, that little guy has done it. Above the tavern, the shadow behind Rayleigh said, his tone a little excited. Rayleigh smiled and said, yeah, the little guy really didn't disappoint us. He made such a big noise. The thin blades hidden in the rain should be the same things that they used to do with Buggy, right? I think he can control so well now, and the scope and quantity are far from comparable. The shadow said, indeed, this little guy is the one I don't understand the least. Deputy Captain, should we also do it? He has already created such good conditions for him. Rayleigh's complexion became serious, shook his head, and said, don't worry, haven't you seen it? Although the square is chaotic, it is actually still under the control of Marine. Marine's formation is not chaotic. The shadow behind Rayleigh stuck out half of his body, revealing an extremely bright eye. He looked for a while, and he found that Marine's people had surrounded the entire square, empty. Sengoku, Garp and others were not in the slightest confusion. Rayleigh continued, this little movement is not enough to cause Marine's chaos. Now the chaos is only the audience. As long as they find Lingyun, the chaos will be calmed down soon. Then us. The shadow voice behind him was a little anxious. The other party is the highest level of Marine. Although the little guy Lingyun hides it deeply, it will be found out soon, right? Just wait for him to be found, haha. Rayleigh laughed, but it frightened the shadow behind him. The shadow said, what? Deputy Captain, are you? Rayleigh smiled bitterly. Do you think I look like that kind of person? He made the plan. He wants to use himself as a bait to attract Marine's attention, and then let us start a raid so that we have more opportunities. The shadow said, but that little guy is Whitebeard's heart. If he has any problems, Whitebeard is not crazy. Rayleigh squinted his eyes, revealing a hockey who doesn't want me, and said in a deep voice, nothing like this will happen. Will it happen to him if we are there? Now the shadow didn't speak anymore, he was convinced of Rayleigh. Since Rayleigh said it would be okay, then it must be okay. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Roger pirates are ready to go, the Marines are looking for the murderer, and the eagle eyes in the crowd silently glanced at the location of Lingyun, and then held their breath, ready to take action at any time. For a 4, it's so interesting. Among the crowd, Doflamingo in a feather coat let out a weird laugh, and he said to himself, who was so interesting? Didn't do it before the execution, but did it at this time there really is no in-by lie, not only saw the execution ceremony of Theon Peace, but also saw the great chaos that is about to break out, Furfur. There are many people who have the same idea as Doflamingo. These people originally just wanted to come to watch the ceremony, but now such a situation has made these originally unstable pirates become more excited. Found it. Suddenly there was a burst of shouts from Marine, and Sengoku Admiral pointed to Lingyun's location and shouted, that kid is controlling the blade. Take him down. Among Marines, there are many strong men who are proficient in observation hockey. Lingyun's manipulation of Zanpakuto naturally requires a spiritual connection. Therefore, the strong men in observation hockey can judge who is the murderer by observing. However, even Marine did not expect that the person who caused such a great panic was only a 10-year-old boy. After a little astonished, Sora shouted without hesitation, take that kid down. Seeing that he had been spotted by Marine, Lingyun had no expression on his face. He turned his head to the young reporter and said, you should go quickly, otherwise you will be accidentally affected, and you may not even have a small life. The young reporter looked at Lingyun blankly, and suddenly asked, why are you doing this? Lingyun smiled and said, not only for repaying kindness, but also for myself. When the two were talking, countless Marines had already surrounded themselves, while the surrounding audience fled in horror. They did not expect that Lingyun would be the murderer. Soon, Lingyun was surrounded by hundreds of Marines. Apart from that, there were no other people, but all the thin blades around him returned to him, forming a layer around him. Strong protection, many Marines shot at him without hurting him. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi, Lingyun, who was surrounded by Marines, did not panic, because he was surrounded by ordinary Marines, so instead of panicking, he launched a counterattack and directly used Bankai to attack those Marines. Before the death of Marine, no one had figured out what was going on, but at this time, seeing the blades all over the sky around Lingyun, everyone understood what was going on, because those blades lingered around Lingyun's side, and it even rained. Can't get close to half a minute, you can imagine how amazing the number of thin blades is. The thin blades quickly formed a serpentine shape, and they attacked the surrounding Marines. Many Marines couldn't help but attack, but after the thin blades were touched, they spread out with a bang. The speed flew up, and many people were caught off guard by being cut by the thin blade. Weird thin blade, weird way of attack. Many people who saw this scene gave comments. Such an astonishing attack was made from the hands of a young man, which is the most shocking. Kong shouted. Don't kill him, catch him alive. Even if they saw that the murderer was just a teenager, the Marine executives didn't relax. They all scanned the crowd vigilantly. They didn't think that just a teenager had the courage to make trouble on the execution ground. Chapter 43. The power of Senbon Sakura Bankai is unquestionable. Those ordinary Marines can hardly resist Lingyun's attack, but Marine's attack can't get close to him at all, because a circle of no injuries has been formed around him. Sora saw so many Marines that Lingyun couldn't help it. He was furious and frightened at the same time. Where did this little boy emerge from? He has such amazing strength, and what is his purpose? Why did you do it after the execution? All of this made Kong very confused, but it also made him more and more vigilant. This kid is quite capable, let me do it. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded and saw a young lieutenant general wearing yellow clothes stand up. This person was about 30 years old, with some scum, and his face wrinkled when he spoke. It's as if the muscles are all squeezed together. Pelusili, Lieutenant General Marine, in the near future, he will be promoted to Marine Admiral, a sparkling fruit-capable person. When Sengoku saw Kizaru coming out, he frowned slightly and said, Kurosali, take care of your measures and catch him alive. Kizaru twisted his body and cried out strangely. Understood, Mr. Sengoku, promise to complete the task. The Marine structure is now very clear. Marine Marshal Kong will soon be transferred. It is estimated that this is the matter of the past few years. At that time, the current Marine Admiral will inevitably succeed the Marine Marshal. Zephyr himself gave up, so in the future Sengoku must be the Marshal of Marine. The three positions of Marine Admiral are hardly controversial. Garp is unwilling to be promoted. The two appointed are Sakazuki and Pelusari. Therefore, Pelusari now has Admiral strength. Lingyun controlled Senbon Sakura's thin blade and attacked Marine, but suddenly a sound came from his ear, which shocked his whole body. Boy, have you ever seen the speed of light kick? Not good. After hearing this soft voice, Lingyun's complexion changed drastically. He thought of Kizaru almost instantly. The facts also verified his conjecture. A golden light appeared in front of him, followed by a yellow. The figure appeared, more than 2 meters tall, with his hands in the pockets of his trousers, his right foot was raised, and the toes were shining with cross-shaped golden light. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's Kizaru. Lingyun's reaction speed was fast enough. He quickly returned the thin blade, trying to resist Kizaru, but Kizaru was faster than him, and kicked out the kick before the thin blade returned. The thin blade defense in front of Lingyun collapsed almost instantly. Not good. The members of the Roger Pirates who watched the battle in the dark were all shocked. Kizaru's shot speed was so fast that they almost didn't react. If this kick really hit Ji Lingyun, it would not die or be seriously injured. The fastest response was Rayleigh. He had already flown out of the second floor of the tavern when Kizaru took shape, but his speed was not as fast as Kizaru. He looked ugly as Kizaru abruptly destroyed Ji Lingyun's defenses. About to kick Ji Lingyun. However, the recent Kizaru from Ji Lingyun showed a sense of panic when he saw that Ji Lingyun was only at the beginning, but he quickly recovered his calmness, and kept backing up in that position, as if he didn't worry that his light speed kick would hit him same. The fact is that Ji Lingyun is not afraid, because at the moment Kizaru's light speed kick was about to kick him, a dark cross blade suddenly appeared between the two of them, accurately slashing Kizaru's kick. Okay. Kizaru looked in front of him in surprise. His speed of light kicked on the black sword without causing an explosion. Between him and Ji Lingyun, a man in a burgundy trench coat, holding a black cross sword, blocked him. Kick at the speed of light. Who are you? Hawkeye stared at Kizaru, and there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. He could feel that this slightly wretched Lieutenant General Marine was a very good opponent, so he replied, Dracul Mahawk. Dracul Mahawk, I haven't heard of it. Kizaru shook his head, then looked at Hawkeye with interest, and said, you can stop my kicking at the speed of light. It seems that you are also a good guy. Ji Lingyun stood behind Hawkeye and thanked, thanks, Hawkeye. Hawkeye. Eagle Eye looked at Ji Lingyun in confusion. Ji Lingyun was suddenly embarrassed. He quickly remedied. I see your eyes are very sharp and fierce, so I gave you such a nickname. Originally Ji Lingyun thought that Hawkeye would refute it, but he didn't expect that Hawkeye nodded after chanting twice and said, Hawkeye, this nickname is very good. I will use this name in the future. Ji Lingyun was stunned. He didn't expect that the nickname of Hawkeye would even be taken by him, but this reaction was only for an instant. Because of Kizaru's attack, all members of the Roger Pirates appeared, and the whole scene changed to make the chaos even worse. The members of the Roger Pirate group attacked the surrounding marine from multiple places, causing great casualties. It's from the Roger Pirates. The appearance of Rayleigh and others made Marine recognized immediately, and many people screamed in panic. Sora, Sengoku and other Marine executives frowned. They really couldn't understand why the Roger Pirates didn't do anything just before the execution. Instead, these talents appeared after Roger died. Now Roger is already there. Dead, why did they appear? Rayleigh. Sora saw Rayleigh in the crowd and shouted angrily. You pirates of damn it, Roger is dead, you still dare to show up, it's good, I've been looking for you for so long, this time caught you all into impel down. Rayleigh laughed and said, if you want to catch us, it depends on whether you have the ability. After Rayleigh appeared, Admiral Sengoku and Garp greeted him immediately, ready to join forces against Rayleigh. Behind Rayleigh, there were also two people, one who couldn't see his appearance, and a tall man. Sengoku looked at Rayleigh and suddenly asked, Rayleigh, is that kid also from your Roger Pirates? Chapter 44. Rayleigh chuckled and said, Sengoku, you guessed wrong. Our pirates don't have such a powerful little guy. Sengoku was about to ask again, but suddenly he found a man braving blue flames appearing next to Ji Lingyun. When he saw this man, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he asked, the Whitebeard Pirates, phenomenal, Marco, is this kid from the Whitebeard Pirates? Rayleigh smiled and did not answer, but it made Sengoku more certain. He was puzzled that the members of the Whitebeard Pirates would help the members of the Roger Pirates come to the execution ground. However, according to their intelligence, the Whitebeard Pirates did not leave New World. It seems that this should only be the two of Marco and the kid. Sengoku was convinced. Sengoku said to Rayleigh, Rayleigh, what is your purpose? Rayleigh said solemnly, our purpose is very simple, is to return Roger's body to us, as long as you do this, we will evacuate immediately. Impossible. Sengoku directly refused without hesitation. Now it is broadcast live in the world, so many people are watching. If they handed Roger's body to the people of Roger Pirates, how would people in the world think of him? Everything they did today was to deter the pirates. If they really handed Roger's body out, then they would talk about the shock of the fart, and it would be good not to be laughed to death. Rayleigh's eyes turned cold. Because of the entire appearance of the Roger Pirates, the entire square was in an extremely chaotic situation. Although the Marines did not know what Roger Pirates wanted to do, since the other party dared to show up, he had to take Roger Pirates. Everyone arrested them all. After all, the world live broadcast has not been closed yet. Lingyun, are you okay? Marco asked Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun said, it's okay. I was lucky to have Hawkeye's help just now, otherwise it will be bad. Although he is sure that he will not be seriously injured under Kizaru's attack, he will definitely be very uncomfortable. Don't bother, because with Hawkeye's current strength, even if he can't beat Kizaru, he will never lose. Marco said. The Roger Pirates have already appeared, what should I do next? Ji Lingyun said. Of course it is a quick fight, and immediately retreat after snatching Uncle Roger's body. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco smiled bitterly and pointed to the execution table, and said, but is it really that easy? Look at it. Ji Lingyun turned his head and looked. It turned out that just after Sengoku learned of their purpose, he immediately arranged a large number of Marines to surround the execution platform, which was airtight, but Ji Lingyun could still see Roger's body still there. Even Marine couldn't take Roger's body away in full view. However, Ji Lingyun said in a deep voice, it's not easy to try. Now we are on the string and have to send it. Lingyun. After a lot of crowding, Shanks also came to Ji Lingyun's side. He was holding a western sword and his face was fierce. As for Buggy, there was no trace at this time. Shanks asked eagerly. Lingyun, what do you do next? The deputy captain has already acted. Ji Lingyun said. Uncle Rayleigh and the others are Marines' focus, so they want to get in touch with the execution platform. There is basically no hope. We can only snatch Uncle Roger's body. Hawkeye. Ji Lingyun pointed to Kizaru and said to Hawkeye, help me block this guy, is it okay? Hawkeye said faintly. Yes. Ji Lingyun nodded, her eyes flickered, glanced at the location of Doflamingo, Crocodile and others, and said to Shanks, Marco, when you fight with Marine, move the battlefield in those directions. If it would be even better if those people could be involved. Shanks asked, who are they? Do you know? Ji Lingyun said. I don't know, but their strength is very good. Involving them will inevitably make the battlefield more chaotic, which will help us to start operations. Shanks replied. Okay, this is not a big question, but what about the captain's body? We don't have enough manpower. Ji Lingyun said. Uncle Roger's body is left to me, I will figure out a solution. Now, there is no other way. Shanks can only choose to believe in Ji Lingyun. When they speak, Marine has completely surrounded him. This time, it is not just ordinary Marine soldiers, but Marine lieutenants. 7 or 8 Marine lieutenants came over, the remaining Marine lieutenants were to deal with the Roger Pirates, and these Marine lieutenants were the rest. Spread. Ji Lingyun suddenly yelled, Shanks and Marco dispersed immediately. The 3 of them gathered together, and they were bound to be defeated by Marine lieutenant generals in one fell swoop. Therefore, only when they were dispersed can they have a chance. They rushed in different directions, exactly the positions Ji Lingyun pointed out before. The Marine Lieutenant General did not think much, but immediately divided into 3 waves, chasing Ji Lingyun 3 people respectively. Kizaru laughed, his body turned into a golden light, and he was about to rush towards Ji Lingyun, but he promised to catch Ji Lingyun. As for the others, he didn't care. But when he had just turned into a golden light and was about to move, a blade of light suddenly struck him and hit his body directly. The golden light spread out, revealing Kizaru's body. He squinted his eyes and said to Hawkeye, it's a terrible slash, I almost got hurt by you. Boy, I don't know who you are, but do you know that helping that kid end up with Marine? Hawkeye held a black sword and said calmly, I have an agreement with him and I will shoot once, so if you want to chase him, I will win first. UB ***************** D. Kizaru's gaze became stern. Although the young swordsman in front of him had only fought twice, he could feel the power contained in the black sword. It was definitely not an easy character to deal with. If he fought against him, if there are other things in mind, it will be very detrimental to him. Well, if a talented swordsman like you catches you, it might be a great achievement. Chapter 45. Boom. The movement between Kizaru and Hawkeye was very big. The two belonged to different camps. One was Marine's future admiral, and the other was the future world's #1 swordsman. Although neither of them reached their respective peaks, they were at this time. They are also amazing in fighting power, at least within a large range of the two of them fighting against each other, no one else can intervene at all. Sky Kong Yunjian. Kizaru pulled out a golden long sword with both hands, and fought each other with Hawkeye's black sword. Fortunately, everyone around was basically gone, otherwise the aftermath of the two of them would not know how many people would be injured. Up. Ji Lingyun moved swiftly, he followed 2 Marine lieutenants behind him. Because of his short body, it was easier to move in the chaotic crowd, while the 2 Marine lieutenants were scrupulous about ordinary people around him. So it is impossible to deploy all the speed and strength, and can only be hung behind by Ji Lingyun. However, this situation is only temporary. Under the guidance of Marine, the crowd around is getting less and less. Many ordinary people have already left the square, and there are more than 70% fewer people in the square than before. Ji Lingyun didn't care about the others. He ran swiftly. Seeing that the 2 Marine lieutenants behind him were about to catch up with him, he suddenly stopped and shouted at the person next to him. Quick, Doflamingo, help me block them. Yes, Ji Lingyun chose Doflamingo. Except for the Shichibukai of Hawkeye, Doflamingo is definitely the strongest one. Although he is still young now, Ji Lingyun has no doubts about his strength, so he only then will the 2 Marine lieutenant generals be brought here, and the disaster will shift eastward. Doflamingo was full of consternation. He didn't understand how Ji Lingyun knew his name, but Ji Lingyun didn't give him a chance to react. He hid behind him, and then shouted, block them, I will help others. After that, regardless of Doflamingo's ugly face, he quickly rushed into the crowd. The 2 Marine lieutenants didn't know what was going on. When they heard Ji Lingyun's words, they thought Doflamingo and Ji Lingyun were in the same group, so they immediately separated one of them and rushed towards Doflamingo, and the other continued. Pursue Ji Lingyun. Doflamingo's heart was indeed very angry at this time. He came to Logue Town only to be an audience. When he saw the Roger Pirates actually fight with Marine before, he was still gloating, but he never expected that. The young man who caused the war actually moved the disaster to him. Seeing Lieutenant General Marine rushing towards him with a fierce complexion, Doflamingo's face showed a fierce look. He knew that any explanation at this time would be useless, so he might as well just fight it. As for the frame-up, he has already deeply remembered his youth, and he will definitely not let him go. 5 color strings. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. And Shanks and Marco on the other two sides also transferred the hatred of Marine lieutenant generals to Crocodile, Gecko Moria and others. These people were originally pirates, so even if they are framed now, they still have trouble saying no. Out, can only bite the bullet and dry it with Marine. Lingyun's strategy of moving eastward is not bad, at least it has restrained a lot of Marine's power, while Lingyun is now quickly approaching the execution platform, and Sakura has once again turned into a thin blade in the sky. Lingyun rushed towards the execution platform together. Sakura Kageyoshi. The blades of Sakura were all condensed into a spherical shape, sweeping towards the Marine surrounding the execution table, with a spectacular momentum. Boy, get me back. Just as Lingyun launched his attack, a dull burst of shouts suddenly sounded, and a mature man wearing a Marine justice coat rushed towards the spherical blade. His hands suddenly turned black, his fists hit the blade, and all the blades were shattered, and then they attacked Lingyun. Lingyun quickly gathered the blades in front of him, but the Marine executives all punched and kicked, and easily defeated Lingyun's defense, and continued to rush forward unabated. Seeing this scene, Lingyun felt bad. This sudden appearance of Marine was so powerful, he was definitely not able to deal with it. Just when he was thinking about how to deal with it, two people suddenly rushed out from behind him. Haha, Zephyr, bullying a kid will lose your name as Marine Admiral, so let's fight with us. Lingyun only saw two figures rushing towards Zephyr, and then Zephyr let out an angry roar. The three of them fought together. He remembered that these two people were members of the Roger Pirates, but they only met once. Without Zephyr's obstruction, Lingyun continued to rush forward, with the execution platform just ahead. As long as he rushed past, he would have a chance to recapture Roger's body, but how could Marine let him succeed so easily? One after another Marine masters shot to stop Lingyun, but every time members of the Roger pirate group appeared to protect them, and all of them were restrained. Sengoku and Garp teamed up against Rayleigh. Together with the other two members of the Roger Pirates, both sides are very strong. After a long time, no one can do anything. Sengoku saw Lingyun bravely rushing to the execution platform, so he said to Rayleigh in a deep voice, "Rayleigh, are you so optimistic about that kid? The whole pirate group is protecting him." Rayleigh smiled and said, "Sengoku, you are right. This time we will all hope to bet on him, and he won't let us down." Sengoku said coldly, "Then I can only say that you have no hope from the beginning. That kid, his fate is already doomed." Rayleigh smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true." Crack. Lingyun's face suddenly changed when he was running. He stopped without any hesitation, and then a block of ice hit the direction he was heading. If he hadn't stopped just now, he would be hit. Ice. Is it Aokiji? Seeing the appearance of the ice cube, Lingyun immediately guessed Aokiji, and sure enough, in front of him, a young man with half of his face frozen stood there looking at him. Chapter 46. In the age of the great pirate, Aokiji was the youngest among the three Marine admirals, and also the one with the most sense of justice. Although he later left Marine because he lost to Akainu, he was definitely one of the most popular. The current Aokiji is only in his 20s, and he is the best among the new generation of Marine Admiral officers. Although he has not yet reached the level of the determined Marine Admiral like Akainu, his chance of becoming a Marine Admiral has also exceeded 80%. Aokiji stared at Lingyun coldly, and didn't finish, but the chill radiating from him was expressing a meaning, there is no way to pass here. Facing Aokiji, Lingyun found it very tricky. You don't have to think about knowing that he is not Aokiji's opponent, but the most annoying thing is that Aokiji is definitely the one with the strongest defensive ability in the future Marine 3 Admiral, and wants to break through. It's difficult to stop. But no matter how difficult it is, Lingyun will not give up. He slowly put his hand on the hilt, and Aokiji on the opposite side didn't say a word. He directly attacked Lingyun, and Lingyun was about to shoot the sword. At that time, a giant blue flame bird soared into the sky and directly hit Aokiji's ice. Boom. The Whitebeard Pirates, Marco Phonics. After Aokiji and Marco collided once, he looked at Marco with a plain gaze, with a slight surprise in his eyes, and then asked Marco, "I didn't expect that your members of the Whitebeard Pirates would also participate in this incident." Quote. Marco smiled, and then said to Lingyun, "Lingyun, I will help you block this guy, you do your thing." It is good. Lingyun nodded. Marco and Aokiji are both still young now, and their strength is hard to say, they can be regarded as matchups. With Marco's blockade, Aokiji could only let Lingyun leave. He focused all of his attention on Marco. As for the execution platform behind him, he didn't worry at all, because Marine had more. Guarding there, he didn't think that Lingyun had the ability to snatch Roger's body from the hands of many Marine generals. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After Lingyun left, Marco lazily smiled at Aokiji. "I've heard of you a long time ago, Logia Frozen Fruit, the most outstanding general in the younger generation of Marine. I didn't expect to have the opportunity to meet here today." Quote. Aokiji said calmly, "The name of the Whitebeard pirate group is not small, I don't know what is going on with you. But now that you are here, then don't think about leaving anymore." Marco chuckled, then stared at Aokiji with a serious face, the same way, Aokiji did the same. Marco turned directly into a blue flame phoenix, and Aokiji also became an Iceman. The two did not have any temptation, and they shot with all their strength at the same time, and rushed towards each other. Boom. Ji Lingyun only glanced at the battlefield between Aokiji and Marco behind him, and then looked at the location of the execution platform again. There are still many Marines on the execution platform, but it can be clearly found that the vast majority of Marines the high-end powers of, are no longer there. Most of them are restrained by the crew of the Roger Pirates, and some are restrained by the rest of the pirates, so there are only a lot of Marine generals who stayed on the execution stand. Less. Standing on the execution platform, as Marshal Marine, he certainly couldn't do it from the beginning. As the Commander-in-Chief, he must always follow the development of the situation on the square. However, what happened on the square was completely beyond Sora's imagination. As the number one enemy, the Roger Pirates was basically blocked by Marines generals, but in the end it was rushed to the forefront by an imp. The situation made Kong very angry and embarrassed. There were so many Marines that even a kid couldn't clean up. In the world of normal people, a teenager about 10 years old is just a child, but the teenager in front of him is completely beyond anyone's imagination. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sora really couldn't believe it. The chaos in the square was actually caused by such a kid, because it was with Ji Lingyun's shot that it became the current situation. This kid is not a member of the Roger Pirates, but must be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. With Roger's death, the Roger Pirates has survived in name only, but Whitebeard is different. Without Roger and Golden Lion, he has become the biggest pirate in the sea. Now his power is terrifying enough, and now such an amazing kid has appeared again. The Whitebeard Pirate group will inevitably become Marine's number one enemy in the future. As Marshal Marine, Sora must consider Marine and the stability of the world every step of the way. Now that Roger is dead, Golden Lion Shiki is imprisoned in the deep-sea prison, so Marine's next move will naturally be placed on Whitebeard's body. Now Whitebeard, the appearance of such an outstanding junior in the pirates, of course he would be very jealous. This kid must be left behind completely. Kong Shin said harshly. Take him. Sora gave orders to Marine below. When Ji Lingyun rushed to a distance of less than 100 meters from the execution platform, the Marines surrounding the execution platform suddenly moved. They split apart and rushed towards Ji Lingyun, forming an arc-shaped encirclement. Ji Lingyun blocked the front of the execution platform and completely blocked the route in front of him. Laugh. Ji Lingyun stopped abruptly and looked at the fierce Marine soldiers ahead, with firmness flashing in his eyes. Now he is only one step away from the execution platform. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and definitely not to be missed. Kill him. I don't know that it was the Marine soldier who suddenly yelled, and then countless Marine soldiers killed Ji Lingyun. Although they were facing a teenager, they would not treat Ji Lingyun as one after seeing Ji Lingyun's previous performance. An ordinary boy, but regarded as an enemy who must go all out. Ah! The loud shout was extremely fierce. Ji Lingyun stood there, watching the ferocity of those Marines. A fierce expression flashed in his eyes, and suddenly he also shouted, and then an astonishing momentum erupted from him. Instantly swept the entire square. Chapter 47. Go away. A loud shout erupted from Ji Lingyun's mouth, and in an instant, boundless power radiated from his body, like a roar of a king, angrily at the mortals who dare to offend the majesty of the king. At this moment, all the battles on the square came to an abrupt end. Whether it was Marine or the pirates, they were all dumbfounded, looking at Ji Lingyun's direction in disbelief. I saw the Marines who were in front of him, as if they had received heavy blows, one after another fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than 90% of the Marines fell, and the rest were some Marine generals. They also stared at Ji Lingyun blankly. This. Marshal Marine above the execution platform was also stupid. He looked at Ji Lingyun below in disbelief. He leaned closer, and naturally felt that amazing domineering aura most clearly. He was very familiar with that aura for so many years in the sea. He has only felt it in a few people, but how old is the boy in front of him? 10 years old. 12. Conqueror's Haki, how is this possible? On the other side, Sengoku, who joined Garp against Rayleigh and other Roger pirates, exclaimed. He looked at Ji Lingyun incredible, then suddenly looked at Rayleigh, and said in a deep voice, who is this kid? At this age, you can control Haki of Conqueror's Haki. Not to mention Sengoku, they were surprised, even Rayleigh was very shocked. He knew that Ji Lingyun owned Conqueror's Haki, because 2 years ago, he had seen Ji Lingyun use Conqueror's Haki on Whitebeard's ship to stun Buggy. It was the first time that Ji Lingyun broke out of Conqueror's Haki, and he was not under his control at all. But this time is different. This is Ji Lingyun's initiative to release Conqueror's Haki. In other words, he can now control his Conqueror's Haki. This is a very rare thing. As Rayleigh, who also owns Conqueror's Haki, he is very clearly, Conqueror's Haki is the spirit within the human body, and a person's spirit becomes stronger and stronger as the body grows. The concentration of energy and spirit, under normal circumstances, even a person with Conqueror's Haki will only be the body can only be well controlled when it is about to grow up. It is amazing to be able to control Conqueror's Haki at the age of 10 like Ji Lingyun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rayleigh laughed and said, Sengoku, that little guy is no ordinary little guy, he is Whitebeard's, and we also believe in him, so we let him be the commander of this plan. You Marine can be careful, even I can't see through that little guy. That kid, he turned out to be too. Both Doflamingo and the Marine Lieutenant General stopped. He looked at Ji Lingyun's direction, and his eyes burst into an amazing light. He is the owner of Conqueror's Haki, and he was once Celestial Dragons, and he was raised since he was a child. Because of my unique personality, so I saw Ji Lingyun, who also owns Conqueror's Hockey, especially when I found that the other party was so much younger than him, that kind of jealousy and dissatisfaction suddenly came to my heart. If you want to kill him, you must kill him. If this guy doesn't die, he will definitely become my enemy in the future. Doflamingo has a feeling that if Ji Lingyun is not killed here today, Ji Lingyun will definitely become his enemy in the future, but he just looks at Marine Lieutenant General, who always stands in front of him and prevents him from having any way to get out. Very helpless. When Ji Lingyun broke out of Conqueror's Hockey, he suddenly became the center of everyone, especially in the eyes of Marine. He has become the #1 target of all pirates in the scene. Kong roared loudly. Kill that kid, otherwise he will become our Marine's enemy in the future. Kill him. Killing a talented, courageous, and wise boy in the cradle is Sora's top priority now. Otherwise, if Ji Lingyun is allowed to grow up, he will definitely become Marine's enemy in the future. Sora's roar awakened the remaining Marines. They looked at Ji Lingyun's wooden pipe and changed, but Ji Lingyun didn't care about it. After using Conqueror's Hockey, he stunned a lot of Marine, and immediately started the next wave. Attack. Bankai. Senbon Sakura once again Bankai. The sky full of blades flew towards Marine, and he quickly rushed towards the execution platform, even if there was still an empty existence on the execution platform, but he still did not have the slightest fear. On. At the moment when he rushed to the execution platform, Ji Lingyun jumped up under Sora's extremely angry gaze, and walked towards the execution platform. From Sora's point of view, it was the biggest insult to Marine. They was rushed here by a kid. Sora's face was green. You know, this is the live broadcast of the world. Countless people all over the world are watching here. Before, to show the power of Marine, even if the Roger Pirates appeared, he did not order the live broadcast to be closed. But at this moment, he really regrets that their Marine's face is completely lost. This world live broadcast has fulfilled Ji Lingyun. I am afraid that from this moment on, Ji Lingyun's name is estimated to be affected by many people. Remember. Seeing that Ji Lingyun was about to rush to the execution stand, rushing to Sora, but Sora still did not move, but stared at Ji Lingyun angrily, as if waiting for Ji Lingyun to come in front of him, and then he would make the final blow. Ji Lingyun also thought that he could board the execution platform, but even when he was a few steps away from the execution platform, a steady hum came from his ear, and then he felt a hot breath hitting from behind. Come. Not good. Ji Lingyun was shocked. At this moment, he was in the air and had no chance to escape. He could only control Senbon Sakura in Bankai state to return to his side to block the attack. Spitfire. Because the attack was from behind Ji Lingyun couldn't see it, but in the eyes of other people, he saw a huge giant lava fist soaring into the sky, attacking Ji Lingyun at an extremely fast speed. Directly hit Ji Lingyun. 2SC Chapter 48, Lingyun. Marco exclaimed when he saw this scene, and his distraction just gave Aokiji a chance to freeze him directly. Rayleigh also shrank his eyes sharply, and shouted, "Go help Lingyun." His loud shout was addressed to the crew of the Roger Pirates. The plan this time could not bring back Roger's body, but it must not cause Ji Lingyun to have an accident, otherwise he would not be able to explain to Whitebeard. The members of the Roger Pirates heard Rayleigh's yelling, and they immediately tried their best to force Marine opponents to rescue Ji Lingyun, but their opponents also understood their ideas, so they tried everything to stop them, so that members of the Roger Pirates could not break through their defenses to rescue Ji Lingyun. Ahem, ahem. A huge pothole was smashed where Ji Lingyun fell, and there were traces of magma burning around. A violent cough sounded, and Ji Lingyun struggled to stand up from the pothole. Ji Lingyun looked very embarrassed at this time. His face was dusty, his clothes were burned a lot, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding out. He was completely different from Hockey's fierce one before. "Oh, are you still alive?" In front of Ji Lingyun, a tall man, dressed in red underwear and a marine coat, saw Ji Lingyun actually stand up and made a soft sound, but the cold light in his eyes became more and more serious. Ji Lingyun stared at the marine firmly, and said solemnly, "Logia lava lava fruit, you are Akainu." This marine is the current Marine Lieutenant General, the future Marine Admiral and Marine Marshal, Akainu Sakazuki. Akainu looked at Ji Lingyun coldly and said, "You smashed like this, and you still know me, but it's okay, today I will kill you as a sinner." Ji Lingyun shook his hand and said solemnly, "Then you may be disappointed, not only will I not die today, but I will also complete my plan. It will only be you Marine who are ashamed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Death is imminent, and I dare to speak wild words." Akainu said coldly. He felt that Ji Lingyun was too mad, just a kid. Although it stirred up the chaos, it was undoubtedly a foolish dream to take Roger's body in front of him. Ji Lingyun slowly inserted Senbon Sakura back into the scabbard, then stared at Akainu solemnly, and said, "It's not me who is dying. You think I can't do it, but then you have to watch. It's clear, how I did all this in front of you, then you will know how incompetent you are." Humph. Akainu snorted coldly. He felt that Ji Lingyun was stimulating him with words, so he was even more disdainful. If Ji Lingyun really did everything in front of him, his face would be ashamed. He would never allow this. Things happen. A little devil with no hairs even dared to learn from others as a pirate. Today I will let you know what will happen to being a pirate. With that said, Akainu's fist lit up with crimson magma, and there was only absolute justice in his eyes. Ji Lingyun's actions violated his justice, so he didn't care about other things at all, and now only wanted to kill Ji Lingyun. Facing Akainu, How dare Ji Lingyun be careless? He held the hilt tightly in his hand and kept thinking about which Zanpakuto should be used against Akainu. In fact, if there is Ryūjin Jakka now, he doesn't need to think about it. It's too much, but now he doesn't have this sword, so he has to think of other ways. Thinking about it, Ji Lingyun's eyes suddenly brightened. His goal was to recapture Roger's body, not to fight Akainu. Therefore, Ji Lingyun's eyes brightened, and his eyes looked at Akainu more and more weird. He already had a plan in his mind. Whether he could recapture Roger's body, Akainu was the key. Being stared at by Ji Lingyun's gaze, Akainu frowned slightly. He thought Ji Lingyun's gaze was very strange, but he didn't think much about it. He was ready to use his abilities to take Ji Lingyun down in one fell swoop. Zanjetsu. Ji Lingyun suddenly uttered a low voice, and then drew out the sword sharply. The moment his Shinigami blade was unsheathed, the light burst and finally turned into a huge crescent-shaped machete. It was Zanpakuto Zanjetsu. When Zanjetsu came out of the sheath, Ji Lingyun secretly said in his heart, "My plan fell on Akainu, so he must be completely angered. If you want to destroy it, first make it crazy." Akainu was not surprised why Ji Lingyun pulled out such a huge sword from the narrow scabbard. Instead, he gathered his strength and blasted it at Ji Lingyun. The dog bites Gurren. The lava arm turned into a dog-shaped attack, and he rushed towards Ji Lingyun with a shocking momentum. Ji Lingyun did not look squint, holding a sword in both hands, staring at Akainu closely, staring at the sudden attack, and then shook Zanjetsu abruptly, shouting, "The crescent moon is rushing into the sky." In an instant, a huge sword light erupted from Zanjetsu, forming a huge blue sword light, like a moonlight blade, and attacked Akainu. Is this a slash? When Akainu attacked Ji Lingyun before, the two of them had already become the focus of the audience, so when they did it, they attracted the attention of countless people. When they saw Ji Lingyun's power, it was so terrifying. The slashes that made the swordsmen were very surprised at the scene, and the slashes were actually cut out, which was already Ji Anao's ability. Rayleigh is the top swordsman in the world today. He is definitely one of the forefront people on the road of Kendo, but even he was shocked when he saw the crescent moon in the sky, but he had quickly thought of the key point. Before Ji Lingyun used other Zanpakuto, he did not use such a slash, but he used this Zanpakuto, which I saw for the first time, and used such a slash. It is very likely to be because of that sword. Rayleigh knew some of the abilities of Ji Lingyun's weapons, and Hawkeye knew it, but others didn't. Everyone was stunned by Ji Lingyun's slash, his eyes widened involuntarily, and he stared at Ji Lingyun closely. The battle with Akainu. Boom. Crescent Moon Qianchong collided with Akainu's dog-biting Honglian, causing a great shock. Many marines around were pushed back by the aftermath. However, the two attackers couldn't help anyone else. After they collided, it was soon just dissipated. Chapter 49, Is that kid even the same as Lieutenant General Sakazuki? The surrounding marine officers all watched this scene dumbfounded. They knew how strong Akainu was. As the first Marine Admiral candidate, Akainu's strength definitely ranked among Marines' top 5, especially his fruit ability. Lava fruit's attack power and destructive power are among the best. But it was such a powerful man who was evenly divided with a boy. The result of this was how many blind Marines' eyes were blinded. The impact was not lower than that of Ji Lingyun's explosion of Conqueror's Haki just now. The blue veins on Akainu's forehead have completely burst. It can be seen how angry he is at this time. He is not angry that Ji Lingyun offset his attack, but angry that he did not kill Ji Lingyun with a single blow. It is intolerable for him. Crimson magma emerged from the angry Akainu, and the magma dripped to the ground, making a sound of chi-chi. Akainu shoots out like a cannonball. Akainu's speed is very fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun waved Zanjetsu in his hand and hit Akainu with a sword. Zanjetsu hit Akainu. However, although Zanjetsu hit Akainu, it slipped through Akainu's body, as if passing through an invisible element, and the place that Zanjetsu had struck was quickly recondensed by lava and became unscathed. Ji Lingyun's attack was ineffective against Akainu, but Akainu hit Ji Lingyun with a punch. Even if Ji Lingyun used Zanjetsu to block him, he still flew out by Akainu's punch. After knocking out Ji Lingyun, Akainu gained the momentum and did not forgive others. He bullied himself again and punched very fast. Fortunately, Ji Lingyun reacted fast enough to block Akainu's fist with Zanjetsu constantly. This is the case, Ji Lingyun was also wounded all over, and the blood in his mouth and nose continuously flowed out, and even his hands and mouth were full of blood. Under this situation, he might be beheaded by Akainu at any time. Boom. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The ice that had frozen Marco exploded, and the phoenix that was transformed into the sky soared to save Ji Lingyun. But Aokichi's speed was not satisfied, and in a blink of an eye he blocked Marco in front of him, no matter what Marco did. With his rampage, he couldn't break Aokichi's defense, causing Marco to roar in anger. On the other side, Kizaru and Hawkeye were still fighting. Kizaru laughed and said, "That kid is very bad. Sakazuki won't be merciful. If this continues, he will be killed. Don't save him." Hawkeye slashed in the past, but didn't even look at Ji Lingyun's direction, and said faintly, "He takes the road by himself. There is no shortcut. Whether he succeeds is up to him. I can't help him." In fact, it is the limit that Hawkeye can do to help Ji Lingyun block Kizaru. To be honest, things here don't care about him, but the appearance of Ji Lingyun makes him seem to see an opponent, so he is looking forward to Ji Lingyun. growing up, but as he said, if he needs help in everything, it is not the result he wants. It seems that you are not that familiar, Kizaru said to Hawkeye with a smile. Hawkeye remained silent, still waving the black sword in his hands. Each sword was full of power, which made Kizaru scream again and again. Hawkeye didn't mean to help Ji Lingyun. Naturally, Kizaru would not help Akainu. The two of them continued to fight on the spot, but it can also be seen that the two of them did not really use the ultimate move, more like they were entangled with each other. Rayleigh and others were also entangled by Sengoku, so based on the current situation, it is impossible for anyone to save Ji Lingyun. There are more and more dark clouds in the sky, and the wind is blowing faster and faster. The whole world seems to be gloomy, and the atmosphere is shimmering, as if a bigger storm is coming. Seeing Ji Lingyun being beaten by Akainu with no strength to fight back, Sora also let go of more than half of his heart, but he frowned, looked at the sky, and muttered, "It's strange weather. It stands to reason that today is the most there will only be light rain, but what is going on with this storm and the dark clouds covering the ground? Will there be a storm? Because today is an important day for the execution of the One Piece. Roger, Marine has prepared all the details, including the weather and climate, because often a bad weather may bring unnecessary changes, so there is more than one time in the morning. I have speculated on today's weather, and the most prepared result is light rain. However, the weather in front of us is completely different from the speculation. This is completely the prelude of the storm, and it is not just an ordinary storm, but more like a rare large storm. The heavy rain did not bring any change to Akainu. He still attacked Ji Lingyun strongly. Even if he still has to admit that this boy who was fighting against him is really rare. After so many attacks from him, he can still stand up, but this does not affect his killing intent at all. He is ready to use stronger moves to solve Ji Lingyun with one blow. Although Ji Lingyun was beaten by Akainu without fighting back, and with many hands on his body, his internal injuries were not mild, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. He knew that Akainu had been irritated, then as long as he resists for a while, his opportunity will come. The opportunity is critical and only once, so he must be foolproof. Akainu stopped the attack, stood still, staring at Ji Lingyun coldly, and said, "Next blow, kill you." Choke. Ji Lingyun inserted Zangetsu back into the scabbard, and then pulled it out again, but the shape of the sword changed, and it became another one, that is Sogyo no Katori. Akainu saw this scene and stared in surprise. Is the shape of the sword change, or something else? This kid's sword is a bit weird. After killing him, I will slowly study it. Even Akainu, who only believed in his fist, became interested after seeing Ji Lingyun constantly changing Zanpakuto's form, so he thought about taking Ji Lingyun's sword after killing Ji Lingyun. Chapter 50. Around Akainu, endless magma erupted, and under Akainu's loud shout, the magma formed a huge fist that covered the sky and covered the sun, and smashed toward Ji Lingyun extremely fast. Akainu's move was a full-scale attack, not to mention Ji Lingyun, even a Marine Lieutenant-level master, under Akainu's attack, he will die for a lifetime. If Ji Lingyun is hit, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. Marco looked at this side with a grim face, and shouted, "Lingyun, leave it alone, run, run." For Marco, Roger's remains are useless. Only Ji Lingyun's safety is the most important thing. He can't imagine how angry Whitebeard would be if Ji Lingyun's accident happened. No, to be precise, if something happens to Ji Lingyun, he won't even have the courage to return to the Whitebeard Pirates. Damn it, dare you! Rayleigh also uttered an angry roar. Although he also wanted to take back Roger's body, the premise was that Ji Lingyun was safe. In his opinion, Ji Lingyun was more important than Roger's body. The angry Rayleigh exerted all his strength, the sky full of sword shadows enveloped Sengoku and Garp, and Sengoku also shouted, "Garp, stop him, you must stop him." As a marine hero, Garp is absolutely at the top in strength. I dare not say that he is definitely better than Rayleigh, but it is basically impossible for Rayleigh to escape from him, so I can only see Rayleigh and Garp under their anger. Full strength shot, the momentum is much more spectacular than just now, and every blow of the two is devastating. The members of the Roger Pirates group basically made their best efforts, but they faced Marine, who had been prepared for a long time. Under the joint suppression of Marine officers, they had no way to get close to Ji Lingyun. They did not see Akainu and Ji. There are still many Marine general guards around Lingyun's battlefield. Even if they break through their opponents, they may not be so easy to approach here. Facing Akainu's full attack, Ji Lingyun didn't hear the roar and roar around him. He only had Akainu in his eyes, and he was slowly chanting Jifongyu. The wave is my shield, the thunder is my blade, Sogyo no Katori. In an instant, I saw that the Sogyo no Katori in Ji Lingyun's hand changed dramatically. From one sword to two, the shape of the sword was like a shark fin. There are 5 brands on the chain. This is the Shikai form of Zanpakuto Sogyo no Katori, one of Soul Society's only 2 double sword. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huh, another morphological change has taken place? Akainu saw that the sword in Ji Lingyun's hand had changed again, and suddenly his eyes narrowed, but he was more confident in his attack. No matter what changes Ji Lingyun had, he couldn't stop his attack. The sky full of magma instantly enveloped Ji Lingyun's thin body. From a distance, it looked like a huge molten fireball, and Ji Lingyun could not be seen at all. Lingyun! Marco roared angrily. He completely ignored Aokiji's attack and killed Aokiji like crazy. He completely withstood Aokiji's attack, but his attack also hit Aokiji, For a while, both of them were injured. Aokiji didn't expect Marco to be so crazy. He played with an injury for injury. If it was a normal time, he really didn't want to stop him, but now is the critical moment. Marco must not be allowed to break through. Kei fought desperately, and the two abilities of flame and freezing were the craziest manifestation. The battlefield of the two instantly became the most eye-catching battle on the square. Hawkeye and Kizaru on the other side stopped the fight unexpectedly, but neither of them moved because they knew that no matter who of them moved, the other one would definitely stop it, so it's better to stop it. Stop, no one will help. But at this time the center of the square was still Lingyun and Akainu. The fighting was fierce in other places, and it was not noticeable here, because Lingyun was the one who started everything. The terrifying magma enveloped Lingyun, and Akainu had already shown a face of victory. He didn't think Lingyun had the ability to survive his attack. No matter how strange Lingyun's ability was, he was still a teenager after all. But the next moment, Akainu's expression suddenly became very shocked. I saw that the magma covering Lingyun disappeared at a very fast speed. In just 10 seconds, the huge magma fireball disappeared. Lingyun, who was in the lava, did not die. Although he was scarred, his scars were from the previous battle. In other words, Akainu's full blow just now did not cause him any harm. Impossible. Akainu roared in shock. He couldn't believe that his attack didn't hurt Lingyun, and where did his magma go? How could it disappear out of thin air? Soon, Akainu's gaze fell on the two sword in Lingyun's hands, because at the last moment, he saw a trace of magma being sucked into it by the sword. Is the sword in his hand that absorbed my lava? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Akainu couldn't believe his eyes. His magma would have been absorbed by the sword. Looking at the shocked Akainu, Lingyun suddenly showed a smile, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Akainu, I completed the last step for me, and then it's my turn." Akainu heard the words and looked at Lingyun puzzled. He didn't understand what Lingyun's words meant. What made him complete the last step for Lingyun? Others in the square also saw Lingyun, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Marco. They all showed excitement. Although they also wondered why Lingyun was okay, it was not important. The important thing was Lingyun was not killed, especially Marco, who let out a cry of excitement and violently forced Aokiji back. Marco landed on the ground and did not continue to attack Aokiji. Instead, he said gratefully, it's okay. If something happens to your kid, Dad will have to take my skin off, haha. Aokiji looked at the neurotic Marco a little speechlessly, but he also looked at Lingyun. He was very surprised. How strong Akainu is. He knew very well that Lingyun was unscathed under his full attack, totally unexpected. His expectations, Chapter 51. Good boy, there are two things, haha. The furious Rayleigh couldn't help laughing, and even said to Garp who was fighting against him, "See you, Garp, I know that kid is not that easy to kill." Garp's face was speechless, and he didn't know who was so anxious to go crazy just now, making him sweat all over his body, but although he was speechless, he was actually very surprised. He didn't expect Lingyun to attack Akainu. The next is safe and sound. Sengoku looked at Lingyun and said solemnly, "That kid. The power that Lingyun showed is really amazing. He has such a power at such a young age. If a few years later, his body grows up and his physique develops, how terrifying would it be? At that time, he will inevitably become a big thief in New World. He must be executed. This kid must be executed completely. Anyone with eyes can see that Lingyun's talent is too amazing. If he grows up, he will likely become the same as Whitebeard, Roger and others, so the execution of Lingyun is definitely meaningful to Marine Major." Akainu clenched his fists, and the first blow did not kill Lingyun, but instead calmed him down. Lingyun was different from his previous opponents, and Lingyun could not be viewed with his previous eyes. Just before Akainu took the shot, Lingyun took the lead and saw that he was holding Sogyo no Kotori in both hands. The 5 signs on the Sogyo no Kotori chain suddenly flashed, and then the sword in his right hand was aimed at the position of the execution table, emitting a red light. Release. Lingyun groaned softly, and saw Sogyo no Kotori's right sword red light masterpiece. A sky full of magma appeared, and then fell directly on the execution platform. The sky covered the magma, exactly the same as the previous Akainu's attack. Not good. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The space above the execution platform was shocked. He was always guarding Lingyun, but he never expected that such a scene would happen. I don't know what happened. Lingyun actually absorbed Akainu's attack and was the direction of the execution platform was released, making them unprepared, and Akainu's attack was a wide-ranging attack, an indiscriminate attack that most people could not stop. This is the plan. Seeing the chaos in the direction of the execution platform, Lingyun showed a tricky smile, while Akainu opposite him was as dark as the bottom of the pot, extremely ugly. Lingyun used his ability to deal with Marine, which made him angry, going crazy. But Lingyun didn't give him a chance to go crazy. He rushed into the direction of the execution platform that was shrouded in magma. In an instant, the entire square was in chaos. The execution platform was covered by magma. People outside couldn't see the situation inside. Ordinary Marine didn't dare to rush in. Only Akainu roared in anger and rushed to the execution platform. If Lingyun used his ability to snatch Roger's body, then his face will be lost. Lingyun's speed was very fast. He rushed directly to the execution platform. The 2 executioners on the execution platform were attacked by magma and were killed almost instantly. Only Martial Marine was left standing there. He rushed over. At that moment, Sora immediately stood in front of Roger's corpse, staring coldly at Lingyun, showing a sturdy aura. As Martial Marine, Sora's strength is of course needless to say, absolutely admiral level, but he hasn't done it himself for many years, and most people don't know how strong his strength is. Facing such a legendary powerhouse, Lingyun naturally did not dare to care about it. Sobyo no Kotori has been reunited. Sobyo no Kotori can absorb energy attacks, but cannot absorb force attacks. As far as Lingyun knows, Sora is a body. Sobyo no Kotori's ability will be greatly reduced, so he is not suitable for facing the sky. Senbon Sakura. Bankai. Lingyun pulled out Senbon Sakura again, and performed Bankai at the first time. Senbon Sakura turned into countless blades and swept away from the sky. Lingyun didn't expect those blades to defeat the sky. He just needed those blades. Attack, even if only a blade scratched Kong, he achieved the goal. This is the best opportunity. The blood of One Piece and the blood of Martial Marine are in front of you. It must be successful. However, he obviously underestimated Kong. Faced with the blades of the sky, Kong suddenly turned black all over, allowing the blades to attack him, but they could not bring him any harm. Damn it, it's Armament Haki, who has covered his whole body. Seeing this scene, Lingyun immediately let out an angry roar. He didn't expect that Sora could cover Armament Haki all over his body in an instant, reaching a defense without dead ends, making his attack completely missed. A blade flew back to Lingyun's hand, covered with blood. This was Roger's blood. When he first manipulated the blade, a blade was directed at Roger, but now only the blood of One Piece has been collected, but before Martial Marine's blood was obtained, Zangetsu could not proceed to Bankai, and he could not take Roger's corpse in front of Sora. Without giving Lingyun extra time to think, Akainu has appeared behind him, with Marine Marshal Sora before him and the future Marine Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. He has nowhere to go. Damn, countless things, I didn't expect to end up in a desperate situation. Lingyun's heart is full of unwillingness. He has already reached the last step, but he still failed unexpectedly. Moreover, he is now in a desperate situation. In today's world, I am afraid that few people can escape under Sora and Akainu. Akainu said coldly, "Boy, dare to play with me, you are dead." Sora also said coldly, "Offensive to Marine's justice, kid, this is your endpoint, don't you want to take Roger away? Then you will die here with him." The blade of the sky returned to Lingyun's surroundings and protected him. Although this was nothing to Akainu and Sora, it was already his last resistance, so he must not give up. After looking at the sky, then at Akainu, and finally at the other people on the square, the Roger Pirates and Marco are entangled by Marine, and there is no way to support him. It can be said that he is already there is no way back. Chapter 52. Last fight. Of course Lingyun can't stand and wait for death, even if his opponents are Marine Marshal Sora and Akainu. Even if there is no hope, he still has to fight. Akainu's fist has turned into magma, and magma is dripping from his body. The whole person looks like a magma man formed by magma. He obviously doesn't want to give Lingyun any more opportunities. Similarly, Marine Marshal Kong it was also full of rage, the whole body's aura was gathered, and it was also a fatal blow to Lingyun. Seeing that Lingyun was about to face the moment of life and death, suddenly a thunder blasted from the sky, and the sky of Logue Town was even more thunderous, and it looked like the end of the world was about to come. Akainu moved, there is no nonsense. Akainu directly used his own attack. Lingyun was about to defend himself like an enemy, but before he could take any action, suddenly a strong wind hit, and then a large piece of sand rushed from the ground after coming out, against the rain. It pierced Akainu's body like a sharp blade. Akainu's face changed and he had to change his movements, causing the dust to forcibly interrupt Akainu's attack. Sand? Lingyun also narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept in one direction of the square involuntarily, and saw a young man in a coat looking coldly at this side. He was Crocodile, a sand fruit capable person, just now. He was the one who attacked Akainu, but Lingyun didn't expect Crocodile to be forced into the battle by them, and would even help him at this time. But now there is no time to think about Lingyun so much. Although Akainu's attack was interrupted by Crocodile, the threat of Sora on the other side was still deadly. Sora's shot is naturally a full-fledged, purely physical attack. As long as Lingyun hits Lingyun is absolutely unstoppable. Many Marines have even shown excitement when they see this scene. They believe that Lingyun will definitely want to killed by the air. But there are no absolutes in the world. There will always be some accidents in the world. At the moment when the sky is about to rush in front of Lingyun, a bolt of lightning crashes in the sky. What is shocking is that the terrifying lightning hit the moving sky body. Stupid, everyone in the square is stupid. What is this? This? What is this? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. All the Marines were unbelievable. He was about to kill Lingyun when he saw the sky. A lightning fell from the sky and struck their Marshal Kong. Is this God not letting Lingyun die? Having been hiding in the crowd, Buggy, who was so frightened to death, saw this scene and almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. His voice became sharp and he shouted in amazement, "What's the matter with the lightning? What is the kid, what the hell?" At this moment, many people's eyes on Lingyun have changed. Although they are not superstitious, all this is too coincidental, too weird, right? This kid won't be the man of heaven, right? Even God helps him like that. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Haha, interesting. Rayleigh was also dumbfounded. He could only laugh and cover his astonishment. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and others were also silent. This kind of thing is so weird that they don't know what to say, but naturally, they don't think that Ji Lingyun is the chosen person like other people. They just think that this is an accident, only an accident. Not to mention other people, even if Ji Lingyun if the person involved is stupid, he is ready to fight to the death, but who would have expected such an accident? At this moment he even thinks whether he has been favored by God. But such thoughts only flash past. Such a good opportunity, Ji Lingyun will not waste. Perhaps even Sora himself did not expect such a thing to happen, causing his armament hockey to be broken open by lightning, and this is Ji Lingyun's opportunity. He immediately controlled it. Senbon Sakura's blade rushed towards the sky frantically. Clang clang clang. Although the power of lightning is terrifying, Sora is also a top master, coupled with armament hockey's defense, so although lightning made him very embarrassed, it did not hurt him, but his attention was distracted, facing Ji Lingyun's blade attack, although she tried her best to defend, was still cut her body by a lot of blades. It's done. The moment the blade pierced Kong's body and touched Kong's blood, Ji Lingyun's face suddenly showed great joy. At this time, both Akainu and Sora had already reacted, and the two were equally angry and attacked Ji Lingyun again. Last time, with the help of Crocodile and Lightning, they helped Ji Lingyun escape, but now this opportunity it's gone. What should Ji Lingyun do? At the edge of the square, a man wrapped in a black robe stood in the corner. From the flashing light of the lightning in the sky, you can see that this is a young man. He only quietly said, "Marine's justice has happened." Because of the distortion, the justice of the world is only the justice of a few people. It's time to change. Roger picked a good time, then it's our turn. Go, boy, and see if you change the world or end it here. It turned out that the lightning that just hit the sky was not God's will, but man-made, and this person is this hidden man. With the blood of One Piece and the blood of Martial Marine, Zangetsu's Bankai conditions have been fully met. Facing the joint attack of Akainu and Sora, Ji Lingyun pulled out the Senbon Sakura Tea Party scabbard and then violently pulled it out, Zangetsu. Appearing in his hands, he held Zangetsu in both hands and suddenly drank. Bankai. A huge roar erupted from Ji Lingyun's mouth. In an instant, Zangetsu burst into bright white light, and at the same time, Sora and Akainu's attacks also came to him. Boom. The light that Zangetsu burst out was so strong that even if Akainu and Sora's attack were launched, they couldn't see what was going on. Except for the three people involved, everyone else could only see a strong white light, forming one. The huge circle then broke apart, covering all three people in it. After a long time, the white light disappeared, revealing the three figures of Ji Lingyun. Chapter 53. How can it be? When everyone saw Ji Lingyun and the three of them, they all showed incredible gazes, because the scene at this time was so different from what they imagined. In most people's minds, facing the attack of the two top powerhouses Akainu and Sora, Ji Lingyun is absolutely half disabled even if he is immortal, but the real situation is that Ji Lingyun stood in place intact. Sora and Akainu, with ugly faces, stood on both sides of Ji Lingyun, a few meters apart from Ji Lingyun. That kid's appearance has changed, suddenly Marine exclaimed. In fact, without him, everyone noticed the changes in Ji Lingyun. Before, Ji Lingyun was in a very ordinary blue coat, but now Ji Lingyun is wearing a black outside and red inside. His robe, the whole person looks very cold and unrestrained, and the sword in his hand has also become a darker and longer samurai sword. The guard is in the shape of a swastika, and there is a chain behind the handle, and the guard and the handle are broken. The chains are closed. People who are familiar with Ji Lingyun are also very strange, especially Marco. He knew that Ji Lingyun must have appeared a stronger form of sword, but he did not expect that Ji Lingyun had even changed his image, and that black and red robe would come to the end. What's going on? His temperament has changed. Many keen masters have discovered the difference between Ji Lingyun. Although Ji Lingyun was still small before, he has a sharp appearance, but now Ji Lingyun, holding a black sword, looks very restrained and cold, unlike before. It was a completely different performance, but his appearance made people feel different. Has the shape of the sword changed again? Akainu's gaze flickered. As the person involved, he had just witnessed the process of Zangetsu Bankai with his own eyes. His powerful attack with Sora was offset by the light emitted by this black sword. It was so strong. Just after revealing this form, the power of Ji Lingyun shows that the black sword in Ji Lingyun's hand is even more extraordinary. But what is the power of this sword? The two swords used by Ji Lingyun before, one is turned into a blade that fills the sky, the other is turned into a double sword, and has the ability to absorb energy and release energy, and there is a huge meniscus that has not changed its shape just now. The broad sword can release the slashing blade light. This black sword is obviously an evolved version of the meniscus broad sword, indicating that it must have more powerful power. Ji Lingyun himself was surprised. He didn't expect that after releasing Zangetsu's Bankai, he would actually wear a Death Tyrant suit, and he could feel that this Death Tyrant suit was not real clothes, but was created by Zangetsu Bankai, the clothing formed by the overflow of energy, because this clothing is more convenient for combat. After Zangetsu Bankai, Ji Lingyun felt that his body was recovering quickly, and soon recovered to its best state, but Ji Lingyun knew very well that this state is only temporary, so he must complete it in the fastest time. Plan, otherwise it will be completely lost. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Looking at Zangetsu in his hand, no, to be precise, it should be called Tensa Zangetsu now. Ji Lingyun can feel the tremendous power from Tensa Zangetsu, as if he can defeat everything as long as he holds this sword. Next, is the final battle. The plan to retreat after taking Roger's body was made by Ji Lingyun, so before that, he had to get Roger's body. Tensa Zangetsu in Bankai state is his last hope. Under the gaze of Akainu and Sora, Ji Lingyun moved. When he moved like this, Sora and Akainu's eyes widened and their faces were incredible, because Ji Lingyun almost turned into a black shadow, and came to Sora in an instant, before. Armed. Kong was full of horror, but he still reacted quickly. He used armament hockey in time. With uplink, Tensa Zangetsu smashed Kong's body and shocked his whole body, but he couldn't stand his shock. Ji Lingyun was again swinging a few times in a row. The time is only a few tenths of a second, the attack speed is unbelievable, and every attack falls in the same position. Clang clang clang. There were several collisions in a row, and there was no chance for him to fight back quickly. He only felt that a black shadow flashed in front of him. Ji Lingyun had already crossed his body and went straight to Roger's corpse behind him. Sora let out an angry roar. He was taken advantage of by Ji Lingyun and took a few shots, so that he could no longer turn around to catch up with Ji Lingyun. Moreover, Ji Lingyun's speed was so fast that he wanted to chase him, without that ability. A whole boy. A loud roar of anger came from behind Ji Lingyun. He only felt a hot breath coming, causing his face to change drastically. Without hesitation, he changed the direction of advancement, and his body flashed to one side. Boom. A large mass of magma fell in the direction he was heading. If Ji Lingyun didn't hide, he would definitely be hit. Akainu's figure emerged from the magma. He turned into magma, and he could barely see it. Human figures and faces. Ji Lingyun frowned slightly, and Akainu stood in front of him. To snatch Roger's body, he had to pass by Akainu. No choice. Ji Lingyun made a decisive decision and rushed towards Akainu, waving Tensa Zangetsu in his hand and hitting Akainu directly. Puff! Tensa Zangetsu stroked Akainu's body, and a magma fist slammed at Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun didn't rush, but quickly dodged, and then took a few more shots. It's a pity that he couldn't hurt him without armament hockey. To the magmized Akainu. Ji Lingyun was unable to injure Akainu, and Akainu was also unable to capture Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun's body was originally small. Tensa Zangetsu's Bankai increased his speed several times, so Akainu's agility made it difficult to attack. Seeing Ji Lingyun jumping around in front of him like a monkey, Akainu was extremely angry. He could only control the magma to block Ji Lingyun's route, so that Ji Lingyun could not reach Roger's body. The blade has become smaller and thinner, and its movement and attack speed has been increased several times. It is engaged in ultra-high-speed combat. Is this the ability of his sword? As a wise general, Sengoku fought with the crew of Roger Pirates while staring at Ji Lingyun's battle. He hadn't seen Ji Lingyun have such speed and attack speed before, so it must be brought by the black sword form. Ability. Chapter 54. What is the origin of his sword, and why has it changed so much? And every time he puts the sword in its sheath and pulls it out again, it will look different. What is the principle? Sengoku's title of wise general is not chosen randomly. He is definitely one of the smartest people in Marine's senior management. Although he did not fight against Ji Lingyun, he has been paying attention to Ji Lingyun because he knows that this young man will be here. Played an incalculable role in this incident. Facts also proved Sengoku's conjecture. From the very beginning, Ji Lingyun showed amazing power. What he did simply subverted everyone's imagination. His unpredictable samurai sword showed too much unbelievable power. The key is his sword. As long as he doesn't have a sword, he is a very talented young man, but it is absolutely impossible to be so strong. That's right, even Marine Big Ten General Sengoku, after seeing the various abilities of Zanpakuto, has to admit that Ji Lingyun is very strong, but this is very strong, based on the premise of Ji Lingyun plus Zanpakuto. Sakazuki, take his sword. Without the sword, he is just an ordinary boy. Sengoku suddenly shouted at Akainu. Sengoku's shout made many people in the square look very different. Before, they were all amazed at Ji Lingyun's strength. So although Ji Lingyun's Zanpakuto showed great abilities, many people never thought about it. What would Ji Lingyun of Zanpakuto look like? Until Sengoku shouted, many people were awakened. Akainu's eyes lit up, and he was locked in by his own thoughts. He just thought of Ji Lingyun's weapons, but he forgot to think about what Ji Lingyun would look like without weapons. Sengoku's words seemed to open him gate, let him know how to deal with Ji Lingyun in the easiest way. After hearing Sengoku's shout, Ji Lingyun sneered disdainfully. Although Sengoku said it was right, the power he showed now was derived from Zanpakuto, but they wanted to take away from him. Walking Zanpakuto is undoubtedly an idiotic dream. Shinigami's blade is connected to his life, and no one can use it at all. Feeling his explosive power, Ji Lingyun would of course not be entangled with Marine anymore, eating Tensa Zangetsu with his right hand, and without hesitation, he chopped down at the location of Akainu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. In an instant, a dazzling blade light was emitted from Tensa Zangetsu, and it hit Akainu faster than a laser, directly splitting his magma body in two, and then Ji Lingyun chopped several times, several crescent the sky rushed out. It's too fast, there is no way to avoid it. Akainu's pupils shrank. Although Ji Lingyun's slash could not hurt his Logia body, it split his body. It takes a little time for him to condense his body, but Ji Lingyun didn't give him time at all. A few crescents rushed into the sky, slashing his magma body to pieces, while Ji Lingyun turned into a black shadow and rushed forward. It's not that easy. Akainu did not control his body recovery, but controlled the magma to attack Ji Lingyun, but Ji Lingyun's speed was too fast. The magma couldn't keep up with his speed. He easily avoided it. Akainu can only utter an angry roar. In fact, Akainu is also very depressed. His strength is definitely not only shown so much, but most of his attacks are indiscriminate attacks, and the range is large. If he attacks with all his strength, it is likely to hurt his companion Marine, so unable to show his full strength, Ji Lingyun took advantage of the gap, which made him very angry. Against the attack of Akainu, Ji Lingyun rushed to Roger's corpse as fast as possible. Although there were a few Marines beside Roger's corpse, Ji Lingyun easily beheaded them in front of Tensa Zangetsu, and then picking up Roger's body, he was about to turn and leave. Ji Lingyun's speed is indeed fast enough, but he took Roger's body, causing his speed to drop suddenly, and the sky that has been following him is to seize this opportunity. Without hesitation from Ji Lingyun, a punch blasted from the back. Ji Lingyun's speed and attack are indeed very strong, but his weakness is also obvious, that is, the lack of defense. Tensa Zangetsu does not want Senbon Sakura to have a strong defensibility, and he has not learned armament haki, so he is the best facing Sora. The top master, as long as he is hit with a punch, he is definitely seriously injured. Facing Sora's attack, Ji Lingyun's eyes suddenly flashed with madness. He actually stopped dodge, and turned Tensa Zangetsu against Kong's fist. Boom! Sora is called a steel bone, and his physical skills are almost to the extreme. Under his full burst, even if Ji Lingyun is resisted by Tensa Zangetsu, he is still bombarded by him with a fist and a sword, and he spits blood in the air, flew out tens of meters in a very embarrassing manner before hitting the ground heavily. However, in the next 027 moments, Sora's expression became even more angry, because even when Ji Lingyun was injured by him, he did not put down Roger's corpse. Instead, he took Roger's corpse and hit the ground together, making Sora furious. What's more, Ji Lingyun flew directly out of the center of the battle. At this moment, Sora understood what Ji Lingyun meant. Ji Lingyun forcibly took a blow from him, and then borrowed his power to take him away from the battle center, so his blow was obviously impossible to fly Ji Lingyun that far. But Ji Lingyun still flew so far away, the only explanation was deliberate. Why did he retreat there? Sora looked at where Ji Lingyun was. At this sight, his whole body shivered. He suddenly shouted, "Kuzan, stop Marco, quickly, stop him." It turned out that the direction Ji Lingyun flew out was the battlefield between Aokiji and Marco. He almost shouted at the same time as Sora. "Marco, hurry up, take off, leave Aokiji alone, he will let me deal with it." The shouts of Ji Lingyun and Sora resounded throughout the square. In an instant, almost everyone's fighting stopped. Their eyes were all looking towards this place. Sora could hear him from his furious roar. Meaning, Ji Lingyun is likely to escape. Chapter 55. Originally, the battle between Marco and Aokiji was the most desperate fight except Ji Lingyun and the others. Until now, both Marco and Aokiji are all wounded and exhausted. One of them is Logia Demon Fruit Power, and the other is Phoenix Fruit Power. One physical attack is invalid, and the other recovers almost instantaneously. Once they are desperate, it will be a real weapon, so even Logia and Phoenix Fruit, the two are still scarred. It can be said that the injuries they both suffered are second only to Ji Lingyun. It was when the two of them were fighting to the fiercest, suddenly Ji Lingyun smashed in embarrassment, coupled with Ji Lingyun and Sora's big drink, made both of them a little dazed. However, the reaction speed of the two is really not covered, especially Marco. He and Ji Lingyun have been together for so long, and they have reached a very tacit understanding with each other, so the moment Ji Lingyun yelled, his whole body appeared directly. The blue flame turned into a relatively huge blue phoenix, and then the 250 flew towards Ji Lingyun quickly. He knew what Ji Lingyun meant. As long as he flew to the sky, with his ability, Marine thought it is even harder to catch them. Although Aokiji's reaction was slower than Marco's, he quickly rushed towards Ji Lingyun, but he was going to stop Marco, because he also figured out the key. Marco was Ji Lingyun and they escaped from Logue Town. So as long as Marco is stopped, Ji Lingyun can't escape. After figuring this out, Aokiji used his full strength to attack Marco, only to see the ice in the sky turned into a huge iceberg, swept toward Marco with imposing momentum, and will soon be chasing. Got Marco. Regarding Aokiji's attack behind him, Marco didn't even look at it and flew toward Ji Lingyun desperately. Is this Marco crazy? He completely ignored Aokiji's attack? If this blow is hit, even if he has a Phoenix Fruit ability, he will definitely be seriously injured. How will he escape then? Seeing that Marco completely ignored Aokiji's attack and still headed towards Ji Lingyun, the people on the square were very surprised. No matter how strong the recovery ability of the Phoenix Fruit is, it will take time. It is totally fatal like this. It seemed like he was looking for death. If he was hit, even if he came to Ji Lingyun's side, how would they escape? But how could they understand the tacit understanding between Marco and Ji Lingyun? Ji Lingyun just called out and told Marco to ignore Aokiji and just walk directly towards him. They might think Ji Lingyun panicked. The next only shouted so, but Marco didn't think so. He knew that Ji Lingyun must be sure, so he was asked to do that. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The reason why the Whitebeard Pirate Group is invincible in the New World depends not only on Whitebeard's personal strength, but also on the mutual trust between all members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. especially Ji Lingyun and Marco, who often with just one look, he can understand the meaning of the other party, and is also a person who can entrust his life to the other party, so in the face of Ji Lingyun's request, Marco will execute it without hesitation. Ji Lingyun was indeed badly injured by a punch from Kong, but he was not too far to stand up. He had inserted Tensa Zangetsu back into the scabbard, and saw Marco rushing forward. He was struggling. He stood up, then slammed Roger's body towards Marco, and then he rushed towards Marco's back, apparently preparing to help Marco take Aokiji's attack. Choke. The long sword came out of its sheath and Ji Lingyun shouted in a low voice. The waves are my shield. The thunder is my blade. Sobyo no Kotori. Sobyo no Kotori was immediately liberated, and Aokiji's attack also came. However, facing Sobyo no Kotori's ability, Aokiji's freezing attack was quickly absorbed by Sobyo no Kotori, and then Ji Lingyun released it against the charged Aokiji attack. Freed. Just like the attack that Aokiji had just used, the huge ice bird rushed back towards Aokiji. Aokiji's face changed. This was his attack. He didn't expect to be attacked by Ji Lingyun in reverse. This feeling made him extremely shocked, depressed, but also had to grit his teeth to resist. And what Ji Lingyun needs is this time. Marco behind him has grabbed Roger's body and flew up. When he flew to Ji Lingyun's side, the other paw grabbed Ji Lingyun and threw him forcefully, which happened to fall on his back. Marco, go. Although there are countless masters in Marine, there are really no flying ones among the people present, so Ji Lingyun and the others escaped to the sky. Basically half of the escape was successful. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates saw that Ji Lingyun had taken Roger's body into the air, all of them exclaimed with excitement, and then only heard Ji Lingyun shout in the air, retreat. The members of the Whitebeard Pirate group didn't care about Ji Lingyun's orders to them, instead, they were all happy. After driving their opponents frantically, they rushed out of the square. Even if the Marines tried their best to stop them, they still couldn't block the breakout of Whitebeard Pirates. Rayleigh laughed and said to Sengoku and Garp, Sengoku, Garp, do you see it? The sea is now in the age of young people. What you think is impossible to do, but a teenager has done it. Roger did not choose. Wrong, this scene that happened today has verified his expectations, haha, I should go too. Rayleigh wanted to leave, even if it was Sengoku and Garp, it was difficult to keep him, and could only watch Rayleigh break through. Kong's angry roar echoed across the square, stop him, stop the kid, and attack him. The Marines had already launched an attack without an air command. Guns and artillery fired continuously towards Marco in the air. It's just that an attack of this level was impossible for Marco to hit. He flew higher and higher. Seeing Marco flying higher and higher, suddenly there was a strong golden light on the square, and then those golden lights gathered in midair and became Kizaru. Kizaru looked at Marco in the sky and said with a smile, can't let you guys? It's so easy to escape. Bakai Chonguyu, Chapter 56. Kizaru waved his hands, and saw golden light flickering in the sky, shooting sharply towards Marco in the air at an extremely fast speed. Be careful, Marco. Ji Lingyun on his back saw Kizaru's attack below, and immediately shouted to Marco nervously. Marco naturally found Kizaru, so he immediately increased his speed and flew to a higher place, hoping to hide Kizaru's attack. Marco's speed is indeed faster, but Kizaru's speed of light is faster. Numerous lasers hit Marcos in a blink of an eye. Because of his size, Marco could not flash all the lasers. Several lasers hit Marco. There were several holes in the body of the phoenix, but the recovery ability of the fruit of the phoenix was indeed very strong. The injured place was restored to its original state in just a few seconds. However, Kizaru's 8-foot Chonguyu has a very large range of attacks, and the number is very surprising, especially Marco is now like a target. Let Kizaru attack, even if the recovery ability is strong, it cannot resist this continuous definitely attacked. Lingyun, you can't go on like this, you can think of a way. Marco was carrying the bodies of Ji Lingyun and Roger on his back. He was already insufficiently flexible. In addition to Kizaru's constant attacks, he was almost too much to resist, so he quickly asked Ji Lingyun for help. Ji Lingyun was also extremely injured at this time. If it were not for the strong will to support him, he might have been unable to bear it, but he also knew very well that they had not escaped the danger at present, so they needed to continue to persist for a while. Kizaru's sparkling fruit belongs to Lobia, so his attack is also an energy attack. If you use Sobyo no Kotori, you can absorb Kizaru's attacks. But the problem is that Kizaru's attacks are too dense and the range is very large. Sobyo no Kotori can't absorb all, so Ji Lingyun can only choose other methods. Senbon Sakura, Bankai. Ji Lingyun pulled out Senbon Sakura and proceeded directly to Bankai, and then controlled countless blades to block under Marco, forming a large defense. Kizaru's lasers hit the defense formed by Senbon Sakura and could no longer attack Marco create a threat. Without Kizaru's threat, Marco could finally fly with confidence, and soon he flew higher and higher, slowly disappearing from Marine's sight. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Oh, they still escaped, it really happened twice. Kizaru fell from the air. After all, he did not have the ability to fly. He could only stay in the air for a short time, so after seeing that his attack could not threaten Marco and Ji Lingyun, he had no choice but to give up. Never let them go. An angry roar sounded, and Akainu turned into magma, and quickly pursued in the direction where Ji Lingyun and Marco left. This time their marine was played by Ji Lingyun, and the real-world live broadcast was taken away by Ji Lingyun. Roger's corpse. How can this tone be endured? Especially Akainu. Ji Lingyun did all this in front of him. This is simply a shame to him. Only with Ji Lingyun blood wash away his shame. Many Marines on the square were all sullen. The execution of Roger the One Piece was a great victory for them. But who would have thought that such a scene would happen? Although Roger was executed, it appeared after the same huge storm. Roger's body was taken away by a 10-year-old kid in full view of the world. Marine Marshal Kong was also extremely angry, causing his face to turn blue and purple. Speaking of speaking, Ji Lingyun was able to escape, but he played a big role. Although his punch seriously injured Ji Lingyun, it was also being used by Ji Lingyun as a way to escape. It can be said that he indirectly helped Ji Lingyun, so how could he not be angry? All the soldiers obey the order and find that kid for me. Marco and the kid are already seriously injured. They can't escape very far, so chase me. No matter what you do, you must find the kid for me. The empty roar echoed in the square, and the angry voice became distorted. As Marshal Marine, he must take full responsibility for this incident. This is the face of the real world. The Marine has not had time to promote execution the pirates led by an imp slap in the face of One Piece's major victory. Zero seeking flowers. Oh, yes, Marshal. Many Marines responded in unison. Not only did Kong feel ashamed, they also felt ashamed as Marine, so after receiving the order, they led people to chase in the direction of Ji Lingyun and the others without thinking. Many Marine generals began to act vigorously. Marshal. At this time, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and others all came to Sora's side. They looked at the ruined execution platform, and they were silent. After a long time, Sengoku spoke first. Marshal, let's evacuate the crowd first, take care of the funeral. Zero Kong Shen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Although he was angry, he also knew that as Marshal Marine, he needed to deal with the rest of the matter, so he immediately arranged for someone to deal with the funeral here. Now this battle has been spread throughout the world through world live broadcasts, so it is impossible to cover up. The only thing they can do now is to minimize the consequences of this matter. After all, the people who watch the world live broadcasts are a small number, so as long as you can control the world's media, you can still dilute the situation. All the Marines got busy. Most of them went after Ji Lingyun and the rest were dealing with the surroundings of the square, because the chaos just now directly led to the collapse of the entire square, and it was quite troublesome to deal with. In front of the execution table, Sengoku and other Marine executives stood there with a complex expression. What happened today is that I am too arrogant. I underestimated the courage and strength of the pirates, which led to this result. I will take full responsibility for everything. The impact of this incident is really too great, so one person must stand up to take responsibility. As Marshal Marine, Sora's handling method is very poor today and his command is not timely, so he must take this responsibility. Chapter 57. Marshal, don't say that. This matter is not entirely your responsibility. None of us expected that such a thing would happen. Looking at the slumping Sora, Sengoku couldn't help but persuade. Today's things, as the commander-in-chief, Sora does have part of the responsibility, but it is far less important than he said. As he said, who would have thought that there would be there are lunatics like Lingyun, who would have thought that Ji Lingyun could condense such a powerful force. Sora sighed, looked at the people around Sengoku and others, and said, okay, things have happened, and no matter how you think about them, you can't change them. The top priority now is how to deal with this storm. Marine Staff Officer, who is also the only woman among several Marine senior officials, Lieutenant General Crane said, although there was such a big disturbance this time, our original goal was achieved. Roger has been executed, but I am the most what worries about is the impact of this incident. Roger's words before his death gave me an unknown premonition and the appearance of the little guy. All signs indicate that the next ocean will fall into a situation we don't want to see. Sora yelled angrily. Damn Roger, even before he died, he put us together. Lieutenant General Crane said, yes, now I finally understand why Roger would voluntarily surrender. He probably knew that there would be such a day, so he chose to be executed in Logue Town, and finally said something like that. The purpose is self-evident. The few people here are all senior members of Marine, and everyone understood what Lieutenant General Crane's words meant, but no one answered them. Haha. At this moment Garp burst into laughter and said, why do you think so much? Just go forward, just look forward, why bother here? Suddenly, all eyes were on Garp. For Garp's face, it was very uncomfortable to be stared at by everyone. He twisted his body and asked, why are you looking at me like this? Just talk casually. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sengoku cleared the siege. Marshal, what Garp said makes sense. There is no need to worry about things now. No matter what happens next, we just need to face it calmly. A person we have to pay attention to. Admiral Zephyr said, Sengoku, are you talking about the young pirates who helped the Roger Pirates block us Marine? Yes, that's them. Sengoku nodded and said, if this turmoil hadn't happened, we wouldn't have been able to find those amazing young pirates, especially the pirate named Lingyun. All signs indicate that Lingyun is the Whitebeard Pirate, crew of the regiment. Speaking of Ji Lingyun again, Sora's face suddenly changed to look very unsightly. He said solemnly, the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the 3 legendary pirates of New World, Roger is dead, and Golden Lion is locked in the deep sea prison. There is only one Whitebeard left. Hearing Kong's words, everyone knows that the next big threat to Marine is Whitebeard. A Whitebeard is terrible enough. Now they have a newcomer with inestimable potential like Ji Lingyun. Whitebeard Pirate, the strength of the regiment is bound to grow a lot. This is the situation that Marine is most unwilling to see. So, Kong Han said, "We must catch that kid, no matter what the price is, we must completely exterminate him." The people present were very much in agreement. They all saw Ji Lingyun's terrifying potential and indomitable will. Such a young man is really terrifying. A teenager who is only 10 years old can control conquerors' haki as well as them. I have never seen it before, possessing a variety of weapons, which is why Marine is most afraid and afraid. Sengoku said, Sakazuki, Polusari and Kuzan have all taken people to chase the kid. The kid and Marco were both seriously injured. As long as they can catch up to them, they can definitely be caught or cut. Kill. Sora nodded. Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji, these three are the best three of their Marine young generation. Not surprisingly, these three will become the new generation of Marine Admiral in the future. Any one of them will face Ji Lingyun. Neither Marco nor Marco will fall into the trap, not to mention that Marco and Ji Lingyun are both seriously injured. As long as they are encountered by the three of them, it shouldn't be a problem to kill or catch them. Where are the members of the Ryūjin Pirates? This time they dared to provoke Marine so blatantly. If it weren't for them, it would be impossible for that kid alone. If Ji Lingyun is the soul of this operation, then the members of the Ryūjin Pirates are the key to the decisive role. If there are no members of the Ryūjin Pirates to hold Marine, even if there are 100 Ji Lingyuns, it is impossible to snatch Roger's body from Marine's hands. Marine had been preparing for so long before, and 690 was worried that the members of the Ryūjin Pirates would come back to rescue Roger. However, they did not expect that they had prepared for so long. In the end, they failed. The members of the Ryūjin Pirates burst out with such terrifying power. Sengoku said, Marshal, I don't think the Ryūjin Pirates are a concern. Since the Ryūjin Pirates disbanded the pirates, they couldn't gather together again. This time they were able to act together because Roger, and now that Roger is dead, they are equivalent to losing their leader, and I am afraid they will no longer appear in our sight in the future. Lieutenant General Crane also agreed and said, Sengoku was right. Roger took his crew to conquer the New World and found the legendary treasure. Although I don't know what they got, but from Roger and these people judging from the subsequent actions, they should no longer appear in the future. Zephyr snorted coldly. Pirates are pirates. Even if they are disbanded, they still cannot change their evil nature. This is especially true for the members of the Ryūjin Pirates. The only way to stop them from doing evil is to capture them. Go to jail. Chapter 58. Zephyr is one of the most senior Marines among Marines. He has dealt with pirates all his life and crusades countless pirate groups, but he has never killed an enemy, so he is called, Don't Kill. But he hated the pirate very much, because his wife and son died in the hands of the pirate. Frustrated, he chose to resign, but his resignation did not succeed, but was left behind, transferred to Marine Chief Instructor. Before Zephyr became the Chief Instructor of Marine, he and the well-known big pirates in the sea, such as Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, etc., had intersections. He knew the horror of the Ryūjin Pirates and hated the pirates. So even if Roger died, he still had a lot of fear of Ryūjin Pirates. Everyone knows Zephyr's attitude towards the pirates, so when he heard him, they didn't refute it, but in fact, whether it's Sengoku or other people, they are not very inclined to fight against Ryūjin Pirates because it's completely there is no need. Compared to the disbanded Ryūjin Pirates, Ji Lingyun's threat is greater. Although everyone didn't agree with Zephyr's words, no one raised any doubts, but just moved the topic to other things. Sora said, Today's battle has given us a glimpse of the strength of many young pirates. This is just the beginning. Roger's words don't know what kind of disturbances will be caused. There may be more idiots in the future being deceived by Roger's words and becoming an evil pirate, so in order to cope with this changing era, we at Marine must never slack off. Having said that, Kongman said to Zephyr solemnly, Zephyr, you are the chief instructor of our Marine, so the future of Marine depends on you. Although they were a little angry at Sora who did not agree with their ideas, Zephyr was a man with a sense of justice after all, so after hearing Sora's words, he nodded calmly and said, I never make useless soldiers under me. We'll pay more attention to the training of recruits, you can rest assured. In terms of coaching ability, they may not be as good as Zephyr in total, so Sora still trusts Zephyr very much. To put it in exaggeration, if Zephyr can't train good soldiers, then there will be no more people have that ability. Not to mention that Sora and Sengoku and other Marine executives were discussing the handling of the incident and the future trend. Marco took the bodies of Ji Lingyun and Roger along with Luffy. Because he was worried that Marine would catch up, he worked hard and moved towards flying in one direction. I don't know how long he has been flying. Marco only felt his head was dizzy, and he might not be able to hold on at any time, so he had to find a nearby place to land. Lingyun, I'm looking for a place to land, you prepare. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco said to Ji Lingyun on his back, but he didn't get a response after a while. He suddenly felt something was wrong, and quickly turned his head to look on his back. This look suddenly showed tension, because Ji Lingyun has already closed his eyes tightly and fell beside Roger's corpse, which frightened Marco. Fortunately, he found that Ji Lingyun hadn't died although he was sluggish, so he barely relieved his heart. He immediately found the nearest island and stopped. After flying for so long, he didn't know where he got there, but he didn't pass through the calm belt, which means that they had not left the East Daxia Sea yet, and they were still within the scope of the East Daxia Sea. After landing, Marco immediately checked Ji Lingyun's injuries. He just looked at it for a while and he couldn't help frowning, because Ji Lingyun's injuries were so serious that he was injured in several places. Burning scars, Akainu's attack was indeed terrifying. Ji Lingyun fought with him for a while and got scarred, but it was the last punch that caused Ji Lingyun the most serious injury, that punch. Fortunately, half of his power was blocked by Tensa Zangetsu, otherwise Ji Lingyun might be killed on the spot. The internal organs have different degrees of damage, how can they hurt so badly? After examining Ji Lingyun's injuries, Marco's face became very ugly. Ji Lingyun's internal organs were damaged, and his physical strength and spirit were damaged in his eyes. If he hadn't been supported by a will, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to escape out. This is how to do all. Marco turned around in a hurry. Although he also suffered serious injuries, his recovery ability is very strong. As long as he is given time, he will soon be able to fully recover, but Ji Lingyun is different. He now has to get emergency treatment, otherwise, if you drag it on, you will surely endanger your life. It's just that although Marco knows this, he can't do anything about it, because he's not a doctor after all. Ji Lingyun's serious injury is internally injured. He can't do anything. If this moment can be exchanged, Marco can't wait to take his own fruit. The ability is transferred to Ji Lingyun. Marco really regrets it at this time. He shouldn't have agreed to Ji Lingyun's plan. How much does Roger's body have to do with them? It's all right now. For a corpse, to get them to this point, Ji Lingyun's life is in danger at any time, and it is not worth the loss. What's the use of just regretting it again? Just when Marco was impatient, Ji Lingyun, who was in a coma, moved his eyes, and Marco, who had been following him all the time, suddenly showed joy, and he whispered, "Lingyun, Lingyun." I don't know if Marco's screams played a role, but Ji Lingyun actually slowly opened his eyes. Marco said with joy, "Lingyun, you finally woke up and scared me to death. How do you feel now?" Opening his eyes, Ji Lingyun only felt his head dizzy, and severe pain came from all parts of his body, but after hearing Marco's question, he showed an ugly smile. "Yes, it shouldn't be okay, it hurts all over. Marco, give me my sword." Marco said anxiously. "Lingyun, what are you talking about? At this time, you are still thinking about your sword. You should still care about your injuries. Your condition is not good, so what are you doing with the broken sword?" Chapter 59. Ji Lingyun was weak. He could only endure the pain, rolled his eyes, and said, "It's because of my injury that I need it. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want me to die, just give it to me quickly." Seeing Ji Lingyun's insistence, Marco did not dare to say anything, and hurriedly handed him the Shinigami blade. Ji Lingyun raised a hand with difficulty, held it on the hilt, and then gently pulled it out. After he pulled out the blade, it immediately turned into a light green handle, which was slightly curved compared to other Zanpakuto. Ji Lingyun, who pulled out Zanpakuto, stroked Marco's arm under Marco's stunned gaze, and immediately cut Marco's arm with a cut, and blood dripped on Zanpakuto. "Ah, Lingyun, what are you doing?" Marco suddenly exclaimed when he saw Ji Lingyun struck him with a sword. Ji Lingyun chuckled and said, "I'm sorry, my hands are shaking, my hands are shaking. I didn't pay attention, I didn't pay attention. I didn't pay attention. I think you did it deliberately." Of course Marco would not believe Ji Lingyun's nonsense. No matter how trembling his hands are, he can't shake him, but he just complained, and it was not really weird. Ji Lingyun. Of course, Ji Lingyun scratched Marco deliberately because he needed Marco's blood to help him complete the liberation of Zanpakuto. During the previous battle in Logue Town, Ji Lingyun had already succeeded in Zangetsu Bankai, so his next Zanpakuto was also revealed, but in the previous battle, he had no time to take care of it. He didn't know until after he left. Which Zanpakuto did I unblock? Minazuki, the sixth Zanpakuto that Ji Lingyun unblocked turned out to be a rare treatment Zanpakuto, Soul Society's top master, 4th Division Captain Unohana Retsu's Zanpakuto, Minazuki. Minazuki's Zanpakuto has few appearances in Shinigami, but it is the top Zanpakuto. Not only its healing power, but also the power that broke out after Bankai is also very amazing. More importantly, its owner Unohana Retsu, it is a terrifying existence. In terms of combat power, it is the top in Shinigami comics. First generation Kenpachi is not a name. The most important thing is that this Zanpakuto is really time to come, and what makes Ji Lingyun even more incredible is that its Shikai liberation condition is actually the Phoenix fruit, and the Bankai condition is Op fruit. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. To be honest, after knowing the conditions of Minazuki's liberation, Ji Lingyun himself somewhat doubted whether he was favored by God. When he was seriously injured, he had such a wonderful Zanpakuto ability, which was nothing short of charcoal. Liberate. Minazuki. Ji Lingyun held Minazuki in his hand, gave a soft drink, and the green light suddenly appeared before him and Marco. Then a giant creature with a single eye and 3 legs appeared in front of him and Marco. The body was light green, somewhat similar to a giant creature of a devilfish, and she was still floating in the air, and when she appeared, she made a strange cry, as if she was saying hello to Ji Lingyun. "Lingyun, is this?" Marco looked at the huge creature that suddenly appeared in astonishment. After Minazuki Shikai, he turned out to be a lot bigger than the phoenix after he transformed, and it looked very weird. He was pretty sure that he had never seen such a monster before. Ji Lingyun said, "This is my new Zanpakuto form, Minazuki." Marco said, "No, I mean, why did you get it out? You're already like this now, can you still be able to withstand the ability to use a sword?" Marco and Ji Lingyun have the best relationship. Naturally, I know that Ji Lingyun uses Zanpakuto to consume mental and physical energy. Now Ji Lingyun has been seriously injured in this way and wasted his energy. It really should not be. However, Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, "It's not what you think. The new form of this sword is not that simple. The power of this form has the ability to heal. I release it just to heal the wounds." "It can be healed?" Marco looked at the huge monster in front of him in surprise. He looked left and right, but he couldn't see where the monster had the ability to heal. So he asked, "How to heal?" Ji Lingyun suddenly smiled and said, "Of course." He swallowed it directly. After finishing speaking, before Marco had time to react, he controlled Minazuki and swallowed Marco in one bite, leaving only Marco's scream. About 10 seconds later, Minazuki opened his huge mouth and vomited Marco out. As soon as Marco came out, he exclaimed loudly, "How is it possible? How is it possible? It can really treat the injury, and compared to my recovery ability is more useful. This is incredible, incredible." Marco's phoenix fruit has the ability to recover extremely quickly, but it also takes a certain amount of time. There are still many wounds on his body that have not healed just now, but after a dozen seconds after being swallowed by Minazuki, all the wounds on his body have healed, so he would be so unbelievable and incredible. Zero Ji Lingyun looked at Marco with envy. He really admired Marco's fruiting ability. He recovered from such a serious injury, and he was simply the Xiaoqiang of immune to death. Ji Lingyun said to Marco, "Marco, you have recovered, and I will have treatment next. You stay outside to be on guard and be careful. First, don't think Marine will let us go so easily." There was such a big disturbance in Logue Town. It would be strange if Marine didn't care about them. Ji Lingyun believed that Marine would definitely send someone to chase them, so he must recover his injuries as quickly as possible. Controlling Minazuki to swallow herself, Ji Lingyun only felt that she was in the dark, and then it seemed that she had a strange power flowing into her body, and a comfortable feeling came slowly from her severely injured body. It seemed to be addictive, very refreshing, and gradually, Ji Lingyun closed his eyes. Marco outside was very curious and circled Minazuki, wanting to know how the monster was healed. Although he swallowed Ji Lingyun, Minazuki's eyes were always open. He and Marco stared. Small eyes, it just didn't respond to what Marco said, making Marco's face full of depression. Chapter 60. Ji Lingyun was seriously injured, so he stayed in Minazuki for a long time before he came out. The first time Ji Lingyun was vomited by Minazuki, Marco came to him and asked nervously, "How is it, Lingyun?" Ji Lingyun stretched his body, and he could see that there were many wounds on his body before, but now, they have all disappeared, but his face is pale, and the whole person looks very weak. "Excessive physical exertion. Hurry, get me something to eat, get more," Ji Lingyun said weakly. Because Minazuki is Ji Lingyun's Zanpakuto, he naturally needs his power to use it. Long-term treatment is needed. Although Ji Lingyun's injuries have been cured, it has exhausted all his physical strength, so he is in urgent need of a large amount of energy. Food to supplement their own consumption. Marco said, "I have already prepared it for you. When you were healing, I grabbed a sea king's and it was baked." Ji Lingyun couldn't hear what Marco said. His eyes were completely attracted by the meat not far away. He grabbed Marco's hand and said loudly, "Hurry up, I'm starving to death. Give me the food, Ji Lingyun, who was exhausted physically, didn't even want to move. Marco also noticed Ji Lingyun's weakness, so he quickly handed the roasted meat to Ji Lingyun. The hungry Ji Lingyun immediately gobbled it up. He didn't care about chewing, he just wanted to fill his stomach. Not enough, Marco, I still have to eat." Under Marco's shocked gaze, I saw Ji Lingyun continue to eat wildly, but he grabbed a whole head of sea kings. According to the weight, dozens of people were enough to eat, but it was right in front of his eyes, so big. A sea king's unexpectedly entered Ji Lingyun's stomach. You know that this is a whole sea king's. The amount of meat is dozens of times more than Ji Lingyun, but it was swallowed by Ji Lingyun. What's more terrifying is that Ji Lingyun's belly is only slightly swollen. It's hard to imagine where that large amount of meat has gone. If Marco had a see-through eye, you could see that after Ji Lingyun ate the meat of sea kings, the meat entered his stomach, was digested at a very fast rate, and then turned into a stream. The energy infiltrated into every corner of Ji Lingyun's body, making Ji Lingyun's 80-year-old body, who was originally weak, regain vitality at an extremely fast speed. Until all the meat was swallowed by Ji Lingyun, his physical strength was finally completely restored. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun let out a long sigh, and exclaimed in a comfortable mood, "Cool." Marco was already shocked to speak. He just pointed to Ji Lingyun and spit out 2 words, "Monster." That's right, I almost ate a whole head of Ji Lingyun from Sea Kings, but his body did not change much. Isn't this a monster, and what is it? Fortunately, Marco and Ji Lingyun have known each other for so long and have seen so many magical things, so now they're not too exaggerated. Ji Lingyun looked at Marco and didn't speak. He was digesting the food in his body. The feeling of power returning to his body made him very comfortable and refreshed. "Marco, how long have I been inside?" Ji Lingyun asked Marco. Marco said, "It's been over an hour." Ji Lingyun nodded. It's no wonder that his physical strength has been exhausted to such an extent. It turns out that he has been treated for so long. Frowning, Ji Lingyun said, "We have escaped from Logue Town for so long. Where is this place?" Marco shrugged and said, "Don't ask me, I don't know. After escaping from Logue Town, I just went to Luffy. I had no direction. I landed on this island when I couldn't hold on. Staying here, so I didn't dare to walk around. I don't know if anyone is on this island, but one thing is certain, we are still in the East Daxia Sea." Ji Lingyun rolled his eyes when he heard this. Although he didn't know how long he had escaped, it was naturally impossible to get out of the range of the East Daxia Sea in such a small amount of time. We made an appointment with Uncle Rayleigh and the others. We will evacuate as soon as Uncle Roger's body is retrieved, and then we will meet again near Logue Town 2 days later. Now we don't even know where we are. This is really troublesome. When planning, Lingyun and Rayleigh both agreed that no matter who regained Roger's body, they agreed to meet at a place near Logue Town 2 days later. Marco complained. In order to take a corpse, we almost wiped out our army. Lingyun, next time this kind of thing, I think you should stop appearing. Lingyun smiled bitterly. I don't want to appear, but I can't do it. I can't do some things. Although I took a big risk this time, I almost died, but the rewards were also quite rich. Roger's body was taken back, and Marine's morale was greatly affected, most importantly. Yes, Zangetsu completed Bankai, and also opened a new Zanpakuto, Minazuki, so this wave is not a loss in Lingyun's view. Marco suddenly smiled and said, however, Lingyun, this time you are well known. Against the presence of Martial Naval Headquarters, you snatched Roger's corpse and escaped smoothly. It is estimated that Marine's waste is already angry. Crazy, and it was a live broadcast in the world. I don't know how many people saw that scene. Marine can't hide it even if it wants to. It won't be 0.9 long before your name will be famous all over the world, haha. Lingyun said helplessly. If I can, I really don't want to be like that. I was stared at by Marine, and I will be sad for the rest of the day. Although it is said that it is early to become famous, Lingyun really does not want to be famous. After all, he is still in the growing period, and it is not a good thing to be stared at by Marine. But he doesn't have much psychological burden. Anyway, as long as he returns to the New World and returns to the Whitebeard Pirates, even the naval headquarters can't help him unless they risk a war with the Whitebeard Pirates, but Lingyun felt that this was obviously impossible. He was not as important as that, and Marine was not that stupid. For him, he fought against the strongest Whitebeard pirate group in New World, Chapter 61. Lingyun, are we going to meet Rayleigh and the others now? Marco asked Lingyun. Lingyun held his chin, pondered for a moment, and then said, when we fled, Uncle Rayleigh and the others should have also fled. The time we agreed was 2 days later. 2 days later, Marine should have withdrawn. After all, the headquarters of the company is on the Grand Line, and there is not so much time to stay in the East Daxia Sea. Marco nodded and said, this is also true. Naval headquarters cannot always put their power on the East Daxia Sea. I am afraid they will all return to naval headquarters in 2 days. Even if there is still Marine in the East Daxia Sea, it will not pose a threat to us. Let's simply dispose of Uncle Roger's body first. It's been a while since Roger died, and the wound has no bloodline flowing out. Lingyun straightened his clothes and removed all his chains. He said softly, Uncle Roger, I'm sorry, I can't put you in the dirt in time. Wait a minute, and you will be sent back to your hometown soon. 11, wait a minute. Marco asked. Lingyun, what are we going to do next? First go to find out where you are now. Lingyun nodded and said, well, it's better to find out where it is now, and if possible, get another boat. Then before Marco had finished speaking, a huge roar suddenly sounded, and then Marco and Lingyun felt the ground tremble, which made their faces change greatly at the same time. What kind of sound was this? They naturally heard. The sound of cannons, someone is shooting at here. Marco and Lingyun looked at each other, and Marco said solemnly. Lingyun said, it is impossible for someone to fire a cannon for no reason, and the target is very possible because it is so close to us. It's us. Marco guessed it too. He said, will it be Marine? Lingyun said, I don't know, but it's definitely possible. We just escaped from Logue Town. It took only 2 hours to get here. It's not impossible for Marine to catch up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Go and see. Lingyun and Marco moved quickly. Lingyun took Roger's body with Minazuki, and then quickly ran towards the beach of the island, but they had seen a few ships before they reached the beach. The huge Marine battleship. It's Marine. Marco said with a gloomy face, how did these guys like Marine know we're here? They didn't know where they were. Marine was able to find them, and it was confirmed that they were on the island, and they were directly attacked by shells. How did these Marines find them? This makes Marco very confused. Although Lingyun was puzzled, he still said, no matter how they determine our position, the key now is how to get rid of them. Boom boom boom. Lingyun and the others just came to the beach, and they were greeted by a large wave of shells, forcing Lingyun and the others to dodge quickly. In the sea in front of Lingyun and the others, 3 marine warships were dispersing separately, facing the direction of the island. The 3 warships are very huge. Those who are familiar with marine warships can know that they are Lieutenant General Marine's warships, and it is also among the 3 marines that have fought against Lingyun on the Logue Town Square Will. Akainu Sakazuki, Aokiji Kuzan and Kazaru Polusali. These 3 people were ordered by Marine Marshal Kong to chase Lingyun. When Lingyun and the others escaped from the square, the 3 of them chased in the direction of Marco's flight at the fastest speed, although they could not fly, but Marine has a lot of means. Even though Marco didn't even know where he flew, he was still found by Akainu and the others and chased it all the way to the island. The Akainu trio were not very familiar with the East Daxia Sea, so after finding the island where Lingyun they landed, they didn't know if anyone existed on the island. It stands to reason that Marine shouldn't have fired the cannon without knowing the situation. Aokiji the warships of Kazaru and Kazaru did not fire, but Akainu didn't have so much scruples and didn't care about anything. They decided that Lingyun was on the island, so they directly ordered the fire. As for whether it would hurt other people, it was not in Akainu consider the scope. That guy Sakazuki is really crazy. Aokiji saw Akainu's order to fire at the island. His eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, but he couldn't help it. After all, they were both Lieutenant General Marine. He was not qualified to point fingers at Akainu, he could only watch. Kizaru on the other side is no surprise. He has known Akainu for so long, so he naturally knows who Akainu is. In order to achieve his goal, he does not compromise the means. This is Akainu, and this is Akainu's absolute justice. But that's okay, Sakazuki just wants to push them out, which saves me. Kizaru's guess is correct. Lingyun and Marco 640 were indeed very upset by artillery fire. Lingyun said to Marco, "Marco, we are too passive to stay on the island. These Marines are really crazy, no matter what, indiscriminate artillery attack, stay here, we will become targets." Marco said, "Well, then we fly, it will be difficult for them to attack us." With that, Marco was about to change into the phoenix form, but Lingyun quickly shouted, "Wait, you don't change, let's sit on it." Lingyun pointed to Minazuki behind him. "Sit on it?" Marco looked at Minazuki in astonishment and said blankly, "Can it fly?" Lingyun covered his forehead and said silently, "Marco, what do you say you have eyes with? Didn't you find it floating in the air all the time?" "What?" Marco screamed in embarrassment, and when he saw that it was true, he smiled and said, "I was concerned about your injury before, who cares about this, but can he really fly? Curious." Marco didn't really care about Minazuki's state before. He saw that Minazuki was floating on the ground, but he didn't care too much. He didn't fully react until Lingyun mentioned it. Chapter 62. Lingyun said, "Don't worry, there will be no problem with a few more people, come up." Lingyun jumped on Minazuki's body first, and then Marco jumped on it too. Lingyun patted Minazuki's body lightly, Minazuki screamed, and then slowly flew up. Marine's artillery attack continued, but Lingyun didn't want to get entangled with Marine at all, so after flying up, he immediately flew in the opposite direction of Marine. Marine's 3 warships have been paying attention to the situation on the island. The 3 of Akainu are also watching with binoculars. Minazuki is very large, so when Lingyun controlled Minazuki to fly, he was immediately caught by Akainu and the others. Found. It's them, yes, it's Marco and that kid. The eyes of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru all lit up, but when they saw Lingyun sitting on a strange fish-shaped monster flying in the air, their expressions suddenly changed. "What is that? Why can I fly?" Aokiji looked at Minazuki suspiciously, with a confused expression. Akainu clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "I can't let you escape again. Catch up." Akainu yelled at Marine who was under him, and then the warship shot at Lingyun's direction at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Akainu also said loudly, "Fire in the direction of their flight." Lingyun's ability to fly is indeed very troublesome, but Akainu and the others are not too worried. They chase after they have sufficient preparations. They can't fly, but they can attack Lingyun in the air recklessly, as long as they keep following. If you interfere with Lingyun's flight, you can hang them all the time. After all, Lingyun can't fly in the air all the time. Sometimes they have to land and supply them, then it will be their chance. Damn it, did these Marines take gunpowder? So crazy? Seeing Lingyun controlling Minazuki to avoid the flying cannonballs, Marco couldn't help but scolded. Marine's cannonballs seemed to be desperate, chasing them all the time, making their speed impossible. I can't raise the height when I get up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco's cursing had just ended, and suddenly his face changed drastically again, because he saw countless golden lasers shot from below, attacking them at an extremely fast speed. It's that Kizaru. Lingyun's complexion also changed. Minazuki's size is relatively large, and it is easy to be hit by Kizaru's intensive attacks. They will suffer a lot if this continues. The reason why he didn't let Marco fly with him was to give Marco enough time to recover physical strength. But now it seems that the huge body of Minazuki has become a living target of Marine, especially Kizaru's attack. It is overwhelming. No matter how fast they are, they can't escape all the attacks. Marco. Lingyun, who realized that he had made a mistake, immediately gave a soft sigh to Marco. This is not the time to conserve his strength. Marine must be thrown away first. Marco immediately understood what Lingyun meant. He urged his fruit power to become a phoenix. Then Lingyun also put away Zanpakuto, jumped onto Marco's body, and pulled out Zanpakuto again. Once he still used Senbon Sakura. At present, in terms of defensive ability, Senbon Sakura is still the best, and it is easy to control. Is it the same trick again? Haha. Kizaru's warship below, he landed on the warship from midair, and then looked at the warship on the other side. This time the 3 of them were sent out to chase Lingyun because of their abilities. The 3 of them are top masters in large-scale attacks. Even if Lingyun can fly, it is quite difficult to get rid of the 3, just like now. On Akainu's warship, his hands had already turned into magma arms, then he pointed into the air and shouted, "Meteor volcano." The terrifying magma was shot into the air by Akainu, and red light quickly gathered in the sky. After a while, the terrifying meteor formed by the magma obscured the sky and fell, all towards Lingyun where they were. The location was smashed down. Not good. Lingyun was shocked when he saw this scene. Meteor Volcano's horrible attack was completely undefended by Senbon Sakura alone. The reason why he was able to block Kizaru's attack was because Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability was from the ground. Shooting to high altitude, no matter how fast it is, it will lose a part of its power from bottom to top, and under the defense of Senbon Sakura, no explosion can occur. As long as the distance is controlled, it is naturally difficult to harm him and Marco. But the meteor volcano in Akainu is different. It is a top-down magma with strong attack and burning ability. Each meteor is very large and falls from the sky at a very fast speed. Senbon Sakura may be able to stop it. Stayed a few times, but absolutely couldn't stop such an attack that obscured the sky. Go down quickly. Staying in the air will only make the situation more passive. Lingyun immediately made Marco return to the island. Before the meteor volcano of Akainu, the air seemed to have become a no-fly zone. When he was in Logetown, Akainu didn't use this trick because it could easily hurt the innocent, but now Akainu has no scruples, and can naturally try his best to force Lingyun and the others to give up their advantages. Marco was also in a cold sweat. Under the attack of Akainu's level, even his phoenix fruit could not resist, so he could only follow Lingyun's words and land on the island again. Marco landed very fast, and he also specifically found places where the opponent's shells could not attack, but the falling stars in the sky still made them extremely embarrassed. Lingyun, we can't go on like this. They control us on this small island. Sooner or later we will be consumed by them. Although it's just the beginning, Marco has very rich combat experience. He knows very well that if they don't want to break through, they will not be able to consume Marine at all. Of course Lingyun also knows this truth, but they are facing the future Marine 3. Admiral, how can it be so easy to break through their joint defense? Chapter 63, can't wait here anymore, we have to leave this island. Just flying into the air, Lingyun also saw the whole of this small island. This is just an uninhabited island, and the area is not large. According to attacks like Marine and Akainu, I am afraid that the entire island will be destroyed soon. When the time comes, the two of them are absolutely dead or alive. Marco said, there are so many Marines out there, and the few Marine lieutenants who came are not easy. We may not have been able to fight one of them alone. If we go out now, the odds of winning are really low. Lingyun said solemnly, if we fight, we must be unable to fight, but if we don't fight, we won't have a chance at all, so we have to fight. In this way, you take Uncle Roger's body, and we two act separately. How can this work? Marco refused on the spot. Lingyun smiled and said, Marco, don't you think I'm cheating you? Asking you to carry Uncle Roger's body will definitely make you inconvenient? Marco slapped Lingyun's head and shouted angrily. Am I that kind of person? Are you that kind of person? You think I don't know what you're thinking? Don't I just want someone to attract Marine's attention and give me a chance to escape? Do you really think you can hide it from me? You will know what you are going to fart when you push your A. I tell you, there is no way. Lingyun smiled bitterly. Marco knew him well enough. He knew his purpose just after he said the beginning. But even so, Lingyun continued. This is no way. You can see that if we stay together, there is basically no chance of escape. On the contrary, if we run separately, we can disperse Marine. When the time comes, we'll fight hard to see whose luck is good. How? Looking at Lingyun with a smile on his face, Marco was really speechless. He said, Lingyun, if you didn't know you, I really can't believe you are only 10 years old. At this time, you can still be so calm. I remember that you should be the most afraid of death, right? Why don't you seem to be afraid of you at all? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun laughed and said, I am indeed afraid of death, but isn't it that way? What's more, the more life and death you are, the more you can stimulate your potential. If you think about it this way, you will feel better. What's more, you can see that there are 3 warships coming from Marine. There should be a lot of strong men on them, but the only ones who really threaten us should be those 3, Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru. Marco said in surprise. You still know the 3 of them, but how do you know that they are the 3? Akainu and Kizaru who attacked us just now, but Aokiji came or not, how did you know? Lingyun said. Looking at their warships, the 3 of them have different warship flags. The one in the middle is Akainu, and the next one is Kizaru and Aokiji. You can't go wrong. Boom. When Lingyun and Marco were talking, Marine's artillery attack continued. It was just a short time that the entire island was bombarded by them. However, both Lingyun and Marco were very quick and responsive. Quickly, it is difficult to attack them with this level of artillery fire. While avoiding the artillery fire and the falling meteor volcano, Lingyun asked Marco, how is it, have you decided? Dare to bet on this one? Marco was silent. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that if the 2 of them stayed together, they would face the trio of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. They would deal with it very well. It was hard work, not to mention that the 3 people were united. They really had no hope at all when they fought. If they are separated, there is some hope, but as Lingyun said, once they are separated, they are gambling. When the 2 are separated, Marine must also be chasing separately. The opponent has 3 Marine lieutenants, and they will definitely be divided into 2 teams. No matter how you divide it, you don't have to think about it, there must be 2 chasing after one party. So Lingyun said that it was a gambling, there is nothing wrong with it. If there is only one of the 3 of Akainu, whether it is Marco or Lingyun, they have a great chance to escape, but if the other two people chase, they will escape. The hope of birth will not exceed 1 point, so this is a gambling. For the Akainu trio, which of them is more important? In terms of strength, Marco must be much better than Lingyun. Even if he cannot win against any of the Akainu trio, there is absolutely no problem in running away, so Marco gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, we broke through separately, but let me lead them away first." Lingyun shrugged and said, "No problem, but when you distract them, you want to expose Uncle Roger's body. In this case, you may have a better chance to attract two of them. I have a chance to escape. It's bigger." Marco's eyes lit up. To tell the truth, if Lingyun said this, he would be suspected of deliberately letting Marco go to death. But Marco didn't think so. He would rather risk more. I don't want Lingyun to take risks. After all, when he came out, Whitebeard entrusted Lingyun's safety to him, so even if he pays his life, he has to keep Lingyun. Marco held Roger's body and said to Lingyun, "I will go out first. Remember, when I attract their attention, you immediately run away in the opposite direction from me, understand?" Lingyun nodded and said, "Well, I understand." Marco took a deep breath, then took a deep look at Lingyun and said solemnly, "Lingyun, you must be careful. If I escape, I will give Roger's body to Rayleigh, but you don't. I went to Logue Town. I can flee as far as I get the chance. I hope that when I see you next time, you won't lose a single hair, you know?" Lingyun chuckled and said, "I should have said this to you." Chapter 64. Marco didn't speak anymore, but holding Roger's body, he rushed out in one direction suddenly. When he rushed out, the movement was still very loud, which immediately attracted Marine's attention. "Okay." When Marco rushed out, the three of Akainu immediately spotted Marco, but they only saw Marco fleeing towards the south with Roger's body, and instantly turned into a phoenix, flying at low altitude and high speed. "I didn't see that kid. Did they want to break through separately?" Seeing Marco alone, the Akainu trio immediately understood what Marco and Lingyun meant. Kizaru laughed and said, "I'm still smart enough to know how to break through, hee." Akainu sneered and said, "It's a boring tactic. No matter what decision you make, no one can escape. Get away. Stop the attack." Akainu instructed his men, and then immediately stopped the artillery attack, which also gave Marco a chance to break through. Marco left the island faster without any hesitation, and flew at extreme speed. Marine naturally cannot allow Marco to leave like this. Anyway, Marco is also a key figure in the Logue Town incident. If it weren't for him, Lingyun would not have been able to escape, and he still had Roger's body on him. Aspirational. Only among the three, Akainu's target was always Lingyun alone. He didn't care about Marco and Roger's corpses at all, so he didn't move. The same was true for Aokiji on the other side. He didn't pursue it. Marco, there is no other reason. When he came to chase him, Sengoku told him that he can ignore everything else, but he must catch Lingyun, if possible, kill him directly, so Aokiji did not chase Marco. Is waiting for the appearance of Lingyun. Kizaru saw that Akainu and Aokiji weren't chasing Marco, and sighed helplessly. "Trouble, I have to do this kind of thing. Phoenix Marco is really a troublesome guy." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco is also going to commit one, and he still carries Roger's body. Of course, it is impossible to leave it alone. If Akainu and Aokiji don't chase, he can only come, so he ordered his crew to chase in Marco's direction. The warships of Marco and Kizaru quickly disappeared on the sea level. Lingyun on the small island was not surprised to see this scene. He had long known that this would be the result. After all, he was the Logue Town incident. The protagonist of the movie, Marine, will definitely list him as the most wanted object for arrest. Even if Marco takes Roger's body, it is still not as threatening as Lingyun in Marine's eyes. But Lingyun was full of distress. Although Kizaru went after Marco, he still left Akainu and Aokiji here. He couldn't beat either of them. Now they are still two, which makes him feel too much pressure. Lingyun kept thinking about how to escape from the interception of Akainu and Aokiji. He would definitely not be able to fly. He is not as fast as Marco. Once he flies, he will inevitably become a target for Akainu and Aokiji. After much deliberation, Lingyun can only think of one way. Akainu and Aokiji are both fruit-powered. Their weakness is seawater. As long as I enter the bottom of the sea, I have a chance to escape. No, they have Aokiji. With his fruit power, it is easy to freeze the sea. My swimming speed is estimated to be not as fast as his freezing seawater, and it is easy to be frozen by his ability. The weakness of the fruit-powered person is seawater and seastone. Seastone does not have seastone. If it is seawater, the opponent has Aokiji. The ability of frozen fruit is too incomprehensible, so I want to use seawater to escape. Although there is a chance, it is very slim. Lingyun is very distressed. The combination of Akainu and Aokiji is simply incomprehensible. If you change to someone else, I am afraid that hopeless thoughts will arise, but Lingyun slowly feels excited. Since coming to this world, he found that his personality had changed a lot. He didn't know if it was because he was tired of the easy life of the past life, or he was a crazy person in his bones. Now facing the critical moment of life and death, the excitement far exceeded the nervousness and fear. If I go out now, I will definitely be in their arms. I can't fly, I don't have a boat, and I can't run them. So it's better to stay here and wait for them to come up to catch me, and then look for opportunities. Lingyun knew very well that without Marco, he wanted to escape from the eyes of Akainu and Aokiji. There was basically no hope. Instead, he stayed on the island. If he seized the opportunity, he might still have a chance, because he knew very well that even if the island was completely destroyed by artillery fire, but if they couldn't see their corpse, they would definitely not rest assured, so they would rather go to the island to capture themselves, and would not use artillery fire to destroy the island. 0. Whether it is Akainu and Aokiji, they all know that although Lingyun has weird abilities, his strength is far worse than that of the two of them. Strong people like them have absolute confidence in their own strength, especially Akainu. He just wants to catch Lingyun with his own hands, so he will definitely do it himself. Drop ashore. Lingyun's guess was correct. Neither Akainu nor Aokiji ordered the cannons to fire. Instead, they ordered the general to land on the shore of the island. After the ship landed on the island, Akainu was the first to rush off the ship, not at all. He greeted him and quickly rushed into the island. Seeing that Akainu rushed into the island without saying hello, Aokiji on the other side was still standing calmly on the warship. The lieutenant beside him asked curiously, "Lieutenant General Kuzan, you won't go up? Is it? If Lieutenant General Sakazuki caught the kid, all the credit would be his, and our trip would be in vain." Aokiji looked calm, and said lightly, "If Sakazuki can really catch that kid, how about giving him all the credit? But don't underestimate that kid. You can steal Roger's body from the execution ground, and running away in full view of him is enough to show his ability. If you underestimate him, you will suffer a big loss." Chapter 65. Aokiji's lieutenant looked at Aokiji suspiciously and asked, "Lieutenant General Kuzan, do you mean that Lieutenant General Sakazuki can't catch that kid?" Aokiji said solemnly, "It's hard to say. In terms of strength, the three little ghosts will not be Sakazuki's opponents, but his abilities are very strange, and also very cunning. Short, so he is often able to gain an advantage when he is not as good as the opponent. Unless Sakazuki cannot give the kid a chance, it will be difficult to catch him." "Then us," Aokiji said, "we'll stay here. Sengoku Admiral gave us an order to catch the kid. Sakazuki alone is enough to deal with him. What we have to do now is just in case he has a chance to run away from us." The lieutenant said confidently, "With us here, it is impossible for that kid to escape." Aokiji couldn't help but remember what Sengoku said to him. Sengoku told him to be careful. Lingyun is as cunning as an old fox, and has amazing abilities and will, so he must not be paralyzed. In fact, Aokiji also understands this very well. In Logue Town, Lingyun has fully demonstrated his amazing will. A teenager with Conqueror's Haki, no one dares to doubt his potential and aptitude. Perhaps, the capture this time will become very interesting. Aokiji's eyes bloomed with strange colors. The moment Akainu entered the island, Lingyun, who had been paying attention, had already discovered it, especially when he found that Akainu was alone. He showed a meaningful expression. If Akainu comes in with a lot of marine or Aokiji, if he did, he could only run away in embarrassment, but now only Akainu was alone. Lingyun suddenly had the idea of a fight. If you make good use of it, maybe Akainu is the only chance I can escape. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When only Akainu came in, Lingyun's mind immediately turned, and soon he thought of a good plan, and the protagonist of this plan was Akainu, but before that, he had to make himself angry at Akainu. Survive under the attack. Regarding the strength of Akainu, Lingyun has always been overestimated and then overestimated. The strongest one in Marine Admiral in the future, Akainu's strength is definitely the top in the pirate world. And now Akainu is in his 30s and is in prime. Even if his strength has not reached the peak, it is not much different. It is no different from Akainu head to head, it is no different from looking for death. Lingyun knows very well that if he does not use external force, he may not even be able to catch Akainu's 3 moves, but the truth. When I was in Logue Town before, the reason why I was able to fight Akainu like that was because Akainu didn't exert all his power. Another point was that his Zanpakuto ability was weird and the opponent was completely defenseless, so he was able to achieve that kind of record. Lingyun thinks he still has some advantages. At least he can see the gap between the enemy and us. In fact, if it weren't because Roger had taught him for a few days and Zanpakuto had to have such conditions to unblock him, he wouldn't be at all. Maybe you can do such a self-defeating thing, but fortunately, it succeeds in the end, otherwise you will even get involved. He had a battle with Akainu, so Lingyun understood that unless Akainu stood there and let him fight, he would have no chance of winning at all. If you want to get a chance in this situation, you must pay attention to skills and strategy. Akainu of course, Lingyun's offensive power is nothing to say, and Lingyun can't match it with horses, but he is not without weaknesses. In terms of various abilities, Lingyun feels that the only thing he can gain an advantage is speed. Of course, the speed Lingyun said was the speed he obtained after Zanjetsu Bankai. Before Tensa Zanjetsu was used, his speed was far inferior to that of Akainu, but after using Tensa Zanjetsu, his the ability has been strengthened, so that he can suppress Akainu in speed, and this is his only chance. After thinking of a way, Lingyun naturally wouldn't sit still, and saw that he quickly pulled out the Shinigami blade and turned into a Zanjetsu form, and at the moment he pulled out Zanjetsu, Akainu came to him. Looking at Akainu, Lingyun chuckled and said, "Lieutenant General Akainu, how long hasn't seen you since then, have you come to me again?" Akainu frowned slightly when he saw Lingyun. He remembered that Lingyun was seriously injured when he ran away a few hours ago. But looking at Lingyun who was smiling now, where's there any injury? Although puzzled in her mind, Akainu said coldly, "Edward Lingyun, you have nowhere to go, so let's get rid of it." "Oh, have you even figured out my name?" Lingyun was a little surprised. This marine's intelligence capabilities were really not covered. He could find out his origin and name in such a short time, but he still laughed and said, "Don't say anything like this. If you really want to catch it, you won't escape from Logue Town desperately, so let's be realistic." Having said that, Lingyun deliberately glanced at Akainu's back and asked, "First, think you marines should have a lot of talents. Why are you the only one to arrest me now?" Akainu said coldly, "I am more than enough to deal with pirates like you." Lingyun smiled and said, "If you are really so good at 4.5, you won't let me escape from Logue Town." Akainu wasn't angry, and said coldly, "Don't be embarrassed by this kind of low-level language ridicule. No matter what you said today, you will have only one end." "Really? But I am very sure that my fate today is definitely not what you think." Lingyun's face became serious. He held Zangetsu in both hands, and shouted in a low voice, "Bankai." Suddenly, the bright light enveloped him, and then he turned into the look of a death tyrant with Tensa Zangetsu in his hand, staring at Akainu with a cold expression on his face. He didn't need to test at all. He used himself as soon as he came up. The strongest state. Chapter 66. I have seen through your moves. Akainu let out a low growl, and suddenly a magma fist blasted towards Lingyun. Lingyun was naturally unwilling to be outdone. He waved Tensa Zangetsu in his hand and shouted, "Crescent moon and sky." The slashing blade light and Akainu's magma collided with each other, as if Mars hit the earth. There was a dull collision sound, but no one got the water cloud, and both disappeared. Akainu's eyes narrowed, and he was surprised to himself. This kid seems to have strengthened a little more. Akainu still remembers that when Lingyun used this trick to fight him a few hours ago, it was definitely not the same level as it is now. In other words, just a few hours later, his use of this trick became even better. Stronger, and the speed is faster and faster. Coming. Before Akainu wanted to understand, suddenly his pupils shrank, and Lingyun in front of him moved. The whole person was like a teleportation, turned into a black shadow, and rushed out dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Distance came to 11 in front of him. So courageous, I even dared to fight back. Akainu screamed. In his opinion, Lingyun was the fish on the chopping board. Facing him there was only room to escape, but he didn't expect Lingyun to take the lead in counterattack, and it was so fast. With the eyes of Akainu, Rao couldn't see the specific speed of Lingyun. He could only catch the figure of Lingyun. He quickly turned his body into magma, and Lingyun's attack also fell on him, Tensa in his hand. Zangetsu was as light as nothing. He swung and slashed easily, hitting 7 or 8 sword in an instant, all of which hit Akainu. Ah, it's so annoying, always such boring attacks. Akainu yelled impatiently. He wanted to counterattack, but Lingyun's movement speed was so fast that he didn't even have the opportunity to attack. Angrily, he immediately used his lava fruit ability with all his strength, taking him as his in the center. The terrifying magma enveloped the entire land, and there were continuous pillars of fire emerging, like a volcanic eruption, impacting Lingyun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun moved on top of the magma at a very fast speed. Those fire pillars wanted to surround him, but his speed was faster, and he still had the powerful Tensa Zangetsu in his hand, so these attacks couldn't stop him at all. Listening to Akainu's impatient roar, Lingyun's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he secretly said, "Yes, that's it. The more angry you are, the greater my chances will be. I must take you thoroughly before my outburst is over." Irritated. Lingyun is very aware of his disadvantages. Don't look at him now, it seems that he is very fast. Akainu has nothing to do with him, but this state cannot be sustained forever. Tensa Zangetsu's use is at the expense of physical strength. The faster he is faster, the faster his physical strength is consumed. As his physical strength decreases, his speed will become slower and slower. On the other hand, Akainu basically has no consumption. He is elemental. Lingyun has nothing to do with him, and Tensa Zangetsu can't hurt him. Although Akainu is extremely angry, he is actually not too anxious. I was also waiting for an opportunity to defeat Lingyun in one fell swoop. In just a few minutes, Lingyun and Akainu started a contest of speed and speed. Both of them went all out. While avoiding Akainu's attacks, Lingyun attacked Akainu from time to time, and Akainu didn't dare to be careless. He was worried that Lingyun would run away, so he attacked with full force. Whenever Lingyun had a tendency to escape, he would use the fastest attack to force Lingyun back. So although neither of them has hurt anyone for the time being, Lingyun's disadvantages have slowly manifested. But all these changes are expected by Lingyun. Akainu is waiting, and he is also waiting. After another short while, Lingyun's speed finally slowed down, no longer as fast as before, and Akainu also keenly discovered this. Suddenly, his eyes became brilliant, and he immediately launched a counterattack. Die! Akainu shouted, and Lingyun hid so many times. This time he shot with all his strength and completely sealed up any corner of Lingyun, forcing Lingyun to forcefully accept his attack. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Lingyun was not eager, waved Tensa Zangetsu, and used 2 consecutive crescent sky strikes to offset Akainu's attack. But Akainu's attack mode has been turned on, and I'm not going to give Lingyun any chance to breathe. It's the most terrifying attack. Even the marine on the shore can see that half of the sky turns red. This is Akainu's full burst. The power of Lingyun and Akainu are all lava flowing where Lingyun and Akainu meet, and there is hardly a good piece of land. That kid is so powerful, Lieutenant General Sakazuki hasn't taken him down for so long. On Aokiji's boat, His lieutenant looked at the magma churning around not far away, with incredible gazes in his eyes, and said in amazement, "It's not easy to force Sakazuki to use this level of power." Aokiji has been quietly looking in that direction. Although he can't see the situation of the 070 body clearly, he can guess it. He said with a serious expression, "Get ready, that kid is definitely not Sakazuki's opponent. He can fight Sakazuki. Up to now, it has not been easy, so I guess it won't take long before he will try to escape." His lieutenant asked in surprise, "Lieutenant General Kuzan, do you mean that the kid will escape from Lieutenant General Sakazuki?" Aokiji said, "There should be a 90% possibility." The lieutenant took a breath. If someone else said this, he would definitely not believe it, but when Aokiji said it, he had to believe it, so he immediately refreshed and stared at it unblinkingly. Suddenly, Lingyun didn't know whether it was physically weak or what was the reason. When avoiding Akainu's attack, his body suddenly stagnated, and he paused. Of course, Akainu would not let this opportunity go, slammed his body and hit him with a punch. After Lingyun, even if Lingyun was blocked by Tensa Zanjetsu, his body was still bombarded directly, and his body was constantly rolling in midair. "It's now!" Akainu roared wildly, mobilizing all his strength in an instant. The sky full of magma condensed into 8 huge incomparable fists, connected to the ground, soaring into the sky. The center of the attack was Lingyun. Chapter 67. While Akainu yelled, Lingyun also had a brilliant look in his eyes. He looked at the terrifying magma fist that was attacking him. Without any hesitation, he directly inserted Tensa Zanjetsu back into the scabbard and then suddenly pulled out. The speed is amazing. Lingyun is very confident about drawing the sword. He dares to say that he recognizes the second place. No one dares to recognize the first place, because when the Shinigami blade is replaced by another Zanpakuto, it must be returned to the sheath. He has practiced the most in these two aspects of the sheath. Up to now, he can almost complete it without even a single breath. Facing such a terrifying magma attack, Lingyun had no choice but to pull out Sogyo no Kotori immediately, then proceeded to Shikai, using Sogyo no Kotori to absorb Akainu's magma. That trick again. Seeing that Lingyun used Sogyo no Kotori again, Akainu's anger suddenly increased, and the whole person rose to the sky, facing Lingyun. He knew that his magma attack could hardly cause damage to Lingyun, so he planned to use the body directly surgery. The terrifying magma was directly absorbed by Sogyo no Kotori, but Lingyun did not show any joy, because when he absorbed the magma, Akainu had already rushed to his side, and his huge arm blasted towards him. Clang! Pushing Sogyo no Kotori in front of him, Akainu's fist-covering armament haki slammed on Sogyo no Kotori. The powerful force directly caused Lingyun to spit out a large amount of blood, and at the same time the whole person flew upside down. After Lingyun landed, he didn't do anything, and immediately rushed towards the shore. After everything he had done, whether he could escape next depends on his luck. Want to escape? Seeing Lingyun's movements, Akainu suddenly roared in anger, then turned into lava, and quickly chased in Lingyun's direction. Because the fight with Akainu just now moved to the shore deliberately, after being punched by Akainu, Lingyun quickly rushed towards the shore. Even if he did not use Tensa Zanjetsu, the speed was not as fast as Akainu, but because he was first moving, so Akainu wants to catch up with him. It takes a certain amount of time, and this time is enough for him to rush to the shore. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the battle between Akainu and Lingyun, Aokiji did not pay attention at the beginning, but after they fought for a while, Aokiji used the telescope to keep watching, so when Lingyun headed towards the shore, he knew immediately Lingyun was about to escape, so he moved too. "I've been waiting for you this moment, how could it make you escape easily?" Aokiji jumped off the warship. There was seawater in front of him. The most afraid of ordinary people was the seawater, but he was different. The moment his feet touched the seawater, the whole surface of the sea regarded him as the center was quickly frozen. Ice Age. In an instant, the entire sea surface was condensed into ice and spread to other places very quickly. Before Lingyun reached the shore, the sea in front of him was already frozen. Aokiji faintly looked at Lingyun's direction and said, "I want to rely on the sea to escape. I'm sorry, you don't have this opportunity." When Lingyun rushed to the beach, he happened to see the surface of the sea being frozen into ice. His face changed and he said to himself, "I knew that Aokiji would come with this trick. He wouldn't come to catch me with Akainu. I'm afraid it's just to prevent me from escaping." Lingyun was not surprised by Aokiji's actions, not to mention that he was already prepared. Akainu behind him was quickly approaching. Lingyun knew that he could not delay any more time, so he quickly rushed to the frozen sea by Aokiji. Aokiji on the other side saw Lingyun's movements and quickly approached here, ready to completely grasp Lingyun. But Lingyun would not give them any chance. He pointed Sogyo no Kotori at the ice surface and shouted in a low voice, "Release." In an instant, the terrifying magma was released by Lingyun from Sogyo no Kotori's sword. It turned out that he had absorbed the energy of Akainu's last blow in order to break Aokiji's ice at this moment, and use the scorching heat of the magma to deal with Aokiji. This is the best choice, and Akainu's magma is extremely destructive, and it can melt a large area of the ice. Then it will be his chance. Boom. When the terrifying magma touched the ice surface, it suddenly sounded like a volcanic eruption. The frozen sea surface was quickly melted into seawater, and the temperature of the magma even boiled the seawater. Not good. Akainu and Aokiji, who hurriedly saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically, and the two of them instantly soared to the fastest speed, trying to stop Ji Lingyun. But Ji Lingyun didn't give them a chance. After the magma melted the ice, he immediately sheathed Sogyo no Kotori, then used Senbon and after Senbon Bankai, he plunged into the sea. As soon as he entered the sea, Ji Lingyun almost couldn't help but jump up, because the temperature of the seawater burned by magma was too high, but he would die if he thought of going up, so he dared to think more about it, desperately heading towards the deep sea swim away. This is his only chance to escape. B*********. D. When Akainu rushed to the position where Ji Lingyun was just now, Ji Lingyun was nowhere to be seen. He and Aokiji looked at the sea that was blasted by Ji Lingyun. Aokiji's face was also very ugly, his hands were close to the sea and he used his own again ability. Ice Age. In an instant, the sea surface was frozen again, but this time Aokiji's goal was not the sea surface, but towards Ji Lingyun deep in the bottom of the sea. From top to bottom, a large amount of seawater was continuously frozen, and the freezing of the sea the extremely fast speed swept towards Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun, who was struggling to swim towards the bottom of the sea, looked back and saw the ice sea swiftly hitting him. He was shocked. He hurriedly used the Senbon blade of Bankai to protect himself. The icy ice instantly wrapped him, but soon it was destroyed by Senbon blade again, and so on. After Ji Lingyun sank to the bottom of the sea, the ice never followed up. If it is not at the bottom of the sea, Ji Lingyun might be relieved. Now at the bottom of the sea, he must hold his breath, otherwise he will die on the bottom of the sea without being killed by Aokiji and Akainu. Chapter 68. Not caught. Aokiji stood up slowly, his complexion was very ugly, he controlled his ability to freeze Ji Lingyun with all his strength, but in the end he was run away by Ji Lingyun. He naturally had a bad complexion. Akainu roared angrily, "That kid, lousy, is going to kill him." Aokiji ignored Akainu's anger, but said to himself, "The kid entered the bottom of the sea, and it's not that easy to escape. After all, he is not a murloc and cannot breathe on the bottom of the sea. He must be exposed to the sea surface to breathe after a while. Now that the sea has been frozen by me, as long as he appears, I will feel it." Akainu had a sullen face and did not speak. Ji Lingyun escaped from his hands, and he was not qualified to say anything about Aokiji, so he could only return to his boat and ordered his men to spread out around this small island. Look for Ji Lingyun. Aokiji looked at Akainu, shook his head, and sighed. "You underestimated the guy named Lingyun, and I underestimated him. I didn't expect that in this situation, he could calmly figure out a way to escape. Akainu's magma attacked my ice. I really have an idea, but how long can you hold on to the bottom of the sea? After all, human beings are not fish 620 people. They cannot breathe under the water, so naturally they cannot stay under the water. Aokiji believes that Ji Lingyun will not seek his own death. When that time comes, he will definitely be out of the sea again. At that time, this is their opportunity." Aokiji is indeed right. Of course Ji Lingyun cannot breathe under the sea, but besides breathing air on the sea surface, he has other ways to breathe air without reaching the sea surface. Ji Lingyun swims slowly on the bottom of the sea, unable to breathe, looking for his goal with his eyes open. There are a lot of fish on the bottom of the sea, and there are even many fish surrounding Ji Lingyun. It seems that Ji Lingyun is really curious what fish is similar. Ji Lingyun didn't take care of these fishes. He had to find the target before he could not hold on, and his target was nothing but large fish or sea kings. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Because Ji Lingyun has reached the deep seabed, there is no shortage of large fish and sea kings. He didn't swim for a long time before he saw a sea king similar to a hippopotamus. Seeing this sea kings, Ji Lingyun immediately swam towards it with joy, and that sea kings was also looking for food. It saw a human being swimming towards him, of course it would not be polite. He opened his huge mouth and prepared to swallow Ji Lingyun. Facing the huge mouth of sea kings, Ji Lingyun was not afraid. Instead, he controlled Senbon blade to surround himself, and then rushed directly into the mouth of sea kings at a very fast speed, before sea kings was about to shut his mouth and bite. At that time, he had followed sea king's esophagus and quickly rushed into its body. When Ji Lingyun rushed into the stomach of sea kings, because Senbon blade slashed its esophagus all the way, it made it roar with extreme pain, and its huge body continued to churn on the bottom of the sea, and then swam around again. Ji Lingyun, who had reached its stomach, was embarrassed. Fortunately, Senbon was protecting him, otherwise he would not know how embarrassed it would be. Sea King's has a large body, so its stomach is naturally not small. Ji Lingyun, who entered the stomach, found that the stomach of Sea King's was no less than the size of a room, but it was full of stench, and there were all kinds of things everywhere. If the fish's carcass and stomach acid were not for life, Ji Lingyun would have opened its stomach and left immediately. But at this time for his own life, Ji Lingyun had to endure the discomfort and stay here. Although it was very disgusting, the stomach was not filled with water like the bottom of the sea, so Ji Lingyun did not have to hold his breath all the time, even if the oxygen here is limited, but it is enough for him to consume it for a while. As for the digestive function of Sea Kings, Ji Lingyun, protected by Senbon, doesn't care at all. Because Ji Lingyun did not move in Sea King's body, Sea Kings did not notice anything, and still acted as before. Every time it swallows a large wave of food and water, and it will be accompanied by a burst of air, which just provided Ji Lingyun with breathing. Almost. After staying in Sea King's for almost a day, Ji Lingyun opened his eyes suddenly, and then he controlled the blade to attack Sea King's stomach. The severe pain caused Sea Kings to cry in pain, and the huge body rolled and slapped everywhere. Ji Lingyun was also embarrassed, but the sharpness of the blade was naturally not something that the flesh and blood of sea kings could resist. Soon, Ji Lingyun's body was torn open, and then he rushed out quickly. After leaving the body of sea kings, Ji Lingyun entered the bottom of the sea again, but before he could move, he saw that the sea kings who broke out of his body did not die. Instead, he let out a violent roar and stopped. After rolling, his huge eyes stared at Ji Lingyun, and slammed into Ji Lingyun. Because he was in the water, Ji Lingyun couldn't speak naturally, but he looked at the sea kings who hit him. His pupils shrank suddenly, a shock of hockey emanating from him. The sea kings stopped immediately. His gaze and sea king's gaze were at each other, and just for a moment, the other sea kings turned his head in horror and fled. Sea kings is also an intelligent animal. The conqueror's hockey emanating from Ji Lingyun knows that Ji Lingyun is not easy to mess with, so it can only escape with its tail. Although its body was opened by Ji Lingyun, the vitality of kings is extremely strong, and it shouldn't be dead yet. After pushing back the sea kings, Ji Lingyun immediately swam upward, and soon he swam to the surface of the sea, and then quietly exposed his head on the surface of the sea. What came into his eyes was the vast sea, which was inside the sea king's body before, so Ji Lingyun didn't know how far he ran, but in his line of sight, there was nothing but seawater, which made him completely don't worry. Although he doesn't know where he is now, at least he has avoided Aokiji and Akainu. This is already the luckiest thing. Chapter 69. In a sea area far from Ji Lingyun, Aokiji and Akainu stood together, looking at the marine soldiers searching everywhere. Their faces were equally ugly. He has escaped, Aokiji said. Akainu clenched his fists and said coldly, no matter where he escapes, I will personally grab him back. Aokiji frowned and said, I'm very surprised. How did he escape? We have laid a net of heaven and earth. As long as he is out of the sea, he will never escape our eyeliner, but why can he still escape? Is he really from the sea? Is it walking? But doesn't he need to breathe? Of course, Akainu had no way of knowing Aokiji's questions. He also thought that Ji Lingyun would never escape, but the facts were completely different from what they had imagined. Not only did Ji Lingyun escape, but they also escaped far away sight. They don't even have a clue now. At this moment, Aokiji suddenly heard a voice off Kuku in his arms. He took out a small phone worm from his arms and looked at the phone worm. Aokiji said to Akainu, It's Sengoku Admiral. Then it was connected. Moses, I'm Sengoku. Sengoku's voice came from the phone worm. Aokiji replied, Mr. Sengoku, this is Kuzan. The opposite Sengoku asked, Lieutenant General Kuzan, man, have you caught it? Aokiji and Akainu looked at each other and saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. Akainu shook his head and Aokiji replied helplessly, Mr. Sengoku, Pulusali is chasing Marco. I don't know if there is any. When we caught up, Sakazuki and I were in charge of Edward Ji Lingyun, but he escaped. What? Sengoku's voice suddenly improved a little, and his tone revealed incredible, and he shouted, Neither you nor Sakazuki caught the kid? What's the matter? Aokiji told Sengoku about everything that happened. After Sengoku heard it, it took a long time to speak. I know, the next task for you and Sakazuki is to continue chasing that Lingyun. After these two fights, you should see it too. Sooner or later, that kid will become our marine's enemy, so he must be resolved before he grows up. Now you two don't ask anything. Pursue that kid with all your strength. First we'll let Marine in the East Daxia Sea listen to you all. Remember, you must catch that kid before he enters the New World. Aokiji nodded solemnly and said, I see. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marine knows very well that once Ji Lingyun escapes to New World, then they want to catch Ji Lingyun. Basically there is little hope unless they go to war with the Whitebeard Pirates, but this result is obviously not what Marine wants, so Sengoku only then will Akainu and Aokiji desperately want to catch Ji Lingyun before he escapes to New World. Aokiji said Sengoku's words to Akainu, Sakazuki, you heard what Sengoku said. Akainu showed a fierce gaze, and said coldly, it's just what I want. On the contrary, Aokiji said dejectedly, oh, it's really a troublesome thing, but I was tricked by a kid twice in a row, and I can't justify the face. I really have to catch him. In the nagging voice, Aokiji and Akainu once again brought their own people around to search for Ji Lingyun's whereabouts. This time, they both held absolute beliefs and must catch Ji Lingyun. Sengoku, who had just finished talking with Aokiji over there, called Kizaru again, and the news he got made his face even more ugly. Sengoku came to Marshal Marine's office. After the Logetown incident, they returned to Naval Headquarters, but they have been very concerned about the arrest of the Ji Lingyun and Logetown incidents, but it's a pity that they have been arrested so far. Without getting the slightest good news, Marshal Marine, who was already very angry, became more irritable. Seeing Sengoku coming, Sora knew that there must be news, so he immediately asked, have you caught someone? Sengoku looked at Sora looking expectantly and sighed in his heart. He knew how much pressure Sora had been put on by this incident. The execution of Roger was a great feat, but unfortunately it ended up like that, making World Government 5 elders it's all to blame, so Sora has been so frowning recently. Sengoku said truthfully, Marshal, Akainu and Aokiji all missed and let the kid escape. Kizaru was about to catch Marco, but he was rescued by Rayleigh in the end. Kong's face turned ugly in an instant, and he asked in a deep voice, in other words, didn't anyone catch it? Sengoku nodded. Hearing only Abum, Kong violently hammered the table in front of him, but soon he sat down again decadently and said, 2 admiral alternates, plus a marine lieutenant general can't catch a kid? Sengoku smiled bitterly. That kid is not easy. Although his strength is not very good, he is very cunning and has strange abilities. So Sakazuki and Kuzan are both tricked by him. Kong was rubbing his temples with a headache. In fact, Kong was a tough guy with a violent temper, but since he became Marine Marshal, his temper has receded a lot. It's just that he is really bored recently, will gaff. Let's make a wanted order. After a long time, Sora raised his head and said to Sengoku. Sengoku was not surprised. The wanted order for Lingyun was a plan they had prepared before, but at that time they felt that this plan should not be used. After all, Akainu and the three of them should have no problem catching Lingyun, but who has ever been, I think the result is still the same, and now they have no other choice but to issue a wanted order. Sengoku asked, what is the wanted amount? How much should I post? Sora did not answer, but asked Sengoku, what do you think? Sengoku frowned and said, actually, judging from the momentum created by that kid, it would not be an exaggeration to release more than 100 million Baileys, but this is bound to bring a lot of damage to our Marine's reputation. After all, he is only a 10-year-old, the little devil, but if there are too few, not many people can catch him, so I think 80 million Baileys, chapter 70. 80 million Bailey. Sora frowned. The pirate who offered 80 million Baileys is a famous big pirate in this era, but thinking of Lingyun's ability, he nodded and said, okay, only 80 million Baileys. Publish it immediately. Okay. Sengoku was about to leave, but was stopped by Sora. Sengoku asked puzzledly, Marshal, is there anything else? Sora looked at Sengoku and said, the order has already been issued. I'm afraid I will be transferred to Mary Joie soon. Sengoku was shocked when he heard this. He asked, when? Sora said, it is estimated that it will be the last 2 or 3 years, so I have to order Marine's next Marshal before leaving. Among Marines today, the only person who fits this position is you, Sengoku. Me? Sengoku was even more surprised. Although he also thought about becoming Marshal Marine, he didn't expect Sora to tell him that when he was 11. He hesitantly said, Marshal, in terms of reputation, Garp is better than me, in terms of qualifications. Zephyr is also taller than me, making me a Marine Marshal, isn't it a bit? Kong shook his head and said, Gar and Zephyr are not suitable. You should know the reason better than me, now only you are the most suitable. I have passed the anger with the people above, and they all agree, so before I leave, I will be slow. Slowly hand over the power of Marine to you. As long as you make some achievements, there will be no problem in succession. Sora has already spoken to this level. Sengoku will naturally no longer twitch, he said loudly. Yes, Marshal, I will certainly live up to your expectations, Marshal. Watching Sengoku leave, Sora sighed and said, Marshal Marine is not so easy to be the position. The next sea may be more chaotic. I'm old, but you are more suitable to manage the chaotic sea. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Where is this place? Lingyun sat on Minazuki and flew slowly in the air. It has been more than an hour since he emerged from the body of Sea Kings. He relied on Minazuki's flying ability to fly slowly, but for more than an hour, he didn't even touch an island, which made him a little strange. There was a sound off from his stomach. Lingyun looked helpless. He hadn't eaten anything for more than a day. The meat of the Sea Kings that he ate last time had already been digested, so he wanted to find an island to live in. He couldn't eat raw food. After flying for about 10 minutes, he finally found a small island, so he immediately rushed up in surprise, but only after he landed, he discovered that it was an island and it was too much praise. The area of the entire island, there are only a few hundred square meters in total. But it didn't matter to Lingyun at all. He caught a few fish from the sea, and then immediately cooked it on the fire. After eating and drinking, Lingyun went on the road again. Relying on Minazuki's flying ability, he finally found a small town. After reaching a crowded place, he naturally put away Zanpakuto. After entering the town, Lingyun started immediately inquire about it. After this inquiries, he knew that he was still in the East Daxia Sea. Not only that, but he was already far away from Logue Town, which made Lingyun very depressed. He knew that he could not attend Roger's funeral, which made him feel a little regretful. Marco didn't see me, so he probably won't leave. He will definitely wait for me in Logue Town. Without further ado, he will meet him. Lingyun knows very well that Marco did not see him and he would not be reconciled, so he was going to go to Logue Town again. With the flying ability of Minazuki, Lingyun naturally did not need a boat. After he asked someone for the direction, he immediately began to hurry. Because his flying ability is so compelling, Lingyun avoids people. In this case, he can't raise his speed, so he can only fly slowly towards Logue Town. Lingyun didn't know that when he went to Logue Town, the whole world was a sensation because of the Logue Town incident. Although Marine tried hard to control the exposure of the Logue Town incident, after all, the paper package could not keep the fire, so many people saw it with their own eyes, and they couldn't hide it. The major newspapers all reported the Logue Town incident, but most of them are afraid of Marine, so they try their best to control the language, and the result is also biased towards Marine. In addition to the fact that Roger was executed, Lingyun's name was also well known around the world at this time, because a newspaper took a few positive photos of Lingyun and described the matter in detail from beginning to end. After it came out, the truth of the Logue Town incident was completely restored, and many people who saw the newspaper showed incredible expressions. At the same time, the wanted order issued by Marine also officially appeared, making the name Edward Lingyun suddenly become the focus of the world, and its reputation surpassed most large pirates. In New World, Sachi took the newspaper he just bought from Newsbird and exclaimed, Father, something has happened, something has happened, something has happened to Marco and Lingyun. There was a lively scene in the White 833 Beard Pirate group. When Sachi shouted an exclamation, all members were dumbfounded. All the members looked towards Sachi, and saw Sachi holding a newspaper and a few pieces of paper in his hands. Whitebeard put down the hip flask, staring sharply at Sachi, and asked, "What's the matter? What's wrong with Marco and Lingyun?" Ever since Lingyun and Marco left, Whitebeard has not been very settled. He always felt that something would happen, so he only showed such a reaction after hearing Saki's big drink. Sachi pointed to the newspaper in his hand and said, "The newspaper I just bought." The newspaper reported that there was a big riot on the day Roger was executed in Lode Town. Roger had just been executed, and the members of the Roger Pirates were under the leadership of Rayleigh. Came out, saying it was to snatch Roger's body. Whitebeard frowned and said, "Is it related to Lingyun?" Saki nodded and said, "The newspaper said that Lingyun was the protagonist of this riot. It was he who led the Roger Pirates to snatch Roger's body. What is even more shocking is that Lingyun was in full view of him. The man hit the execution stand and snatched Roger's body in front of Marine Marshal Kong and a large number of Marine generals." Chapter 71. Huh. Sachi, what did you just say? Lingyun brought the Roger Pirates to the scene of the execution of Lode Town and snatched Roger's body? Hearing Sachi's words, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were stunned. Everyone looked at him in disbelief and asked. Sachi nodded and said, "Yes, that's what the newspaper said. Not only that, in the end, Lingyun and Marco escaped from Lode Town. So far, Marine has not caught them, and Marine has issued a wanted order against them." When everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates heard what Sachi said, they all exclaimed, "What? Lingyun has also been offered a reward?" It's no surprise that Marco was offered a reward, but Lingyun is only 10 years old, so Marine is also stunned to offer a reward? Saki laughed and asked, "Guess what is Lingyun's bounty?" 5 million, 3 million, 1 million, 10 million. Marine issued a wanted order, which means that Lingyun and the others have not been caught, so the members of the Whitebeard Pirates group also relaxed a bit. They started to guess one by one. Most people said it was about 1 million, only I say 10 million. Although Whitebeard didn't speak, his eyes were always on Saki, and he was also curious about how much Lingyun was rewarded. Ha 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 ha. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Saki laughed and laughed. "You too underestimated Lingyun. Tell you, Marine's bounty for Lingyun is 80 million Baileys, which is higher than that of his present, except for everyone who was surprised by the old man." "What?" the members of the Whitebeard Pirates group all exclaimed. "You must know that the era of large pirates has not yet begun. Marine has strict control over pirates' bounty. Unlike decades later, any pirate can't move hundreds of millions of rewards. In the current sea, the pirates who have reached hundreds of millions of bounty are all large pirates, and there are only dozens of them. In addition to Whitebeard, the Whitebeard Pirate Group has only Marco who has just reached the standard, 100 million shells Lee. The other tallest Joe's is only 80 million Baileys, so when I heard that Lingyun's bounty was 80 million, the people of the Whitebeard Pirates were of course very shocked. Little Lingyun's bounty is 80 million Baileys? Are the Marine guys crazy? The people of the Whitebeard Pirates group all exclaimed in disbelief. They all wondered if Marine was crazy. The reward for a 10-year-old boy was shocking enough, and now there's a reward of 80 million Baileys. This is too crazy. Blackbeard in the crowd was also full of shock, but his eyes showed more jealousy. He had known that Lingyun was extraordinary, but he did not expect to reach this level so quickly, and he just to lie dormant in the Whitebeard Pirate Group, and pursue the dark fruit that I don't know when I can find it. Lingyun's Shinigami blade, if I get it, will it be stronger than dark fruit? At this moment, a thought came into Blackbeard's heart that could no longer be erased. Suddenly Whitebeard let out a happy laugh. Goo la la la. My Whitebeard's son is naturally extraordinary, 80 million Baileys, gee la la la. The Marine guys are really interesting, so interesting, gee la 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 la. Sachi said with a worried face. Father, this is not a happy thing. Marine has given Lingyun such a big bounty, but it will cause him great trouble. I don't know what Lingyun is. What's the situation? After Whitebeard laughed for a while, he suddenly said, Joes, Beasta, you two set off immediately and went to the East Daxia Sea to inquire about Lingyun's whereabouts. You must not let Lingyun suffer any harm, understand? Joes and Beasta suddenly stood up and said, Yes, father, we will definitely bring Lingyun back safely. In fact, Blackbeard Teach also wanted to go with Joes and Beasta, but he didn't want to save Lingyun. He was thinking about how to kill Lingyun and get the Shinigami blade in Lingyun's hands. But he did not open his mouth in the end, because he knew very well that he had a bad relationship with Lingyun. No matter what the reason, Whitebeard would not let him go. On the contrary, when he opened his mouth, it might cause trouble. A necessary guess, so he can only think about it in his mind. This time the Lode Town incident was so loud that many pirates in New World received the news, but most of them showed disdain, thinking that Marine was too useless, and was actually played by a boy. Only a small number of people wrote down the name Lingyun, but more of that was because he was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. But no matter what, Lingyun is very famous in New World this time. The bounty of 80 million has surpassed most pirates, but because of his age, he has not been people really value it, except for those pirates who have participated in the execution ceremony. One day passed in a blink of an eye. Lingyun was still driving in the direction of Lode Town. He estimated that he should be able to arrive in less than 2 or 3 days. In fact, he could have been faster, but for without revealing his deeds, he can only rush at night most of the time, and the speed will be relatively slower. On the other side, the Marine Pursuit Unit composed of Aokiji and Akainu is also frantically looking for Lingyun's whereabouts. Lieutenant General Sakazuki, Lieutenant General Kuzan, we have just received information that someone saw a boy flying on a strange fish at sea, which is very in line with the characteristics of Edward Lingyun. When Akainu and Aokiji heard the words, their expressions changed at the same time. When they heard this, they no longer needed to doubt. Who else would be besides Lingyun who was flying on a strange fish? Akainu asked grimly, "Where is it?" The soldier who reported it replied with a horrified look, "It's..." But the people who saw it are not sure. "Okay, don't say more, immediately sail in that direction, it must be that kid, there is no one else but him." Akainu said very positively, and Aokiji on the side also agreed. Chapter 72 Lingyun, who was rushing towards Logue Town, didn't know that his traces had been exposed, and the marine fleet led by Akainu and Aokiji was rushing towards his location. He didn't know. Whitebeard sent Joes and Beasta came to meet him, and the current situation is, who can find him first? Lingyun was flying in the sky. Suddenly a newsbird flew next to him. The newsbird revolved around him. He took out the money from his arms and threw it to the newsbird. The newsbird immediately threw him a newspaper, and then fly away. Lingyun took the newspaper, and as soon as he opened it, he saw several wanted notices. When he saw the first one, he was stunned. "This is me." Looking at the photos on the wanted order, Lingyun felt a little confused. He was actually wanted by Marine. However, after a brief shock, he quickly returned to normal. He made such a big noise and it was normal to be wanted. Although he saw that the amount was 80 million Baileys, he was not too surprised. This is mainly it's because his thinking is still a little bit biased after decades. The 80 million Pele's wanted pirates are not big pirates. Brother is also an identity pirate now, and you can show off when you go back, haha. As the saying goes, the pirate who is not wanted by Marine, 287 is not an excellent pirate, so after seeing that he was wanted by Marine, Lingyun was not worried, but was a little happy. He remembered that even in the Whitebeard pirate group there seemed to be few crew members higher than him. Then he saw Marco's wanted order again. Marco's bounty reached 175 million, nearly 100 million more than him, but it's normal to think about it. Marco is alone with Aokiji. The bounty offered for those who have not failed in the pick is still understandable. In addition to Marco, Lingyun also saw Hawkeye, Doflamingo and Crocodile's wanted warrants for young Shichibukai, which surprised him. It seems that Marine has contacted them for the first time, and he has investigated their information so quickly, and also wanted together. It's just that these people's bounty, apart from Hawkeye, did not have him and Marco Gao. Hawkeye's bounty reached 140 million Baileys for the first time, which is terrifying, and it must be seen by Marine. To the horror of Hawkeye. It was the members of the Roger pirate group who were waiting, and there was no new wanted order. After reading the wanted order, Lingyun looked at those newspapers again. The headlines in the newspapers consisted of two photos, one of Roger and the other of him. This surprised Lingyun. He and Roger were the same headlines. Then he carefully read the content of the newspaper. After reading it, he immediately knew that the young reporter who was writing this article was probably the young reporter beside him at the time, because he was the only one who was the closest to Lingyun at the time, and he took a good photo. A few photos. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The shots are not bad, you have to be famous as early as possible. Lingyun chuckled, but at this moment, his heart suddenly burst, as if something bad was about to happen. He quickly turned his head and looked around. I'm grass. When Lingyun looked eastward, he suddenly saw dozens of black cannonballs shooting at him, frightening him to control Minazuki's rapid flight, avoiding the cannonballs, and then quickly moving upwards, fly away. But as soon as he flew up a distance, he immediately heard the rumbling sound from the sky, and when he looked up, the meteors fell in the sky, and they were all in his direction. Damn it, Akainu, how did he find me? As soon as he saw this scene, he still didn't understand what was going on. Facing the meteor volcano in the sky, how could he dare to resist and control Minazuki, who had not yet soared, to fall quickly, seeing a shooting star about to hit it? He put away Zanpakuto without thinking, and the whole person quickly jumped out of the air, ready to jump into the sea. The idea was good, but before he jumped into the sea, he was surprised to find that the sea surface was frozen quickly. It's Aokiji. Oh, why did the two of them come together? Hit the ice at such a high distance, the result was absolutely not good. Lingyun quickly controlled his body. At the moment of landing, the whole person rolled on the ice a few times, removed the weight, and stood up. Lingyun stood up where he dared to delay more. He couldn't cope with an Akainu, and now there was another Aokiji. He couldn't think of any other way besides running away. Damn it, it's awful, it's a misstep. Are these Marines a dog? They caught up so soon. During the past 2 days, he was avoiding people and was discovered by Marine. Last time he was able to escape from Akainu and Aokiji, mostly by luck, but this time is different. When people came up and attacked, it seemed that there was no room for negotiation. The purpose was to catch him or even kill him, so he didn't dare to love fighting at all, so Yazi ran away. Bankai. Lingyun pulled out Zanjetsu and proceeded to Bankai in an instant. On the ice, their warships could not move. Akainu and Aokiji could only rely on their feet if they wanted to chase him. So he immediately Bankai tenses Zanjetsu. His speed has been played to the extreme, and he wants to get rid of Akainu and Aokiji. Behind Ji Lingyun, Akainu and Aokiji both ran wildly and chased in the direction of Ji Lingyun. As for the warship behind them, the two did not think much about it. Anyway, they have Aokiji's freezing ability. No matter where Ji Lingyun runs, can be chased, so it doesn't matter whether there is a warship. What is important is that Ji Lingyun must not disappear from their sight. This kid is so fast. Akainu and Aokiji were fast enough, but they found that Ji Lingyun in front of them was still slowly pulling apart, obviously faster than them. Ji Lingyun doesn't care about anything now. Isshin just runs away. He finds that although his speed is fast, he wants to get rid of Aokiji and Akainu. It's not that easy. Although the two are not close, let him run. They couldn't get rid of them completely, and the two of them were always hanging behind him. Chapter 73. What is going on with these two guys? Ji Lingyun ran all the way and didn't know how long he ran. He just felt that his physical strength was about to be overdrawn. Fortunately, he just ran away and did not engage in high-intensity fighting, otherwise he would really not be able to hold on for that long. Feeling his physical strength is constantly disappearing, Ji Lingyun feels a little worried. Aokiji's ability is really terrifying. The three of them ran all the way in the ocean. No matter where he ran, Aokiji would freeze the sea, not at all. Give him a chance to enter the bottom of the sea. Presumably what happened last time has taught them a great lesson, so I am not going to give him any chance. In fact, Ji Lingyun is not incapable of breaking Aokiji's freezing, but it also takes time, but Aokiji and Akainu have been hanging behind him. If he takes time to attack the ice, he must be caught up by them. By then he will not have when time entered the depths of the sea. Aokiji must be frozen again, so he had no choice but to run madly. I can't go on like this. When I run out of energy, they can grab me easily. Ji Lingyun ran, thinking in his heart. He knew very well that Akainu and Aokiji's stamina must be much better than him. If they are more than exhausted, he must be unable to hold on at first, but he can't beat it. This makes him very strong, anxious. Run to crowded places. They are Marines. They must be careful of civilians. This may be the only chance. Although this method is somewhat detrimental, Ji Lingyun knows that this is his only chance, and can only use the life safety of ordinary people to give him a chance to improve, so he ran away without any hesitation when he spotted the front. There is a small island in the distance, and there is a small country on it, and there is his opportunity. Ji Lingyun was right. Of course, after rushing into the town on the island, Akainu and Aokiji had more scruples. He didn't dare to rest. After unlocking Bankai, he regained his strength while heading towards the crowded town. And wherever there are many people, he will go wherever he goes. This running and chasing, the three of them lasted for 3 full days. During these 3 days, Ji Lingyun lost more than 1 lap. The three of them lost Akainu and Aokiji in the middle several times, but they were quickly caught up again. The two chased him up, making him unable to eat well, not to mention a good night's sleep, and the whole person looked very haggard and embarrassed. Compared to the depressed Ji Lingyun, Aokiji and Akainu are also not much better. Even the good old Aokiji is full of anger at this time. The two of them went from Marine soldiers all the way to the Lieutenant General. What kind of haven't seen the enemy? What kind of situation has not been encountered? But it was the first time they met someone like Ji Lingyun. They were clearly far behind them, but they escaped from the hands of both of them several times in a row. Moreover, this guy was too cunning. Escape from the crowded towns and use other people as shields. They have no choice. Akainu has even had to do it several times. Fortunately, Aokiji has some sense of reason and stopped Akainu, otherwise I don't know it will be. How many people died in the hands of Akainu? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No way, if this goes on, without them doing it, I'm about to collapse. Ji Lingyun hid in the valley alone. He looked very haggard. He came to this place an hour ago and got some food here. He wanted to sleep, but he didn't dare to say. The tormentor will have a nervous breakdown. He knows very well that in this situation, without Aokiji and the others, he will collapse himself, so he must think of a comprehensive strategy, at least to get rid of Aokiji and Akainu for a few days, so that he can regain his strength and spirit. Continue to fight them like this. Okay. After eating the last bite of food, Ji Lingyun suddenly felt a great movement not far away. What made him even more concerned was that after a long distance, he still felt 2 surges of sword intent, like 2. The great swordsman is fighting. What a strong movement. Looking at this sword intent, it should be 2 extremely powerful swordsmen fighting. A bright light flashed in Ji Lingyun's eyes, and he secretly said, "This may be an opportunity, let's take a look." Aokiji and Akainu, who searched Ji Lingyun in the other direction, suddenly felt the movement of the 2 swordsmen fighting. Akainu and Aokiji looked at each other, and Aokiji asked, "Go and see?" Akainu nodded and said, Go and see." They are now on a very ordinary island in the East Daxia Sea, but there is such an astonishing battle, naturally, the two of them will not sit idly by. Because Ji Lingyun was relatively close, he quickly arrived at the scene of the battle. When he saw the 2 people in the battle, he exclaimed, Hawkeye. That's great. Yes, the 2 swordsmen who are fighting, one of them is his old acquaintance, Hawkeye, and the other is a young man with glasses and holding a long sword. It looks a lot bigger than Hawkeye year old. 0. The arrival of Ji Lingyun naturally shocked the 2 people in the fight, especially when Hawkeye heard Ji Lingyun calling him. His brows frowned and the sword in his hand changed, driving his opponent back, and as the opponent seemed to know what the eagle eye meant. After stepping back, he didn't do any more. Instead, just like the eagle eye, He looked at Ji Lingyun who was rushing. Your friend? Hawkeye's opponent asked Hawkeye. Hawkeye said faintly, I know. He only said that he knew him, but did not say that he was a friend. It was because he and Ji Lingyun just met together. Although he admires Ji Lingyun very much, if he says that he is a friend, it is far not on. Seeing that Hawkeye's battle had stopped, Ji Lingyun rushed to him quickly, with his hands on his knees, panting, and said, Hawkeye, it's great to see you again. Looking at Ji Lingyun, who was embarrassed and haggard with his dusty face, eagle-eyed asked, how did you make it like this? Hawkeye is indeed very strange. In his memory, Ji Lingyun should be a very clean person, but the Ji Lingyun in front of him is very bad. At first glance, he knows that he has not been dressed for many days. Can't catch it, so Hawkeye is very strange. Chapter 74. Oh, don't mention it. Hearing the culture of Eagle Eyes, Ji Lingyun sighed and said, it's not because of that group of Marines. The guys from Marine chased me like crazy. I haven't had a good rest for a few days. Could you? Is it like this? Marine? Hawkeye was surprised at first, and then relieved. It turns out that Marine made you like this. The little brother must be Edward Ji Lingyun, who has recently become famous, right? Just as Ji Lingyun was talking to Hawkeye, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. Ji Lingyun looked curiously, and saw that the swordsman who had just fought with Hawkeye was looking at him curiously. Are you? Ji Lingyun looked at the man with eyes and asked politely. The man with eyes smiled and said, Koshiro, just call me Koshiro. Koshiro? Hearing this name, Ji Lingyun felt very familiar. He carefully recalled the swordsman in One Piece who was able to fight against the strong like Eagle Eye. Suddenly a person appeared in his mind, but this person was in the One Piece comics. He has never made a shot before. He is Roronoa Zoro's master, Koshiro, the master of Isshin Dojo. Koshiro is a master's mysterious man in pirate world. He is not only Zoro's teacher, but also seems to be related to the Revolutionary Army. In the comics, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and the Revolutionary Army seem to have stayed in the Isshin Dojo. If Koshiro met, it would be impossible for them to stay here, so the relationship between Koshiro and the Revolutionary Army is definitely not ordinary. Seeing the match between Koshiro and Hawkeye just now, Ji Lingyun can see clearly that Koshiro is no less than Hawkeye. Hello, hello. Ji Lingyun greeted Koshiro very politely and said, Mr. Koshiro, I just saw your sword skills inadvertently, it really is extraordinary. Koshiro smiled and said, little brother, you are polite. Hawkeye said to Ji Lingyun dissatisfied, you interrupted our fight. Ji Lingyun smiled disapprovingly. Don't be so inconsistent, Hawkeye, we are friends too. Hawkeye faintly glanced at Ji Lingyun, who was familiar with him. He didn't say anything to refute, but instead asked, if you have anything, just say it. Ji Lingyun chuckled and said, Hawkeye, I have to say, you are really smart. I really want to ask you for a little thing. Hawkeye's expression didn't change at all, and he said faintly, let's talk, what's the matter? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun chuckled and said, as the saying goes, stab a sword for a friend, Marine chased me tightly and helped me withstand it for a while, how about? Okay. Hawkeye did not answer Ji Lingyun's words, but raised his brows and looked in one direction. Ji Lingyun also looked in that direction. His face changed and he exclaimed, no, these two guys. It's really lingering. These two breaths of Ji Lingyun are naturally not unfamiliar. He has been chased by these two people for a few days, so after these two people appeared, he immediately said to Hawkeye, Hawkeye, it's a friend, don't say more. I blocked them for a while, and I withdrew first. With that, Ji Lingyun was about to retreat, but suddenly he turned back and said to Koshiro with a smile, Mr. Koshiro, it's nice to meet you, but today we don't have time to talk. If we have a chance, we will do it again, see you. Before Koshiro could speak, Ji Lingyun quickly disappeared in front of him and Hawkeye. This little brother is really funny. After Ji Lingyun left, Koshiro said to Hawkeye with a smile. Hawkeye said faintly, I am also very good at employing people. Koshiro smiled and said, but it won't be annoying, and you will help him, won't you? Coming. Hawkeye did not answer, but stared at the two extremely fast oars with stern eyes, and said to Koshiro, it seems that the battle between you and me cannot continue today. Koshiro said, it doesn't matter, the outcome of this battle is already predictable, you have surpassed me. Koshiro also looked in the direction where the eagle's eyes were, and asked, do you want to help that little brother block his enemies? You should be very clear that his opponent is Marine. I am a pirate too, Hawkeye said. Koshiro smiled and said, do you want me to help? Two people are here. It's hard to stop you alone. Do you want me to help? Hawkeye looked at Koshiro in surprise, and asked, didn't you always ask about this kind of thing? How could you say such a thing? Koshiro smiled. That little brother is very interesting. If you can help, it's okay to help him. Huh. Two figures appeared in front of Hawkeye and Koshiro at an extremely fast speed. It was Aokiji and Akainu. Aokiji and Akainu saw Hawkeye and Koshiro at a glance. Aokiji's expression changed and he said solemnly, Hawkeye, Mahawk. Seeing Akainu and Aokiji, Hawkeye's brows frowned. Ji Lingyun's behavior just now let him know that Marine masters were hunting him, but he never expected that the person chasing Ji Lingyun would be these two people. Akainu and Aokiji are well-known figures in Marine, Logue Town Square. He has personally seen the abilities of these two people. The absolute strength of Marine Admiral Ji Lingyun can escape in the hands of these two people, which made Hawkeye to Ji Lingyun the importance has been added a bit. Hawkeye didn't say anything, and the black sword in his hand was pointed in the direction of Aokiji and Akainu, with a powerful sword spirit. 5.1. Akainu was made full of fire by Lingyun these days. At this time, seeing Hawkeye dared to attack him, a strong cold light flashed in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he attacked Hawkeye. The terrifying magma giant fist, with a terrifying power. Slash. Hawkeye's attack is always that simple, but it is such a simple sword, but it contains extremely strong power. Boom. When Aokiji on the side moved and was about to join forces with Akainu to take down Hawkeye, suddenly Koshiro shook his body and stood in front of him. Aokiji asked in a deep voice, "You shouldn't be a pirate. Why are you blocking me?" Koshiro said lightly, "The fight should be fair, I will be your opponent." Chapter 75. Lingyun ran away quickly. It was not long before he left, and he felt the huge fluctuations coming from behind. He knew that Hawkeye must have been fighting with Akainu and the others. This made him a little grateful. Speaking of Hawkeye and him, I have seen it 2 or 3 times, but I have helped him twice. This favor Lingyun has always been in my heart. Lingyun knows very well that Hawkeye is very strong and should be able to block Akainu and them for a long time, so he immediately moved towards Logue Town with the fastest speed. He and Akainu have been around for so long, and they are already far from Logue Town is not very far. As long as they reach Logue Town and meet Marco, the two have a great chance to escape Marine's pursuit. I don't know how long the battle between Hawkeye and Akainu lasted. In the next day or so, Lingyun was not caught up by Akainu and the others, giving him a rare adjustment time. But such a good day did not last long. Just when he was about to arrive at Logue Town, he was chased by Akainu and Aokiji 11 again, forcing him to run madly again, but this also made Lingyun understand a little and thought, it is really unrealistic to get rid of Akainu and Aokiji. Lingyun did not delay either, and went directly to the place he and the Whitebeard Pirates had agreed upon before. He was sure that even if the others were gone, Marco would definitely be there to wait for him. Lingyun, it's great that you are fine. Lingyun guessed right. Marco did wait for him at the agreed place, and he was not the only one. In addition to him, Rayleigh and the other 2 Whitebeard Pirates existed. When Marco saw Lingyun appeared and rushed up excitedly. Since separating from Lingyun, Marco has always been very regretful and worried. He did not expect that he had been so arrogant at the beginning, but Kizaru was still the only one to chase him, and the remaining Akainu and Aokiji remained to deal with Lingyun, with the help of Rayleigh and the others, finally repelled Kizaru, but Lingyun has been without news. If Rayleigh hadn't stopped him, he would have been looking for Lingyun long ago. When I saw Marco again, Lingyun was also very excited. He hugged Marco and said, "This is not the time to reminisce. Akainu and Aokiji have been hanging behind me all the time. We have to hurry up and leave." Rayleigh said in surprise, "You mean, you have been chased by Akainu and Aokiji these days? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Lingyun nodded and said, "Don't mention it, these 2 people chased me like crazy, which made me almost collapse these days. Fortunately, someone blocked them for a while 2 days ago, so I was able to came here smoothly to join you." Rayleigh and the other 2 Whitebeard Pirate crew members were surprised when they heard what Lingyun said. Lingyun was able to escape for so long under the cooperation of Akainu and Aokiji. This ability is hard to imagine. It was reflected in a 10-year-old boy. "Akainu and Aokiji are still chasing you?" Rayleigh asked Lingyun. Lingyun said, "It's right behind me, and I should catch up soon." Rayleigh nodded and said, "You and Marco go first, Akainu and Aokiji, we will help you stop them. Don't stop in the East Daxia Sea. Go directly to New World through the Grand Line. When you arrive at New World, you are safe." "It is good." Lingyun and Marco didn't say much. Rayleigh and the others helped. It shouldn't be a big problem to stop Akainu, and they didn't waste time. After bidding farewell to Rayleigh and the others, Lingyun and Marco rushed to the road. The direction of the calm belt in the first half of the Grand Line. In order to achieve the fastest speed, Lingyun took the 2 lightly into the battle. In addition, both of them have the ability to fly, so there is no need for ships at all. They are ready to directly use their flight ability to enter the Grand Line through the calm belt. With Marco by his side, Lingyun can finally rest in peace. The 2 of them still walked directly to the calm belt just like before when they came to the East Daxia Sea. However, this time was much easier than that time because Marco was not required to fly all the time. Lingyun's Minazuki shared too much fatigue on Marco, so the speed of the 2 also increased a lot. Because Marco and Lingyun are walking in the calm belt, in this zone, even Marine, all the reporting ability can only completely disappear, and even if it is Akainu and Aokiji, it is difficult to pass without a boat. Calm belt, at least the speed is definitely not as fast as Lingyun who can fly. Only Lingyun and Marco knew that once they entered the first half of the Grand Line, their test really began, because the first half of the Grand Line was the most powerful place for Marine, and the pirate power in Marine could not be compared. Lingyun and Marco quickly passed through Calm Belt 473 and entered the first half of the Grand Line. After entering the Grand Line, Lingyun and the others would naturally no longer rely on their ability to fly as before. After all, this is Marines. At home, as long as they make a little noise, they will be discovered by Marine. When Lingyun and the others entered the Grand Line, Joes and Beasta of the Whitebeard Pirates also came to the Grand Line from New World. They were ordered by Whitebeard to meet Marco and Lingyun, so they entered the Grand after line. I started to inquire about news everywhere. I don't know if it was Lingyun who was lucky, or Marine really couldn't find them. After he and Marco entered the Grand Line, they arrived at the Chambord Islands without any problems, and they met with Joe smoothly. Here they joined together, and then headed to New World from the bottom of the Chambord Islands. In fact, the reason why Lingyun and the others were able to do this so smoothly was entirely because Marine did not expect their speed to be so fast. It only took a few days to enter the Grand Line from the East Daxia Sea and reach the Chambord Islands. Marine didn't even arrange the interception line, so Lingyun and the others seized the opportunity and escaped from the Grand Line. Chapter 76. Father, we are back. New World, Mobile, Whitebeard Pirates, Marco and Lingyun finally returned to their homes. The moment they saw Whitebeard, Lingyun and Marco screamed in excitement. Whitebeard laughed loudly and said, "Goo la la la, my proud boys, finally know that they are home, gee la la la." The other members of the Whitebeard Pirates also laughed sincerely at Lingyun and Marco's return. Whitebeard laughed and said, "Lousy doesn't hold you back for leaving without permission, but you dare to do such a big thing in front of Marine. You are quite brave." Lingyun chuckled and said, "Father, anyway, Uncle Roger taught me a few days. He still had to send him off for the last time. As for snatching his body, it was a decision that came up on a whim. It's really too risky." Whitebeard glared at Lingyun and yelled at Lingyun, "You kid still knows about taking risks. Did you know that what you did was simply daring, and Marco, who almost hurt him, didn't have his life back?" Being berated by Whitebeard, Lingyun did not dare to refute a word. He knew that Whitebeard must be angry, but he also knew that Whitebeard was angry because he was worried about their safety, so he could only lower his head to train. Marco defended Lingyun and said, "Father, Lingyun can't be blamed for this matter, Before Marco could say anything, Whitebeard shouted angrily to Marco. "Lousy hasn't said about you yet, Marco. Lingyun is young and ignorant. Why are you so big and don't know the seriousness of the matter? He did such a dangerous thing, why didn't you stop it? Instead, go silly with him?" Marco opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to answer, so he just bowed his head and said nothing, just like Lingyun. Seeing that Lingyun and Marco were both bowing their heads, not resisting, and letting them scold them, Whitebeard didn't know whether to continue the scolding, because whether it was Lingyun or Marco, these two people are old fried dough sticks. No matter how much you talk to them, I'm afraid it won't make much difference. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So Whitebeard could only sigh, and said, okay, although you are a little bit reckless this time, you still haven't lost Lousy's face. If you are caught by the Marine guys, Lousy's face should be changed. Where to put it? It can be seen from Whitebeard's expression that before Lingyun and the others came back, he was always very worried, so he sent Joes and Beasta to meet Lingyun and them. Lingyun smiled and said, "Father, no matter how useless we are, it is impossible for us to fall into the reputation of your old man. Even the Marine guys want to capture our members of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is really whimsical." In order to calm Whitebeard's anger, Lingyun was really flattering one after another, so as to talk about it, and Whitebeard naturally wouldn't really blame them, so after a few more words, he didn't say anything more. Whitebeard didn't say anything, but the other members of the Whitebeard pirate group became lively. "Hey," I said, "Lingyun, what on earth did your kid do that hurts the world? Marine actually offered a reward of 80 million Baileys?" Yeah, Lingyun, quickly tell us what was going on at the time. The newspaper was just a one stroke and it was not exciting at all, so let's talk about it. Everyone is done quickly, and then listen to our little Lingyun to explain his glorious deeds for everyone. Good. Seeing them staring at him with humor and interest, Lingyun's face turned black. These guys, who didn't know what danger he encountered, even asked him to tell his story as a story. No sympathy anymore. Zhang opened his mouth. Lingyun was about to speak, but Saki suddenly shouted, "Lingyun, we have to listen to the real, don't add fuel and jealousy, say something false to us. Get out." Lingyun cursed angrily, pointing at Sachi and cursing. "You don't like to listen, Lousy doesn't say anything, if you want to know, go to Marco." As he said, he also sat on the board of the boat without speaking, letting everyone make fun of him. He just kept silent, making the members of the Whitebeard Pirates look at each other. Lingyun didn't say it, they really took it. He had no choice but to turn his gaze to Marco in the end. Marco didn't say nothing like Lingyun did. He coughed slightly and then began to speak. Marco's eloquence was good, and he didn't add any oil and jealousy. He just explained the situation at the time, but that's true. People from the Whitebeard pirate group also exclaimed from time to time. Especially when I heard that Lingyun faced Marine Marshal Sora and Marine Lieutenant General Akainu, he snatched Roger's body alone and fled with Marco in full view, which made the Whitebeard Pirates even more. The people were shocked. After learning the truth, the people of the Whitebeard Pirates group looked at Lingyun differently. Although they liked Lingyun very much and regarded him as a brother, after all, Lingyun was only a child, far from it. Reached the same level as them, but after listening to Marco's narration, everyone in the room understood that in terms of overall strength, Lingyun might not be as good as them because of his age, but if he really fights, except for the top few in addition to Marco, Joes, Beasta and others, there are probably not many who can beat Lingyun. Saki exclaimed even more, "My dear, Lingyun's wave is okay. Your sword has evolved a few more forms, has it become so powerful?" The Shinigami blade of Lingyun is familiar to the people of the Whitebeard Pirates. They know that this is an Excalibur with many forms, so when they heard Marco said that Lingyun used his weapon against Marine, everyone was shocked. At the same time, I am also very envious of Lingyun's Shinigami blade, such a magical sword. I am afraid that even the Supreme Sword 12 skills is incomparable, right? Chapter 77. Lingyun nodded and said, there are indeed several forms that have evolved. If you have the opportunity, you can use it for you to see. He regards Shinigami's blade as the closest existence, so naturally he will not use it casually in order to satisfy the curiosity of others. He feels that this is disrespect for it. I heard that Roger, One Piece, said before he died, does the legendary big secret treasure really exist? When everyone was discussing the deeds of Lingyun and Marco, someone suddenly asked. Lingyun turned his head and looked over, and found that the speaker was Blackbeard Teach, whom he had always hated. He was staring at Lingyun and Marco with a look of longing, waiting for their answer. Looking at Blackbeard's expression, Lingyun frowned slightly. To be honest, because of the plot in the comics, he still hates Blackbeard in addition to disgust. He is simply the biggest villain with all kinds of evil. But there is one thing that this guy is worth facing, and that is to pursue the dream of One Piece. For this reason, he can lie dormant for decades. It is conceivable how terrifying his mind is. Although Lingyun didn't like Black 523 Beard very much, they belonged to the same pirate group now, and they were considered companions. Besides, Blackbeard didn't ask any secret words, so he said, yes, Uncle Roger did say that. One sentence. Does it really exist? Blackbeard's eyes flashed astonishing, but he concealed it very well, and no one else noticed except Lingyun, who had been staring at him. Lingyun secretly said in his heart, this guy is really ambitious. I am afraid that from this moment on, he has been thinking about how to become the One Piece King, right? Then everyone started to laugh at Marco again. According to what they said, Marco went out with Lingyun this time. It was a blessing in disguise. His bounty was originally only 100 million, but now it suddenly rises to 175 million, became the pirate with the highest bounty in the Whitebeard Pirate group except Whitebeard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It is not yet the era of the great pirates. In addition, the Whitebeard Pirate group is basically composed of some young pirates, like Marco, who is only in his 20s. He is the first one to follow Whitebeard, and the Whitebeard Sea the Thief group has not had a large-scale battle with Marine, so even Marine can't really understand the strength of the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate group. Of course, Marine must be very clear about the strength of Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard has been a pirate for decades, but he used to follow other people's boats. The establishment of the Whitebeard Pirate group is the last 10 years. Father, the next sea may be chaotic. I think it's time for our Whitebeard Pirates to rise. The person who said this was Marco. On the way back with Lingyun, they discussed the situation of the next sea more than once. With the ability of Lingyun's unpredictable prophet, Marco also gradually accepted Lingyun's thoughts, so he would say this to Whitebeard at this time. Whitebeard looked at Marco in surprise, and asked, you mean, what Roger said before his death would bring turbulence to the sea? Who is Whitebeard? He is the only legendary pirate left in the world. He can get to this point. He relies on not only his strength, but also the wisdom and ability far beyond ordinary people. With his wisdom, he can naturally see Roger what does the last sentence before dying mean. It provoked the greed in everyone's hearts. Under the lure of huge treasures, there are absolutely countless people rushing to the sea, no matter what they did in the first place. Just enter when they are accustomed to the sea and freedom, they will no longer want to live a life dominated by the world government. This is Roger's purpose. Marco said, Father, there will surely be more and more pirates flooding into New World in the future. Once the number increases, chaos will naturally arise, but after the chaos, a new order will inevitably appear. So I think that even if you become the One Piece King at this time, Dad, it must not be very difficult. For the pirates in the world today, who is more qualified than Dad? Marco's words were unanimously agreed by everyone, and many people persuaded, Father, Marco is right. Whitebeard stared at Marco, then at Lingyun, and asked, Marco, Lingyun taught you that, right? As soon as Whitebeard's voice fell, and Marco hadn't spoken yet, Lingyun raised his hands and shouted, Father, you're wronging me. I really didn't teach him. I just told Marco. Next there will definitely be too many pirates in the new world of New World, and Marine will inevitably come to eliminate it. Although we all look down on Marine, we have to admit that the scattered pirates are definitely not Marine's opponents. After many losses, they will definitely choose Bao Tuan to form a stronger pirate alliance. So you think we should act first? Whitebeard asked Lingyun in a deep voice. Lingyun nodded and said, Yes, Father, I know you are not interested in One Piece, but you are a legendary pirate in the same era as Roger and Golden Lion. Those young pirates who want to be in position are bound to pick you Daddy as your opponent. Shit, who has the guts to do it with Dad? Who has the right to do it with Dad? As soon as Lingyun finished speaking, many people in the entire Whitebeard pirate group shouted in anger. They were not fighting against Lingyun, but wanted to maintain the majesty of Whitebeard. Lingyun shook his head and said, How many people do you think have such courage? Many, very many. Among the pirates these years, the most indispensable is the stupid and courageous pirates. The strength of the father is naturally not say, no one can be an opponent, but can't let the pirates challenge the old man at will. So I think we still have to become stronger, and we have formed a large force, and can also protect the ordinary people in the subordinate turf. People. Hearing Ji Lingyun's words, many people's eyes were bright, even Whitebeard was in deep thought, considering Ji Lingyun's strategy, otherwise it would be feasible. Chapter 78. In fact, what Ji Lingyun was talking about was the 4 emperors later, but this situation has not yet appeared. The position of 4 emperors is also the 4 strongest pirates that emerged after years of chaos. Now Roger just died, it is too early to say such a thing. But what Ji Lingyun said is right. Although Whitebeard is the only 3 remaining legendary pirates, it is still far from reaching the level of frightening people. The 4 emperors at the peak of the time all dared to challenge, let alone it is said that the Whitebeard pirate group, which has not yet developed its power, can become the strongest pirate in the new world by defeating Whitebeard. I believe that countless people will flock to challenge Whitebeard by then. The future captain of the 8th division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Namur, the shark Murloc man, said, "Father, Lingyun is right. Now that the new world is so chaotic, there must be a new order. Daddy, you are the strongest sea thieves, do your part to become the strongest pirate force in New World. Only when we become stronger can we be more free." As a Murloc, Namur knew better than others what freedom is, and he also knew that if he wanted to protect important relatives and things, he must have a powerful force. Not only Murloc Namur, but others have also begun to persuade Whitebeard. Being a pirate is naturally ambitious. Although the atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirate group is very good, if it can have a lot of subordinates and a lot of territory, I believe many people are willing to do it, which is why everyone persuaded Whitebeard. Whitebeard said in a deep voice, "It is too early to say this. Don't underestimate the sea. There are too many young pirates in the sea. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Therefore, doing this at this time is not the best opportunity." Hearing Whitebeard's words, Ji Lingyun's eyes lit up and asked, "Father, what do you mean, don't be a bird?" Whitebeard nodded and said, "Lingyun, I know you are also kind, but I know this in my mind." Ji Lingyun smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that he was far behind the old fox like Whitebeard, who had lived for so many years. He hadn't considered this matter. The Whitebeard pirate group was already New World's only remaining large group of pirates. If it continues to stir the situation and expand its power at this time, it will inevitably arouse hostility from other pirates and marine. At that time, no matter how powerful the Whitebeard group is, it will definitely be difficult to resist. Grand Line, Malin Vander, Marine Headquarters. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marshal Marine looked at Akainu and Aokiji in front of him with a gloomy face, and asked coldly, "You two shot together, didn't you actually catch that kid?" Akainu's face was pale. Without saying a word, Aokiji said, "Marshal, that kid is really slippery, and his luck is also very good. Every time we want to catch him, someone will save him." Kong Cold said, "Needless to say, if you didn't catch it, you didn't catch it. This matter is the negligence of the two of you. Now let the kid return to the Whitebeard Pirates, and if you want to catch him, I am afraid there will be no chance. Up." Aokiji and Akainu were completely unable to refute what Sora said. This incident was originally their mistake. No matter how much they said, it would be a sophistry. They can only let Sora vent. However, after only a few words, Sora didn't say more. Instead, he asked Sengoku, who was sitting aside, "How is the layout of New World?" Sengoku said with a worried expression, "Although Roger died only a few days ago, the situation in New World has undergone tremendous changes. The pirates have been suppressed by the Roger Pirates and Golden Lion Pirates. Recently, there has been slow movement, and New World's pirates have become rampant. Many countries have been harassed by pirates. It may not be long before New World will be completely chaotic. These damn pirates!" Kong shouted angrily, and then said, "Continue to send troops to New World to suppress. New World has too many world government franchise countries. If the pirates are allowed to be so rampant, they will be given to World. The government and our marine have caused great damage, and they must be contained." Sengoku said with a worried face, "Marshal, our marine headquarters is on Grand Line. Recently, it is not just the pirates of New World that are turbulent. Even the Grand Line is also showing signs of instability. If you put it all in New World, I am afraid it will be difficult to cope with Grand Line." "Then continue conscription," Kong said loudly. Sengoku said, "Marshal, the current marine military administration is already very tight. If you continue to recruit, it will be detrimental to marine. Unless you can allocate a large amount of military funds, it is not appropriate to continue to recruit. World government is the behemoth of this world, and marine is just one of the troops. Although the power is huge, military expenditures are not used at will, but are monitored by the world government, so even if Kong is Marshal Marine, he can't do it at will. Recruitment, after all, the training of every soldier requires money, let alone recruiting more marine soldiers at once." Zero Sora roared angrily, "We are marine. If we can't suppress those pirates, what is the point of existence?" At this time, Akainu, who had not spoken, suddenly said, "Marshal, let me go to New World." Sora looked at Akainu suddenly and asked, "Are you going to New World?" Akainu firmly said, "New World is where the pirates are most rampant. For the absolute justice of marine, we can't let them act recklessly. I think that as long as there are a few large-scale suppressions, even the pirates will surely converge. Some." Sengoku agreed. Sakazuki's statement makes sense. In fact, although our marine has a shortage of people, this is not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is the lack of high-end power. Most of marine's combat power is on the Grand Line. If the high-end combat power of New World is put into New World, it may be able to achieve unexpected results. Sora closed his eyes and thought about it. After a while, he opened his eyes and said in a deep voice. Okay, Sakazuki, let you go to New World, not just you, Kuzan, Polusali, and other marine we will call out apart and enter the New World together. It is also time for those pirates to smash them to see the power of our marine. Chapter 79. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, it has been 2 years since Roger was executed. In these 2 years, the whole world has undergone earth-shaking changes. This change is mainly reflected in the power of the pirate above. Compared to 2 years ago, the number of pirates has more than doubled at least, especially New World, which has now become a paradise for pirates. The rise of the pirates will naturally be accompanied by the suppression of marine. In the past 2 years, New World has become the main battlefield for the pirates and the marines. There have been many wars between the two sides. There were no fewer than 3 wars involving 8,000 people. What's more, even the island was sunk once. One can imagine how fierce and crazy the war was. During this period, countless pirates became famous in the first battle of the war and became well-known pirates in New World. There were also many pirate groups that were already very powerful. In the same way, there are many generals who have gained a reputation for Marines' war with the New World pirates in the past 2 years. The fastest growing of the New World pirates in the past 2 years is Kaido, known as the Beasts, and his Beasts Pirates. Speaking of the Beasts, Kaido was already a somewhat famous sea 2 years ago. Thieves, but at the time, New World had 3 legendary pirates, Roger, Whitebeard and Golden Lion suppressing them, so there was no chance for him to come out. With Roger's death, Golden Lion was captured and Whitebeard hidden. Kaido, Beasts, broke his own restrictions in one fell swoop and frantically annexed other pirate groups, making Beasts Pirates the most powerful pirate group in the New World. The head completely surpassed the Whitebeard Pirates, which had been hidden and kept silent. However, it was precisely because of the crazy actions of Beasts Pirates that Marine was encircled and suppressed. As a result, Beasts Pirates fought against Marine headquarters dozens of times. Large-scale wars have occurred several times, and Kaido, the Beasts, even went crazy. I went to the Marine headquarters, although Marine was finally caught, but because Marine was unable to kill him, he was forced to escape in the end. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Because of the continuous battle with Marine, the strength of Beasts Pirates has been continuously weakened. From the beginning, the momentum was strongest and gradually stabilized, but there is no doubt that Beasts Pirates is still one of the most powerful pirate groups in New World. In addition to Beasts Pirates, there is another pirate force that also took the opportunity to rise, that is, the Charlotte family. The Charlotte family was a famous family in New World from the beginning. Its patriarch Charlotte Lingyun is a crazy person, because of its the nickname is Mom, so her pirate group is called the Big Mom Pirate Group. In addition to Beasts Pirates, the Big Mom Pirate Group is another powerful pirate force. From the beginning of the family to the current pirate group, their strength has grown wildly, and they have annexed New World in one fell swoop. Hundreds of islands showed the momentum of fighting against the Beasts Pirates, and there were countless pirate groups rushing under his command, and Charlotte Lingyun did not act as crazy as Kaido, so although he had fought with Marine many times, his strength was not consumed. How much, on the contrary, it is getting stronger and stronger. Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates are the 2 most powerful large pirate groups that have emerged in New World. In addition to them, there are also many powerful pirate forces, such as the pirate group led by the Zanpakutō, although young, but the strength should not be underestimated. There are also Gecko Moria, Barosomi Bear, and other newcomers, all of whom have great potential. In addition to the pirate groups in New World, there are also many powerful pirate groups in other places, such as the Grand Line, the 4 seas in the southeast, the north and the west. In addition to the East Daxia Sea, the other 3 seas have different levels of powerful pirates. The most famous group that appeared is Don Quixote family. Of course, in addition to being famous for the pirates and forces, there are also some special people who do not rely on the power of the pirates, but rely on their own personal strength to break through the Grand Line and New World. Huge name. The most representative figure is the new swordsman, Eagle Eye. Dracula Mahawk Zero Hawkeye Mahawk is definitely a character who shocked the world. One man, one sword, and constant challenge to all swordsmen. He debuted for more than 2 years without fail. Because of his record, many pirate groups want to recruit him, but he was alone, and those pirate groups who wanted to recruit him were either killed by him alone or fled in embarrassment. Therefore, the famous name of Hawkeye has spread far and wide so that everyone knows. This is a guy who is definitely not easy to mess with. In addition to the pirate forces, there are also many heroes in Marine. The most representative is naturally the Marine hero, Garp. Last time, because he caught the One Piece, Roger, Garp's fame spread all over the world. In the past 2 years, in order to suppress the crazy pirates, Garp also often shot. Many pirate groups perished in his hands, even the most powerful 2 large pirate groups, Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Tuan also suffered a loss in his hands, the most famous of which belonged to the battle between Garp and Charlotte Lingyun absolutely shocked everyone. Although the battle did not result in the final, the process was very terrifying. Under Garp's iron fist, Charlotte Lingyun was almost defeated. Fortunately, 4.3 finally relied on her fruit ability to hold Garp's strength. It can be considered to save face. In addition to Garp, Marine is the most shining of the other 3 people. They are Akainu Sakazuki, Kazaru Polusari and Aokiji Kuzan, as the new generation of Marine iconic characters. These three people can be said to have done their best in the past 2 years, and the troops they led have made many pirate groups in New World frightened, especially Akainu. I am afraid that there are too many pirate groups that died in his hands. Moreover, he never left his mouth, and killed him when he encountered a pirate. One kill was a pirate group. Its crazy actions and cruel methods made Akainu the marine lieutenant that the New World pirates feared the most. Chapter 80. Although the other Aokiji and Kizaru are not as prestigious as Akainu, they are also shining and exterminate countless pirates, but their methods are a bit gentler than Akainu, especially Aokiji. He is most of the time the arrest policy is adopted, so Aokiji's name is much better than Akainu. But even marine, they gradually discovered a problem, that is, the order of New World has completely failed, and their marine is at an absolute disadvantage. If it were not for the pirates to be scattered, they would have driven marine out of New World long ago. In short, the current structure of New World has been completely chaotic enough that it cannot be expressed in words. The countries of New World are terrified, afraid of being targeted by powerful pirates. After all, New World countries have large and small countries. It has strong military capabilities and is not afraid of pirates, but a weaker country cannot stop those pirates at all. Compared to the chaotic world, the Whitebeard Pirates is still as calm as ever, not at all affected by the chaos outside. Apart from the addition of a few newcomers in the past 2 years, there is basically no change. 11. Of course, the reason for this is that the Whitebeard Pirate Group has been very low-key in the past 2 years, and has hardly appeared in New World. Plus the strong rise of Beast's Pirates and Big Mom Pirate Group attracted the attention of most people, so not many people put their eyes on the former king of the Whitebeard Pirates. Perhaps in their opinion, the Whitebeard Pirates also followed the Roger Pirates and Golden Lion Pirates. The end and the decline. After 2 years of hiding, the strength of the Whitebeard Pirate Group has been improved by leaps and bounds. Everyone is a young man. After 2 years of training, they will naturally get a lot of progress. The most important thing is that the Whitebeard Pirate Group goes up and down Ishin. This is the most terrifying place of the Whitebeard Pirates. But today, the atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates Group seemed a bit depressed. I saw all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates Group gathered on board the mobile. Whitebeard sits on a huge chair. On his left stands a 12 or 13-year-old boy. The boy has clear eyebrows and is very attractive. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he looks very easy to get along with. Lingyun, compared to 2 years ago, he has grown a lot taller and matured a lot, especially those eyes, which show light from time to time and look very sharp. To the right of Whitebeard stands a punk-headed man wearing a purple vest. His face is lazy. It is the second figure of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, the Phoenix, who is offering a bounty of 230 million Baileys, because he escaped from Marine's hunt with Ji Lingyun, so his bounty has increased a lot. Similarly, Ji Lingyun's bounty has also become 100 million Baileys. Except for Ji Lingyun and Marco, the other members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group stood on both sides. Among them, 2 people were kneeling in front of Whitebeard. One of them was hurt and weeping. Crying. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The man who was crying was a thin man in his 30s, and next to him was Ryūjin of the Whitebeard Pirates, who would later become the captain of the 7th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He and that cry were crying. Of men or brothers. I just heard Ryūjin say loudly, "Father, my brother's family died in the hands of those guys, and only my brother is left. Please give us revenge, Dad." It turns out that this crying man is Lakio's brother and the only relative in the world with blood. The reason why his brother came to him this time was because his brother's hometown was destroyed by a gang of pirates. Except for him, all the people were killed by the pirates. He knew that he was not capable of revenge, so he found Lakio and wanted to ask Lakio to give revenge to their family. Although Whitebeard's face was expressionless, Ji Lingyun clearly saw his hands clenched, and blue veins burst on his forehead, obviously already very angry. Whitebeard said angrily, "Even though they are pirates, pirates also have the rules of pirates. No matter how fierce the fighting between pirates is, they can't blame others. But like this kind of insulting civilians and indiscriminately killing innocent garbage, it is no longer worthy of being called. He is a man." Then Whitebeard asked Ryūjin's brother, "Do you know the origin of those bastards?" Lakio's brother is obviously in extreme pain. Even when facing Whitebeard, he only knows to cry, or if Lakio by his side pushed him hard twice before he reacted and stopped crying and said, "It's the Evil Wolf, it's the Evil Wolf Pirate Group." People in the Whitebeard Pirate Group had never heard of the Evil Wolf Pirate Group, and Ryūjin asked, "Brother, didn't you tell them who I am? Didn't you say that I am Whitebeard? Are you from the pirates?" Lakio's brother shouted, I said, why did they dare to do it after talking about it? Isn't it 290 that we are not afraid of our revenge?" Ryūjin asked angrily. His brother replied, "I said you were a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but they didn't put you in their eyes at all. They said. What else?" Ryūjin asked. They also said that the Whitebeard Pirates are a group of turtles with shrunken heads. They said that Whitebeard had been scared because of Roger's death. The thieves are all rubbish, all courageous waste. After Lakio's brother finished speaking, the whole person was lying on the ground, trembling all over. After a brief silence, there were countless angry bursts from the Moby DK. A hole, where something came up, dare to say that Dad, dare to speak such a wild word. Where are they? I want to kill them, I want to kill them all. Unbearable, absolutely unbearable, they must be killed, even if they dare to speak insulting father. Say that our Whitebeard Pirate Group is a tortoise? His uncle, I have to tear their mouths, I want to do it myself, I want to torture them, let them come back to this world. Chapter 81. The entire crew of the Whitebeard Pirate Group was full of anger. Riqueo's brother had already reported the name of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Not only did the other party dare to kill people, he even dared to insult Whitebeard and the members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to swallow. Father. Everyone turned their eyes to Whitebeard after scolding, and they knew that Dad would not let them down. Whitebeard's face was expressionless at this time. His eyes swept across the body of Rakyat's brother, then swept across all the members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, and finally said coldly, "It seems that we have been dormant for so long. Someone is about to forget us? Father, it's time to make a move. Yeah, Father, if you don't do it, the world will forget us, the Whitebeard Pirates. Now even some scumbags dare to bully our Whitebeard Pirates. This is absolutely unbearable." Everyone was persuading Whitebeard, and Whitebeard still had no expression. He turned to look at Lingyun and Marco, and asked, "Lingyun, Marco, what do you two think?" Marco replied simply and neatly, and said, "Father, there is nothing to hesitate. Daddy, your face must not be lost." Lingyun also nodded and said, "Yeah, Father, people are bullying to their heads. If we don't fight back, what would the world think of us? Besides, after so long, everyone's body has already rusted and no longer exercise. If you exercise, I'm afraid it's really going to be completely abolished." Lingyun's words were unanimously agreed by everyone. Whitebeard also nodded and said, "Okay, Lousy's face can be lost, but your relatives are Lousy's relatives. If you dare to touch Lousy's relatives, I want to see who has bold." The heavy column put down the big naginata in his hand, and Whitebeard suddenly exuded an astonishing aura. Hockey was extraordinary. All the members of the Whitebeard Pirates group showed excitement. I have to say that the 2 years of hiding has long made everyone feel very boring. At this time, such a thing happened, which just aroused the anger and aggrieved. Everyone is holding back this anger, ready to release it at any time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Father. Lingyun suddenly said to Whitebeard, "I think something is wrong. Although we have been hiding for 2 years, you were once a big pirate with Roger and Golden Lion. Even if you don't show up for 2 years, ordinary pirates are listening. When it comes to your name, you should definitely not be so contemptuous, not to mention the evil wolf and pirate group, which does not know where it came from. What qualifications do they have to challenge us?" Whitebeard nodded and said, "Well, I think so too. Lousy's name has not fallen to the point where anyone can insult. What are the evil wolf and pirate groups? Where did they come from?" The last sentence was for Lakio's brother. Rakio hurriedly pushed his brother and asked, "Brother, what do you want to say to you? What is the origin of that evil wolf and pirate group?" Just now when his brother heard that the Whitebeard Pirates was willing to avenge him, he stopped crying and looked at Whitebeard expectantly, so he thought for a while and immediately replied, "The captain of the evil wolf pirates is called Evil Wolves. It seems to be Zone Demon Fruit Power. I seem to have heard of them before I escaped. They seem to belong to the forces of Beast's Pirates." Beast's Pirates? When the members of the Whitebeard Pirates heard about Beast's Pirates, their expressions changed, and many of them became a little ugly. Sachi even said, "No wonder those guys dare not take us so seriously." Here, it turned out to be from Beast's Pirates. Everyone is relieved now. Beast's Pirates has been the same in the past 2 years. New World's pirates are their greatest power, and Beast's Pirates, just like their boss Kaido, acts fiercely and inhumanly. There are no rules, so even in the face of the Whitebeard Pirates, the evil wolf pirates do not have the meaning in their eyes. This is interesting. Beast's Pirates, what a majesty," Marco said disdainfully. Although his face was lazy, everyone who knew him knew that he was very angry now. Whitebeard said solemnly, "No matter who he is, if he dares to hurt the relatives of the lousy pirates, he has to pay a price. Everyone is ready. Departure. Destination, Seaburg Town." The town of Seaburg is the hometown of Rakyat's brother, but it is now occupied by the Wolves Pirates. Since the Whitebeard Pirates wants revenge, they naturally want to go to Seaburg. "Yes, Father." Suddenly, the members of the Whitebeard Pirate group started to move. The pilot, the sailor, and the sails all started quickly. Only a dozen people were left on the board, and Rakyal also took his brother went to rest in the cabin. The pirates who remained on the board seemed a little excited. They had been hiding for more than 2 years, and today they are finally going to reappear in the sight of the world. Everyone is looking forward to this moment. Those who despise the Whitebeard Pirates will pay a heavy price. Marco asked Whitebeard, "Father, how do you fight this battle?" A cold light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and he said coldly, "I shouldn't need to teach you. For that kind of scum trash, they only deserve one end." Marco suddenly laughed and said, "Understood, Father, I promise, none of the members of the Evil Wolf and Pirate Group will survive." Lingyun said, "But the Evil Wolf Pirate Group is just an appetizer. After solving them, what will happen is the key to the problem." Marco smiled and said, "Lingyun, are you talking about Beast's Pirates? What do they do?" Lingyun shrugged and said, "Although I also believe that Dad is the strongest, the development of Beast's Pirates in the past 2 years is extraordinary. In terms of numbers, we are very disadvantaged. With the power of Beast's Pirates, it is no problem to gather tens of thousands of people, but the Whitebeard Pirates has not expanded yet, and the number of them is only 50. Naturally, it is a big loss in number." Chapter 82. Marco laughed loudly. "We are the Whitebeard Pirates. How many people are there? Does he dare to fight with all his strength?" Kaido, does he have the guts? Lingyun was silent and stayed in the Whitebeard Pirates for so long, so he knew the atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates quite well. Everyone was full of enthusiasm and confidence in the pirates. Just a word from Whitebeard, don't said it was a war, even if it was to let everyone die, no one would object to it. In front of Whitebeard, everyone regarded themselves as their true sons. However, this is why I love it the most. The Moby DK of the Whitebeard Pirates, with an astonishing aura, headed towards the town of Seaburg. Although New World is very large, no one does not know the banner of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates used to be hidden deliberately, so everyone did not find out, but this time the Whitebeard Pirates is ready to go out, so naturally it will not hiddenly. This also allowed many New World forces to discover the movement of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirate Group has appeared. What? Is that the legendary man, Whitebeard's Pirate Group? That's the man who is fighting against the One Piece. Hasn't he been 2 years since he appeared? How could he suddenly appear? Haha, this is interesting. The Whitebeard Pirates, that is the most terrifying power hidden in New World. The appearance of that man will detonate the entire New World and make the chaotic New World even more chaotic. Haha, it's really exciting. The Whitebeard Pirates. The kid who made trouble in Log Town 2 years ago seems to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Any kid would dare to make a noise in the execution ceremony of the One Piece. You can imagine the madness of the Whitebeard Pirates. Is the situation in New World going to change unpredictably again? In just 2 days, the news that the Whitebeard Pirates reappeared in New World spread throughout the sea. Whether it was the New World Pirate Forces or the Marine Forces, they all knew the movement of the Whitebeard Pirates. Most people can't help but get nervous. Although Whitebeard hasn't appeared for 2 years, people who are truly knowledgeable don't think that the Whitebeard Pirates are really scared. You must know that Whitebeard is only in his early 50s and is still at the top. Such men will hide because of fear. I am afraid that no one would believe it, and only those fools would think so. The fastest to receive news is naturally the same existence as the 2 major overlords of New World, Beast's Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Master Kaido, the Whitebeard Pirate Group has appeared. In Beast's Pirates, a pirate hurried into Kaido's room and told loudly. Kaido, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The sharp gaze combined with the huge body gave people extremely strong pressure. The pirate group standing in front of him did not even dare to lift their head, and the whole body trembled. You said, the old man Whitebeard showed up? A rough voice came from Kaido's mouth, and he slowly stood up. His body was extremely amazing, his whole body bursting with muscles, and he knew that he was harder than steel at a glance, and he had a lot of things on his body. The tattoo reveals a sense of mystery, and the 2 horns on his forehead show that he is different from normal humans. Yes, Master Kaido, according to the information of his subordinates, the Whitebeard Pirate Group suddenly appeared at sea 2 days ago, and went all the way to the west without any concealment. Kaido let out a huge laugh. The old guy finally appeared. It seems that this time he is ready to go out of the mountain. After hiding for so long, he finally couldn't help it. Thinking about it makes Lousy excited. That old guy, I have been expecting him for too long. He will not show up. New World is so boring. Kaido is an out-and-out madman. This is clear to both outsiders and people from Beast's Pirates, but because of their amazing power and crazy behavior, they still attract many pirates to join, because they become pirates. Most of them are not the generation who keep their own lives, and there are very few for the sake of dreams. Most pirates admire strength. This is vividly reflected in Beast's Pirates. The strong is the boss, and the weak is the minion. Looking at Whitebeard for Lousy, I believe it won't be that simple when he comes out this time. Yes, Master Kaido. Charlotte Linlin on the other side also received the news of the appearance of the Whitebeard Pirates, but she did not care too much, because she and Whitebeard have no interest or conflict, and she is not as crazy as Kaido. All of her thoughts were on building the Cake Islands, so she was only surprised when the Whitebeard Pirate Group appeared, and didn't care too much, but even so, she let her hands keep an eye on Whitebeard's movements. Because of the emergence of the Whitebeard Pirates, the one who is more nervous than anyone else may belong to Marine Headquarters, Malin Vando. Marine Marshal looked at the intelligence in his hand with a cold expression. It described the various details of the appearance of the Whitebeard Pirates and their direction of action, which was just sent to him from New World. Whitebeard unexpectedly appeared at this time. Hasn't he already been hiding? Why not hide for a lifetime, and come out to stir up the wind and the rain? How could Sora not be angry, knowing that it is only 2 months before he resigns as Marshal Marine? 2 months will pass soon, and then he can go to Marie-Joise to become the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, but Whitebeard is here. Appearing at this time, it is conceivable that the appearance of Whitebeard will inevitably cause turmoil in the entire world. Marine will inevitably be under tremendous pressure. He, Marshal Marine, is naturally also under great pressure. Sengoku, you will be Marshal Marine in 2 months. You said Whitebeard will appear at this time. What kind of changes will it bring? Sora turned his gaze to the other person in the room, Sengoku. Sengoku was indeed shocked by the appearance of Whitebeard at the beginning, but he quickly recovered. After hearing Sora's question, he thought for a while before speaking. Chapter 83. Marshal, in fact, I have already guessed the result of this. It is absolutely impossible for a man like Whitebeard to take his people to hide forever. The reason why he chose to hide 2 years ago was to dilute his existence. At that time, he was not able to dominate the entire New World, hiding himself to preserve his strength, and waiting for the opportunity to appear again. He frowned and asked, you mean, he thinks the time has come? Sengoku said, We don't understand if the time is right, but since he has appeared, it means that he will not continue to lurch. The Whitebeard Pirates will inevitably wind up a whirlwind and sweep the entire New World. Kong nodded and said, the strongest New World forces are Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, but you and I should be very clear that compared to the two of them, the Whitebeard Pirates are the most threatening. Sengoku said, I know that although the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirate Group are strong, their strength is not better than Whitebeard. More importantly, their pirate group may be strong for 10 or 20 years, but as they grow old, they are bound to decline. But the Whitebeard Pirates are different. The Whitebeard Pirates are more cohesive, and they also have a newcomer with super potential. That Edward G. Lingyun will inevitably be after Whitebeard's old age, supporting the Whitebeard Pirate Group, so the Whitebeard Pirate Group's threatening power is the greatest. Sora said, yes, you can see the best. We didn't catch the kid and let him escape to the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard will definitely protect him. Once his climate is complete, he will definitely be brings us a great threat to Marine. Sengoku said, since it is impossible for us to deal with that kid now, then we must devote all our energy to New World. The appearance of Whitebeard means that the situation will change drastically, and we must prepare in advance. Yeah. Kong nodded and said, Sengoku, I will be transferred in 2 months, so all the matters of Marine will be left to you. You will be familiar with it in 2 years. How should you deal with it? You should know, I won't say much. Sengoku replied, thank you for your trust, Marshal, I will shoulder all of Marine and let Marine's justice last forever. In fact, Sora's trust is true. At least in the 20 years since Sengoku succeeded Marshal Marine, he did not commit any major faults. Although the system of 7 warlords of the sea was flawed, he had to acknowledge that 7 warlords of the sea did divide the power of the pirates, making the whole world a lot more stable, and finally he defeated the Whitebeard Pirates group, even if the victory is not glorious, but if you win, you win. No one can refute this point. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sora said, okay, I won't ask more about Marine in the next 2 months. You don't need to ask me any more about your decision. You can do whatever you want. Sengoku replied with a serious face, yes, Marshal. No matter how much shock the appearance of the Whitebeard Pirates has brought to the world, the Whitebeard Pirates has already arrived in the town of Seaburg, the hometown of Rakyot's brother. Seaburg is not a big town, but because it is close to the sea, and the people in the town are good at fishing at sea, the town is relatively wealthy, so it was picked up by the Wolf Pirates, and it happened to be here close to the edge of the Beasts Pirates force. Although it does not belong to the Beasts Pirates, there is no other large pirate group here, so the evil Wolf Pirate group will occupy this place. Daddy, it's here. Luckyo took his brother and said to Whitebeard. Looking at this ruined and messy town, Whitebeard frowned slightly. From the appearance of the town, he could tell what kind of looting had been encountered here. Whitebeard and the others just entered the town, only to find that they didn't see anyone at all. This made someone curious and asked, where are all the people here? Luckyo's brother said, a lot of people have been killed. Those guys are just a bunch of lunatics, they kill without paying. But the people in the town are all ordinary people. They ask for too much money, so how many people are there? Can we afford to pay? Our family can't afford to pay, so they were killed by them, ooh. Speaking of sadness, Lacio's brother couldn't help crying again. Although crying as a man made people look down on him, no one in the room looked down on him, because his crying was not cowardice, but rather angry and unwilling. Brother, we will definitely avenge the sister-in-law and them, so please look forward to it later. Luckyo comforted his brother. There are not many people in the Whitebeard Pirates. Except for some who stayed on the mobile, only 24 people disembarked. Under the leadership of Whitebeard, the group of people moved towards Seaburg. Go inside the town. The Whitebeard Pirates didn't see anyone when they were on the beach, but after they stepped into the town of Seaburg, they still didn't see anyone. Instead, they saw a mess, and even the walls on the ground were full of bloodline. At first glance, he knew that he had just experienced a miserable fight. Ji Lingyun frowned and looked at the mess, and said in a deep voice, a good town has become what it is now. Isn't a gang of pirates devoid of humanity at all? Isn't it possible to achieve this level? The people in the Whitebeard Pirates group were calmer. Marco said to Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, you have been a pirate for the shortest time. You have not really seen the horror of a pirate. Some pirates do everything for money. Of course, most of them won't be 2.7 points. After all, everyone is not stupid. Burning, killing, looting, and this kind of thing once is fine. If you have more reputation, it will be bad. Not only will Marine hunt down, even if they are both pirates, they will be looked down upon. Ji Lingyun said nothing. He didn't feel much about it when he watched comics and animations before, but after the real contact, he realized that the world of pirates is not as good as expected. In Pirates' world, not everyone, they all abide by the rules. Perhaps many of the pirates are bold and loyal, but the vast majority of the pirates are good, and even more so they can do everything at that time. Chapter 84. Until Ji Lingyun and the others entered the center of the town, they finally saw the person, but when they saw this person, Luckyo's brother gave a scream and shouted, full of anger. It's him who killed my family, and Luckyo, it's him. Listening to the heart-piercing roar of Rackle's brother, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates group shocked all over, especially Rackle, with a savage face, his eyes full of murderous look towards the one who suddenly appeared, the man. Hearing the yelling of Raquel's brother, the man who had just appeared naturally heard it too. When he saw Raquel's brother, he could not help showing a cruel grin, and led the group behind him towards this place, while walking. I thought who was crying and howling, It turned out that you were not brave enough to run away alone when you saw your wife and children were killed. It really doesn't have the backbone of a man at all, not a man. Do you think it is? Ha ha ha. The pirates who followed the 11 men couldn't help but sneered. The laughter was very loud and harsh, especially the man in the lead who had 3 horny eyes and an ugly big one. Laughing makes people feel sick when looking at it. Listening to the other party's ridicule, Lacio's brother's body tremors became more severe, and the whole person seemed to be greatly stimulated. Not only him, but even the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all gloomy. The help guy saw that they didn't recognize them, and he insulted Rakyat's brother in front of them, which was slap them in the face. The one who runs away is not necessarily not a man. He who endures the humiliation, disregards the ridicule, even if it is the most shameful way to live, but also wants revenge, is the real man, and the man you laughed at is better than you, too much. When the pirates of the evil wolf pirate group were laughing, suddenly a clear and flat voice rang in their ears, causing their smiles to suddenly stagnate, and their eyes fiercely looking for the speaker. Soon, they found their target. They saw a 12 or 13-year-old boy among the group of people beside Raquel's brother looking at them with a plain face. For some reason, they always felt that the boy was watching. When facing them, with a strange look, as if disdain. The person who just satirized Raquel's brother is a leader of the evil wolf pirate group. His 3-cornered eyes glowed with cold rays, and he said to Lingyun coldly, "Boy, do you know who you are talking to? If you don't want to die, you will immediately get to Lousy's face, knock Lousy 100 heads, and then call Lousy 100 grandpa. Maybe Lousy is happy, and I can leave you a whole body." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The speaker was naturally Lingyun, but even he did not expect that the man from the evil wolf pirate group in front of him would actually say such a thing. His expression was stunned. He turned his head helplessly, shrugged to Whitebeard, and said, "Father, you heard what he said. Let me call him grandfather. This request is really interesting." Whitebeard's eyes were gloomy for an instant. He was full of malicious intent towards the evil wolf and pirate group, and now the other person dares to say such things to his most beloved son, in front of him, if not for estimation. When he reached his identity, he would have smashed all these people with a punch. Lingyun said a joke to Whitebeard. He quickly turned his head and looked at the other person. But the moment he turned his head, his face became very cold. Don't think he is just a teenager, but his face is cold. After he came down, he really had a bit of aura, but how could the people of that group of evil wolves and pirates care about Lingyun's face? Lingyun said coldly, "There are really many people who want me to die, and there are also people who have said they want to kill me, but you are so arrogant as you that you want to leave me a whole body. You are really the first day. Although I really want to kill you, but we are here today not only to kill you, but to avenge our companions. Therefore, I will leave your life to him. Ha ha ha." Hearing Lingyun's words, the other party was taken aback first, and then couldn't help but laugh. The laughter was full of disdain, even more disdain than when he laughed at Raquel's brother. "Have you heard? Did you hear that? He actually said he wanted to kill us, and let that waste kill us. This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard." He turned his head to his men. They laughed and said. Many of his subordinates also laughed with him, but after 2 or 3 of them saw Lingyun clearly, their pupils became larger, and one of them couldn't help but pull his clothes and whispered, "Big brother, they. The man was laughing and was interrupted by the younger brother. Of course he was very upset. He shouted dissatisfiedly, "What's your name?" Whitebeard. His 837 subordinate began to tremble when he spoke. He couldn't help but slapped it and cursed, "What Whitebeard, Blackbeard, what are you talking about?" "Brother, they are the Whitebeard pirate group." The other pirate couldn't help it anymore and let out a loud cry. "Whitebeard pirates?" The man trembled all over, and quickly opened his eyes to look at Lingyun and the others, only to find that everyone was looking at him coldly, just like looking at a dead person, especially when he saw Marco and others. After the seal of the Whitebeard pirate group, he trembled and pointed at Lingyun and them. Are you the Whitebeard pirates?" Lingyun chuckled twice. They had been hiding for only 2 years. The people of New World had forgotten them so quickly. The renewal of the world was really amazing, but he just sighed with emotion. He said lightly, "Yes, we are the Whitebeard Pirates. I heard that you didn't put our Whitebeard Pirates in your eyes, saying that we are rubbish, waste, and killed our companions' relatives. So, we came to see. Look, who on earth has such a big tone?" Chapter 85. The Whitebeard Pirates. It turned out to be the Whitebeard Pirates. Looking at the mark of the Whitebeard Pirates, and seeing the tall Whitebeard, where would you dare to doubt more? The man's forehead suddenly shed cold sweat, and his eyes continued to rotate. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up suddenly, the fear in his pupils slowly disappeared, and his body straightened. I saw him suppress the fear on his face and shouted loudly, "Even if you are the Whitebeard Pirates group? You are just a pirate group that has passed away. If you know you, please leave here. We the Evil Wolf Pirate Group is Beast's Pirates, Kaido-sama's pirate group. Do you know who Kaido-sama is? His old man is the current overlord of New World, and you are not the same as the old pirate group." Originally, he wanted to use the names of Beast's Pirates and Kaido to bluff the Whitebeard Pirates, but he was surprised to find that no one in the Whitebeard Pirates responded. Only the young man said indifferently, "Oh, it turned out to be back. Beast's Pirates. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant, but if you want to scare us, just a Kaido is not enough, you have to add a little more talent." "What are you talking about?" The pirate leader was completely confused, and didn't understand what Lingyun meant. Lingyun didn't speak, but Marco on the side chuckled and said, "What he means is that you can't scare us with just a Kaido name. If you add Big Mom, Marine Marshal Kong, Admiral Sengoku, Marine Garp, maybe we will give you some face." You guys are kidding me. No matter how stupid the leader of the pirate, he knew that he was being tricked, and he was immediately angry. He was angry, but the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were more angry than him, but everyone did not do anything. Lingyun looked at Lakio and asked, "Lakio, are you coming or are we coming?" "I come." Lakio didn't hesitate, and he walked out with his weapon, Meteor Hammer, and looked at the people of the Evil Wolf and Pirate group with cold eyes. These people were the murderers of his relatives, and he would naturally not let it go. "It is good." Lingyun and other members of the Whitebeard Pirate group did not move and stood aside watching Lakio. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You guys? The pirate had just spoken, but Ryūjin would not give him a chance at all, so he rushed forward, and the meteor hammer in his hand smashed into his face. Anyway, Ryūjin was later the Whitebeard Pirate, the captain of the 7th Division of the regiment. Although still young, his strength should not be underestimated. According to Lingyun's judgment, he should have reached Major General Marines Shuyan, and those of the Evil Wolf and Pirate group, except for the leader. Apart from being a little capable, the others are all pirates. Ah! A scream of screams came from the mouths of the pirates. Naturally, those people would not be his opponents. Moreover, Lakio didn't have any mercy from any of his men. His moves were all to the death, so he could have been the battle that was about to end was stupefied by him for a long time, and in the end only the pirate leader his brother had just pointed at was left. Boom! Lakio interrupted all the limbs of the man, threw it in front of his brother, and asked, "Brother, is this person?" When his brother saw the enemy, his eyes flashed red, and he rushed up to kill him, but Ryūjin was quick with his eyes and quickly stopped him, saying, "Brother, don't kill him first, we still have something to ask him. Let go of me, I want to kill him, but they killed my wife and children, I must take revenge." His brother struggled desperately. Lakio pulled his brother and prevented him from doing it, but at this time, Whitebeard suddenly said, "Lakio, let him do it. A small group of pirates is not worthy of our attention, nor does it need to ask what. Let your brother get revenge." Lakio was startled, then he nodded and let go of his brother. Without any hesitation, his brother grabbed a sword on the ground and slashed at the leader of the Evil Wolf Pirate group, no matter what that person is. He begged for mercy, he didn't stop at the slightest, he watched for more than a minute before he stopped. At this time, the opponent was completely inhuman, very miserable and disgusting. This bloody and cruel scene did not cause any reaction from the Whitebeard Pirates. After Lakio's brother killed the man, he finally released his mood. After a while, he recovered his calm, and then said, "This man is one of the 4 cadres of the Evil Wolf Pirate group." Whitebeard nodded and didn't speak. Marco said with a smile, "It turns out that this kind of guy can also become a cadre. It seems that this Evil Wolf Pirate group is really weak." Although the people of the Whitebeard Pirates did not pay attention to the Wolf Pirates before coming, they were still a little disappointed at this time. They did not expect that their first opponent would be so weak. "Let's go, don't say so much, first solve this group of guys," Lingyun said. Lingyun is right. Let's solve the Evil Wolf Pirate group first. The people in the Whitebeard Pirate group agreed with Lingyun's words, and it seemed to them a very simple matter. Under the leadership of Raquel's brother, the Whitebeard Pirates quickly came to the place occupied by the Wolf Pirates. Naturally, the Wolf Pirates occupied the best position in the town of Seaburg. Before walking to the most luxurious building in the town, the Whitebeard Pirates didn't meet anyone. Sachi couldn't help but curiously asked, "What's the matter? Why is there no one in the town?" Lakio's brother trembled with fear. He suddenly said with a tremor, "I'm afraid they have killed all the people in the town. It must be so. Everyone must be killed by them. How could they be so cruel? How can you do this?" The faces of the Whitebeard Pirates are very ugly. Although the town of Seaburg is not large, it is of a good size, and the number of people is several thousand. This is all killed. This shows how evil the wolf and pirates are. This kind of pirate group has no need to exist, it must be completely extinct, Whitebeard said coldly. Chapter 86. The town of Seaburg is so big, the Whitebeard Pirates have been here for so long, naturally it is impossible for the people of the Wolves Pirates to remain silent, so the people in the Whitebeard Pirates came to the Wolves Pirates to occupy. After his base, he was immediately discovered by the people of the Evil Wolf Pirate group. I saw a large group of pirates coming toward the Whitebeard Pirate group, headed by a man wearing a pirate cloak. This man was a little thinner than ordinary people, but the pirates behind him they all followed him closely, and at a glance, he knew that he was the captain of the Evil Wolf Pirate group, the Evil Wolf, Keen. Whitebeard Pirates. Evil Wolf. Keen is not one of his trash pirates. After seeing the group of Whitebeard, he immediately recognized their identities. His face instantly became difficult to look at, and his legs couldn't help it, began to tremble. Keen was naturally very scared when he saw Whitebeard, because he was not a fledgling pirate. Before he became the captain of the Wolf Pirate group, he was just an ordinary little pirate, but at that time Whitebeard was already the sensational big sea pirate, the 3 legendary pirates alongside Roger and Golden Lion, even if he hasn't seen him in person, but he has also seen Whitebeard's wanted order. How could he be able to deal with a man who was wanted for more than 1 billion got it? The reason why he indulged his subordinates to say bad things about the Whitebeard Pirates was because he felt that Ryūjin's brother was nonsense. How could a person in a small town meet a big man like Whitebeard, and that Whitebeard has not appeared for a long time? He also thought that Whitebeard might be retired, so he didn't stop his men from talking nonsense. However, he never expected that Rackle's brother did not lie. His brother was not only a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but also brought the entire Whitebeard Pirates over. The most important thing is that he actually saw the legend. Man. Whitebeard. You are the evil wolf pirate group? It was Whitebeard who was speaking. His voice was very loud. Although there was no emotion, it gave people an extremely heavy pressure, making people afraid to look at him. Before Keen spoke, a pirate behind him couldn't help but jump out, first glanced at Whitebeard's huge body in fear, and then yelled extremely arrogantly. We are the Wolf Pirate Group, you which green onion is this old guy? Snapped. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What shocked everyone in the evil Wolf Pirate Group was that their captain suddenly looked back and slapped the arrogant pirate into the air, then pointed at him and shouted. What are you? Did you speak? Then he didn't care about the pirate, but instead said to Whitebeard with a flattering look, Master Whitebeard, your subordinates are ignorant. They ran into you. I must teach him lot. Please don't be angry, don't be angry. Seeing that their captain put his posture so low, the pirates of the evil Wolf Pirate Group were shocked, but when they heard Keen's name to Whitebeard, they showed the same shock. I didn't expect that the man who kept Whitebeard in front of him was the legendary Whitebeard. I don't know what to do. Hey, what a fool, can I solve the problem if I don't? Marco said with a sneer. Keen saw the brother Rakyal protected by the Whitebeard Pirates, and immediately said, Master Whitebeard, we don't know that this person has anything to do with you. If we know it, even if it gives me the courage, I dare not move. Your people. Hey. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates sneered, only Rackle's brother shouted. I have already said, but you still killed my wife and children. I want you to pay for it. My wife and children take revenge. Hearing this, Keen showed a trace of embarrassment, but was quickly covered up by him. Then he turned his head full of anger and shouted at the pirates under his opponent. Who the hell is it? Who didn't tell me the matter? Give Lousy stood up. Of course it was impossible for anyone to stand up. Ji Anshan smiled and turned his head to say something to Whitebeard, but Whitebeard did not give him a chance. Lousy has no time to listen to your nonsense here, and you are not qualified to play tricks in front of Lousy. The purpose of our coming here today is very simple, there is only one. Speaking of this, Whitebeard's eyes suddenly burst into cold light, and said coldly, that is, murder. At the moment Whitebeard uttered the murder, Keen only felt his body tremble, only to hear Whitebeard point to Keen and shout. Marco, except for him, I don't want to see anyone alive. No problem, Daddy, Marco said with a cruel sneer at the corner of his mouth, then smiled and said to the people behind him. There are a lot of people, but the strength is at that level. Who is interested in doing it? Zero to tell the truth. Apart from Captain Keen, the Whitebeard Pirates really didn't look at the others at all, but Whitebeard's order has already been issued, so it's not possible for everyone to be quiet. Just listen to everyone. Open up. Since the old man has spoken, let's make a quick decision. Everyone, hurry up. At this moment, Ji Lingyun suddenly said, leave the one called the Evil Wolf to me. Lingyun, do you want to do it? The members of the Whitebeard Pirates group looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise. To be honest, apart from Marco, no one has actually seen Ji Lingyun fighting others, but he knows that Ji Lingyun is absolutely capable, very strong, so everyone is also very curious. Ji Lingyun shrugged and said, didn't you always want to see the new form of my sword? I will let you see it today. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped arguing with Ji Lingyun, but said with a smile, okay, let's see. Wicked Wolf, Keen was already shocked when he heard that Whitebeard was going to kill them all. He thought of many ways to escape, but as soon as he contacted Whitebeard's gaze, he knew that it was a luxury, but he never knew it. Never thought that the other party would send a teenager to deal with him, which immediately made him feel insulted. Chapter 87. It's bullying too much. Although Jian was afraid of the Whitebeard Pirates, he saw that the Whitebeard Pirates had even asked Ji Lingyun to deal with him. Of course, he was very angry, and naturally it was impossible to catch him with his hands. Kill. But Marco didn't have so much nonsense, and he directly ordered, and immediately all the members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group rushed towards the Wolver Pirate Group, full of murderousness, and moved extremely fast. The number of pirates in the Evil Wolf Pirate Group is far more than that of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, but when the people of the Whitebeard Pirate Group rush into the Evil Wolf Pirate Group, it is like a wolf into the flock. Ah! The pirates of the Evil Wolf Pirate Group had no power to fight back under the hands of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Under the shocked gaze of Kian, his pirates were quickly killed by the people of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. In the end, he was left alone, standing alone. Lingyun, this guy will leave it to you. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates Group deliberately left Keen and surrounded him. Although Keen had nothing to do, he did not dare to make any movement, because he knew very well that in front of the Whitebeard Pirates, he didn't even have the ability to escape. Did the hundreds of subordinates who didn't see him be wiped out in the blink of an eye? Ji Lingyun walked up to Jian, looked at Jian, and said lightly, your opponent is me. Looking at the surrounding Whitebeard Pirate Group, Kian knew that he would definitely not be able to be kind today, and he would not be able to escape, so his face suddenly became savage. Looking at Ji Lingyun fiercely, he was already a very cruel person. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do things like slaughtering the town, and in a desperate situation, he would not really be defeated by Ji Lingyun. It's too bully to let a kid come to deal with me. Jian's eyes flashed sharply. He didn't know Ji Lingyun, but he thought that the Whitebeard Pirates really humiliated him, so he hoped that the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates would not do anything and let him kill Ji Lingyun, but he didn't know that Ji Lingyun, whom he despised, was his most terrifying enemy. Zanjetsu. Ji Lingyun groaned and pulled out Zanjetsu. This is the first time that Zanpakuto appeared in front of the enemy 2 years later. That's the new form of Lingyun's sword, Zanjetsu. I heard Marco said that it seems very strong, but I can see it today. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all curiously looking at Zanjetsu in Ji Lingyun's hands. Although they all knew that Ji Lingyun Shinigami's blade was magical, they saw a sword the size of Zanjetsu pulled out of the narrow scabbard. I still feel surprise. It's also the first time for Jian to see such a weird thing. Ji Lingyun pulled out the big sword in his hand from a small scabbard, but he was surprised, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, there are too many magical things on the sea. Jian had a murderous intent on Ji Lingyun, so naturally he would not hide his strength. He saw a few sharp claws suddenly appeared from his hands, the cold light of the cold appeared, and hair appeared on his body. Zone Demon Fruit Power. Seeing the changes in Kian, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are not unfamiliar. Sachi asked Marco. Lingyun is okay? Marco smiled and said, a Zone Demon Fruit Power, you guys are too small to look down on Lingyun, let's keep a look. Kian didn't show any demeanor because Ji Lingyun was young, instead he shouted, and then rushed towards Ji Lingyun quickly. Kian's speed is very fast, but Ji Lingyun smiled contemptuously, squeezed Zanjetsu with both hands and slammed forward. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Today's Zanjetsu is already in the hands of Ji Lingyun, so he easily used Crescent Sky Chong. In an instant, a blade of sword shot from Zanjetsu's blade, turning into a huge blade of sword, and slashed towards it. Kian looked terrified when he was on the move. It was the first time he saw such a terrifying blade light. You don't need to think about it. He also knows the terrifying power contained in the blade light. Hold your body, and quickly hide to the side. Boom. The sword light exploded, and although Kian escaped the sword light, he was still affected by the force of the explosion and became a little embarrassed. Is this kid a swordsman? How can he swing a sword at will with such a strong power? Jian was shocked. He had seen a lot of swordsmen, but it was the first time he saw a swordsman as young and powerful as Ji Lingyun. Not everyone could wield that huge sword. I don't believe that a kid is really that strong. Of course Jian doesn't believe in evil. He doesn't believe that Ji Lingyun will be so strong as a teenager, so he went to Ji Lingyun again. Ji Lingyun was still standing there, seeing Jian come over with a stab. Every time it was a crescent rush, forcing Jian to be embarrassed every time, let alone attack Ji Lingyun. Even if he wanted to get close, it was very difficult. The scene now is very weird. Jian is constantly moving around Ji Lingyun. Whenever he wants to get close to Ji Lingyun, a crescent moon pushes him back, although it did not hurt him because of his speed, but it also made him very uncomfortable, and the whole person was very aggrieved. What? Kian saw that he had no choice but to take a young man, and let out an extremely angry growl. 3.3. Then he stood there and saw a silver-gray spear quickly grow out of his body, and his head was also strange. The change became a bit like the head of a wolf. The eyes were fiercely exactly the same as those of the wolf. His hands and feet became wolf-like claws. The whole person was lying on the ground, staring at Ji Lingyun. Have you finally shown your true skills? Ji Lingyun looked at Jian. Suddenly, Jian moved. His speed was more than twice as fast as before, almost turned into a gust of wind, and he came to Ji Lingyun in an instant. Clang. Kian's speed was indeed fast enough. Ji Lingyun still didn't move, but Zanjetsu in his hand stood in front of him, blocking Kian's claws extremely accurately. Chapter 88. Clang clang. Jian moved very fast, spinning around Ji Lingyun like a gust of wind. Suddenly, he tore off Ji Lingyun's defenses, leaving 3 blood marks on Ji Lingyun's shoulders. Jian stood more than 10 meters away from Ji Lingyun, lying on the ground, raising his right hand, with bright red blood still remaining on his sharp claws. He looked at Ji Lingyun with a stern look, and his expression seemed to be right. Laughing, it seems to be longing for blood. Ji Lingyun looked at the blood marks on his shoulders, his brows wrinkled slightly. Jian's strength was just like that, but he was able to hurt him with speed, which made him a little uncomfortable, so his face suddenly became low. Do you want to rely on speed to beat me? It's a pity that you chose the wrong person. In my opinion, your speed is far from it. While speaking, Ji Lingyun lifted Zanjetsu and shouted in a low voice, Bankai. 12 in an instant, the dazzling light enveloped Ji Lingyun. Everyone present, including Whitebeard, looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise. Only Marco was indifferent. He had seen him several times. The light dissipated, revealing the appearance of Ji Lingyun, and suddenly a black-red robe appeared on Ji Lingyun. It was a Death Tyrant outfit. The Zanjetsu in his hand had disappeared and turned into a smaller and smaller Tensa Zanjetsu. Black makes him appear cold and sharp. Huh? Is this the powerful form? Lingyun said. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group is curiously watching Ji Lingyun, whose image has changed dramatically, with surprise in their eyes. Ji Lingyun looked at Kian with cold eyes, holding Tensa Zanjetsu with one hand, and his whole body was sharp. Being stared at by Ji Lingyun's gaze, Jian only felt very uncomfortable. He turned his head, his limbs faced the ground, and roared like a wolf, staring at Ji Lingyun firmly, preparing to give Ji Lingyun a fatal blow. Neither of them moved first, but it was Kian who couldn't help being the first. He slammed his limbs and gathered all the power of his body together, bursting out the fastest speed ever. He wanted to take advantage of it. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates group killed Lingyun before they could react, because even if he died, he would have to pull back. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huh. No one can describe that sword. The moment Jian jumped to Lingyun's face, Lingyun used the sword, and then crossed with Jian. The sword tip faced the ground, and the blood donated continuously dripped from the sword tip. His body crashed to the end in midair. What a fast sword. How is it possible? Even the Whitebeard Pirates, not everyone can see Lingyun's sword, because the speed is so fast. Beasta also narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, a sword without any skill, it wins purely with speed. Before the opponent comes in front, he finds the flaw first and then succeeds in one blow. How long will it take? He has grown to such an extent, it seems that this world really has a unique genius. Since Lingyun learned swordsmanship, it took only a few years for his full play to be full, but he has grown to this level in just a few years. A master sword like Star is also amazed by Lingyun's talent and potential. But, Beasta looked at Tensa Zangetsu in Lingyun's hand and sighed. The biggest reason is probably the sword in his hand. Obviously it was just because it increased the speed in an instant, so Lingyun was able to hit it. The sword is really the strangest sword in the world. As a swordsman, Beasta can read countless swords, but a sword with countless changes like Shinigami's blade is really unheard of, and more importantly, it is so powerful. Whitebeard watched this scene with satisfaction. Lingyun was the youngest in his pirate group, and he was also the one he valued the most. Even he had already cultivated Lingyun as his successor in his heart, so he saw that after Lingyun has such strength, all he has is joy. This kid really didn't disappoint Lousy. How long has it been before, and so much progress? Whitebeard thought to himself. Chong. Returning the sword to the scabbard, Lingyun's death tyrant also retreated. He walked up to Whitebeard and said, complete the task, father. Whitebeard nodded and said, well, good, avoiding the point. Whitebeard wants to keep Jian for his life. Lingyun will naturally not disobey, so he avoided the key of Jian with the sword just now, but seriously injured him, so although his breath is sluggish now, he is not life-threatening. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates pressed Keen in front of Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at Keen and said coldly, I said before that people who hurt my son's relatives will never be let go. Keen was covered in blood. At this time, he was only full of fear. He didn't expect the Whitebeard Pirates to be so terrifying. A young man easily defeated him by 730, so when he heard Whitebeard's question, he only had panic in his eyes. Spare me, spare me. Whitebeard glared and shouted, why should I spare you? Keen trembled and his lips trembled, and suddenly shouted, I am Master Kaido's subordinate. I am the pirate group under Master Kaido. If you kill me, you will be enemies of Beast's pirates and Kaido. Ha ha ha. The surrounding Whitebeard Pirates laughed disdainfully, and Marco said, do you use Kaido and Beast's pirates to threaten us? You really found the wrong person. Whitebeard also snorted coldly and said, is that guy Kaido? Do you want Lousy to let you go by him? Jian was shaking more severely. He had already heard that the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were not afraid of Kaido at all. His biggest hole card was gone. He just screamed, Master Kaido, he will definitely avenge me. Whitebeard laughed and said, Kaido will find Lousy for revenge for you. La la la. Okay. Lousy will give you a chance, let you go back to Kaido, and see if Kaido will revenge you. La la la. Chapter 89. What? Keen thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect Whitebeard to say the words to let him go. He immediately raised his head in disbelief, and looked at Whitebeard nervously and eagerly, for fear that Whitebeard would regret it. Are you really going to let me go? Whitebeard laughed arrogantly. Lousy has always said nothing, saying that if you let you go, you will naturally be let go. Keen yelled, thank you, Master Whitebeard, thank you, Master Whitebeard, I promise I will never be an enemy again. Whitebeard interrupted him, and said solemnly, Lousy promised to let you go on condition. Keen was startled at first, but then replied fully, Master Whitebeard, you said, no matter what conditions you are talking about, the younger one will do it for you, and do it for you. Whitebeard snorted coldly, you are worthy of Lousy. Keen suddenly smiled with embarrassment on his face. But Whitebeard, regardless of his expression, continued, all you have to do is to return to Beast's Pirates for Lousy and tell Kaido that Lousy needs an explanation. What? No, Keen shouted with fear on his face. Master Whitebeard, no, I can't go back. If I go back, Master Kaido will kill me. I can't go back. Marco laughed and said, then do you think that if you don't agree, we will let you live? Keen's body trembled and became more frightened. He trembled. You don't understand Kaido-sama. He is a madman. If he knows everything, he will kill me, he will. Marco said coldly. We don't care who Kaido is, whether he will kill you or not, we don't care. Dad told you to go back and report it. If you can't do it, then there is no need to live. As he said, Marco raised his hand and was about to kill Keen. Keen suddenly yelled, no, I promise to go back. Marco smiled. Isn't that right? Why should I threaten? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Keen lowered his head. He had compromised. He knew that he had no ability to resist in front of Whitebeard and others. Back to Beast's Pirates, he still had a glimmer of hope to live, but in the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates, there may not be the slightest alive, so he can only take a gamble. As for escaping, Keen never thought about this, nor did he dare to think about it, because with the abilities of Whitebeard and Kaido, it was too easy to find him alone. When he was caught, the result was even more miserable, so he would not even think about it. Let go of him. Whitebeard ordered. Boom. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates immediately threw Keen to the ground, and he let out a miserable cry in pain, but he still endured the pain and got up without daring to be disrespectful. Whitebeard looked at him and said, "Go away, tell Kaido, if you want to see Lousy, Lousy will wait for him here." Keen lowered his head and said again and again, "I will definitely tell Master Kaido what you have said." After Keen left, Marco curiously asked Whitebeard, "Father, you asked him to find Kaido, are you going to fight Beast's pirates?" Although Marco is not afraid of Beast's pirates, it would be worthless if the Whitebeard Pirates and Beast's pirates were opposed to each other because of Brother Rakyol. Whitebeard laughed and said, "If you don't want to fight, I just want to see Kaido's attitude. If he really wants to fight Lousy, Lousy won't be afraid of him." "Yes, father, who are we the Whitebeard Pirates afraid of?" "Kaido, don't laugh. According to me, I can do it directly with Kaido. That guy is so arrogant now, he doesn't put us in his eyes at all." Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates screamed with excitement. Everyone was suffocated and uncomfortable. Now they can finally fight, and it is possible to fight Beast's pirates, so everyone is very excited and not afraid of things. Make a big noise. Lingyun stood aside and didn't speak, in fact, he didn't care. Anyway, with the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates, he would not suffer a loss if he went to war with the Beast's pirates, because he knew very well that Beast's pirates would not be able to fight with all their strength. After all, everyone there is still a common enemy, Marine. If you go to war with all your strength, only Marine will take advantage. Kaido is crazy, but not stupid. Whitebeard said, "Well, everyone clean up here first, we will live here during this time." The members of the Whitebeard pirate group were all busy immediately. Whitebeard called Lingyun to his side and smiled and asked, "How is it?" Lingyun scratched his head and asked, "Father, are you talking about the evil wolf? He is too weak." Whitebeard's face turned straight, and he reprimanded, "Too weak, you are still injured." Lingyun looked at the bloodstain on his shoulder and said embarrassedly, "I just wanted to test his strength at first." Whitebeard looked at Lingyun seriously and said, "I know what you were thinking, but do you remember what you said? The lion fights the rabbit with all your strength, but you are distracted during the fight. If you change one a much stronger opponent than that guy, do you think you can still stand here?" When Lingyun saw Whitebeard's face and talked to him, he immediately lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I know I was wrong, Daddy, I'm a little too conceited." Whitebeard said, "You are not conceited, I think you haven't fought for a long time. I don't know how to fight. Also, have you discovered what your biggest problem is?" "My biggest problem?" Lingyun looked at Whitebeard blankly. Whitebeard looked at Lingyun with a blank face, shook his head, and said, "Your biggest problem is to rely too much on your sword. Although you have been exercising for the past 2 years, the direction of your exercise is all based on using the sword basically. You said, if I don't let you use your weapon, can you still beat the guy just now?" Lingyun only felt a shock in his mind, and his face became a little ugly. After a long time, he said, "Without weapons, even if you can win, it will only be a miserable victory. Daddy, I understand what you mean." Chapter 90 to Lingyun. Whitebeard's words are like Daigo's initiation. He carefully recalled his changes over the past 2 years, and found that he had really changed his original intention. Before experiencing the Logtown incident, he was basically training with Beasta, often asking questions about Beasta swordsmanship, and practicing more basic swordsmanship. But after the Logtown incident, he gained several the powerful form of Zanpakuto, and by virtue of these forms, he has gained a great reputation, so he naturally pays more attention to Zanpakuto and gradually gave up his previous training. Instead, he exercised in the direction of several Zanpakuto abilities, just like as Whitebeard said. Whitebeard's words reminded him, what would he be without Zanpakuto? Although Shinigami's blade is bound to him, if there is an accident that day, Shinigami's blade is not in his hands, what should he use to fight the strong in pirate world? Thinking of this, Lingyun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and at the same time he understood what Whitebeard meant. Whitebeard did not oppose his dependence on Zanpakuto, but this dependence could not be as complete as it is now. After all, weapons and devil fruit have different capabilities. After devil fruit is eaten, the ability is his own, it is impossible to lose, but the weapon may be lost. Whitebeard's words made Lingyun wake up and understand 2 principles. One is that he can't give up his physical training, and the other is the importance of Zanpakuto. After all, only he knows that Zanpakuto is his greatest support, absolutely nothing is to be missed. Whitebeard said to Lingyun, "Lingyun, you are the most talented one I have ever seen, and also the one with the greatest potential in our pirates. You have to understand that in this world, physique is what determines a person's strength. The key to whether or not they are capable is strong or weak, but there is also hockey restraint, so in the end the battle depends on the overall strength of the 2 sides, and the physique is the most critical point. I know why New World is so big, and there are not many people who can cultivate armament hockey. First, you need talent to cultivate armament hockey, and second is physique. Armament hockey is a domineering force. Without strong physical quality, it can't be used at all. It, and the strength of armament hockey also depends on physical fitness. In addition to armament hockey, as the owner of Conqueror's Hockey, you should also know that Conqueror's Hockey is a kind of deterrent force that relies on will and courage, a weak one. The body cannot have a strong physique. Lingyun has been listening carefully to Whitebeard's teachings. Although he has been on the mobile for 4 years, to be honest, Whitebeard has never really taught him. He is also a leader in guiding and reprimanding him like this. One time, Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, Lingyun was an adult in his previous life, and his thoughts were much more mature than the average person. He knew that Whitebeard had not guided him before, not because he did not pay attention to it, but because the two took completely different paths. Whitebeard takes the path of overpowering people. His power and his shock fruit ability are all fighting with pure power. It does not require much skill at all. In short, it is a force to drop 10 guilds. In the face of absolute power, there is nothing at all. No matter how strong you are, I will punch down and decide whether to win. Whitebeard can do this, but Lingyun can't. He does not have Whitebeard's innate advantages. As an ordinary human, his power is even a little weak at the beginning, and there is no fruiting ability, so he wants to be trained. It is necessary to rely on the physical physique that has been exercised the day after tomorrow. The changes in Lingyun in the past 2 years, Whitebeard is completely in his eyes, but he did not say it, because he wants to let Lingyun get to know him slowly, and now the timing is right. Although the power system of walking is different, Whitebeard to be called the strongest man in the world is not to lose his name. His experience are much stronger than Lingyun. In addition to Keen, after he was released by the Whitebeard Pirates, he did not immediately go to Beast's Pirates, but found a place to hide. This hideout lasted for 2 days. He recuperated, while thinking, and he treated him. In other words, nothing is as important as his life. But after hesitating for 2 days, he finally found that he had no other choice. Although New World was big, he offended Kaido and Whitebeard at the same time. He had absolutely no chance of survival, so he could only choose to continue back to Beast's Pirates. Whitebeard told Kaido that there might be a silver lining. Although the Evil Wolf Pirate Group is considered the most inferior force under the Beast's Pirates, it belongs to the Beast's Pirates after all. Therefore, after the Evil Wolf returned to the territory of Beast's Pirates, it did not receive much grievance. As soon as the situation said, someone took him to the headquarters of Beast's Pirates to meet Kaido. You mean, the old man Whitebeard wants me to give him an explanation? In front of Kaido, Keen was lying on the ground, not even daring to lift his head. He trembled and said, yes, Guy, Lord Kaido, Whitebeard, that's what he said. Kaido suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was domineering and crazy. He shouted, what a Whitebeard, I haven't found you yet. You came to me first, and want to take me to power. It depends on you. Does the guy have that ability anymore? Kaido is indeed very domineering. It was clearly the Whitebeard Pirates that his men provoked first, but when it came to his mouth, it turned into Whitebeard provoked him. The 3 legendary pirates, Roger and Golden Lion, are all over. There is only one Whitebeard. Instead of letting you be destroyed in Marine's hands, let me kill and let me end your era by myself, ha ha ha. The last era belonged to the era of Whitebeard, Golden Lion and Roger, but then Roger became the One Piece. So Roger's name suddenly overshadowed Whitebeard and Golden Lion, but those who really understand New World know at that time, the existence of Whitebeard was absolutely indispensable. Whitebeard was no worse than Roger. Perhaps the only difference was that he did not have the title of One Piece, Chapter 91. Whitebeard. Kaido yelled in excitement, and then looked sharply at Kian, grabbed the mace next to him and smashed Kian into the air. Kian's body quickly disappeared into the air like a meteor. Kaido said cruelly, your task has been completed, and you are no longer needed. His men were not surprised at Kaido's actions. Someone asked, Master Kaido, the old fellow Whitebeard wants you to give him an explanation. I think he is really old and can't recognize the situation. Master Kaido, let's just assemble the troops and destroy the Whitebeard Pirate Group directly. Kaido turned his head abruptly, staring at him fiercely, and shouted, who gave you the confidence to destroy the Whitebeard Pirates? Although Whitebeard is old, it is definitely not to be underestimated, even if it pays a huge price. It must be able to kill that old guy. Although Kaido is crazy, it does not mean that he is a fool. If he is really a fool, it is impossible to reach where he is today. He does want to kill Whitebeard and dominate the New World, but he also knows that Whitebeard, if it is so easy to kill, Marine has already been killed, how could it be his turn? Didn't the old guy want me to give him an explanation? Okay, Lousy will go and see him, Kaido yelled. Kaido didn't listen to his men at all, and was determined to meet Whitebeard. The reason Kaido wanted to do this was actually very simple. After Roger and Golden Lion withdrew from the sea, Whitebeard undoubtedly became the #1 in the sea. The big pirate, although his current Beast's Pirates is one of the strongest pirate forces in the New World, he is not as good as Whitebeard in terms of seniority and even prestige. He is just a big pirate who has just risen, and Whitebeard has suppressed the sea. The big pirates of the same era are totally different from each other. Kaido knows this point more clearly than anyone can see, so he understands that he wants to reach the top of the sea pirate. Whitebeard, this mountain must be overturned. As long as he defeats Whitebeard, he is the strongest pirate in New World name, he is determined to win. As a man who wanted to climb to the top, Kaido would naturally not hide his actions, so at the moment he acted, the entire New World was shaken. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Beast's Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are going to war. As soon as the news came out, it caused a sensation in the whole world, and countless people were stunned and unbelievable. The Whitebeard Pirate Group, a large group that has been in the sea for more than 10 years, is a long-lasting pirate group in New World. Its captain, Whitebeard, is known as the world's strongest man, and has the ability to destroy the world's shock fruit. He is also the only legendary pirate left over from the last era. Beasts Pirates, the newly promoted big pirate group, now the strongest pirate group in the New World, the captain of the Beasts. Kaido is superior in strength and is known as the strongest creature on the ground, whether it is personal strength or the pirate group, the strength is among the best in New World. Now these two pirate regiments are actually going to war. This event shook the entire world. A legendary pirate from the last era, a large pirate who rose from the era of the big pirate. Once the two fight, it must be Mars hitting the earth. There will be unimaginable wars. Chaos, chaos, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beasts Pirates are fighting, and it will definitely disrupt the New World. Anyone with knowledge can foresee that once the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beasts Pirates go to war, it will inevitably be earth-shattering. Although the Beasts Pirates has a huge power and the number of pirates under its command is huge, and Whitebeard has been dormant for 2 years, there is basically nothing. Power, but since Whitebeard dared to open up a position with Kaido, it shows that it is completely worthwhile, and even confident to defeat Kaido. This is the most exciting. The entire New World was turbulent because of this incident. Basically, the major forces put aside their actions and put all their attention between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beasts Pirates. Even though the Whitebeard Pirates and Beasts Pirates have not officially announced their war, more discussions will begin. You said, Whitebeard Pirates or Beasts Pirates, which is stronger? Of course it is Beasts Pirates. Beasts Pirates is now the strongest pirate group in the New World. Not to mention that Beasts Pirates is as strong as a cloud, and the pirate groups under its command are countless. Kaido has never been singled out. After losing, how could the Whitebeard Pirates be the opponent of Beasts Pirates? FK your mother's shit, you know a fart. Although Beasts Pirates is strong, is Whitebeard a vegetarian? Whitebeard is a legendary pirate who has fought with the One Piece, Roger, for decades. He has never lost his life. When Whitebeard crossed the sea, Kaido didn't know where to hide. Although Beasts Pirates is now strong, as long as Whitebeard is still there, he is not the strongest pirate. The strongest pirate is Whitebeard. 0. Yes, how could Kaido beat Whitebeard? Why can't it be beaten? Kaido has never been defeated in a heads-up. Although Whitebeard is strong, but after Roger died, he did not dare to appear for 2 years. His momentum has already weakened. On the other hand, Kaido is getting stronger and stronger, and defeating Whitebeard is not the same. Impossible. That's just a possibility. Also, the Whitebeard pirate group hasn't appeared for 2 years. They didn't dare to appear, but they were saving their strength and waiting for the time. Now that the time has come, I'm sure, the Whitebeard pirate group is sure. Soar. No matter what you say, I think Beasts Pirates is stronger anyway. Kaido can definitely break Whitebeard's undefeated golden body and become the #1 pirate in New World. After Roger's death, the #1 pirate in the New World will always be Whitebeard. Kaido and Big Mom are only rising stars. In front of the man Whitebeard, they have no chance of winning at all. Kaido has never lost. That is because he has not met Whitebeard. When he meets Whitebeard, there is only one possibility for him to fail. Okay, let's see if Whitebeard is better this time, or Kaido is better. Chapter 92. The news that the Whitebeard Pirates and Beasts Pirates are about to start a battle is naturally impossible to hide from the most powerful marine headquarters in the sea. Boom. Kong thumped on the table angrily and roared, Whitebeard, Whitebeard, this guy. From the moment he heard the appearance of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sora had already smelled an unknown aura. Sure enough, things had indeed moved in the direction he least wanted to see. Whitebeard had only appeared for a few days, which had already disturbed the world. Kong's head hurts very much. Although he has handed over Marine's affairs to Sengoku, he has not left after all and is still Marshal Marine, so he has to worry about this time. Unexpectedly, as soon as Whitebeard came out of the mountain, he targeted Beasts Pirates. Did he intentionally or unintentionally? Garp chewed on the snacks in his hand, his face solemn. As a marine hero of the same era as Whitebeard, although he was mainly responsible for hunting down Roger, he still knew the terrible Whitebeard. Sengoku, what do you think of us? You know Whitebeard best, Garp asked. Garp was in charge of Roger and Sengoku was in charge of Whitebeard, so he was the marine who played against Whitebeard the most, and the one who knew Whitebeard best among marines. Sengoku pondered for a moment and then said, to be honest, I also find it very strange. Needless to say, Whitebeard's strength, I am afraid that no one can beat him in the world today. The pirates under his command are all extremely vicious. My generation, if you want me to say that the most difficult pirate group in the world today, it must be the Whitebeard pirate group. After a pause, Sengoku also said strangely, but I'm very surprised. Whitebeard is a very smart person. Although their pirate group is very powerful, they have been hidden for more than 2 years, even the pirates who attached to them. There is not much left in the regiment now, but Beasts Pirates is in full swing. It is not a wise move to start a war with Beasts Pirates. What does Whitebeard's action mean? Could it be because Whitebeard felt that he hadn't appeared for more than 2 years, and the world had forgotten him? This has greatly hindered him from dominating the new world, so he wanted to find someone to stand up, so he set his goal on Kaido? On? Someone asked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sengoku shook his head decisively and said, impossible, Whitebeard is not that kind of person. If he really wants to dominate the new world, he will start with such a good opportunity 2 years ago. Seeing someone in the marine who wanted to speak, Sengoku immediately interrupted, I know what you want to say. You want to say that Whitebeard is afraid of our marine's power, so I hid it, but according to what I did to him understand, he is definitely not that kind of person. If he is really afraid of us, he will not appear now. Kong Shen asked. So, what conclusion did you draw in the end? Sengoku shook his head and said, I think about it, there is only one possibility, and that is that something we don't know has happened between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast's Pirates, which led to their hostility. I have to say that Sengoku is indeed very shrewd. He doesn't know anything, but he guessed the matter. Skyspath. Well, no matter what the reason is, it doesn't matter anymore. The battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and Beast's Pirates is inevitable. This is where we will focus next. All of you here are Marines high-level leaders, and the lowest is the Lieutenant General. Now everyone knows that Sora will abdicate soon, and Sengoku will be the next leader, so most people's eyes are on Sengoku's body. Sengoku said, whether it is the Whitebeard Pirates or the Beast's Pirates, they are extremely sinful. Their existence seriously threatens the safety of the world. Therefore, we must destroy their existence. Sengoku didn't say it very clearly, but the people present were all human beings. Where I didn't understand what he meant, it was nothing more than letting the Whitebeard Pirates and Beast's Pirates fight. When both losers are injured, Marine will come out to clean up the mess. This tactic has always been believed by Marine. After all, both parties are pirates. The more violent the battle between them, the more beneficial it will be for Marine. Most pirates in the world died in cannibalism. The pirates Marine killed or caught were only a few. However, among the crowd, Lieutenant General Crane, who was Marine's general staff, was full of peace. She sighed in her heart. This is the Whitebeard Pirates and Beast's Pirates. I want them to fight and lose like other pirates, and then Marine reaps the benefits of the fishermen. It's difficult, too difficult. However, Lieutenant General Suru is also very clear that the reason Sengoku chose such a conservative tactic is also forced to be helpless. He will soon succeed Marshal Marine. If he makes a wrong decision at this time and makes Marine passive, he will be against it. His reputation caused a great impact, and they still couldn't figure out the purpose of Whitebeard, so they didn't dare to attack rashly. Father, it's been 3 days, Kaido should have received the news, Marco said to Whitebeard. Whitebeard nodded, then glanced around and asked, where's Lingyun? Marco smiled and said, since the old man, you told him that day, he immediately started a new training, and even Vista was pulled over by him as a sparring training for 4.5. Whitebeard nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Lingyun is a very smart kid and he can make it through it all, but he still has too little experience. Although it seems mature, his ideas are sometimes naive, and handling things is sometimes extreme. Marco said, it's inevitable. Lingyun is only 12 years old and a child. I didn't know where to hide when he was his age, but he is already so powerful. Whitebeard shook his head and said, different experiences, Marco, among your children, Lingyun is the best gifted and smart, and he will definitely be a person who will take charge of important things in the future. But also, his shortcomings are also very obviously, Marco, you should have seen it. Chapter 93. Marco's face was straight and he didn't speak. Whitebeard saw Marco's appearance, so he said to himself. The arrogance in his bones makes him unconsciously proud. He doesn't care about the consequences and is not stable enough. He prefers to take risks and gamble. Marco kept listening to Whitebeard's evaluation of Lingyun until then, he didn't speak. Father, Lingyun is after all a young man, and it is normal to have such arrogance. As for his work, I think he is still calm. Although he is sometimes very risky, it is his charm. Whitebeard glanced at Marco and said, listening to you, his shortcomings have turned into advantages? Marco smiled brightly. Daddy, I didn't mean that. Whitebeard sighed, Marco, I know you are maintaining Lingyun, but the shortcomings are shortcomings. Everyone has shortcomings. Of course, Lingyun is no exception. He can't find his own problems, so we can only help him, and so. Whitebeard looked at Marco seriously and exhorted. Marco, what is really good for him is not to cover up his shortcomings, but to point out his shortcomings and help him change. Marco pursed his mouth, lowered his head, and said, I know, Daddy, I know what to do. Marco is the person who knows Whitebeard's mind best. He knows that Whitebeard wants to train Lingyun as a successor, so he has high requirements for Lingyun. Although he has never said anything in front of Lingyun, Marco does know better than anyone. Originally, as the number 2 character of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard values Lingyun so much. Marco should be jealous. However, the atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates is different from other pirates here. The people on the ship are all relatives, so there is never any jealousy. Just like Marco, he wants Lingyun to become stronger. Whitebeard laughed and said, the person who owns Conqueror's hockey in the world is destined to be extraordinary. Lingyun's hockey is very powerful, so I have higher requirements for him, but how far he can go depends on him. Having said this, Whitebeard listened for a while, then turned to the subject and said, we have been out for a few days, right? How is the wind outside? Marco replied, now the whole world knows that we, the king of the Whitebeard Pirates, are back, and they all think we will fight Beast's Pirates this time, so they are probably all staring here, waiting for us to fight Beast's Pirates. Whitebeard laughed and said, goo la la la, it seems that someone is trying to take advantage of my Whitebeard and take advantage of it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco also smiled and said, a group of people who are sitting on the well and watching the sky want to take advantage of us. They don't have the qualifications yet. However, after receiving the news, Beast's Pirates has already begun to act, and many people are coming here. A cold light flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, and he said solemnly, it seems that Kaido Kid wants to have a game with us. Marco said, Kaido's temperament is well known. It is of course not so easy to get him to subdue, but since he dares to come, then we will let him come and go. When does he expect to be there? Whitebeard asked. Marco said. Within 5 days, it is good. Whitebeard nodded and said, let all the brothers be ready. If there is a fight, you don't have to worry about anything and fight with all your strength. The Whitebeard Pirates, have never lost a battle, not to mention, it's the kid Kaido. Kaido is a kid in Whitebeard's eyes, he is not even afraid of Roger and Golden Lion. How can he be afraid of a rising star Kaido? What's more, Whitebeard has been in the sea for so many years and has not been defeated. He has long developed an invincible, the invincible spirit in hockey, let alone Beast's Pirates now, even if it is several times stronger, he will not hesitate. Marco laughed and said, okay, rest assured, father, we will let them know how powerful our Whitebeard Pirates is, and let everyone in the world take a look at who is the #1 pirates in New World. Beast's Pirates has been too rampant in the past 2 years. Of course, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates will not be convinced. In their opinion, Roger and Golden Lion are no longer there, and no one in the sea is qualified to be Whitebeard's opponent. Their Whitebeard pirate group is the strongest pirate group deservedly. It's just that Whitebeard's order kept them dormant for 2 years, and finally came out again. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group wanted to show the world the strongest power and let the world see the power of the Whitebeard pirate group. Clang clang clang. The swords in the hands of Lingyun and Beasta constantly collide with each other. Compared with the previous time, Lingyun has been able to counterattack against Beasta instead of passive defense all the time. But only occasionally. Counterattack, in most cases, Lingyun was beaten by Beasta. Afterwards, Beasta was an undefeated swordsman who was able to fight Eagle Eye 730 for a long time. Now he is in his prime, his strength and kendo are very amazing, while Lingyun's kendo is still very weak, basically relying on Zanpakuto power. In terms of basic swords, he is more than 1 grade worse than Beasta. Lingyun, you have been a little slack in the past 2 years. Because Lingyun was taught by Beasta at the beginning, he was very clear about Lingyun's talents. In the past 2 years, he has not played against Lingyun again, but now that he fights, he still found Lingyun's problem all at once. Clang. Lingyun separated Beasta's 2 swords and said, it's a bit slack, but it won't be anymore in the future. Beasta shook the 2 sword abruptly, and the speed became much faster. After a few moves, the back of the sword drew on the back of Lingyun's hand, and he said in a deep voice, it's not just talking about it. Huh? Beasta said softly. He knew his own strength. He thought that 1 blow could knock out Lingyun's sword, but he didn't expect it to succeed. Lingyun grinned and said with a smile. I have said that I will never let people fly my weapons in battle. 3SZ Chapter 94, this is what a swordsman should say. Beasta said. If a swordsman can't even hold his own sword, how can he talk about the road of kendo? Beasta received and stood aside. He has tested Lingyun's strength. Compared to 2 years ago, he has indeed improved. Physical strength, endurance, arm strength, neurological response, etc. have made great progress. The only in his opinion, kendo has not improved much. Compared with 2 years ago, there has been improvement, but it is very limited. Beasta said to Lingyun. Lingyun, you have to be prepared. We are likely to go to war with Beast's pirates. At that time, everyone in our pirates will inevitably participate in the battle, and you are no exception. Lingyun nodded and said, I know. Shaking his head, Beasta said solemnly. You don't know, I know you have fought with Marine, but fighting with pirates is completely different in nature. Marine will sometimes behave with you, but there are no rules in the world of thieves. The fight between pirates is bloody and cruel. No one will have the slightest sympathy, only victory and defeat, life and death. Lingyun, you haven't participated in a battle between real pirates, so you don't understand. Seeing that Beasta said so solemnly, Lingyun's face also became serious. He knew that Beasta would not be alarmist. Since he said so solemnly, then it must be so, even more cruel than he said. I see, Beasta, I will not hold everyone back when the time comes. Beasta smiled and said, I just want you to be careful not to get hurt. Lingyun said, I'm not the kind of person who has no power to bind chickens. A few days passed quickly. The place where Whitebeard and Kaido agreed to meet didn't know how it was leaked out, which directly led to the gathering of countless pirates around the town of Seaburg. Some pirates were sea pirates. The band of thieves came, and some came by 1 person, and the number of them was already very staggering. All the pirates who came here knew that the Whitebeard Pirates were stationed in Seaburg, and the place agreed by Whitebeard and Kaido was in the waters around Seaburg, so if there is a war, it must be the same, it's here. The surrounding town of Seaburg might become the center of war, so the pirates didn't dare to get too close, they only dared to stay far away. Of course, the surrounding movement couldn't be hidden from the Whitebeard Pirates, but Whitebeard ordered everyone to ignore it, so everyone didn't care about them. Anyway, these people did not threaten them. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Under the attention of everyone, Beast's pirates finally appeared, and they stopped not too far from the town of Seaburg. Master Kaido, it's almost the town of Seaburg. On the pirate ship of Beast's pirates, Kaido's men pointed in the direction of Seaburg town and told Kaido. Kaido asked, where is Whitebeard? The pirate in front of him replied, Whitebeard is in the town of Seaburg ahead. All the members of the Whitebeard pirate group should also be there. Master Kaido, shall we attack directly, or? Kaido asked, what's the situation there? Master Kaido, in addition to the Whitebeard pirates, There seems to be a lot of pirates gathered around the town of Seaburg. Kaido raised his brows and said, is it from the Whitebeard Pirates? The pirates of his men reported, it should not be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. It seems they are the pirates attracted by us and Whitebeard. Not from the Whitebeard Pirates? Kaido's face was cruel, and he said coldly, since they are not from the Whitebeard Pirates, let them go a little further. They are not qualified to witness the battle between me and Whitebeard. But, Master Kaido. Kaido slapped him in the air, shouting, let them all get out of me. Yes, Lord Kaido. Those pirates who were preparing to watch the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beasts Pirates war around Seaburg, all became excited after seeing the Beasts Pirates finally coming. The Whitebeard Pirates is here, and now there is another one. The protagonist is also here, so the long-awaited war must be about to happen. But they never expected that the dozen or so pirate ships under Beasts Pirates would go in the direction they were, and they would fire directly at them indiscriminately. What does the Beasts Pirates want? They don't fight the Whitebeard Pirates, why do they attack us? Although they were puzzled in their hearts, they did not dare to be an enemy of Beasts Pirates. They could only avoid the attack of Beasts Pirates. Soon they were driven a long distance by the people of Beasts Pirates. When they retreated to that distance, they found that Beasts Pirates was not attacking them, but they did not let them go forward. Are they clearing the battlefield? Soon the pirates understood Beasts Pirates' intentions, and they were angry at the same time, but there was no way. They combined were not enough for Beasts Pirates to kill, so how dare they be enemies of Beasts Pirates? Daddy, the people from Beasts Pirates are here, Marco said to Whitebeard aboard the mobile. Because everyone who knew the Beasts Pirates was here, all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were on board the Moby DK, and the huge Moby DK was very prominent at sea. Saki smiled and said, Father, Kaido is quite interesting. It is really overbearing to let his subordinates drive away all the pirates around him. Joe said, it's right to drive them away. If it weren't for the father's order, I couldn't help but drive them away. When will it be their turn for the Whitebeard Pirates to judge and watch? What do you care about the waste, Beasts Pirates, and where is Kaido now? Beasts asked. Immediately, a pirate replied, it has been confirmed that the Beasts Pirates where Kaido is located is dozens of nautical miles away, and they are no longer moving. Daddy. Marco looked at Whitebeard. Whitebeard laughed and said, they are waiting for us to pass, or they can't do it here. It's not a place to fight. Go to Kaido and their place. Chapter 95, Master Kaido, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are here. The movement of the Whitebeard Pirates was naturally discovered by the people of Beasts Pirates, and they quickly reported it to Kaido. Ha ha ha. Kaido exclaimed excitedly and said, Whitebeard, today, Lousy will end your myth. Go and see Whitebeard. The Moby DK and Beasts Pirates pirate ship moved together, and finally stopped at a distance of tens of meters apart. Neither party launched an attack, but just looked at each other. Whitebeard. There was a huge roar from the ship of Beasts Pirates, and a huge body appeared on the bow of the ship. It was Kaido, the beast. He stared at the Moby DK with his huge eyes. On the mobile, Whitebeard took Lingyun and a group of people and stood there, looking at Beasts Pirates and Kaido. Kaido. Whitebeard stood up and stared at Kaido. The two pirates of the New World dominance finally met in this small place. This meeting may completely change the pattern of New World, and of course it may not be anything 440 happened. Kaido said loudly, I heard you want me to give you an explanation? Whitebeard said coldly, Kaido, you are making trouble in your place. I am not interested, but your people moved my people, so you have to give me an explanation. Kaido said, what if I don't want it? Whitebeard's face was grim. The pirate world naturally has the rules of the pirate world. If you don't want it, then Lousy will hit you if you want. Ha 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 ha. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kaido laughed unceremoniously. He pointed to Whitebeard and shouted, Whitebeard, you are old, you should give up your position. Whitebeard said coldly, is Lousy old? You don't need to talk about it. If you want to know if I'm old, you can try it yourself. Whitebeard, do you want to go to war with me? Kaido asked loudly. Whitebeard said, you decide whether to fight or not to fight, but I, the Whitebeard Pirates, are never afraid of anyone. Kaido looked at Whitebeard coldly. The act Whitebeard showed he was not afraid of going to war, on the contrary, he hesitated. He was not afraid of going to war with Whitebeard, but because he is now different from Whitebeard. Whitebeard only has the Whitebeard Pirates one, and he has too many powers under his command. Once he fights and wins, he will surely climb to the top, but once he loses, it will be Whitebeard who will succeed at that time, and Kaido will become a stepping stone. That's why he will hesitate. Kaido said, Whitebeard, this world is always the weak and the strong. You don't have the ability to protect others, so you don't need to say these useless nonsense here. If you want me to explain to you, it depends on whether you have the ability. Whitebeard said solemnly, I don't know if I have the ability to protect others, but I do know that I have the ability to avenge my people. Lousy said, if you don't want to explain, Lousy will fight until you like. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed again. Whitebeard, the times are changing, and your set is no longer useful. Want to fight me? Lousy will accompany me. Lousy's dream is to build a world-class war. If your opponent is you, Lousy can also accept it. Master Kaido, do you need to issue an attack? Hearing Kaido seemed to be ready to go to war, his men immediately asked. However, Kaido glanced at him fiercely and cursed, it's not your turn to talk nonsense, go away. After finishing speaking, he turned to Whitebeard regardless of his subordinate's thoughts, and said loudly, Whitebeard, you are old, it is time to give up your position. Today, right here, I want to defeat you and reach the top of the Shanghai Thief. You want to challenge me? Whitebeard looked at Kaido. Kaido shouted. Yes, Whitebeard, don't you want to explain? As long as you can beat me, you can explain whatever you want. I wonder if you have the courage to accept my challenge? Goo la la la. Whitebeard laughed wildly, his laughter echoed in the sea, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. Lousy has ridden the sea for so many years, and I never knew how to write it. The same was true of Roger back then. You are not qualified to let Lousy back down. You are a kid, and you dare to challenge me. Gu la 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 la. Okay, Lousy will give you this opportunity. How do you want to fight? Kaido had a cold spell in his eyes and said, everyone says you are the strongest in the world, but I don't believe it. So, singled out, Whitebeard, it's me and you, and we will single out. As soon as this statement came out, the people of Whitebeard Pirates and Beasts Pirates were shocked. No one thought that Kaido would want to go heads up with Whitebeard. Although Kaido has a very good reputation in the past 2 years, he has never lost a heads up. But who is Whitebeard? That was one of the strongest pirates of the last era. Even if he faced Roger, the Pirate King, he had never been defeated. Such an undefeated myth is much more famous than Kaido. Master Kaido, why are we singled out with them? There are so many of us, just go straight up, they can't be our opponents at all. Beasts Pirates as Pirate suggested. But Kaido roared fiercely, if anyone dares to say more, Lousy will kill him. Suddenly, the people at Beasts Pirates didn't dare to say more. Kaido was a person who did what he said. Marco smiled and said to Whitebeard, Father, Kaido wants to single you out. I don't know where he is confident. Could it be that he hasn't met an opponent in the past 2 years, and he really thinks he is invincible? Lingyun said, no, Marco, Kaido is not a lunatic. On the contrary, he is very smart. Everyone knows that Dad is the strongest in the world, but he dares to challenge. This shows his courage. Even if he loses, others will only laugh when he hears it, and nothing will be lost, but if he wins, he will have all his fame and prestige all at once. The members of the Whitebeard Pirate group nodded in agreement. Indeed, Kaido is a wishful thinking. Chapter 96. Kaido challenged the legendary pirate Whitebeard of the last era as a younger generation. He lost at most and lost a little bit of fame. After all, Whitebeard's name is much bigger than him, and it is also more popular, even if many people think that Whitebeard is because he was afraid to hide, but it was just that, but no one doubted his strength at all. If you really fight and win, then Kaido will surely win both fame and fortune, so Kaido seems to be acting crazy, but when you think about it, you will find that behind this person's recklessness is careful calculation. But it is also because of this, he was able to have the current power. After all, a powerful force can be shocking for a while, but it is impossible to achieve it if you want to be undefeated for decades without strong personal charm and wisdom. How is it? Whitebeard, dare to fight? Kaido yelled at Whitebeard arrogantly. Goo la la la. Hearing Kaido's yelling, Whitebeard let out a huge laugh, and Whitebeard's voice echoed in the sea. Want to stand alone with Lousy? Gu la la la. Well, Lousy gives you this opportunity. We will be alone. Pick. Whitebeard is also the kind of person who does what he says. Since the two sides have reached a consensus, naturally there is no point in talking nonsense. After all, the battle at sea cannot show all the power. Whitebeard is a shock fruit capable person. Kaido is said to be the strongest in one-on-one. The destructive power of both is amazing. The big ship cannot withstand their destruction. They would not choose to fight at sea, so the two sides placed the battlefield on the nearest island. Marco, Daddy is okay. After Whitebeard and Kaido got off the boat, they immediately entered the island. Neither of them let their subordinates follow. They said that it was a battle between the two of them. They didn't even have the opportunity to watch the battle, so Lingyun they can only stay on the edge of the island and wait. Haha, Lingyun, what are you talking nonsense? Daddy will have a problem? Marco laughed exaggeratedly and said, on the basis of that Kaido? Although he is a little capable, he is not at the same level as our father, so your worry is completely unnecessary. You should consider it now. There is only one thing, and that is how long it will take the old man to end the battle. Lingyun said nothing. Of course, he knew that Whitebeard was powerful, but his opponent was the future 4 emperors. Kaido, the strongest creature on the surface, was also 4 emperors. Although he had never seen him before, he would definitely not be bad. Whitebeard was at a similar level, not at all as unbearable as Marco said. Who the 4 emperors are, Lingyun knows very well. Since Kaido has the confidence to challenge Whitebeard, he naturally won't make fun of himself, and what he is most worried about is that this Kaido cannot be killed, which means Kaido's the battle is completely crazy and desperate, so he is worried about Whitebeard. Boom boom boom. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Not long after Whitebeard and Kaido entered the island, there was a huge roar. Even Lingyun, who was a long distance away, could clearly hear it. Even the ground vibrated. You don't need to think about it. Whitebeard used the power of shock fruit. Since the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido, the huge movement has never stopped. Although everyone wanted to go and see it, no one dared to make any movement and could only wait patiently. Whitebeard. Forget it, that guy is old, how could he be Kaido-sama's opponent? While Lingyun and the others were waiting anxiously, suddenly there was an extremely loud scream in their ears, and all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates group looked in the direction of Beasts Pirates, and all the people in Beasts Pirates were full of faces. Looking at them disdainfully and provocatively. What to look at? Since I have been a head-shrinking tortoise for 2 years, just continue to be. What are you doing? Is it embarrassing to come out? A tall and strong man in front of Beast's Pirates is 3 or 4 meters long. Gao, extremely arrogantly shouted to Lingyun and the others. What did you say? There is a kind of change. The members of the Whitebeard Pirate group are naturally not good-tempered. They are scolded at the door, and naturally they are not afraid of things, so they turn around and curse them back. Beast's Pirates? A pirate group composed of beasts, so embarrassed to learn to be pirates from humans? I think you should just go back and be beasts. Haha, that's right, a group of beasts are embarrassed to live with humans. Fortunately, I am not from Beast's Pirates, otherwise I have become a beast. Oh, even though I learned to walk upright like humans, there is still a beast in my bones, and I can't save it. The waves of the Whitebeard Pirates scolding wave after wave, even Lingyun was stunned at this time. He has been in the Whitebeard Pirates for so long, why didn't he find these people's mouths so poisonous? Scolding people is almost a beat heart. 0 If there is no response to being scolded like this, it is not Beast's Pirates. All hundreds of Beast's Pirates were furious and rushed towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the number of the Whitebeard Pirates is small, they are not afraid. They also deceive themselves and stare fiercely at Beast's Pirates. I think the Whitebeard Pirates only has nothing more than a mouthful. Huh, beasts of Beast's Pirates, do you have this skill? I think you are looking for death, believe it or not, lousy kills you all. Come on, it just happens that the uncle's hands are itchy, whoever doesn't do anything is ABCH. FK. Do you really think Lousy is afraid of you? The trash of the Whitebeard Pirates, Lousy will teach you how to be human today. Beast's Pirates, Lousy. On the edge of the island, the whole scene was out of control in an instant. Both parties were looking at each other as unpleasant. Before, Whitebeard and Kaido were pressed, but as the two left, no one could hold them down. Swearing at each other, but in such a situation, the outbreak of fighting is just a moment of surprise. Chapter 97. Marco. Lingyun gently pulled Marco next to him and said, the situation is not right. Marco also frowned and said, those guys Beast's Pirates seem to be picking things on purpose. Lingyun said in a deep voice, it is no longer something that their masters did not actively provoke. Now they have an advantage in numbers. If we fight, we will definitely suffer, but if this situation continues, we will definitely fight. Then what are you thinking? Marco asked. A cold light flashed in Lingyun's eyes, and he said coldly, since there will definitely be a fight, it is better to strike first. Marco shrank his pupils and asked, what do you mean? Lingyun nodded and said, it's just what you think, first to be strong, and then to suffer, especially for forces like Beast's Pirates. If you want to win, you must seize the momentum. Well, let me talk to Joes and the others first. Since I want to fight, I can't lose my momentum, I must win, Marco said. Marco secretly found Joes and others, and then under Lingyun's nod, he shouted, hands. With a loud shout, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates took action instantly, and the terrifying attack swept towards the Beast's Pirates. Beast's Pirates was still arguing with the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. No one thought that the members of the Whitebeard Pirates would suddenly do it, so I was completely beaten up for a while. Moreover, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates did not keep their hands at all, and the attacks were all dead hands. So Beast's Pirates suffered heavy casualties for a while, but Beast's Pirates is also a well-known large pirate group in New World. The strength is not covered. After reacting, he immediately launched a counterattack against the Whitebeard Pirates. Kill. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates and Beast's Pirates broke out horrible fighting, and then they all started fighting towards each other. Neither of them kept their hands, and the first hand was to kill each other. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun did not expect that the two sides would make such a big noise in the fight. The blood rushed almost instantly. Of course, he would not have the slightest hesitation. He pulled out Zangetsu and attacked Beast's Pirates. In terms of strength, Zangetsu is definitely his most powerful currently. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Every time Lingyun cuts, it is accompanied by the screams of the Beast's Pirates. Although Beast's Pirates has a large number of people, the personnel are also very complicated. The strength is uneven, the strong is strong, the weak is weak, and the weak even Lingyun is hit. Can't stop it, being rushed to and fro by the Crescent Sky. The pirate theory of the Whitebeard Pirate Group can completely explode Beast's Pirates, especially Marco, Joes, Sachi and other captain-level characters in the future. They are all very powerful, and Marco's Phoenix Fruit ability the attack was amazing, Joes' defensive power was terrifying, and Sachi was also extremely strong. Several people could not meet their opponents in Beast's Pirates. Several Beast's Pirates talents joined forces to block them. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates all exist as 10, so although Beast's Pirates has an advantage in numbers, after the fight, the scene is not one-sided at all, but very anxious. The two people are completely desperate, just thinking about fighting. When the opponent is defeated, the moves are all towards the opponent's ki. Naturally, Lingyun will not let his brothers suffer. He is holding Zangetsu in the Beast's Pirates. It is difficult for ordinary pirates to resist the attack of Zangetsu, but most of the powerful pirates are controlled by Marco and others, so Lingyun instead in the Beast's Pirates, there are hardly any rivals. Roar. Just as Lingyun struggled to kill a pirate from Beast's Pirates and was about to find another opponent, suddenly a huge man rushed out in front of him and grabbed his Zangetsu with bare hands. Huh? Ji Lingyun raised his brows and looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him in surprise. The man is not very old, and his appearance is similar to Kaido, with ivory-like decorations on his shoulders and head. Looking at this man, Ji Lingyun had an inexplicable familiar feeling in her heart, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Little devil, the Whitebeard Pirates still have a little devil like you, and even dared to kill me, Beast's Pirates. The man who blocked Ji Lingyun had a rough voice, and shouted at Ji Lingyun in a very domineering tone. Ji Lingyun looked at him coldly and asked, "What are you?" The majestic man shouted, "Remember the man who killed you is called Jack." As he said, he slammed Ji Lingyun out with Zanjetsu with both hands suddenly, and then slammed the sickle-shaped weapon in his hand and slashed at Ji Lingyun. Clang! The two weapons collided with each other, making a huge roar. The powerful force forced Ji Lingyun back more than a dozen steps before stopping, and even his hands shook a little. What a powerful force! Ji Lingyun's pupils tightened. With just one blow, he knew the power gap between himself and Jack. At this time, he finally figured out why this Jack gave him a familiar feeling. If he didn't guess wrong, the Jack in front of him should be it was the pirate who attacked Zhao Island 20 years later and was later called Jack the Drow, one of the 3 major disasters of Beast's Pirates. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Ji Lingyun swung Zanjetsu vigorously, and a huge blade shot from Zanjetsu's blade. In the blink of an eye, he came to Jack. Jack's hands waved his weapon and blocked the blade 2.7 with great accuracy. However, the power of the Crescent Moon was huge. Even if he blocked it, however, he was still forced to retreat by the swordman, and even his feet slid 2 traces on the ground. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Jack the Drow is no ordinary person. Later, he offered a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. Even if a large part of the bounty was due to his cruelty, it is undeniable that his strength is also very amazing. I was second by Marine Admiral Fujitora, but don't forget what level of power Fujitora is, so Jack would not be as good as Marine Admiral later, but he is definitely much better than Marine Admiral. Now Jack is still young, but he has already made his mark in the Beast's Pirates, so Ji Lingyun has such an opponent's test strength. Naturally he will not be polite, and he will be merciless when starting. Chapter 98. Bankai. Ji Lingyun directly used Bankai, and Zanjetsu became Tensa Zanjetsu. His speed exploded, and he rushed to Jack in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Tensa Zanjetsu waved, leaving several wounds on Jack's body. Jack roared in anger, and then his already huge body swelled again, and finally turned into a huge mammoth. Jack is the form of the ancient zone elephant fruit mammoth, and is a very rare devil fruit ability. Because Jack used the fruit ability, his size became extremely large. The people around Beast's Pirates quickly moved away, and the people in the Whitebeard Pirates did not worry about Ji Lingyun, and they also helped Ji Lingyun. Keep a distance and let the two of them fight alone. Oh! Jack shook his huge nose and made a huge roar. The elephant's trunk was slammed at the place where Ji Lingyun was. The surrounding ground was suddenly messed up, but Ji Lingyun's speed of 13 was too fast, so Jack shook his nose. At the time, he had already rushed out, and in the blink of an eye he came to the side of the giant elephant Jack had transformed, and the Tensa Zanjetsu in his hand slashed unceremoniously. Wow! Jack let out a howl of pain, and saw a deep sword mark on his forelimbs. His limbs slammed on the ground. A huge vibration force came from the ground, causing Ji Lingyun's ears to buzz and raise his head. I saw the huge soles of feet falling from the sky. Boom! Jack's giant palm stepped on the ground, causing great movement, but he didn't step on Ji Lingyun at all. Ji Lingyun's speed was really too fast. The battle between Ji Lingyun and Jack is like the extreme contrast. Jack's strength, body and anti-fighting ability are extremely strong, and the recovery ability is also first-rate. The mammoth couldn't keep up with his speed, so the battle became very interesting. Ji Lingyun held Tensa Zanjetsu to the extreme, and kept attacking around Jack, but Jack could only let out an angry roar, and the wounds on his body were getting more and more, but this Jack's defense power was amazing. The resilience is also very terrifying. Ji Lingyun left so many wounds on his body, but he is still alive and kicking. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Ji Lingyun slammed his trick, and the powerful blade light blasted on Jack's body, and a rain of blood burst instantly, causing Jack to roar again in pain. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just when Ji Lingyun was about to continue fighting with Jack, suddenly the mountain shook, and the whole island seemed to shake. The pirates of Whitebeard Pirates and Beast's Pirates couldn't control themselves for a moment. In the body, many people's attacks were deviated, and the scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Is this daddy angry? The sudden shock caused the people of the Whitebeard Pirates and Beast's Pirates to stop fighting. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates naturally knew that this move came from Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Father. Ji Lingyun didn't mean to continue fighting, and quickly gathered with the Whitebeard Pirate group, and then said to Marco, "Marco, it seems that the old man has reached a critical moment." Marco also said solemnly, "Well, this Kaido does have some skill, and it pushes Daddy to this level, but since Daddy is serious, then Kaido is definitely not Daddy's opponent." Ji Lingyun nodded. Now Whitebeard is still at its peak, so there is no need to think about his strength. Although Kaido is strong, he can never be Whitebeard's opponent now, so although he is a little worried, he doesn't worry much. How about the casualties? Ji Lingyun asked Marco in a low voice. Marco grinned and said, "Don't worry, these guys can also cause us casualties. It's just that a few of the brothers got hurt, it's okay. But those guys from Beast's Pirates are not so good. Because the Whitebeard Pirates are all elites, and they cooperate with each other in a tacit understanding, although they were injured when they first started fighting, no one died. On the other hand, Beast's pirates, because of the fierce fighting and lack of cooperation, many people died. But compared with their total number, they didn't lose much. In short, the battle time was short, and neither side suffered much loss, let alone a victory or defeat. The battle between Whitebeard and Kaido was really crazy enough, and it took more than 3 hours for the two to fight for a win. When Whitebeard carried Kaido's body and walked step by step, neither the Whitebeard Pirates nor the Beast's Pirates could make any sound, especially the Beast's Pirates. They couldn't believe their eyes. The captain was actually carried by Whitebeard. Dad won. As a result, there is no need to say any more. Whitebeard was still standing, but Kaido was carried. It was clear that Whitebeard had won. 263 Whitebeard lifted Kaido's huge body and threw it in the direction of Beast's Pirates. Master Kaido, Master Kaido. The pirates of Beast's Pirates caught Kaido in a hurry. They found that Kaido had fainted and his body was scarred, but his breath was still there. Roll. Whitebeard didn't talk too much nonsense, and he yelled directly. Wherever the people of Beast's Pirates dared to stay longer, they quickly disappeared from the Whitebeard Pirates with Kaido. After the people of Beast's Pirates disappeared, Whitebeard sat on the ground with a bang, and cursed. His grandma's, Kaido, this kid doesn't know what it's made of. Lousy, didn't have any energy to do it, kill him. Father. Seeing Whitebeard sitting on the ground like this, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group were shocked. They all saw that Whitebeard was very tired, so they asked, Daddy, how are you? Although everyone has not seen the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido, it must be very tragic from the movement just now. You can see from the bloodline Madara on Whitebeard, but after all, I didn't see it in person, so I don't know what happened. What happened? Chapter 99. Whitebeard said, what can Lousy do? It's just a physical exhaustion, and I won't be able to react for a while. Then Kaido. Whitebeard waved his hand and said, I know what you were asking. It's not that I don't want to kill him, but because I can't kill him. That guy doesn't know what's going on. I won't die if I'm not exhausted in the end physical strength, even if I want to beat him, I don't know how long it will take. When fighting Kaido, Whitebeard really did his best. This was the first time he tried his best against others except Roger and Golden Lion. Kaido was indeed one of the best pirates in the era of the big pirates, and Kaido was the best. What was outstanding was not his strength, but his physique. Whitebeard defeated him, but he tried his best without killing him, so he had to let him go in the end. Marco said, there are rumors in the sea that Kaido can't be killed. Marine has caught him several times, but he couldn't execute him at all, and finally let him escape. I was skeptical before, but I didn't expect it to be true. Dad can't kill him. Ji Lingyun asked with interest, Father, what's the strength of Kaido? Hearing Ji Lingyun's words, Whitebeard's eyes flashed solemnly and said, very strong. Among the opponents I met, he should be able to rank in the top 5. His strength, recovery and defense are all what I have seen, the strongest. Oh, being able to be evaluated by you like this shows that this person is really not easy? Ji Lingyun asked curiously, then how did you beat him, Daddy? Whitebeard said, to win with strength, the best way to beat him is to defeat him with a single blow. Otherwise, with his recovery ability, it is estimated that he can kill the opponent for a lifetime. One hit will win. I am afraid that only you, Dad, have this ability. Ji Lingyun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Kaido's power is very powerful, but Whitebeard's shock fruit is at its best. That is truly earth-shattering. It is not too unacceptable to defeat Kaido with shock fruit's power. It's cheaper that guy, Marco said unwillingly. Father, what are we going to do next? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard rested for a while, and his strength recovered. He said, since I have decided to go out of the mountain, I will naturally be the strongest pirate group, Marco. With this as the boundary, we can start. When Marco heard Whitebeard's words, he shouted with excitement, yes, Daddy. The other members of the Whitebeard Pirates also screamed in excitement. Their Whitebeard Pirates can finally begin to expand their influence. They are the same as Whitebeard thought. Since they are to be pirates, they will naturally be the strongest. To develop into the strongest pirate group is the dream of every Whitebeard pirate group. When the Whitebeard Pirates began to act, the result of the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido was quickly spread. Kaido actually lost to Whitebeard. Haha, let me just say, Whitebeard is a legendary pirate. Kaido is powerful, but it's far behind Whitebeard. Kaido lost to Whitebeard, and then New World will be respected by Whitebeard. Whitebeard deserves to be a legendary pirate left over from the previous era. His strength is truly unfathomable. Even Kaido failed the challenge. I don't know what Whitebeard will do next. The Whitebeard Pirates, I want to join the Whitebeard Pirates. With the blessing of Whitebeard, New World must be able to walk sideways. Yes, join the Whitebeard Pirates, join the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard was originally a legendary pirate with a huge reputation. Although he hasn't appeared very much in the past 2 years, he has appeared now, and immediately caused a huge storm. More importantly, he defeated Kaido, the upstart of the New World, even Kaido. None of Whitebeard's opponents, who else can beat Whitebeard in New World? The world of pirates has always respected the strong. Everyone did not understand the power of Whitebeard, so many new pirates looked down on Whitebeard, but now that the iron facts are there, no one will doubt it anymore. Even many pirate groups have begun to want to take refuge in Whitebeard, relying on Whitebeard's power. It can be said that although the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido is only a battle between the two of them, the result of the battle has directly affected the situation of New World. The whole New World situation is turbulent because of Whitebeard. Oh, Kaido lost to Whitebeard. After hearing the news, Charlotte Linlin, the aunt of the Big Mom Pirates group, was slightly surprised and said, "It seems that 2 years of hiding did not grind Whitebeard's ambitions, but made him stronger. The idiot Kaido provokes Whitebeard, asking for trouble. Order to go down and let everyone try not to conflict with the members of the Whitebeard Pirates." Charlotte Linlin's ambition is not as big as Kaido. Her dream is to build a world, so even if Whitebeard strikes strongly, it is not too threatening to her. Of course, the premise is that the Whitebeard Pirates did not violate her interests. The crap of Kaido didn't even use the power of the pirates to fight Whitebeard. Instead, he went to a heads up. It's nothing more than a heads up. It was so terrible to lose. It is really useless. Marshal Marine roared angrily. According to Sengoku's suggestion, Marine did not act when the Whitebeard Pirates and Beasts Pirates had a conflict, but chose to pay attention, but they did not expect that the choice of the two was completely different from what they thought. Rather than fighting to the end, it was a hit. Except for the defeat of Kaido, neither of the pirate groups suffered any serious damage, which made Marine very angry, who wanted to reap the benefits of the fishermen. Marine's General Staff Lieutenant General Crane said calmly, "This result may be the best result. At least it did not bring a huge shock to New World. The only trouble is that Whitebeard rises again. With this war, his pirate group may become very powerful." Chapter 100. Can they be solved completely? Kong Shen asked. Hearing Sora's questioning, Sengoku and others were silent. Of course, this is impossible. They have fought Whitebeard for so many years and have not destroyed Whitebeard. Now New World is more chaotic than before, and their chances are natural even smaller. I was holding my head with a headache and said, "Well, keep an eye on Whitebeard's movements at any time. He can do random things in New World, but if he dares to leave New World, he will kill the Whitebeard Pirates at all costs." Quote. Sengoku and other marine executives don't speak much. In fact, these 2 years have passed, and they have all noticed that New World is no longer a place that Marine can control. Even if Whitebeard does not appear, just the pirates of New World it has already caused their marines to suffer, so now even if they add a Whitebeard, it doesn't make much difference to them. In order to deal with the pirates of New World, the number of marines killed in New World battles in the past 2 years has reached an astonishing level, but even so, the status quo of New World has not been changed at all. Not only that, but has changed. It gets even more chaotic. Pirates from all walks of life occupy one side and fight separately. 220 The entire New World is upset and desperate. New World matters can be ignored for the time being, but now there is one thing that must be completed as soon as possible. Sora said suddenly. Sengoku asked, "What's the matter?" Said hollowly. Ohara's scholars participate in the study of taboos. The above has already issued an order that Ohara must be completely extinct, and that group of scholars must not be allowed to do whatever they want. Sengoku frowned and asked, "Does it really have to be done?" Ohara's scholars are studying what they are. As the marine seniors, they are naturally very clear, but this is related to the history of the world government, so even if they know it, they can only turn one eye. Use the Demon Slayer token, Kong said with a sigh. Lieutenant General Crane suddenly couldn't bear to say, "But that is an entire island, so many lives." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kong snorted and said, "The mission of a soldier is to obey orders. Don't forget your identities. Sengoku, use the Demon Slayer order, the personnel is up to you." Sengoku looked helpless, and could only nod his head and promised, "Okay, I know what to do." Sora said, "This is your last mission before you become Marshal Marine. Once you're done, you won't have any problems with you." Sengoku naturally knows what Sora means, and he also knows that there are some things that even he can't do. After the battle between Whitebeard and Kaido, the name of the Whitebeard pirate group suddenly climbed to the top of the world, and Whitebeard once again ascended to the top of the world. Countless people admired the name of Whitebeard and joined the Whitebeard pirate group. In just 3 months, the power of the Whitebeard pirate group has expanded to a shocking level. There are more than a dozen pirate groups directly invested in the Whitebeard pirate group. Regardless of those who joined the Whitebeard pirate group as a whole, there are dozens of elites who joined the Whitebeard pirate group. The number of the Whitebeard pirate group has now doubled and its strength has also been greatly increased the promotion. This is due to Whitebeard's deliberate restrictions. Generally, the pirate groups with major evil deeds will not accept them, and a large part of the pirate groups and pirates will be eliminated. Otherwise, the number of the Whitebeard pirate groups will be even more amazing. However, the growth of the Whitebeard pirate group has also attracted many challenges. Although Whitebeard's name is loud, it is not enough to deter everyone, especially those who are powerful and want to become famous, and regard Whitebeard as the primary challenge target. After all, once you win Whitebeard, you can fly into the sky. With a large number of people, it will naturally become very troublesome to manage. Now the entire Whitebeard pirate group is basically busy from top to bottom, collecting, managing, and distributing, in short, one thing after another. With a large number of people, another problem will arise. Sites and benefits. Everyone joins the Whitebeard pirate group, so that Whitebeard can bring more benefits to everyone, so the site has become the top priority. After all, there is only with a site will there be gains and will be able to survive better. As a result, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, under the leadership of Marco and others, began the days of expedition, frantically expanding the territory under their hands, causing the entire New World to once again fall into a huge chaos, and the hurricane that Whitebeard rolled up swept across. New World. The entire Whitebeard Pirate Group would say that the only idler now is probably Lingyun. He originally wanted to follow Marco to conquer other pirate groups and expand his power, but Whitebeard did not allow him to go. Therefore, Lingyun had no choice but to stay at the base of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. The expansion of the Whitebeard Pirates took more than a year. More than a year has made the reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates unparalleled. The Whitebeard Pirates has naturally become the first sea in the New World. The thieves surpassed the status of beasts pirates, and Whitebeard became the first marine bounty. Fame, prestige, wealth. Today's Whitebeard Pirates has everything that it has to offer, and its momentum is instantaneous. In New World, you don't need to know anyone, but you definitely have to know Whitebeard. In New World, Whitebeard doesn't dare to say that it's the same, but there are definitely not many people who dare to defy. In the past year or so, although the Whitebeard Pirate Group has expanded too much, it has also endured too many challenges. The number of pirates who died in the hands of the Whitebeard Pirate Group or died because of the war is even more numerous. Amazing. It was during this time that Lingyun really saw how cruel the fight between pirates is, without any rules, without any mercy. Once on the battlefield, there will only be life and death. As a pirate, if there is no one a heart that is huge enough cannot go on at all, nor can it be strong, let alone the culmination of climbing the sea thief. Chapter 101. More than a year of fighting has also made the Whitebeard Pirates' power slowly stabilized. Today's New World Pirates' power is intricate, powerful and uneven, but there are only three who really stand at the top. Whitebeard Pirates, Beasts Pirates, Big Mom Pirates. These three pirate groups are the most powerful three pirate groups among the New World pirates. Each of their subordinates has dozens of large pirate groups and countless small pirate groups. Can pull up a pirate force of tens of thousands of people, they are now the overlord of New World, dominating the entire New World. The power of the pirates is complicated, and the power of Marine has also changed. The former Marshal Marine abdicated and the new successor to the position of Marshal Marine is the former Marine Admiral Sengoku. After Sengoku became Marine Marshal, he immediately reformed Marine's internals. He tried to use New World soldiers many times, but unfortunately he was unsuccessful. However, Sengoku's abilities are indeed very terrifying. In addition to New World, the first half of the Grand Line Duan and Seahai have been completely controlled by Marine. Although there are many pirate forces, few dare to oppose Marine. I don't know who suddenly put forward a sentence, under the king as the emperor. The pirate forces of New World exploded all at once, and they could not become the king of pirates, but they could become the king of pirates. This sentence spread more and more widely, and finally it was unanimously endorsed by all the pirates. The pattern of New World has also happened again change. Four emperors. That's right, the name Four Emperors seems to have emerged out of thin air, attracting countless pirates, and countless pirates have been eyeing the position of Four Emperors, but no one does not consider this position for any ambitious pirate force tempted. To become the king of pirates, you must not only have a strong power, but also have a strong influence, so New World immediately launched a more tragic fight. Everyone has only one goal, Four Emperors. The reason why you become a pirate is either for fame or for profit. Now as long as you become a pirate Four Emperors, you will gain both fame and fortune, so naturally the pirates will not give up this opportunity, one by one is like crazy. Fight everywhere. The world is sometimes unfair. When others were vying to become the Four Emperors, Whitebeard was directly promoted to the position of Four Emperors because of the title of the strongest pirate. Although Kaido and Charlotte Linlin did not like Whitebeard, they have directly become Four Emperors, but their subordinates also waved the flag and shouted with great momentum. Originally, the Whitebeard Pirate Group was the existence that all the pirates wanted to surpass. Now that they have reached the position of the Four Emperors, it has attracted countless pirates' jealousy, and naturally caused even greater chaos. One after another, people came to the Whitebeard Sea. The thieves are provocative. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This group of useless rubbish, Dad became the Four Emperors, and they dare to provoke them. They really don't know how to live or die. Marco and others have been really bored recently. Those who came to challenge Whitebeard naturally couldn't all be taken by Whitebeard, so they had to do it for them. If they were powerful pirates, they would also be a little interested in fighting. But the problem is that most of the pirates who came to challenge were stunned and dared to challenge with a little bit of strength. Therefore, after Marco and others dealt with it a few times, they felt very annoyed. It's the Lingyun kid who feels comfortable, and Dad won't let him do anything. Saki said with envy. Marco gave him a white look and said, he is comfortable. You didn't see him, but he was tortured enough. You haven't seen the method of the old man. You can imagine what he is like when he is trained by the old man. Case. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the envy on Sachi's face disappeared without a trace, and he nodded quickly and said, yes, that's right, Lingyun kid didn't know if he was crazy, so he asked his father to train him himself. I really don't know how he got through it. Although Whitebeard treats his sons very well, but they are also very strict. They are all people who have been mentored by Whitebeard. It is clear that once Whitebeard gets serious, it is really a denial of the 6 relatives and training to the death, so no one from the Whitebeard Pirates dared to ask Whitebeard for guidance and training. Ji Lingyun was the first one after so many years. Captain Marco, Captain Marco. While Marco and the others were talking, someone suddenly ran in, shouting, with anxious faces. Marco raised his brows and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Panicked. The people here are the new pirates who joined the Whitebeard pirate group. There are now hundreds of pirates on the Moby DK, and every pirate is a pirate with a bounty of more than tens of millions, and the strength is not tolerated. Underestimate it. Ordinary things can't make them panic at all, but now they panic, obviously something major has happened. The pirate who came to report said loudly, "Captain Marco, someone has come to challenge Dad, many brothers have been injured by them, just ahead." Oh, the number of the Whitebeard pirates has increased. Naturally, it is impossible to be on one ship. Therefore, the pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates have become two. Generally, the one in front leads the way when sailing, Moby DK. The number followed, and what the visitor said was the pirate ship in front of it. Oh, someone came to challenge. These guys are really annoying. Marco yelled impatiently. Today's Whitebeard Pirates has a large number of people, so in order to facilitate the management, Whitebeard divided the men into small teams, and Marco is the captain of the first team. Who is here? Even you can't handle it. The visitor replied. Captain Marco, the opponent is very powerful. The leader is Logia Demon Fruit Power, which is the most famous Piratsan crocodile. Crocodile. Logia. It's him. As soon as Marco heard the name, he immediately remembered. The name Crocodile has been well known in the New World in the past 2 years. The pirate group under his command is also very powerful and is known as one of the strongest newcomers, and more importantly. Yes, Marco had met him once before, and that was in Logue Town. Chapter 102. In Logue Town, there are not many people who impress Marco, but Crocodile is definitely one of them. For nothing else, Crocodile helped them, no matter for any reason, and Crocodile is still a very rare Logia Demon Fruit Power, so it's hard for Marco to remember it. But Marco did not expect that Crocodile would come back to challenge the Whitebeard Pirates, which made him a little unacceptable. In his opinion, Crocodile was just a fledgling pirate, and he even dared to come to New World. Is the trouble of the strong Whitebeard Pirates group really tired of living like everyone else? This Crocodile has also heard of his name. He has been one of the most powerful newcomers in New World recently. Why, Marco, do you know this Crocodile? Sachi asked Marco. Marco nodded, and then told the others about Logue Town. It turns out that there is such a thing, so what should Crocodile do? After hearing Marco's words, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates nodded in relief. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all kind of loyal and reciprocal people. Since Crocodile helped Ji Lingyun and Ji Lingyun in Logue Town, Marco, let them kill them now, they really can't do it. As for whether they can kill Crocodile, everyone has the same opinion. Let's tell the old man, this Crocodile must be an interesting person, let the old man take care of it. Joe suggested. Jaws's words were unanimously approved by everyone, and then Marco said to the pirate who came to report, "You go and tell Crocodile, don't you want to see the old man? Let him wait quietly for a while, and soon let him he saw it." Afterwards, Marco went to the bottom of the Moby DK, where Whitebeard trained Ji Lingyun. When he arrived at the bottom where Whitebeard and Ji Lingyun were, he happened to see the scene that made him dumbfounded. I saw Ji Lingyun fall in front of Whitebeard. As soon as he stood up, he was slapped in the slap by Whitebeard. As soon as he got up, he was photographed. This scene was training, it was all Ji Lingyun's unilateral abuse. Father, Lingyun, what are you guys playing? Marco asked curiously. Whitebeard heard Marco's words, stopped his hands, and asked, Marco, why are you here? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Without Whitebeard's control, Ji Lingyun suddenly turned over and sat down, and saw his head full of sweat. The scene just now wasn't that Whitebeard was abusing him, but was exercising his strength and will. Although it looks funny, it is Whitebeard's training method, even if Ji Lingyun resists it, it has no effect. But the arrival of Marco really made Ji Lingyun strange, because since he trained with Whitebeard, Marco and the others have never interrupted their training, this is the first time. Marco immediately replied, Father, there is a very interesting challenger outside. Oh, interesting challenger. Whitebeard was also slightly surprised. He knew that if it were an average person, Marco would not disturb him. Since even Marco said it was interesting, he must be a not easy guy, so he asked, who is it? Marco replied, Sand Crocodile, Crocodile. The eyes of Whitebeard and Ji Lingyun lit up at the same time, and Whitebeard asked, is that the new kid who has been more aggressive on the sea recently? Marco nodded and said, well, that's right, it's him, he's here to challenge you father, and his strength is pretty good. Whitebeard said, even if the strength is good, but after all, it is just a rookie, you should be enough to deal with it. Marco smiled. We are naturally not afraid of him, but he has something to do with us, so I came to ask Dad. What does he have to do with us? Whitebeard asked puzzledly. Without waiting for Marco to answer this time, Ji Lingyun said, Daddy, I know this crocodile. I saw it in Logue Town. He also helped us block Marine, so it has something to do with us. Whitebeard said, it turned out to be so, what? Since he has something to do with you, how do you want to deal with it? Ji Lingyun said, Father, he came to challenge you. This has nothing to do with us. It's just that I begged you for a favor. After defeating him, don't kill him. It can be regarded as returning the favor. Whitebeard thought for a while, and then said, "All right, it's been a long time since I loosened my muscles and bones. It's a rare occasion for an interesting newcomer to try his strength. Don't worry, I won't hurt him." Neither Marco nor Lingyun doubted. Since Whitebeard said no, then it must not. When the three of them walked out of the bottom, Lingyun was still thinking that he remembered that Crocodile challenged Whitebeard in the original book, and Crocodile's left hand seemed to be cut off by Whitebeard when he challenged Whitebeard, and his pirate group it was also destroyed by Whitebeard. Now with this relationship, Lingyun knows that Whitebeard will definitely not be cruel again, and Crocodile will definitely not be like in the original book, so Lingyun is a little worried about whether it will change the plot. The Moby DK quickly approached the pirate ship ahead, and saw a 2.5 equally large pirate ship in front of another pirate ship in the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment with a pirate flag erected on it. Is the very famous Sand Crocodile pirate group in New World. Where is that guy Whitebeard? Why didn't he come to see me? Did he hide in fear? If he is afraid, let him give me the position of 4 emperors. An extremely arrogant cry reverberated in the sea, and the members of the Whitebeard pirate group stared in that direction angrily. If it hadn't been for the order to come, they would have gone up to fight the other side desperately. Just at this moment, the mobile was approaching, and a group of the Whitebeard pirates were standing on the deck under the leadership of Whitebeard. They just heard these words, and all of them showed interesting smiles on their faces. Chapter 103. This kid is very arrogant. Whitebeard laughed loudly too. If nothing else, just this energetic cry, he knew that he must be an uneasy kid, and Crocodile was indeed just a kid in his eyes. Marco smiled. "Father, he wants your emperor, do you want to give it to him?" Saki followed with a smile and said, "As far as Yang's personality is concerned, even if he gives him the position of 4 emperors, he won't be able to enjoy it for a few days. Indeed, although Crocodile is good, he is only a newcomer after all. There are too many people in New World stronger than him. Letting him become 4 emperors will only make him die faster. Whitebeard, 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 get out, get out." Crocodile's roar still couldn't stop, and Whitebeard couldn't come out, so he kept roaring. When the members of the Whitebeard pirates heard Crocodile's cursing, they were very angry. Just when they were about to be unable to help them, a loud laugh that they were familiar with rang out. "Boy, are you looking for lousy?" Whitebeard's laughter made 12 crocodiles' cry suddenly stopped. His gaze suddenly turned to the mobile, who happened to see the tall Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard. Crocodile with purple hair saw Whitebeard, and he roared in excitement. His eyes fixed on Whitebeard, and he shouted, "Whitebeard, you are finally out. Give up your position. You are old. Up." Goo la la la. Whitebeard let out a huge laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "I said lousy is old. Hey, there is no such thing as a kid, how dare you say lousy?" "Crocodile, remember us?" Marco suddenly asked Crocodile. Crocodile looked at Marco in confusion. He recognized Marco at a glance, and said, "So it's you." Marco said, "Crocodile, for the sake of our acquaintances, we will not embarrass you if we leave now." Crocodile shouted, "I want to challenge Whitebeard, not you, so even if you are close to me, I will never show mercy." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Crocodile's words made everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group stare, including Lingyun. How could he never find Crocodile so cute? Could he really not hear what Marco was so obvious? Looking at Crocodile's arrogant expression, Lingyun could only trust his eyes helplessly. He did not make a mistake, Crocodile thought so. Marco was also speechless. He was kind enough to be misunderstood by Crocodile in this way. He didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. Is this guy a fool? Goo la la la. Whitebeard couldn't help but laughed, and said, "You are merciful. Boy, I don't know where your self-confidence came out to say merciful words to lousy. Whitebeard, our captain will not show mercy to you. Our captain will take down your first stage and board the New World 4 emperors." The pirates on the Crocodile ship yelled at Whitebeard. These pirates all had the same personality as Crocodile. They were extremely arrogant and could not see the gap between the two sides. "Want to take down my first level?" Whitebeard pointed to Crocodile and shouted. "Okay, lousy will give you a chance to take down my first level with your own hands." With that said, Whitebeard jumped suddenly, straddling a distance of tens of meters, and landed directly on Crocodile's boat. The sudden arrival of Whitebeard shocked the pirates on the Crocodile ship. All of them gathered together quickly and stared at Whitebeard with their weapons. As long as Crocodile gave an order, they would immediately do it. No one is allowed to do it. But Crocodile uttered a big drink. His men couldn't help saying, "Captain, now is a good opportunity. As long as we go together, we can definitely take down the first level of Whitebeard. By then, you will be from New World, Captain. 4 emperors, so there is no need to follow any rules with him." Roll. But Crocodile didn't appreciate it at all. It swept his men into the air in a sandstorm, and then shouted, "This is between me and Whitebeard. No one is allowed to interfere. If anyone dares to do it, don't blame my ruthless men." Quote. Crocodile is also the one in the pirate group, and the methods are relatively harsh, so his men were angry when he saw him. Naturally they did not dare to say a word of objection, and they all retreated quickly, leaving the place for Crocodile. Watching this scene, Whitebeard whispered, "It's a funny kid." Only Whitebeard was left in Crocodile's eyes. He said to Whitebeard, "Whitebeard, I've heard of your name since 187. A man who has been famous for decades but has not weakened. You are the man I want to surpass. Whitebeard has been listening to Crocodile's words. The more he listens, the more he is interested in this newcomer, because he feels that Crocodile has no resentment or other things towards him, more like admiring his name, always dreaming of surpassing him, pure newcomer. Whitebeard, I want to challenge you, I want to kill you, as long as I kill you, I am the 4 emperors of New World, I am the most powerful pirate in the world. Crocodile roared with excitement. Do you want to become 4 emperors? Whitebeard smiled. Little devil, even if you are a pirate, you have to keep your feet on the ground. You are just a rookie now, and you want to become the emperor of the pirate. Crocodile yelled, Whitebeard, Lousy is not a kid. Don't look down on people. My purpose today is to kill you and take your place. Whitebeard smiled and said, it takes a real skill to kill me, you kid is not qualified. Eligibility is not a word of mouth, Whitebeard, take it to death. Crocodile roared wildly, and sand appeared on his body, which kept spinning around him. Chapter 104. Sandstorm. In the face of Whitebeard, Crocodile used his fruit ability to form a sandstorm with his power, controlling the storm to hit Whitebeard's location, and getting stronger and stronger. By the time Whitebeard was in front of it, it had formed a huge sandstorm. Even a giant can easily be blown away by a sandstorm. There are 2 things. Crocodile's attack was indeed very strong, but Whitebeard chuckled, raised his right hand, and hit the void in front of him with a punch. In an instant, several cracks appeared in the air in front of him, and then Crocodile's sandstorm it collapsed in an instant, and all fell in the blink of an eye. Desert Sword. Crocodile was not in a hurry, but continued to make a stronger attack, twisting his hands constantly, his arms turned into sand blades, and then became immensely huge, and the momentum was extremely shocking. But no matter how sharp Crocodile's attack was, Whitebeard in front of him was still as domineering as before, and he was a punch in the face of any attack. Crocodile attacked Whitebeard one after another. After a while, his head was covered with cold sweat, but Whitebeard in front of him still didn't move a step, every time he punched lightly, as if he was performing alone. Desert Sword. Sandstorm. Desert Diamond Sword. Only Crocodile's angry roar was heard on the sea. His pirate ship had become fragmented and crumbling due to his attack, but he didn't care at all. Only Whitebeard was left in his eyes, desperate to defeat Whitebeard. As for Whitebeard, because of the relationship between Marco and Lingyun, he has always been passively defensive, not actively attacking, just looking at Crocodile so faintly, there is even a smile on the corner of his mouth, such an understatement. That kid is really overwhelming. He still doesn't admit defeat yet. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates have been watching the battle between Crocodile and Whitebeard as if they were watching a play. As a rookie, Crocodile has excellent strength and abilities. Even if it is placed in the Whitebeard Pirates, it definitely has a place. However, he chose Whitebeard, the strongest pirate in the world, as his opponent. The two are no longer of the same grade. If Whitebeard is willing, he can easily defeat Crocodile, so this battle is basically just watching the show. Marco smiled. This kid also has a bit of perseverance, and his moves and abilities are also good, but it's a pity that his eyes are a little bad. After playing for so long, haven't you found the gap between him and his father? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Joe said. Isn't that the newcomer? I think that with a little skill, he will be invincible. This Crocodile is definitely a very arrogant person, so even if he finds his weakness, he is not willing to admit failure easily. Lingyun suddenly said, look, Daddy is about to end the battle. That's right, after playing for so long, Whitebeard also saw Crocodile clearly, knowing that Crocodile had shown all his strength, but now it is getting weaker and weaker, so he has no intention of continuing to fight. I saw Whitebeard slammed a punch, directly blasting Crocodile into the air. Crocodile vomited blood and fell to the ground embarrassedly, but his eyes were still fixed on Whitebeard, his eyes were still as unruly as ever. Captain. Crocodile's subordinates all exclaimed when they saw Crocodile being knocked down by Whitebeard, but Whitebeard shouted violently, get out of the way. Conqueror's hockey radiated from him, and a horrible aura swept the entire pirate ship. Except for a few pirates, the rest were stunned by Whitebeard's hockey. Whitebeard looked at Crocodile and asked, boy, do you want to kill Lousy now? Crocodile stared at Whitebeard fiercely and shouted, Whitebeard, even if I lose, you don't need to insult me like this, kill or slash, and give Lousy a happy one. Goo la la la. Whitebeard laughed and pointed to Crocodile and said, boy, this is not the attitude that a prisoner should have. Even if you are not afraid of death, do you want your brothers to die with you? Crocodile's face changed. He is now a newcomer, not as cold and ruthless as he was later, so it is naturally impossible to be indifferent to his companions. Whitebeard continued, boy, because you helped Lingyun in Logue Town, Lousy will not kill you. Lingyun. Is that the kid from Logue Town? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Crocodile suddenly remembered the boy who was in Logue Town back then, the boy who illuminated the execution ceremony of Logue Town like a shooting star. That moment was so unforgettable that Crocodile would naturally not forget. But then he roared angrily. Lousy's life doesn't need to be saved by others' pity. Whitebeard, if you have the ability, you will kill me, but you are going to let my subordinates go. Whitebeard laughed and said, Lousy will not kill you if he said that he will not kill you. Even if you want to die, it depends on whether Lousy agrees. Now Lousy gives you 2 choices. Crocodile looked at Whitebeard, wondering what Whitebeard meant. Whitebeard said, first, join Lousy's staff with you, second, get out of here with those who lead you. Crocodile's strength is not weak, Logia devil fruit is even rarer, and the future is brighter than most people, so Whitebeard will love talent. It's just that Whitebeard doesn't understand crocodile, he just yelled. Whitebeard, don't humiliate me, I won't join your pirate group, if you don't kill me now, I will kill you in the future. Goo la la la, Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. He pointed to Crocodile and said, there are too many people in the world who want to kill Lousy. FK the one who took you. Chapter 105. This kid is really ignorant. Dad personally invited him. He even put on such an attitude. The people in the Whitebeard Pirates watched this scene with a smile. Everyone felt that Crocodile didn't know how to praise. Lingyun laughed secretly in his heart. This is Crocodile. If he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, then there would be a problem. Whitebeard, you wait, next time I will challenge you again, I will definitely kill you then. Before leaving, Crocodile put down another harsh word, and then left without waiting for Whitebeard to speak. This kid is really interesting. Whitebeard looked at Crocodile who had fled, and laughed happily. Although Crocodile rejected him, he was not angry at all. Anyway, for him, one more crocodile is not much, and one less is not too much, it doesn't matter. But if he can grow up, he will definitely be a personal thing in the future. Whitebeard is still very confident in his own vision. From just fighting Crocodile, he has figured out the characteristics of Crocodile: ambitious, capable, and aggressive. Such a person has much better potential than ordinary people. The new generation of Super Rookie Crocodile was defeated in the hands of Whitebeard. This matter quickly spread across the 013C. Many people laughed at Crocodile's irresponsibility, but more people thought that Crocodile could be taken from Whitebeard. It's not easy to escape your life. Not only is Crocodile challenged like Whitebeard, the fight between the other pirates is even more tragic. Everyone is rushing to the position of the Supreme Four Emperors, wanting to rule the entire New World as the Pirate King. The New World is chaotic as always, but the waters ruled by Whitebeard slowly become calm. Whitebeard's position of Four Emperors is no longer able to shake. Other pirates are even more afraid to invade the forces of the Whitebeard pirate group, so Whitebeard, the sphere of influence of the pirates, suddenly became the most peaceful place in New World. Time passed, and more than 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Most of the New World fighting for the position of the Four Emperors has gradually calmed down. This is because someone else has already ascended to the position of the Four Emperors. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Beasts Pirates. Beasts, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin of Big Mom Pirates. With the powerful forces under them, these two people did not know how many fights they had gone through, and finally no one dared to resist them anymore, so they naturally ascended to the position of the Four Emperors. 3 of the 4 emperors have been occupied by people, and only 1 position is left. However, because of this position, the fight between the New World is even more tense and chaotic. Every ambitious and powerful pirate has want to be the last 4 emperors, so the fight between the pirates is naturally more fierce. After all, there is only 1 place left. And there is another very important reason. Marine has withdrawn most of its troops from New World. Now the main force of Marine is in the first half of the Grand Line. Facing such a Marine headquarters, the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line are rushing. Entering New World, which led to New World now becoming a paradise for pirates, with pirates everywhere. The Whitebeard Pirates is still the same as before. The mobile carrying everyone is sailing around in the sea. Today, the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates is known to everyone in New World. Everyone knows about the Whitebeard Pirates. The Moby DK of the regiment, as long as it is not a fool, will turn around and leave. At this time, Lingyun has grown into a lopsided teenager, 15 years old, with a sharp and short hair, standing vigorously on the deck of the Moby DK. Lingyun looked at the sea in front of him, but his heart was not at peace. He has been in this world for 7 or 8 years, and he has fully integrated into this world and the Whitebeard Pirate group. I have been in the Whitebeard Pirates for several years, which makes Lingyun feel a little boring. Although the atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates is good, but to be honest, it is not suitable for growth, because every time the Whitebeard Pirates fights, they turn around. He didn't get on the field, so he has been training hard until now, but the number of real fights has not been a few times. This is the biggest reason why he feels bored. What is the most attractive part of Pirate World? Adventure, fighting and blood, and the most important reason is his Shinigami blade. In the past few years, although the power of the Whitebeard Pirate group has grown rapidly, but he did not find the devil fruit he wanted, so no new Zanpakuto form has been developed. The combination of various reasons made Lingyun's heart become anxious, so he gave birth to the idea of wanting to leave the Whitebeard Pirates and go alone, but he has not told anyone about this idea, because he knowing that even if he said it, no one would agree. Lingyun, what are you doing standing there alone? Father called you. While Lingyun was in a daze, someone behind him woke him up suddenly, and after he uttered an, "Oh," he turned and walked towards the place where Whitebeard was. Whitebeard was resting in the room alone. After seeing Lingyun walk in, he chuckled and said, "Lingyun, looking at your serious concerns recently, is there something you want to tell me?" Lingyun scratched his head. He didn't expect Whitebeard to feel so sensitive, so he smiled and said, "It's okay, father, what can I do?" Whitebeard snorted coldly and said, "Even if you don't say it, I know what you are thinking, little guy, you want to hide it in front of me. You are still far away. Let's talk, what makes you frown? Lingyun quibbled. "Daddy, it's okay. I'm really okay, I just think it's a bit boring to stay on the boat all the time." "So you want to go out and have fun?" Whitebeard asked. Ji Lingyun replied. Just think about it. Just think about it, father, don't take it seriously. Humph. Whitebeard snorted coldly, and said, what is your kid's mind, which can't hide it from me? But I happen to have one thing here. I was planning to go there myself. Now I give this opportunity to you. Would you like it? Quote. Chapter 106. Okay. Ji Lingyun's eyes lit up and asked, Father, what are you talking about? Whitebeard snorted, didn't you just say that you don't want to go out? Why are you asking what's the matter now? Ji Lingyun laughed twice. Whitebeard didn't embarrass him, and continued, a friend of mine asked me for help. I hope I can help him. I was going to go in person. I panicked, so I thought about letting you go. How about it? Are you interested? I am interested, of course I am interested. Ji Lingyun nodded repeatedly and asked, Father, what is it? Whitebeard said, it's the Fishmen Island. Neptune, the king of the Fishmen Island, is my old friend. It's unspeakable, so Neptune asked me to help suppress it. Ji Lingyun understood it as soon as he heard it. He asked, Father, what do you mean is to take the Fishmen Island under your command and use your name to protect the Fishmen Island? Whitebeard nodded and said, that's how Neptune asked me. He is my friend, so I want to help him. Ji Lingyun said, Father, what kind of help you are talking about? Although your name is very famous, it is not that simple to deter everyone. At least those Marines are hard to hear us, and the Fishmen Island is the only way for the pirates to get to the New World. It's really difficult to keep the Fishmen Island from being disturbed by the pirates. Whitebeard snorted. Of course I know it's difficult, so I leave it to you. I don't need you to be perfect, but the Fishmen Island must be restored to a certain level. Don't let the pirates on the Fishmen Island recklessly. Ji Lingyun mused. In this case, I know what to do. Whitebeard said. This matter is left to you. If it is not handled well, I will stay on the mobile for the rest of the time. I am not allowed to go anywhere, understand? Let Ji Lingyun go to the Fishmen Island, firstly to exercise his abilities, and secondly to let him relax, but if Ji Lingyun is really not enough to deter the Fishmen Island, then Whitebeard will give more attention to Ji Lingyun. After all, Ji Lingyun, who is regarded as his successor, not only needs to have strength, but also has a hand. Knowing how to win people's hearts is the key. Whitebeard said, I will let Joe and Sachi follow you. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Okay. Ji Lingyun knew that Whitebeard was worried about him, and Neptune of the Fishmen Island was a friend of Whitebeard. If he couldn't handle it well, he could only ask Joe and Sachi to help. I have already told Joe and Sachi, and they should be ready. When the meeting goes out, you can go directly to them. Whitebeard said to Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun immediately showed excitement when he heard this. He happily said to Whitebeard, Daddy, you are so kind. Where he still doesn't understand Whitebeard's intentions, I'm afraid Whitebeard was prepared to let him go from the beginning. Whitebeard waved his hand and said, okay, don't flatter me. This is your first time to act on behalf of our pirates. I hope you don't let me down. Ji Lingyun promised. Don't worry, Daddy, I will do it beautifully. I just hope you don't cause serious trouble. Whitebeard shook his head and sighed. He knows Ji Lingyun's ability to cause trouble. He still remembers the last Log Town incident. Ji Lingyun smiled without saying a word, and then said goodbye to Whitebeard. When he walked onto the deck, he happened to see Joe and Sachi looking at him with a smile. Saki smiled and said, Lingyun, Dad let us follow you this time, you are the main force. Ji Lingyun said, no problem, is the ship ready? Joe said, I'm ready. Lingyun, do you want to go now? Ji Lingyun smiled and said, of course, I can finally go out alone, hurry up. Both Joe and Sachi knew that Ji Lingyun was in a hurry, so they all smiled, and then they pointed to a pirate ship next to the Moby DK and said, the ship is ready, and dozens of them have been selected. An elite should be enough. Ji Lingyun looked at the pirate ship, then got on the ship with Joe's and the others, and said as he walked, I also picked dozens of elites. It seems that the old man is still a little worried about us. Joe shook his head and said, this is not, Lingyun, you haven't been to the Fishmen Island for a long time, so you don't know the situation there. In short, it is very chaotic. Pirates who come and go must pass through that place. The fishmen of the Fishmen Island are not the opponents of the pirates at all, so the order there is already very chaotic, so take more people to be safe. Ji Lingyun nodded. From Chaozi's tone, he also felt the troubles of the Fishmen Island. In any case, even if the Fishmen Island is not comparable to humans, there should be a lot of masters and troops in it, but even so. I couldn't hold down the Fishmen Island, and I had to ask Whitebeard for help. I can imagine the chaos there, so that a king had to lower his head to ask for help. Set sail. After Ji Lingyun and the others got on the ship, the helmsman immediately drove the pirate ship to sail, and quickly left the mobile, headed in another direction, and raised the pirate flag of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Hang up high. In New World, the pirate flag of the Whitebeard Pirate Group is a signboard. With this pirate flag, it can at least deter more than 80% of the pirate forces and pirates. The Fishmen Island should have been in this situation for a long time. Why can't I stand it until now and ask the old man for help? Why didn't it before? Ji Lingyun asked curiously. Saki sneered. It's not that the self-esteem of those Murlocs is at fault. They are not in harmony with humans, and they have always been independent and weird, so naturally it is impossible to ask humans for help, if it weren't for the pirates who caught the fishermen in the past 6 months. It's too much, causing the Murlocs to be rushed like never before. Otherwise, do you think Neptune will ask the old man for help? After all, if you want our asylum, you must pay a certain amount of protection. The Fishman Island geography, the location is so good, the cost will naturally not be low. Chapter 107. In New World, the territory occupied by pirates naturally requires a certain protection fee. This is also the main source of income for New World pirates. After all, the things that have been looted are not done by every pirate group. Exchange a certain fee for the protection of a powerful pirate group. This is already a rule in various places in New World, especially for Emperor's pirate groups like Whitebeard Pirates and Beasts Pirates. Their territories are protected by them. No one dares to commit a crime, so the fees charged are naturally high. The Fishman Island is the hub to the New World. The daily flow of people in and out is naturally amazing. Everyone who enters the Fishman Island wants to go to the New World and must purchase certain necessities on the Fishman Island. Therefore, it naturally promotes the income of the Fishman Island. Another point is that the Murlocs of the Fishman Island are more valuable. Many traffickers will spend a huge price to come to the Fishman Island to wait for opportunities to catch fishers. Such a huge piece of fat naturally fell into the eyes of all the pirates. Many pirate groups wanted to include the Fishman Island under their command, but no one succeeded. The reason for this is that one is because of the opposition from the Fishman Island, the other is the issue of strength. The Fishman Island is such a special place, like Whitebeard Pirates, Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates naturally thought about it, but due to various reasons, the Fishman Island was not accepted in the end, so the Fishman Island is still under the rule of the Murlocs and does not belong to any pirate group. This situation may have been good a few years ago, but since the beginning of the era of big pirates, countless pirates have poured into the Fishman Island every day. Although it has also driven the economy, it also brought huge risks, making the Fishman Island. The situation of Fishman Island is even more dangerous. The king of the Fishman Island, Neptune, was really helpless, so he bowed his head to ask his friend Whitebeard for help. After all, he and Whitebeard have friendship. Compared with the other four emperors, Whitebeard will certainly not embarrass him, and Whitebeard's current name is enough to shock Xiao Xiao. After learning about the situation of the Fishman Island from Zhou and Sachi, Lingyun nodded in relief. The situation of the Fishman Island is completely caused by the geographical location. The key lies in those who enter new from the Grand Line. Pirates of the world, and traffickers who want to catch murlocs and mermaids. Lingyun didn't know that the situation on the Fishman Island was worse than he had imagined. When they were driving towards the Fishman Island fell into an extremely dangerous situation. A large group of pirates, he and the human traffickers even joined forces to capture a large number of murlocs and wanted to sell them, but they were discovered by the murlocs of the Fishman Island. As a result, the two sides had a large-scale fight on the Fishman Island. The average fishermen secretly catch fishermen from the Fishman Island, but this time I don't know why, they hired a large number of pirate groups. After being discovered, instead of running away, they were with the Fishman Island. The fish people are right. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Fishman Island has its own soldiers, and there are still a lot of them, but the number of masters in the Fishman Island is really not many, as can be seen from the later battles in the Fishman Island civil strife. The Fishman Island's the power is actually not strong. Moreover, this time the pirate regiment and human traffickers are united, the number is extremely large, and there are many strong men among them, so although the number of soldiers in the Fishman Island is large, they have no advantage in fighting, and because of this incident caused a lot of people around to watch the battle, and the Fishman Island seemed very chaotic. When Lingyun and the others came to the Fishman Island, they happened to see this extremely chaotic riot. What happened? The battle of the Fishman Island took place close to the edge, so when Lingyun arrived at the Fishman Island, he immediately noticed something was wrong. They saw tens of thousands of people surrounded by people, and there was a huge sound of it all the time. Yelling. Sachi said solemnly. It seems that something big has happened to the Fishman Island. It's really a coincidence that we are here. Lingyun raised his brows and said, this is not necessarily the case. The task that the old man entrusted to us is to receive the Fishman Island under his command and to frighten other forces. Now that such a riot has occurred, it may be beneficial to us harm. Because of the chaos that broke out, Lingyun and the others did not enter the Fishman Island immediately, but sent people to inquire about the news. In such a chaotic scene, there were so many people watching the battle, it was easy to collect information. Captain Joe's, Captain Sachi, I know the reason. The soldiers of the Fishman Island are fighting with the Pirate Alliance. The pirate who went to inquire about the news came back and reported. Lingyun asked in surprise, the Pirate Alliance. What is the Pirate Alliance? The pirate who inquired about the news replied, it's an alliance composed of more than a dozen pirate groups. They were hired by someone who came to the Fishman Island to catch fishermen and mermaids because they acted too much. Was discovered by the Murlocs of the Fishman Island, so they gathered the army to block them here, forcing them to hand over the captured Murlocs. But the other side did not obey, so the two sides broke out in battle, as if they had already fought. After a while, both sides suffered heavy losses. Lingyun narrowed his eyes and said, this is really interesting. It is possible to unite more than a dozen pirate groups. It seems that the forces behind it should not be simple. No wonder they dare to fight the Murlocs on the Fishman Island. More than a dozen pirate groups, the power is definitely not small, at least there are thousands of people, and there must be many masters, otherwise, 4.5, the Fishmen Island cannot fall into such a passive situation. Lingyun, you are the coach this time, what do you say? Joes and Sachi both looked at Ji Lingyun. Although they were both captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, Ji Lingyun did not have any positions, but Whitebeard the people in the thieves know well that Ji Lingyun will be Whitebeard's successor in the future, so when everyone likes him, they will also give him a lot of respect. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, we originally came with a purpose this time. This huge riot is just in line with our actions. As long as the riot is suppressed, plus the name of our Whitebeard pirate group, the Fish Afterman Island is under our command, other forces should no longer dare to mess around. Chapter 108. But we have too few people, Sachi said. At first, they thought that the matter of the Fishmen Island was not difficult to deal with, so they only brought dozens of people, but looking at the scene of the Fishmen Island, these dozens of people did not play any role at all. Ji Lingyun said, if there are few people, we should do it. What do you think if the old man comes? So, although we are not as good as the old man, we must not shame him, the name of the Whitebeard pirate group. If it is easy to use, if it is not easy to use, then you can only use your strength to speak. Moreover, this thing seems to be very interesting. Ji Lingyun showed a smile, challenging only when it is difficult. Chaozi and Saki looked at each other, both of them saw a wry smile in each other's eyes. They both understood Ji Lingyun's character, so they could only play around with Ji Lingyun. No matter what Ji Lingyun did, they had to keep Ji Lingyun. This is the order Whitebeard gave them. The fighters of the Fishmen Island were fighting with the pirates under their respective commanders. A group of Murlocs surrounded there behind the Murloc soldiers. At the center was the current king of the Fishmen Island, Neptune and Neptune. His princess Otahime princess. At this time, Neptune looked at the battle ahead with a serious face, and his mood was extremely heavy. He did not expect that the courage of human beings was so great that he would arrest them on the Fishmen Island without any scruples, and even dared to go to war after being discovered. What made him even more unexpected was that there were so many pirates. Even if their Murloc warriors had come out, they still couldn't defeat the opponent. Princess Otahime next to Neptune is also anxious. She is the person who yearns for peace the most on the Fishmen Island. This sudden outbreak of fighting is the last thing she wants to see. She is now trying her best to make a request to the world government. She asked to join the World Summit, so she really didn't want to fight with humans, but this time she was forced to do so. These damn human pirates are so arrogant. Seeing the human pirates fighting against the Murloc warriors, the Murloc guards around Neptune were very angry. The strength of these human pirates surpassed their expectations, even if they tried their best. Can't win, all around are people watching the excitement. If they lose the Murloc this time, the Fishmen Island will be completely reduced to a human hunting ground. This is where the Fishmen fear most. After all, there are two. So this time the Fishmen Island has no retreat. Seeing the Murloc warriors being killed one by one, Princess Otahime was full of tears. She sobbed and asked Neptune, Nipton, is there really no other way? Neptune looked at his beloved wife distress-edly, and said solemnly, we have no retreat. The Fishmen Island cannot be destroyed in my hands, so even if it is the last breath, it must to drive these pirates out. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But, Princess Otahime couldn't tell that the current situation was very unfavorable for the Fishmen Island. Neptune said solemnly, don't worry, I asked the Whitebeard Pirates for help earlier. Whitebeard is my friend. He will definitely come to help us. As long as we persist until the arrival of the Whitebeard Pirates, these pirates can definitely be suppressed. A bright light flashed in the eyes of Princess Otahime. Although the Whitebeard Pirates are also pirates, their reputation is much better than other pirates, and they are the four Emperor's pirates, the pirates here. Although there are many regiments, they will certainly not be the opponent of the Whitebeard Pirates regiment. Jinbei is injured. Suddenly there was an exclamation of the Murloc. Both Neptune and Princess Otahime's expressions tightened. Looking towards the battlefield, they saw a burly whale and shark man facing the three pirates alone. He is the fish, the strongest one of the men island guards. Jinbei alone fights the three captains of the pirate regiment. It is precisely because of his leadership that the fishmen can withstand the attacks of the human pirate regiment. However, two fists are hard to beat with four hands. The human pirate group also saw his power, so the three pirate captains jointly dealt with him. He persisted for a long time without rest, and was finally caught by the opponent. You must know that Jinbei is the strongest of the Murlocs. Once he is defeated, the fish will be demoralized. However, Jinbei deserves to be an ironclad man. Even though there are many wounds on his body, he still shouts, continue to fight the human pirates unabated. Princess Uhime looked anxious, and she said, Jinbei is injured. This is terrible. Neptune's face is also very ugly. Even if he grabs the weapon on the side, if it really doesn't work, he can only do it himself, but he also knows very well that his strength is far worse than Jinbei. A guard next to him suddenly said angrily, it would be great if Tiger Boss was here. With his reputation, he must be able to gather all the Murlocs from the Fishmen Island and drive these human pirates away. 583. The Fishmen Island. Although Neptune is the king, he does not control everything. There are many Murlocs in the Fishmen Island who do not obey Neptune's orders. These are basically low-level Murlocs. There was only one person in the eyes of these murlocs, and that was Fisher Tiger. Just like Jinbei, he was introduced to Neptune by Fisher Tiger as a guard. Princess Otahime said, Tiger hasn't heard from him for a long time, and I don't know where he is, but we have already asked Marine for help. Why hasn't Marine been here yet? Neptune said with a gloomy face. Marine would have come if they wanted to come. They have not appeared until now, I am afraid they will not appear again. We can't pin our hopes on Marine. Long before the battle broke out, the Fishmen Island made a request just like Marine, but until now, Marine has not been seen, so Neptune has already despaired of Marine. Seeing that Jinbei was besieged by several pirate captains, the wounds on his body were getting more and more, and the morale of the Murloc side was getting weaker. Stop it all. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly exploded like thunder on the battlefield, and everyone was shocked by the loud shout. Chapter 109. After the explosion sounded, a group of dozens of people rushed into the battlefield like wolves into a flock. Although these dozens of people were few, their fighting power was not weak, and they drove Murlocs and humans at a very fast speed. The pirates are separated. The dozens of people who suddenly rushed out were not only shocked by both sides of the battle, but even those who watched the battle from a distance were shocked. No one thought that when the battle was anxious, there would be a third party step in. After the fish people were separated by the human pirate group, they immediately stopped fighting and looked at the people in the middle of the two sides. The Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Joes. Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the 4th Division, Sachi. It's the Whitebeard Pirates. Both Joes and Sachi are the front captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Their names are very loud, so naturally there are many people who know them. After seeing their appearance, they all screamed in shock. It's a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Neptune's expression suddenly shook, and he whispered, I knew Whitebeard wouldn't stand by. He really sent someone here, but I don't know if he himself has come. Princess Otahime said, if Whitebeard himself comes, these 087 people will be nothing to worry about. Others can recognize Joes and Sachi, and the human pirate group alliance also knows naturally. A man with a big sword came out of them. He shouted, Diamond Joes, this is us and the fish. The battle between Men Island has nothing to do with your Whitebeard group, why do you intervene? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Thug, Jeffrey White. After seeing this man, Sachi immediately spoke of his name. This man is a more famous pirate in New World. He is known as Othug. He is very powerful and offers a reward of 180 million Baileys. He is very violent, and the pirates under his command are also desperados. After Jeffrey White came out, several people came out from the human pirate group. The appearance of these people, even Joes and Sachi, changed their expressions. Bloodhand, Orange, Destroyer, Francis Sartre, Angry Roar, Urban Simpson. Hunter, Ed Howells. These people and the previous, Thug, Jeffrey White are similar big sea pirates, and both offer a bounty of more than 100 million. If these people are 1 or 2, it is not enough to change the color of Joes and Sachi, but they are 5 or 6. Add them together, even if both Joes and Sachi find it very tricky, let alone a few of them, there are other pirates who are not weak. Both Joes and Sachi felt the thorny issue. They weren't scared anymore. It was because they brought too few people this time. If there were 2 or 3 more captains, they wouldn't have to worry about it, but now it's just the 2 of them. People are simply not enough to deal with so many people, even if the people from the Fishmen Island are added, it is very unfavorable. But Lingyun didn't know these people. He only knew that he had to complete the task Whitebeard gave him, so he took the lead and said, I don't care who you are, but starting today, the Fishmen Island is our Whitebeard. See the territory of the thief group. If anyone dares to do anything wrong on the territory of our Whitebeard pirate group, don't blame me for not being affectionate. Suddenly speaking, Lingyun attracted everyone's attention. Before everyone saw this young man appearing with Joes and Sachi, they all knew that he was a pirate of the Whitebeard Pirates, but they never thought. Joes and Sachi hadn't spoken yet, the young man actually spoke first, and his tone was still so loud, as if he could represent the Whitebeard Pirates. Thug, Jeffrey White who spoke before gave Lingyun a cold look, and then asked Diamond Joes, you guys from the Whitebeard Pirates are really crazy enough. Kwangyan, can his words represent your Whitebeard Pirates? His words were originally a satire of the impoliteness of the Whitebeard Pirates. The captain hadn't spoken yet, and an unknown little pirate spoke. But he never expected that Jaws's answer was beyond his expectation. He only heard Jaws's faint saying, Lingyun's words are the attitude of our Whitebeard Pirates. Jaws's voice was not small, and everyone who heard his words changed their complexions. Then they looked at Lingyun in surprise. A 15 or 6-year-old boy can represent the Whitebeard Pirates. Even the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group would not dare to say this, right? Now, do you have anything else to say? Lingyun pierced at the thug, Jeffrey White with a sharp gaze. The cold tone made Jeffrey White frown, and his face became even more angry. He was actually despised by a kid. The Whitebeard Pirates doesn't seem to be as powerful as it is in the legend. It's a big joke that even a little devil can call the shots. Elvin Simpson, raging anger, standing beside Jeffrey White said disdainfully. Lingyun looked at him abruptly, an astonishing aura emanating from him, pierced Urban Simpson, and said in a cold voice, What are you, the Whitebeard Pirates is not yet your turn to comment. I said, the Fishmen Island is now the site of our Whitebeard Pirates. If you dare to mess around here, don't blame our Whitebeard Pirates for being ruthless. If Whitebeard was talking here, Lousy would still give him a bit of face. You are a kid, what are you? You dare to threaten Lousy. Believe it or not, Lousy can tear you with his bare hands. Elvin Simpson shouted. Lingyun said coldly, I count 3 times. If you still don't decide to retreat, you are my enemy of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing what Lingyun said, the captains of the dozen or so pirate regiments fighting the Fishmen Island changed their faces, especially when they saw Chaozi and Sage Mingming standing aside, but Lingyun was the main one. Even more ugly. Although they don't know who Lingyun is, it can be seen from the attitudes of the two that Lingyun's status in the Whitebeard Pirates is not low, and what he said may be better than they thought. Useful in Chapter 110. What's the matter? Why did the Whitebeard Pirates speak by that boy? Why did Joes and Sachi listen to him? Who is he? The appearance of the Whitebeard pirate group is already surprising enough, but now everyone is even more surprised. No one thought that Diamond Joes and Sachi were both headed by Lingyun. Nipton, who is that young man? Princess Otahime asked Neptune in a low voice. Neptune also kept staring at Lingyun, and when he heard his wife's question, he shook his head and said, I don't know when such a young man appeared in the Whitebeard Pirates. The most famous of the Whitebeard Pirates is naturally Whitebeard, and then there are more than a dozen strong captains under his command, and then the captains of the large pirates, all of whom are famous characters, but Lingyun from Logue Town after the incident, he never appeared again, so long enough to make people forget his existence. What about the Whitebeard Pirates? Just a few words want us to retreat. Kid, do you think you are Whitebeard? After the brief silence, the alliance of the pirates looked at Lingyun with disdain. There are so many of them. If Lingyun retreats with a few words, what face do they have? What's more, this time their joint action has great benefits, how could it be easy to give up? Yes, what about the Whitebeard Pirates? They are not New World Invincible. Why should we be afraid of them? Just relying on 2 captains and dozens of people want us to leave. It's not that simple yet. The Whitebeard Pirates actually let a little devil call the shots. I think the Whitebeard Pirates is nothing more than that. Yes, why are you afraid of him, Whitebeard? So many of us unite, even if Whitebeard comes in person. ... The Pirate Alliance issued a series of roars. These pirates are lawless people. Now Whitebeard has not come in person, so they are not afraid at all and do not give Lingyun their face. Ugly. Not only them, but even the people watching the excitement in the distance, they all smiled and said, as the Whitebeard Pirates know one. They sent a little ghost to rescue the Fishmen Island. I also want to bring the Fishmen to the rescue. Is island income under? Don't know what Whitebeard is thinking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yes, although the Whitebeard Pirate Group is the one pirate group in New World, it is because of the existence of Whitebeard. Without Whitebeard, what is the Whitebeard Pirate Group? The Whitebeard Pirate Group is really going to make a mistake this time. The gang of pirates gathered together with these dozens of people. I'm afraid they can't resist them at all. Not only the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the Fishmen Island may have suffered even more, but this group of pirate alliances is really bold enough to unite against the Fishmen Island, and I don't know how they united. The surrounding discussion and the clamor of the pirates all made the faces of the Whitebeard Pirates look very ugly. These people said that Lingyun was nothing, and even Whitebeard was mentioned. People, how can they not be angry? Friends of the Whitebeard Pirates. The fishman Jinbei didn't know when he walked to Lingyun's side and said, I am Jinbei from the Fishmen Island. Thank you for helping us just now. Jinbei. Lingyun looked at Jinbei seriously and found that Jinbei matched the image in the manga very well. Lingyun said, hello, we are sent by the old man. Don't worry, since the Fishmen Island is now the site of our Whitebeard Pirate Group, then no one will be allowed on the Fishmen Island nonsense. Jinbei didn't know Lingyun, but he didn't dare to care about it. After all, even Joes and Sachi let Lingyun take charge, which shows that Lingyun's status in the Whitebeard Pirates is not low. But Sachi asked Jinbei in a low voice, Jinbei, what is going on with these pirate alliances? If it was just to catch your murlocs, it wouldn't be possible to make such a big noise, right? Jinbei frowned and said, they just caught a large number of murlocs. It is said that they are going to be dedicated to some big people, and there seems to be some handsome rewards, so they will unite these famous pirate groups, but we don't know what's going on. In short, their attitude is very tough. Jinbei did not say any useful information, but it is useless to say it now. The key is how to repel the pirates and keep the Fishmen Island, this is the most important thing. Jeffrey White, are you really not even selling the face of our Whitebeard Pirates? Listening to the other party yelling and cursing there, Sachi's face looked very ugly, and he asked, Thug, Jeffrey White coldly. Jeffrey White said in a deep voice, although your name of the Whitebeard Pirate Group is big, we are not afraid of you. Even if Whitebeard came in person today, I still said that, these murlocs have some people want it, we must take it away. Sachi asked, who is it? Can you all get together to help him? Jeffrey White said, it's someone we can't afford to offend. Do you know why Marine hasn't appeared until now? It's also because of that big man, and he can give us conditions that we can't refuse, so even if it's your Whitebeard Sea it is impossible for the thieves to let us go back empty-handed. Anyone who can make Marine obey orders. Sachi frowned. There are very few such people, but they are actually in touch with the pirate, which is intriguing. Lingyun suddenly said, Saki, don't talk nonsense with them. Since they are unwilling to retreat, then we will drive them away. Huh, what a crazy tone. Jeffrey White looked at Ji Lingyun with a gloomy face and said, boy, I don't know who you are. But you don't have the qualifications to say this to us. Whether you are qualified is not what you said. I will give you one last chance, hand over and leave. Ji Lingyun shouted. Chapter 111. Boy, you. When the people of the Pirate Alliance heard Ji Lingyun's arrogant and domineering words, they all became angry, and pointed at Ji Lingyun one by one, and the dozens of pirate captains were even more gloomy and murderous. What about the Whitebeard Pirates? Brothers, kill them for me. A pirate captain suddenly burst into a loud roar, which immediately caused all the pirates of the Pirate Alliance to cheer, and then they all rushed towards Ji Lingyun and the others with grim faces, and didn't care about the identity of the Whitebeard pirate group. Their captains are not afraid, what else is there to be afraid of? In an instant, thousands of pirates once again rushed towards the direction where the Murloc warrior and Ji Lingyun were. The Murloc warrior who saw this scene was also ready to do it, but just when they were about to do it, Ji Lingyun suddenly shouted. Don't move everyone. Then he took a step forward, and when the soles of his feet landed, an invisible vibration seemed to explode in everyone's hearts. I saw Ji Lingyun's small body, which seemed to be elevated a lot in an instant, an astonishing aura exuded from his body, and it enveloped the entire battlefield in an instant. All the pirates rushing towards Ji Lingyun were enveloped by Ji Lingyun's aura. They stopped abruptly, and then fell to the ground quickly as if they were hit hard one by one, just blinking. In a short time, all the pirates almost fell more than 80%. The dozen or so pirate captains, especially the pirate captains such as Thethug and Thebloodhand, who offered a bounty of more than 100 million yuan, opened their eyes wide, looking at Ji Lingyun in disbelief, and spit out a few words with difficulty. Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Haki. They also felt Ji Lingyun's overbearing power, but their willpower was not comparable to that of ordinary pirates, so they were not stunned by Ji Lingyun, but they were still shocked to speak. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's hard to have a king's aptitude among millions of people. The owner of Conqueror's Haki, this boy actually owns Conqueror's Haki. No wonder Diamond Joes and Sachi dominate him. Neptune, the king of the Fish-Men Island in the distance, was also taken aback. Then he looked at Ji Lingyun incredulously. He looked down on Ji Lingyun a little before, but at this time, there was only a deep shock and disbelief left in his heart. Princess Otahime was also surprised. This boy actually has Conqueror's Haki. No wonder Whitebeard will send him over, but he is still young after all. Even with Conqueror's Haki, it might not be easy to beat the pirates, right? Neptune said. It's hard to say. Since Whitebeard sent him over, it shows that he has confidence in this boy. Maybe this boy can surprise us. The people watching the excitement around were also shocked by this sudden scene. They were far away, so they did not feel Ji Lingyun's Conqueror's Haki. They only saw the pirates rushing towards Ji Lingyun, one after another. Falling down, but did not see anyone attacking. This inexplicable scene made everyone confused. However, among these people who watch the excitement, there are many experts and people with unique vision. After they were confused at the beginning, they immediately thought of the reason, and then they all looked at Ji Lingyun in shock. Conqueror's Haki. That boy actually has Conqueror's Haki. The boy of the Whitebeard Pirates has Conqueror's Haki. That is Conqueror's Haki, which is owned by only a few people in the world. Everyone who owns Conqueror's Haki will stand at the top of the world. It turns out that this young man is not talking big, but he really has that kind of strength. When did such a person appear in the Whitebeard Pirates? The person who owns Conqueror's Haki shouldn't be anonymous, right? Someone raised his own question. The thug. Jeffrey White looked at Ji Lingyun with a gloomy face. At this moment, he no longer dared to treat Ji Lingyun as a mad boy who didn't know the heights of the sky. On the contrary, he was more solemn than ever. Who on earth are you? Ji Lingyun looked at Jeffrey White and said coldly. Edward Ji Lingyun, remember this name, he will be the nightmare of your life. Edward Ji Lingyun. Hearing this name, Jeffrey White only frowned, but a person next to him was muttering. Edward Ji Lingyun, why does this name feel familiar? I must have heard of this name. Where did you hear it? Jeffrey White looked at the Bloodhand, Orange next to him curiously. He was the one who was muttering. After a while, the Bloodhand, Orange suddenly exclaimed. It's him, yes, definitely it's him. Thug, Jeffrey White asked. Olanfer, what do you think of? The others also looked at him. Orange said solemnly, do you still remember that a few years ago, during the execution ceremony of Rogorone Peace, there was a Shinigami riot on the execution ground? Marine did not catch him. Do you still remember this incident? It was such a big deal back then. Several of them were pirates who had been doing it for many years. Naturally they knew about it. Hunter, Ed Howells exclaimed. First remember, Marine once posted reward, that boy is a pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates, whose name seems to be Edward Ji Lingyun. Yes, it's 2.5. Isn't this young man the same man who snatched Roger's body in the torture ground? When the pirates who were still standing heard this, their expressions changed. That incident caused a sensation in the world. The first time Edward Ji Lingyun offered a bounty was 80 million Baileys, and later it reached even more. It's hundreds of millions, but the most shocking thing is that he was only 10 years old at that time. However, some people were not worried. They only listened to the destroyer. Francis Sartre shouting. Whoever he is. What if he is that person? It's just a little devil, how strong he can be. What happened back then was nothing but shit luck. What qualifications does such a kid have to offer a reward of hundreds of millions of Baileys? Don't forget our purpose, how can a kid be ruined? Chapter 112. Yes, what about the Whitebeard Pirates for our purposes? The dozen or so pirate captains were shocked all over, and their expressions turned sullen without knowing what they had thought of. Yes, kill them all. Suddenly, all the remaining pirates rushed towards Lingyun with a big drink, and the rest were some of the masters of the pirates. Although the number was much smaller than before, it was compared to the Whitebeard pirate group. The dozens of people are still a lot more. However, Lingyun and the others are not only dozens of people, but also countless Murloc warriors. Joes, Sachi, don't have to say anything to them, let's do it. Lingyun said to Joes and them in a deep voice. Lingyun pulled out Zangetsu to deal with these pirate masters, but Zangetsu came to domineering and practical. Kill that boy first. Thug, Jeffrey White and 12 Anger Roar, Erwin Simpson both came towards Lingyun. They saw the potential of Lingyun, so they felt that removing Lingyun first would definitely make the Whitebeard Pirates. The group is disrupted, and then they can easily defeat the Whitebeard pirate group. Boy, die. Erwin Simpson rushed to Lingyun first, his whole person was like a tiger descending a mountain, and he slammed into Lingyun with great momentum. His body should be too big as Lingyun, and he seemed to know his power. Very horrible. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. However, Lingyun watched very calmly. When he rushed over, he slashed abruptly, and a huge crescent-shaped sword beam emerged from Zangetsu. It instantly grew bigger and hit Erwin Simpson. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Slash at the blade light. Erwin Simpson, who was rushing at extreme speed, saw that Lingyun just waved his sword, and a huge blade shot at him. He was taken aback and wanted to hide, but his body simply couldn't react. I could watch Dao Mang slashing towards him. This fool. Thug. Jeffrey White saw this scene and immediately yelled. He was angry that Erwin Simpson was too underestimated. Although Lingyun was young, he could be rewarded with 100 million Baileys from Marine headquarters. How could it be that simple? Without clarifying anything, he rushed forward, and this time he suffered a loss. However, Erwin Simpson is also a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Although he cannot avoid it, it does not mean that he has no other means. He roared, his voice was like a mountain beast, and his body has also changed. As if suddenly swelled, and the hair emerged from his body also turned into the appearance of a beast, and finally turned into a bear-like monster more than 10 feet tall. Zone Devil Fruit, Violent Bear Fruit. Erwin Simpson, who turned into a violent bear, let out a howling bear. He put his hands in front of him, and the sword light directly hit his arms and pushed his body back a few steps. Okay. Lingyun looked over in amazement. This person actually received his crescent moon head on. Although he left a deep wound on his arms, it did not cause any more scars, but Lingyun he didn't care either. After all, the other party was the captain of the pirate who offered a reward of hundreds of millions of dollars. If he was slashed to death, wouldn't it be too watery? Roar. Lingyun didn't care, but Erwin Simpson, who became a violent bear, uttered an angry roar. His nickname is Angry Roar. At this time, he happened to be irritated by Lingyun. I'm going to tear you up. The anger made Erwin Simpson's eyes become blood red, and his hair was erected, his fists hammered the ground vigorously, and then he slammed the ground hard, and his huge body jumped high. Z unexpectedly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and came to Lingyun in the blink of an eye. Raising the palm of his hand, his palm is bigger than Lingyun's head, and he can slap Lingyun's head. But Lingyun naturally won't give him that chance, and his body dodges. His attack slashed with a backhand, but after Erwin Simpson transformed, he had a speed that was completely different from that of his huge body. He escaped Lingyun's attack in a flash and turned faster. Slammed towards Lingyun. Clang. The huge body hit Lingyun's Zangetsu, and Lingyun was directly hit with a sword. The powerful force made Lingyun unable to resist, and the whole person was thrown into the air. The real danger has just arrived. When Lingyun and Erwin Simpson were fighting, the mob, Jeffrey White was always observing the opportunity. After seeing Lingyun being hit and flying, he knew the opportunity was coming. Pulling out the huge machete, Jeffrey White immediately attacked. After spotting where Lingyun fell, he slashed it from the bottom up. The blade was fast and domineering, and the speed was extremely fast. The most important 720 was still grabbing. After Lingyun fell, there was nowhere to take advantage of the opportunity. It's just that Lingyun was so easy to get caught. Before he fell in the air, he already shouted, Bankai. In an instant, the light masterpiece, Lingyun was wrapped in a black and red death tyrant costume, and the huge Zangetsu in his hand turned into a tiny Tensa Zangetsu. Tensa Zangetsu lightly touched Jeffrey White's machete and sent a crisp whistling. Obviously it's just a small blade, much worse than Jeffrey White's huge machete, but he felt a huge force pressing on, causing his blade to instantly collapse and unable to slash upwards. On the contrary, it was forced down and smashed onto the ground. Boom. Jeffrey White saw his feet come to him in an instant, the speed was unimaginable, he directly hit his chin, making him stare, and then another kick kicked him away. Got out. Impossible. When Jeffrey White was kicked, there was still an incredible look in his eyes, because Lingyun's movements were so fast that his feet were too fast for him to react. Chapter 113. Roar. A huge roar sounded from behind Ji Lingyun, but when Erwin Simpson rushed in front of Ji Lingyun, the shadow flashed and Ji Lingyun appeared directly a few meters away. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Ji Lingyun shook Tensa Zangetsu, and a sharper and more domineering blade burst out, slashing at Erwin Simpson faster. Boom. The sword light hit Erwin Simpson's body without any accident. This sword was much stronger than before, so it left a long wound behind his back. The blood went straight, and it uttered a shrill roar. Clang. Ji Lingyun swung back with a sword, accurately blocking Jeffrey White's machete. Clang clang clang. Ji Lingyun and Jeffrey White began to fight. Jeffrey White's swordsmanship was drastically sinking, and he walked a path of power. Ji Lingyun was flexible, and under the blessing of Tensa Zangetsu, his speed it was extremely fast again, and the two completely different routes made their fighting styles completely different. At the age of 16, Ji Lingyun has basically formed his body, and his strength is not the same as before. The most important thing is that under the guidance of Whitebeard, he has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to a few years ago. Thug. Jeffrey White didn't really value Ji Lingyun at first. Even the existence of Conqueror's Haki just made him think that Ji Lingyun's potential is amazing, but Ji Lingyun is only 15 or 6 years old after all. How strong can it be? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, after the real life and death battle with Ji Lingyun, he realized that his thinking was completely wrong. Ji Lingyun's strength was completely beyond his expectation. You must know that he is a big sea pirate offering a reward of 180 million pele. In front of Ji Lingyun, he found himself completely suppressed. If it were not for his combat experience and veteran eyes, he would probably not be Ji Lingyun's opponent. He doesn't know how Ji Lingyun cultivated, and he has such a powerful force, but fortunately, he is not alone in fighting with Ji Lingyun, and there is an angry roar, who joined hands with him. Both of them are that powerful. The pirates, and once they enter the state, they are all the same type as lunatics. Under the two people's cooperation, Ji Lingyun is extremely fast, but they have no big way. They want to beat the two of them in a short time. Hope not too much, because Ji Lingyun alone fought two powerful pirate captains alone. The pressure on the others was naturally reduced, and Jose and Sachi also faced the two pirate captains, and the men they brought were all the elite, united with the Murloc warriors, completely suppressed the pirate alliance, and even many Murloc warriors took the opportunity to kill the pirates who were stunned by Ji Lingyun with Conqueror's Haki, so the situation of the pirate alliance was temporarily between as precarious. That young man is so powerful that he can't let go of two pirates who are offering a bounty of hundreds of millions of dollars. All the people around who watched the excitement looked at Ji Lingyun's direction in surprise. Thugs, and angry roars, are both famous big pirates in New World, but the two of them can't even take this young man together. And know how powerful this young man is. Neptune said relieved. No wonder Whitebeard sent him here. There is indeed real material. Princess Otahime also breathed a sigh of relief, and said, this is all right. With the members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group joining, these human pirates cannot let them act recklessly, and we will be protected by the Whitebeard Pirate Group. The Fishman Island should also become much better. In the past few years, no one knows the situation of the Fishman Island better than she and Neptune. It is indeed the most correct choice to ask the Whitebeard Pirate Group for help. Much better than other pirate groups. Look, Diamond Jose and Sachi of the Whitebeard Pirates have already suppressed their opponents. Jinbei and the others have also gained an advantage. It won't be long before the Human Pirate Alliance will definitely be unable to hold on. Puton said excitedly. Indeed, the Whitebeard Pirate Group and the Fishman Island have completely gained the upper hand. The biggest reason is that Ji Lingyun Conqueror's Haki stunned 70% to 80% of the pirates. Although the pirates are not very strong, they have a large number of them. If they swarm up, the Fishman Island and the Whitebeard Pirates will not have any advantage. Jose and Sachi's opponents are also the pirate captains of the Pirate Alliance, and they are also facing the two of them alone. Jaws' diamond ability is very abnormal. He completely ignores the opponent's attack, but the opponent can't bear him. The attack, because Jose is definitely the strongest in the Whitebeard Pirates except Whitebeard. With a punch, even steel can be penetrated, let alone a human body, if it is not because of him. The opponent is not simple, he has already won. And Sachi is also a swordsman, but he does not specialize in kendo like Beasta. In addition to swords, he is best at armament Haki, which is different from Marco and Jose, who both have devil fruit. He does not have devil fruit, but only under Marco and Jose. The captain of the 4th division is enough to show his strength. He is the strongest armament Haki in the Whitebeard Pirates, even Whitebeard. Not necessarily comparable to him. In terms of strength, Jose and Saki are both stronger than Ji Lingyun, so they quickly suppress their opponents. As long as they seize the opportunity, they can win in one fell swoop. Seeing the situation on the battlefield, Ji Lingyun suddenly used his speed to the extreme, quickly repelling his opponent, and then retreated, while inserting Tensa Zangetsu in his hand back into the scabbard. Senbon Sakura. With a soft groan, Ji Lingyun used Zanpakuto again, it was Senbon Sakura, and then he went straight to Bankai without interruption. Bankai. Senbon Sakura Kajiyoshi. I saw two large Senbon Sakura blades suddenly appeared in front of Ji Lingyun, and then those huge blades broke apart suddenly, turning into small blades, lingering around Ji Lingyun. Chapter 114. What is that? The thug and the angry roar were originally scorched by Ji Lingyun, with sword wounds on their bodies, but they did not hurt Ji Lingyun half a point. Ji Lingyun had the upper hand after hitting two. But they didn't expect that Ji Lingyun, who had the advantage, would change his tactics. The powerful black long sword over there turned into another sword. What's more amazing is that this sword turned into countless blades, small and small. The blade of Ji Lingyun lingered around Ji Lingyun, like stars in the sky. I saw Ji Lingyun pointing his hand to the front, and the thin blades around him immediately moved towards the thug, Jeffrey White, at an extremely fast speed. They danced like sakura flowers, but they were full of beauty murderous look. Jeffrey White saw the countless sakura attacking them like flowers with thin blades, and they were shocked, and they dodged quickly. Their speed is very fast, but with thin blades. The speed is faster, and they will be enveloped in the blink of an eye. Roar. Clang clang. 640 Jeffrey White used a machete to withstand the attack of the thin blade, but, raging roar, Irvin Simpson was a tragedy. After his transformation, he was so huge that he could not dodge at all, but he was surrounded by the thin blade in an instant. Lived, uttered a series of angry and stern roars. However, Irwin Simpson's ability is indeed strong. Although he is constantly attacked by the thin blades and his body is still scarred, the thin blades made by Senbon Sakura only scratched his skin. It looks very miserable, but it is not. No fatal injuries were received. Under the angry roar, I saw that Irwin Simpson suddenly issued an extremely angry roar, and then, against the thin blade that attacked him, the whole person rushed towards Ji Lingyun, although Ji Lingyun controlled the thin blade continuously. Attacked him, but still couldn't stop him from rushing over. Ji Lingyun's face changed. He didn't expect the other party to be so crazy, completely ignoring his own injuries, and fighting him desperately. His body is not as good as Elvin Simpson, who ate Zone Devil Fruit. Against Irwin Simpson, he quickly dodged, but his speed was much worse than using Tensa Zangetsu. This guy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. To fight Senbon Sakura, if you want to dodge the blade, you have to move forward instead of just stepping back. Just like Elvin Simpson, he found himself when he rushed to Ji Lingyun desperately, the blade that attacked him became stronger than before. Being weaker, this made him even more desperate to attack Ji Lingyun. Janjing Senbon Sakura Kajiyoshi. Ji Lingyun snorted, and saw that the thin blade chasing Irwin Simpson quickly returned to him, and then formed the shape of a sword, and then Ji Lingyun rushed towards Irwin Simpson with the sword in his hand. This time he didn't step back anymore, but chose to head to head. Puff. The blade pierced directly into Irwin Simpson's body, but Ji Lingyun's height was actually much worse than that of the opponent. Even if he attacked with all his strength, he only reached the opponent's waist. After the blade pierced the opponent's body, there was nothing. Through, it was stuck in it instead. Ha ha. Irvine looked at Ji Lingyun in front of him, but he gave a sneer. He completely ignored his injury, grabbed Ji Lingyun's shoulders with both hands, and then roared and lifted Ji Lingyun high, pushing hard toward him. Smashed to the ground. No, Lingyun. After seeing this scene, both Joe's and Sachi's expressions changed drastically, and they wanted to save Ji Lingyun, but they were a bit far away, and their opponents were originally at an absolute disadvantage, but at this time they burst out with all their strength. Haunted them tightly. Boom. Ji Lingyun's body was lifted high by Irwin Simpson, and hit the ground heavily, splashing a large patch of dust. Amidst the dust and smog, a figure rushed out at a very fast speed. It was Ji Lingyun. He opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his expression was a little gloomy. He was hit on the ground by a huge force just now. He must be seriously injured, but at the last moment, he covered the younger generation with armament hockey, reducing the force of the impact, so it was as simple as a spit of blood. Fortunately, I trained armament hockey before I came. Although it can only cover a palm-sized body, it is enough. When you land on the ground, you can arch your body and only partially touch the ground. Armament hockey is really practical. In the past few years, Ji Lingyun has conducted hellish training under the training of Whitebeard, and armament hockey is a part of his practice. If you want to train armament hockey, you must not only have enough qualifications, but also have a strong pair. In the past, his physical fitness was not up to the requirements. Until not long ago, he did not meet the requirements and he also developed a trace of armament hockey. It's just that his armament hockey can't really harden the body, it's just simply entangled in it, physically. But even if Ji Lingyun's armament hockey is only at the first level, it still helps him withstand a big impact. Ji Lingyun's complexion was very gloomy. He knew he was careless, and he underestimated his opponent. After all, Angry Roar is a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions of dollars. If he had no ability, how could he make a name in New World? Final scene by D Sword. With a solemn expression, Ji Lingyun recruited all of Senbon Sakura's blades, and then used Senbon Sakura's strongest attack form. A strong white light radiated from his body, and a pair slowly appeared behind him. The white wings enveloped his body, and his hands clasped a handful of white Senbon Sakura. Dead. Ji Lingyun yelled, and the whole person quickly rushed towards Irwin Simpson. As he moved, the white light became more and more dazzling, and Irwin Simpson was not afraid at all, and roared in anger. The whole person completely turned into the form of a violent bear, with a huge momentum and face-to-face collision with Ji Lingyun. When the two collided, the white wings behind Ji Lingyun spread out instantly, turning into a white light that enveloped the two of them, making the others only see the white light, but not the specific situation. Chapter 115. The white light dissipated, and the people who looked at this place had their eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. I saw Ji Lingyun holding Senbon Sakura, standing there calmly, and in front of him, Irwin Simpson half kneeled in front of him, a stab wound from the ribs on the shoulder, across his body, blood like it sprayed out like money. No matter how strong the resilience is, it can't save your life. Ji Lingyun looked at the staring Irwin Simpson, the light in Irwin Simpson's eyes slowly disappeared, and finally his body fell forward with a bang. Died. The people who saw this scene widened their eyes in disbelief. Angry roar. Irwin Simpson was the captain of the pirate who offered a reward of 150 million pele. He was so famous that he died in Ji Lingyun's hands. Ji Lingyun's expression is calm. Although Irwin Simpson is Zone Devil Fruit, he has strong resilience and anti-fighting ability, but just now his Beatty sword directly smashed his body. No matter how strong the defense is, it can't be prevented. One sword. After killing Irwin Simpson, Ji Lingyun turned his eyes to the thug, Jeffrey White, his eyes flickering with cold. Jeffrey White saw Ji Lingyun looking at him with murderous intent, and his heart jumped. Although he is in good condition now, and Ji Lingyun seems to consume a lot, but for some reason, looking at Ji Lingyun's cold eyes, he couldn't even rise to the slightest thought of fighting. He was really frightened by the death of Irwin Simpson in Ji Lingyun's hands. Jeffrey White looked around. He found that their pirate alliance had been completely suppressed. The situation was very unfavorable. In addition, he was indeed a little confused, so he gritted his teeth and shouted violently, "Withdraw, stop fighting. Withdraw." With a loud shout from Jeffrey White, many of the pirates under his pirate group quickly gave up their opponents, moved towards Jeffrey White, and then in Jeffrey White led by him, he quickly withdrew from the battlefield, ignoring the other pirates who were still fighting. Jeffrey White's withdrawal directly destroyed the morale of the pirate alliance. All the pirates lost the motivation to fight. Even the strongest thug, Jeffrey White has retreated, and they still stayed. Are you looking for death? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Go. There were loud shouts one after another, and the pirates of the pirate alliance were almost defeated in an instant. Everyone was thinking about how to escape. The pirates who had been stunned by Ji Lingyun also slowly regained consciousness. Seeing that everyone had already escaped, they also immediately joined the fleeing army. I saw that the entire battlefield fell into a very strange scene. A large group of Murloc warriors chased and killed the human pirates, and the human pirates did not dare to fight. They only knew that they flee forward, only in a short time. The pirates who were still alive had all retreated, leaving only the corpses all over the floor. As for the huge number of Murlocs and mermaids they had previously captured, they were all left behind. I won! I won! The fishmen on the Fishman Island who saw this scene shouted in excitement. They finally drove the pirates of Damn It away, but their eyes were all looking at Ji Lingyun and other members of the Whitebeard pirate group. In their bodies, they all knew that they were able to drive away the pirates this time because of the Whitebeard pirate group. Those who watched the game around also sighed and shook their heads. Many people said, the Whitebeard pirate group is indeed the Whitebeard pirate group. The strongest pirate group in New World was not born, although it was just coming. With such a small number of people, it is really not easy to be able to repel more than a dozen Pirate League alliances. This boy named Edward Ji Lingyun is the key person. The Whitebeard Pirates actually has such a powerful character, and he is still so young. No wonder Marine would offer a reward of 100 million shells when he was only 10 years old. Many people thought Marine was crazy at the time, but now it seems that Marine's vision is still very keen, let alone a boy with 100 million Baileys, even if it is 200 million Baileys, he doesn't think much. The Fishman Island is under the control of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is also a big event. The Fishman Island is lucky this time. Quote. Go, let's meet our hero. Neptune said excitedly to Princess Otahime that Neptune, who had been beaten by the Pirates Alliance before, was very embarrassed. After seeing Ji Lingyun drive away the Pirates Alliance, the whole person became energetic, and at the same time Whitebeard the people of the pirates are very grateful, this time the Whitebeard Pirates saved them the Fishman Island. Princess Otahime nodded happily. She was also very pleased. She knew that the Fishman Island under the protection of the Whitebeard pirate group would definitely be much better than it is now, and it would be much more peaceful. Lingyun, how is the injury? Jose and Saki walked to Ji Lingyun's side and asked worriedly. They were scared to death just now. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, it's okay, it's just a little injury. I'll treat it myself later. In fact, he didn't suffer multiple injuries. He was hit a little by Irwin Simpson, but fortunately, armament hockey blocked most of the impact, so he just suffered serious injuries. There are no casualties, right? Ji Lingyun asked naturally from the Whitebeard Pirates. Jose smiled and said, it's just a bunch of chores. It's just that some people got hurt, no one died. That's good. Ji Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief. They brought all the elites of the Whitebeard Pirates. You know, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates are just over 100 people, and each of them is an elite. Loss is a major event. When Ji Lingyun and the others were talking, Jinbei walked over quickly. He had a lot of wounds on his body, but he didn't care at all. He gratefully said to Ji Lingyun and the others, Captain Jose, Captain Sachi, this little brothers, and all the brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates, thank you so much this time, it was you who saved us the Fishman Island. Jose smiled and said, it's okay, this is the order of the old man, but Jinbei brother, you are very strong, how about it? Are you interested in joining our Whitebeard Pirates? Chapter 116. Jinbei was startled when he heard the words. He didn't expect Joes to recruit him, but he quickly reacted and said, I'm just average, far behind you, and I'm now the guard of His Royal Highness, so. Joes nodded and said, understood, this matter naturally follows the Jinbei brothers' wishes, but if the Jinbei brothers want to join the pirates one day, we should give priority to the Whitebeard Pirates. Jinbei solemnly said. Definitely, definitely. When he first fought, Joes saw the strength of Jinbei. Among those Murloc warriors, there were only a few that could be seen by him, and Jinbei was the most outstanding one among them, so he opened his mouth to recruit Jinbei. At this time, Neptune also walked over quickly with Princess Otahime and others. Jinbei quickly introduced. This is the king of the Fishman Island, Your Highness Neptune, this is Princess Otahime. Lingyun, Joes and others all said very politely, His Royal Highness, Your Royal Highness. Neptune and Princess Otahime were also very polite. First, Neptune exchanged a few words with Lingyun and the others, and then asked, Whitebeard is okay recently. Although Whitebeard asked Lingyun to come out this time, he did not speak at this time, but gave the right to Joes and the others, so Joes smiled and said, Daddy, his body is very good and he can eat 1 sea kings, haha. Neptune also laughed and said, speaking of which, I haven't seen him for many years. When we were young, we drove through the sea together. In a blink of an eye, so many years have passed, and he has become the best pirate in the world, and I'm just an insignificant figure tucked away in the Fishman Island. Saki smiled and said, His Royal Highness is too modest. It is not something ordinary people can do well to manage such a major event as a country. His Royal Highness is also a capable person. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Neptune smiled, then looked at Lingyun, and asked curiously, I just heard the name of this little brother. He and Niugat have the same surname. Could it be Niugat's son? Lingyun said, I am the father's son just like everyone else. My father looks at me, so he gave me his surname. So that's it. Neptune nodded in relief. The difference between Lingyun and Whitebeard was so big that he was skeptical. Princess Otahime said, thanks to everyone's help this time, we, the Fishman Island, were able to tide over the difficulties of this time. Please also come to Dragon Palace City to rest with us. Lingyun and the others will naturally have no objection. This time they originally came to the Fishman Island to discuss matters. A huge battle ended with the defeat of the Pirate Alliance. After Lingyun and the others left, the people watching the excitement slowly dispersed, but this battle was remembered by many people. Still new, especially the appearance of Lingyun, let many people know the birth of another super newcomer to the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the Fishman Island is just an island, its prosperity is not bad at all, and every generation of Murlocs have survived on this island and accumulated huge wealth, which is completely reflected in Dragon Palace among. Lingyun and the others walked all the way and saw that the Dragon Palace was full of sparkling crystals and gems. The entire Dragon Palace was built extremely luxuriously. Although the Whitebeard Pirate Group is the most powerful pirate group in New World, it is actually their wealth is not too much. After all, they have to feed so many people and provide training resources. Therefore, the members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group live better than ordinary people. Of course, this is mainly because the Whitebeard Pirate Group does not burning, killing and looting. But even so, after Lingyun saw the luxury of Dragon Palace. That is to say, it was a little surprised, and there was not much shock. Other people Lingyun didn't know what they thought. Anyway, he didn't care at all. In the world of pirates, wealth is secondary, and only power is everything. With the foundation and strength, other things will naturally also be available. The treatment of Dragon Palace is really nothing to say. The food and drink are all excellent, but neither Lingyun nor the Fishman Island Neptune and others have put their minds on this, because they still have more important things have to be said. Lingyun secretly made a color with Joe's Saki and told them not to speak. Although Neptune is a friend of Whitebeard, but now they want to rely on the Whitebeard Pirates, they have to pay a sufficient price. After all, 1 yard goes 1 yard, his friendship with Whitebeard hasn't reached the level where nothing is needed. When they saw Lingyun not mentioning the Fishman Island, Neptune and Princess Otahime looked at each other. They had been kings and princesses for so many years, and they immediately understood each other's meaning. If they were before, they might still have an attitude put it higher, but after experiencing what happened today, they not only took advantage of the Whitebeard Pirate Group's love, but also realized the weakness of the Fishman Island, so they belong to the Whitebeard Pirate Group's command. Must do. So Neptune coughed and said first, Captain Joes, Captain Sachi, this time I asked for help like Newgate. I don't know how to let the Fishman Island belong to your Whitebeard Pirates. What kind of conditions? Both Joes and Sachi chuckled twice, and then Sachi 3.0 said, Daddy just asked us to help. As for specific things, his old man did not tell us, so we are not very clear. Sachi's meaning is very clear, we do not speak, it depends on your own sincerity. Basically, Lingyun didn't ask about this kind of thing. He was more interested in Jinbei, who was sitting next to him. Originally, Jinbei, as Neptune's guard, was not qualified to sit down, but this time he played a very important role, so Neptune would let him sit down and accompany him. When Neptune and Saki were discussing with them, Lingyun chatted with Jinbei, and because Jinbei had a bold personality and was very grateful to Lingyun, the two chatted very well, and they met each other late. Chapter 117. Ji Lingyun didn't know what Joes and Saki had talked with Neptune, but after a long time, they finally reached a consensus. The Fishman Island officially became the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Every year, the Whitebeard Pirates must be ordered. The group paid a certain amount of resources. As for what it was, Ji Lingyun was not interested, let alone asking, because he was planning a major event now. Having been in the Whitebeard Pirates, Ji Lingyun knew that it would be difficult for him to make breakthroughs and progress. Over the years, he has been letting the Whitebeard Pirates pay attention to the devil fruit he needs, but he hasn't found any of them. He feels that he can't keep going like this, traveling against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Regarding the future pattern, Ji Lingyun is very clear that the future style is full of threats and opportunities. If it can't become strong, it will inevitably be eliminated in the future era. Therefore, he desperately wants to be strong, so out of various considerations, he decided to embark on the journey alone. This idea is not Ji Lingyun's impulse, but has already considered it. In the Whitebeard Pirates, he grows very slowly because there is no pressure. Even with the guidance of Whitebeard, without actual combat and experience, it is futile. So after staying in Dragon Palace for a day, when Joes and Sachi were going to go back and looking for Ji Lingyun, they only saw the letter left by Ji Lingyun. The content of the letter was very simple, that is, let them talk to Whitebeard. Say, he will make a name in the sea alone, and then return to the pirate group. After reading this letter, Sachi said with a wry smile, Daddy asked us to be with him just to look at him. I didn't expect him to run away. How can I explain to him when I go back? Joes said indifferently, to tell the truth, he has run away anyway, and we can't tie him back. Sachi looked sideways at Joes and asked, I said Joes, did you let him go on purpose? Joes said dissatisfiedly, Sachi, don't blame me. It's just that Sachi still looks unbelievable. In fact, Joes did intentionally, but he didn't intentionally let Ji Lingyun go, but didn't care about it at all. Above the Whitebeard Pirates, Ji Lingyun and Marco are the best, but Joes is the one who takes care of him the most. Because Chaozi's diamond fruit was given by Ji Lingyun, Chaozi has always been grateful to Ji Lingyun. He has a much deeper relationship with Ji Lingyun than others. He can naturally see Ji Lingyun's thoughts, so he didn't stop him. The meaning of Ji Lingyun, otherwise, Ji Lingyun would not be so easy to escape from under their noses. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Saki sighed. If the kid wants to leave, it is really difficult to find him again. Forget it, let's go back. The big deal is to be scolded by the old man. He did not care too much, with Ji Lingyun's current strength, as long as you don't encounter too strong opponents, even if you can't beat them, there shouldn't be much problem with running away. Well, let's go. Joes nodded, and the two left with the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. And where is Ji Lingyun at this time? He is setting off from the Fishman Island on a boat, but he is not going to New World, but the first half of the Grand Line. The boat he is on is from the Fishman Island ship, and Jinbei personally sent him. Lingyun, are you really going to go to the first half of the Grand Line alone? On the boat, Jinbei asked Ji Lingyun seriously. Ji Lingyun told him before that he wanted to ask him to help send himself to the Grand Line. Jinbei agreed without hesitation, but he didn't expect Ji Lingyun to be one. People acted, but he still obeyed his decision and personally sent Ji Lingyun over. Ji Lingyun said, I have decided, and I have already acted. Jinbei asked curiously, aren't you good to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates? Why do you want to go out alone? Ji Lingyun said, it is precisely because of staying in the Whitebeard Pirates that everyone spoils me the most. I don't let me do anything, and I don't even let me fight. Do you think that in this environment, I can get progress? I don't want to be protected too well, so I have to come out alone. Jinbei showed a look of relief. He nodded and said, I understand. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, sure enough, you still understand, Jinbei, you are very good. Really, the Fishman Island is too small and not suitable for you. You should go to a broader stage. Jinbei smiled bitterly. Lingyun, I am different from you. I have to guard the Fishman Island. I cannot act with my own temper like you. So although I envy you, the way you say is not suitable for me. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, Jinbei, remember my words, sooner or later you will become a pirate, and you will become a great pirate. I will definitely not be wrong. Jinbei is Shichibukai in the original book, and he is also considered to be a big figure among the pirates, so Ji Lingyun is so confident. When the two were talking, the ship had reached the surface of the sea from the bottom of the sea, and rushed out of the sea directly after the power increased. At the same time, the coating on the ship was, bang, all dissipated. 8:30 Where is this place? After getting out of the sea, Ji Lingyun asked Jinbei. Jinbei replied, this is near the Chambordian Islands. Because we are the boat of the Fishman Island, we cannot approach the ferry around the Chambordian Islands. The Chambord archipelago is formed by a large area of islands, where murlocs are discriminated against, so Jinbei cannot drive the boat directly around the Chambord archipelago to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ji Lingyun said, okay, I see, you can give me a small boat, and I can go by myself. He has already arrived around the Chambord Islands, so Ji Lingyun is not too worried, as long as he can get there with a small boat. Jinbei put down a small boat and said to Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, if you encounter something here, go to a place and mention my name directly. You will get help. Then he whispered, Ji Lingyun is a place. After Ji Lingyun took a careful note, he turned and jumped into the boat, stood below, and said to Jinbei on the boat. Jinbei, thank you very much. If you have anything in the future, please contact me directly, or go to the Whitebeard Pirates, they will help you. Chapter 118. After bidding farewell to Jinbei, Ji Lingyun drove the boat towards the Chambord Islands. Driving a small boat was not a problem for him. Moreover, with only a small distance in total, he soon came to the Chambord Islands. He sold the boat to the boatman at the ferry port. Ji Lingyun walked up to the Chambord Islands on foot. This is not the first time he has come to the Chambord Islands. It was just that he was in a hurry during the first 2 visits and he was not here at all. I've visited, but I don't understand the situation here. Ji Lingyun entered the island 36 of the Chambord archipelago. As soon as he entered the island, he saw soap bubble parks and other places to play. The bubbles in the Chambord archipelago are indeed very strange and beautiful. Ji Lingyun, while walking, enjoyed it with interest. Because he was originally going to go out and play alone, he had no purpose, so he wandered around the Chambord Islands. For 2 or 3 days, he wandered around the Chambord Islands. When Ji Lingyun was playing in the Chambordian Islands, Joes and Sachi also brought people back to the Whitebeard Pirates. You said Lingyun went out alone. Whitebeard looked at Joes and Sachi, without any expression. Joes nodded and replied, yes, old man, he ran away alone while we were not paying attention. Whitebeard smiled bitterly, and said, this kid, I know he is not so peaceful. I thought that letting him out can help him get through his temper. I didn't expect him to leave me without saying goodbye. Marco smiled and said, this is his style too, Daddy, do you need to send someone to catch him back? Whitebeard gave him a sideways glance and said, catch it back. How to catch it? Who will be sent to catch it? Just you guys. If you are sent, it may not be possible to catch him back. On the contrary, he will be fooled by him and follow him. Messing around. Marco suddenly smiled awkwardly, because Whitebeard said that this possibility is extremely high. I am afraid that the only person in the Whitebeard pirate group who can hold Ji Lingyun is Whitebeard, and no matter how many other people go. It's no use, after all, you can't use force to bring him back. Whitebeard said. Don't worry about him, tell his people to pay attention whenever he has news. If he encounters any danger, immediately mobilize all the power he can use to help him, although this kid is not worrying. But you can't completely ignore him, otherwise you don't know how big things he will cause. #+#=. Marco laughed and said. If he wants to make trouble, let him do it, anyway, he will only harm others, and Lingyun is also measured in what he should do and what should not be done, he knows what he should do. Whitebeard said. He has a fart in his heart. Lousy has lived for so many years. This kid is definitely the boldest guy the first have ever seen. I am afraid that there are few things in this world that he dare not do, unless he really can't do it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard has lived for so many years. He has never seen anyone. Ji Lingyun's character has already been well mastered. Ji Lingyun is indeed more mature than the average person, but he is definitely a crazy person in his bones, exactly the same as when he was young, it's even more exaggerated than him, which is why he has been worried about Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun is still wandering around in the Chambord Islands. To be honest, he didn't think about where he was going. Although he had a purpose and wanted to find the devil fruit that could unlock his Zanpakuto, the Whitebeard Pirates had been looking for so long. Time has not been found. If he finds it alone now, it will definitely be even more difficult. What? Ji Lingyun, who was walking, suddenly stopped, and his eyes fell on the hotel next to him. Shachi's Rip-Off Bar. Seeing this name, Ji Lingyun immediately knew where it was, Shachi's Rip-Off Bar. Isn't this Rayleigh's friend, the hotel opened by the female pirate Shachi? It turned out that I came to the 13th without knowing it. Area. Because he was just a person, Ji Lingyun had no purpose. Even if he came to Area 13, he didn't pay attention. Correct. Ji Lingyun suddenly thought that Shachi seemed to be still an informant, maybe she could still get information about devil fruit from her. Thinking of this, Ji Lingyun no longer hesitated immediately, and went straight to Shachi's hold-up bar. Ding ding ding. A gust of wind rang and Ji Lingyun opened the door and entered Shachi's Rip-Off Bar Hotel. After entering, Ji Lingyun looked at the hotel, but there was no guest, only a tall, short-haired woman, leisurely smoking a cigarette, standing next to the bar. Welcome. When Ji Lingyun walked to the bar, the lady boss said, what wine would the guest want to drink? Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, I don't drink. The lady boss changed her expression and said, we are running a bar. Why do you come in if you don't drink? Ji Lingyun said, other people's bars naturally only sell alcohol, but shouldn't your bar just sell bars? The proprietress was naturally Shachi. She looked at the young man in front of her. She couldn't help but take it seriously. She asked, guest, what do you want if you don't drink? Information. Ji Lingyun spit out 2 words slowly. Shachi suddenly laughed, and said with a smile, I don't know where you heard the rumors, but we only sell wine here. There is no information you said, and how old are you? Can you drink? Ji Lingyun also smiled and said, I'm going to be 16 soon. I have been drinking wine since I was a child. Can I drink it? Then Ji Lingyun continued. But I don't drink today, I just want to get some information from you. I know the rules, you tell me the information, I pay you, fair and just. Shaqi's face became serious. Her bar is indeed a secret sales point. This is the resources and channels she has accumulated over the years. However, most people don't know the situation here. Only some regular customers know about her. I don't know how a teenager like Ji Lingyun knew about this place. Chapter 119. Shaqi spit out a puff of smoke. She is tall and Ji Lingyun is sitting, so when she looks at Ji Lingyun, she is condescending. She quietly asked, "Little guy, my intelligence is not someone. They are all qualified to buy. Knowing me here shows that you have some background. Let's talk about which way you are. I see if you are qualified." Facing Shaqi's arrogant attitude, Ji Lingyun didn't care. He smiled, then pulled up his cuffs, and saw a lifelike tattoo on his right shoulder. When Shaqi saw this tattoo, her complexion suddenly changed, and the smoke in her hand stopped. Her eyes suddenly burst into light, and she lost her voice. "Whitebeard Pirates, boy, you turned out to be a pirate, but Whitebeard people from the pirates." It's no wonder that Shaqi was surprised, because Ji Lingyun really didn't want to be a pirate in her dress. She was dressed in a blue bottoming shirt with floral prints, and she wore a spacious white robe with concealed blue trousers. Neat and clean, coupled with a handsome face, he is more like a noble son, not a pirate, even with a sword on his back. What made Shaqi even more surprised was that this young man was not only a pirate, but also a pirate of the Whitebeard 267 pirate group. He could not admit the logo of the Whitebeard pirate group. He did not think that Ji Lingyun was a fake, and he dared to pretend to be Whitebeard in the sea. There are really not many people in the pirate group, and she is not so lucky to meet. Ji Lingyun pulled down his cuffs and said with a smile, "I am a pirate from the Whitebeard pirate group. Did you surprise you?" Shaqi quickly recovered. Her gaze at Ji Lingyun was full of different meanings. She smiled and said, "A little bit, but how come the Whitebeard pirates came here? Me and Whitebeard there is no intersection." Ji Lingyun said, "No intersection doesn't mean not doing my business." Shaqi looked at Ji Lingyun's eyes flashing, and suddenly smiled, "I am a little interested in you. Let's talk about it. What kind of information do you want?" "Devil fruit," Ji Lingyun said. "Devil fruit." Shaqi looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise and said, "Devil fruit is hard to come by. It is not so easy for you to know devil fruit's information. Do you want that kind of devil fruit's information?" Although devil fruit is rare, Shaqi's intelligence network is very wide and she still knows where devil fruit goes. Ji Lingyun said, "Logia snow fruit, Paramesha kilogram fruit, tons of pressed fruit, and op fruit." After Ji Lingyun finished speaking, Shaqi's eyes looked at Ji Lingyun like a monster. After a long time, she said, "Boy, are you kidding me? 4 devil fruits are mentioned at once, one is rarer than one." Ji Lingyun said, "It is because it is rare that I came to you. Otherwise, why should I buy information? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Shaqi shook her head and said, No intelligence." Ji Lingyun asked unwillingly, "No one?" "No." Shaqi was about to speak, but suddenly stopped. She frowned, as if she was thinking about something. She slowly said, "There is an impression." "Which one?" Hearing Shaqi's words, Ji Lingyun immediately became excited and asked eagerly. However, Shaqi looked at Ji Lingyun calmly and said, "There is indeed one, but before that, should we talk about the price first? Even if you are a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, if you don't pay, don't want to know anything." Ahem. Ji Lingyun coughed embarrassingly. He said seriously, "I don't have much money with me right now, so let me know. You tell me the information first, and then I write you a letter. Take my letter directly to the Whitebeard Pirates. How about mentioning as much as you want?" Shaqi slammed the table and shouted, "Boy, are you a fool to be an old lady? Let me go to the Whitebeard Pirates to get money. Do I have that skill? Even if I have that skill, the old lady is not willing to go. No money come to buy information, rolling in." Ji Lingyun said, "Boss, don't do this, everything is easy to discuss." Shaqi said seriously, "No money, no talk, kid, it's still up to Whitebeard's face, otherwise the old lady would have thrown you out a long time ago. Get out of here while the old lady is not angry." And many more. Ji Lingyun yelled, then looked at Shaqi, and said, "Well, since you don't want to take the money, then we'll switch to another transaction. In this way, I will find a guarantor and he will guarantee me. If I pay back if you don't have any money, you can ask him for it." "Guarantor." Shaqi curled her lips and said, "I don't want to be so troublesome. Who knows who you are looking for as a guarantor?" Ji Lingyun chuckled and said, "The person I'm looking for is extraordinary, and you will definitely agree. Whitebeard. This is no good, unless Whitebeard is here, otherwise there is no guarantee." Shaqi immediately shook her head. Ji Lingyun said, "It's not the old man, it's another person, I believe you should know him too, he is Rayleigh." "What?" Cough cough. "Ah." Shaqi was smoking a cigarette. When she heard Ji Lingyun's words, she didn't react at all. She was choked by the smoke. After a few seconds, she looked at Ji Lingyun incredulously and asked, "What did you mean by Rayleigh?" Ji Lingyun said, "It's him, Rayleigh, Pluto. He and I are old friends, so he should guarantee it." Shaqi didn't speak, but walked out of the bar, and walked to the side of Ji Lingyun, around Ji Lingyun, up and down, left and right, and looked back and forth. A few minutes later, she lit a cigarette again, looked at Ji Lingyun, and said, "Boy, I already know who you are. At the age of 15 or 6, the pirate of the Whitebeard Pirates, and she knows Rayleigh. Are you the Edward G. Lingyun? G. Lingyun smiled and nodded, and said, yes, I am. I didn't expect the boss wife to know such a small person as me. Shachi made a cut, and then said, you are not a small person, not to mention the Logue Town riots. Not long ago, the Fishman Island, you were a big show. Now your name is going to be slowly. Is spreading. Chapter 120. Ji Lingyun was very surprised when he heard this. It was only a few days after the Fishman Island incident. Shachi had already learned about it, and he also knew his name. The speed was indeed very fast. Shachi continued. Edward G. Lingyun, at the scene of Roger's execution of Theon Peace, more than 5 years ago, he successfully robbed Roger's body and was offered a reward for the first time. The reward was as high as 80 million Baileys. Marine Admiral Akainu and Aokiji teamed up to chase and escape, and the bounty was raised to 100 million Baileys, making him the youngest pirate in the world with a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys. In the following years, you followed the Whitebeard Pirates to hide. Later, although the Whitebeard Pirates came out, there was no news of you. It should have been protected by Whitebeard. Until a few days ago, you led the Whitebeard Pirates. The crew arrived at the Fishman Island and helped the Fishman Island defeat the invading pirate group alliance. They faced the 2 pirate captains alone, Thethug and Theandry Roar, and slashed Theandry Roar, killed on the Fishman Island, once again became famous. Shachi looked at Ji Lingyun and said, I just didn't expect that after the Fishman Island incident, you didn't return to the Whitebeard Pirates, but came to the Chambord Islands. What's more interesting is that you found me here. Tell me, how do you know my relationship with Rayleigh? Did that be ******** D say it? Ji Lingyun smiled and did not answer. It was acquiescence. Fortunately, Shachi didn't bother with this question, but frowned and thought. How about, boss, let Uncle Rayleigh as a guarantee, can you give me the information? Ji Lingyun asked. Shachi cursed. He is a guarantor. He has the right to be a fart, and he still owes his old mother a debt. He doesn't know where he is hiding, so he will guarantee for you. Ahem. Ji Lingyun didn't expect Shachi to be so direct, not to save Rayleigh's face at all, and open her mouth to scold him, but this also made him distressed. He originally thought that Shachi would give him information by virtue of Rayleigh's relationship, but now it seems, I think too much. However, Shachi suddenly changed the conversation and said, Rayleigh is not qualified to be a guarantor, but you are different. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Facing Shachi's gaze, Ji Lingyun only felt uncomfortable. He twisted his body and asked, why am I different? Shachi smiled and said, you can be famous in the world at a young age, and you will definitely be a great person in the future. I can provide you with free information, and at any time, as long as you want the information, you can come to me. Ji Lingyun did not show any joy, but instead asked, what are the conditions? Shachi smiled and said, you are very calm, and the conditions are natural. I provide you with information for free, and you naturally have to pay for it. How about collecting and disseminating information for me for free? What do you mean, to be more specific? Ji Lingyun asked puzzledly. Shachi said, the simple thing is, I need your contacts. Although my contacts are not weak, your Whitebeard Pirates contacts are all over New World, so I need your Whitebeard Pirates contacts. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, boss, you have a good idea. I want to make use of our connections in the Whitebeard Pirates so easily, but I'm not an old man, and what I said doesn't count. Shachi smiled and said, I also know Whitebeard, and I know what kind of person he is. I can also guess what your status is in the Whitebeard Pirates. It is indeed impossible for you to mobilize the power of the Whitebeard Pirates. But part of it is still okay. More importantly, Whitebeard will get old sooner or later. With your potential and aptitude, in the future, the Whitebeard Pirates is likely to be in charge of you, so I am also betting. Ji Lingyun said, then your bet is big enough. If I agree, wouldn't we be tied together? Boss, you should have been a pirate before, but now you are hiding here to spend your old age safely. Well, if you're tied up with me, it's not a good thing. Marine wants to eat me. Shachi smiled and said, Marine wants to arrest you because of your potential. As for what you said, we are tied together, if you agree, besides you, who knows that we are united? Looking at Shachi with a smile on her face, Ji Lingyun was amazed in her heart. This woman is really a demon. After a few words, he is now passive. If he agrees, although he can get information now, but in the long run if you look at it, it is obvious that he is at a disadvantage. After all, he needs to use the contacts of the Whitebeard pirate group, but if he does not agree, it is estimated that it will be difficult for him to get information from Shachi. Looking at Ji Lingyun in thought, Shachi was not in a hurry. Just looking at it with a smile, she was confident that Lingyun would agree to her terms. After all, this is a mutually beneficial practice. In the short term, she will suffer. Ji Lingyun is not dead, she must earn money, so although she is a little gambler, she also has a lot of confidence. It is good. After a long time, Ji Lingyun finally made up his mind, and then said with a smile on his face, I can promise your terms, but after all, I have no right to speak. Maybe everyone in the pirates will see my identity and give it to me. Save face, but you should also know that this kind of favor cannot last long. After all, no one except Dad can fully command everyone under his command, not even Marco. Ji Lingyun's words are not nonsense. The pirate regiment under the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment only obeys Whitebeard alone. Even if Marco is the captain of the first squad on the ship in the second person, there are not many people he can directly command. It is even more impossible for the attached large pirate group to obey him, not even Marco, let alone him. Perhaps many of the pirates under the Whitebeard Pirate group may not know him now. Shachi didn't feel angry because of Ji Lingyun's words. She smiled and said, I bet on the future. I will gain as much as you have a great future. Are you so confident in me? Ji Lingyun looked at Shachi puzzled. Shachi said, the old guy really can't do anything else, but his vision is okay. He is very optimistic about you. Chapter 121. Uncle Rayleigh, where is he now? Ji Lingyun asked. Shachi hummed. Who knows where the old guy went? Maybe he went to gamble, or where he went to drink. Who cares about him? Anyway, he will come back by himself if he has no money in the end. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, the lady boss seems to be at ease with Uncle Rayleigh. Shachi said, what's so good about that old thing? Who will care about him except me? Okay, let's not talk about it. Now that you have agreed to my terms, we will be people on the same boat from now on. Don't you want to know Devil Fruit's information? As soon as Ji Lingyun heard this, he immediately became energetic. He asked, you just said there was news about Devil Fruit, where is it? Shachi said, I only know the whereabouts of one of the devil fruits you mentioned, and the information was just received a few days ago, so you are lucky. Which fruit? Ji Lingyun asked eagerly. Shachi replied, it is Logia Snow fruit, which will be auctioned at the No. 3 Island auction 3 days later. Auction. Ji Lingyun was shocked. Snow fruit happened to be what he needed most now, but he remembered that snow fruit would be eaten by Doflamingo's Monet in the future. It should be in Doflamingo's hands. Now it is actually going to be auctioned. It seems that Doflamingo shouldn't get snow fruit yet. Shachi said. Well, it is said that a pirate group was lucky enough to get this fruit, because the captain had eaten the fruit, but he didn't want to eat it, so he put it on auction. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, this pirate's eyes are really long-term. Snow fruit is Logia devil fruit. If it is eaten by someone, its strength will surely increase by leaps and bounds. By then, his position as captain will be shaken, so it is better to sell it. This will not only get the money, but also keep its position. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Ji Lingyun frowned and asked, how much do you think snow fruit can be auctioned? Shachi said, I don't know, but Logia devil fruit is worth a few hundred million. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As soon as he finished speaking, Shachi immediately said to Ji Lingyun, you can ask for information, but if you borrow money, you don't need to talk. Ji Lingyun suddenly smiled bitterly. He was blocked to death before he could say anything. Several hundred million, even if you sell me, I can't afford it. Ji Lingyun sighed. However, Shachi rolled her eyes and said, why don't you sell me the sword on your body, and I will pay 500 million Baileys to buy it, so that you have the money to go to the auction to buy snow fruit. Ji Lingyun looked at Shachi with a smile, and said, 500 million Bailey wants to buy my Shinigami blade. Boss, you are too good at doing business, let alone 500 million, even 50 billion, 50 billion, I won't sell it to you. Shachi murmured. It's just a broken sword. If you don't sell 500 million Baileys, you actually have 5 billion, 50 billion. I think you are crazy. If you don't sell it, let me see how you auction it. I will buy snow fruit. Ji Lingyun said indifferently, who said I must buy snow fruit if I want to get snow fruit? These words made Shachi suddenly widened her delicate eyes, looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise, and asked, boy, don't you want to grab it? Ji Lingyun smiled and said, I'm going to borrow it. If the other party is good to talk, I will pay it back after borrowing it. A ghost believes you, Shachi said disdainfully, but she was not too surprised. Pirates, murder is commonplace, let alone steal it. Ji Lingyun asked. As the auction 3 days later. What's the specific time? Shachi told Ji Lingyun truthfully, even though the two had just chatted for a while, and there was no agreement on the cooperation they were talking about, neither of them cared about it. Instead, they trusted each other. Ji Lingyun nodded and asked again. Well, then you can ask me about the whereabouts of other devil fruits. Shachi smiled and said. No problem, little guy, you should come to the Chambord Islands alone, do you have a place to live? Or just live with me, I can count you a bit cheaper. Well, I still have this little money. Ji Lingyun was not hypocritical, so he nodded and agreed. Living here is much more convenient. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Ji Lingyun regretted that Rayleigh never showed up, but Shachi was also very good to him and never neglected him. Of course, he paid enough money. Lingyun, be careful, island number 3 is illegal. Especially this time, the auction seems to be very big. There are not only devil fruit auctions but also mermaid auctions of the Murlocs, so there will definitely be a lot of large pirates and some nobles in the world can hide as much as possible, don't be impulsive, you know. Shachi warned Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun replied, I know, I will be careful. Shachi took out an invitation letter, handed it to Ji Lingyun, and said, this is an invitation letter for the auction. You can't enter without an invitation letter. I bought it from the underground world. Don't worry. Okay, thanks a lot, Aunt Sha. After getting acquainted with Shachi, Lingyun also called her Aunt Sha directly, which made Shachi very happy. After bidding farewell to Shachi, Lingyun went to the auction alone. 4.5 In fact, 3 days ago, Lingyun thought about looting the auction house, but in the end he was stopped by Shachi because the auction house has a backstage. The number of guards was also large, and he didn't know where Snow Fruit was hiding, so he was finally persuaded by Shachi. He went to the auction this time and was not planning to participate in the auction, because barely on his body estimated that he could not even buy the cheapest auction items. His purpose in entering the auction was to see who bought Snow Fruit, and then after the auction is over, he starts to grab it again. In this case, the risk will be reduced a lot. The only uncertain factor is who will buy Snow Fruit, so he will get the invitation letter from the auction through Shachi, knowing his confidant, and will fight forever. Chapter 122. Lingyun soon came to the auction house. The auction house he was about to enter was very famous in the Chambord Islands and had a large area. After handing in the invitation letter, Lingyun followed the crowd and entered the auction house. The outside of the auction house looks very big, and the inside is also very spectacular, but there are not as many seats as you imagined. It is less than 1,000 seats if it is full, but the seats are not closely connected, but a short distance apart. In addition to these seats, there are many boxes on the second floor around the empty hall. It seems that this is a high-end route. Seeing the situation inside the auction house, Lingyun immediately knew that the auction house should follow a high-end route. Unlike other auction houses, it is very empty and the environment is first class. Lingyun's seat number is 369, because it is relatively empty, so he quickly found his place, and then sat down, his eyes turned in the auction house. 13. The auction table is an empty table with hundreds of square meters. There is nothing but a very exquisite upright table with a small hammer used for auction. Lingyun came from an earlier one. Over the next period of time, people continued to enter the auction house, but it was not noisy. Everyone walked in silently and sat on their seats. Judging from their actions, we know that most people are regular visitors here. The people who enter the auction house are different. There are marine wearing marine clothes, aristocrats with slaves, and gangs of pirates. At the last moment, they even walked into 2 transparent bubbles on their heads. Celestial dragons. These 2 celestial dragons walked into the auction house very arrogantly, walking like crabs, almost walking horizontally. Under the respectful leadership of the people of the auction house, they did not enter the closed box, but went to the front row. They sat down, and the people around them quickly moved away. Celestial dragons, it's really interesting. Lingyun looked at the celestial dragons with a smile, but an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. After celestial dragons came in, the door of the auction house was finally closed, and the lights of the entire auction house were dimmed for an instant, leaving only the auction desks with brilliant lights. Except for the front row, only people could be seen in other places. Welcome to participate in this auction house's auction. A very handsome man, wearing a tuxedo, slowly walked onto the auction stage, with a soft smile on his face, which makes it easy for people to feel good at first glance. Jeter, is the auctioneer at this auction. I hope everyone can buy the items they want. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jeter came to the auction table, patted the table lightly, and said with a smile, I believe people who come to this auction house often should also know me. Okay, let's not talk too much nonsense. Let's just start the auction. Everyone who came this time was very lucky, because this auction has a lot of precious items. I believe you will not be disappointed. The auction has started. There are 7 items in this auction. The first one is, please take a look. I saw a staff member brought up a tray wrapped in cloth, and as Jeter moved, the items on the tray were exposed. This is. After the items were revealed, there was a burst of exclamation from the entire auction scene, and Lingyun also looked terrified at the same time. Zone Devil Fruit, Canine Fruit, White Wolf Form. Jeter exclaimed with excitement. Yes, the first item we auctioned this time is it. This is a rare devil fruit. Devil. I don't need to introduce more about what fruit is. Once you get it, you can instantly gain powerful power. The starting price is 100 million Baileys, and each bid must be no less than 1 million Baileys. Why are you still hesitating? Let's start bidding. 110 million Bailey. As soon as Jet's voice fell, someone screamed, and this was just the beginning. 115 million. 120 million. ... This is only the first auction item, but the atmosphere in the entire auction hall has become completely enthusiastic. Looking at the crazy shouts, Lingyun was very emotional. I don't know that this auction house is really rich and rich. The first auction item is the rare devil fruit. Although zone devil fruit is 3, it is the most common in devil fruit, but it is also the easiest to get power directly, which is of great value. We beasts pirates want this devil fruit, 200 million Baileys. Suddenly an arrogant and domineering roar sounded, and a tall man stood up in the front rows. Beasts pirates, they turned out to be beasts pirates. They actually entered the Chambordian Islands so openly, aren't they afraid of Marines round up? Hearing that this person was actually from Beasts Pirates, the auction house suddenly exclaimed and talked a lot, but the person who raised the price was no more than 247. Beasts Pirates is notorious for being unreasonable, so it is better not to provoke it. When Jeter saw that someone was disrupting the situation, a flash of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "This is a rare devil fruit. Its value is definitely more than so much. If you get it, you can get strength. Everyone is serious. Think about it. It was just taken from the power of Beast's pirates, but no one asked to increase the price. After all, not everyone wanted to cause trouble. Jeter shouted several times, no one increased the price. In the end, he had no choice but to announce that devil fruit belonged to the man from Beast's pirates. In fact, if it weren't for the people from Beast's pirates, the auction would be tens of millions more. The two celestial dragons in the front row made a disdainful voice. A group of disgusting pirates paired with a beast fruit is also a perfect match. Haha, Saint Rolthas, you are right, listen to the name, beasts, isn't it just a group of beasts? The other celestial dragons also laughed loudly. The people of Beast's pirates heard the conversation between the two celestial dragons, their eyes flashed, but thinking of the identity of the other party, they had to gritted their teeth and sat down. Celestial dragons could not be offended. Chapter 123. This guy is really arrogant enough to show his identity directly. Lingyun was also the pirate who looked at Beast's pirates in amazement. He didn't know this person, but judging from the tone of his words, it shouldn't be a lie, it must be Beast's pirates. Although there are many pirates and marines in this auction house, everyone comes with their own purpose, not too conspicuous, but this person is so openly showing his identity. Isn't this forcing Marine to trouble him after the auction house is over? His life may not be so easy. If he is smarter, he should leave before the auction is over. The second auction item was quickly delivered, but this time it was a huge cage. Jeter walked to the huge cage, pulled down the curtain forcefully, and shouted, "The second auction item is a pirate captain." I saw a tall man more than 2 meters tall in a cage, with his hands and feet in shackles. After the curtain was pulled down, he suddenly uttered an angry roar. The roar sounded at the auction site, reverberating. The nearest Jeter was even more deafening, but he shouted, "You may not be familiar with this person, so let me introduce the captain of the pirate, but a reward of 180 million from New World Bailey's great pirate is not only tall, but also powerful. It's no problem to buy it home as a nursing home or use it for other purposes. He was only caught by our auction house at a huge price not long ago." Hiss. When he saw this man, Lingyun took a breath, and his eyes showed incredible gaze, because he actually knew the man in the cage, who had fought with him in the Fishman Island not long ago. Thug. Jeffrey White. How is it possible? This guy was actually caught up for auction. Lingyun has fought him, naturally knowing that this thug, Jeffrey White, is very strong, completely matching his 180 million Bailey's bounty. Even if he is, he must do his best. Suppressing him, I didn't expect such a big pirate to be caught by this auction house. What is the origin of this auction house? Jeffrey White was locked in a cage. Because he was shackled, he could only kneel there, but he kept hitting the iron cage with his head, making a B********* G sound, and it was accompanied by unwilling roar. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, his roar and impact did not arouse any sympathy. Instead, laughter was everywhere in the auction room. Who am I? It turns out to be the famous thug, Jeffrey White. I heard that he was defeated by the Whitebeard Pirates in the Fishman Island with the Pirate Alliance not long ago. I didn't expect to be captured as a slave. Now he is appearing in the auction house. It is really interesting. Is it a big pirate with a bounty of 180 million? There is a bounty of 180 million, so what is the starting price? Slaves of 180 million great pirates, this is quite rare. It's not bad to be chained to the door as a watchdog. Dirty pirate, it's really disgusting. It's not bad to be auctioned off. I will buy him home and torture him well. Judging from his appearance, he should be able to withstand this young master's torture. Quote. Listening to the surrounding discussion, Lingyun suddenly felt great sympathy for thug, Jeffrey White. In any case, he is a famous New World pirate, and now he is auctioned as a slave. What a shame. You can see how angry he is from his reaction, even if it is far away, you can still see those blood-red eyes. Rather than being auctioned as an auction item and becoming a slave, it's better to die after 100, but it's a simple matter. Lingyun did not feel the cruelty of slavery in the past, but now seeing Jeffrey White, who he still knows, makes him deeply aware of the pain and cruelty of becoming a slave. He is very strange, logically like Jeffrey. A big pirate like Lee White can't even lose the courage to commit suicide, no matter how frustrated. Suicide is obviously much simpler than being a slave. No one cares about Jeffrey White's anger. The auction has officially started, and the starting price is surprisingly 180 million Baileys. Compared to the previous Devil Fruit auction, there were few people involved this time, but the enthusiasm was far from comparable to that before, because the auction participants were all aristocrats, they had money, and buying such a slave was also for them. It's a matter of great face, so one by one is a fatal price increase. The price soon exceeded 300 million Baileys, and there were only a few people participating, but the price still increased little by little. 400 million Baileys. Suddenly, an arrogant cry sounded, and one of the two celestial dragons in the front row stood up. He said loudly, "I want this slave, 400 million Baileys." After celestial dragons spoke, the auction room fell into silence. All the previous bidders died down. No one dared to compete openly with celestial dragons, so Jeffrey White was naturally bought by celestial dragons for 400 million Baileys. After seeing that he was sold, Jeffrey White let out an angry roar again, struggling constantly, but after Jet said a few words in his ear with a grim face, he was furious. As if being held by someone's lifeline, the whole person was paralyzed, and he was carried back to the backstage. Seeing this scene, Lingyun shook his head slightly and sighed. He had no money, otherwise he would want to buy Jeffrey White. In any case, the other party is also a powerful pirate. Then the third auction item was brought up, which turned out to be 10 murlocs with different appearances. Next will be auctioned 10 different types of murlocs, bidding for 50 million Baileys. A murloc is not too valuable, but 10 different types of murlocs are put together, it is not the same. Those noble lords also started to bid. These people have no other skills, but the means of playing slaves is a big one. He likes to collect slaves if nothing happens. As the best of slaves, murlocs are naturally popular with them. Chapter 124. The fourth auction item is also the murloc, but it is another batch, and it is more precious than the previous batch. Although the Fishman Island is now the site of Whitebeard, Lingyun has no interest in these murlocs. There is no meaning to save them, he is not so noble, and he does not have the ability. The fifth auction item is somewhat interesting. It is actually a treasure map. The auctioneer Jeter introduced it as a treasure left by a large pirate decades ago. It is said that there are countless treasures, but the map is not complete, missing a crucial place, so I can only determine a place on the Grand Line, but no one knows where it is. Although it is only an uncertain treasure map, human imagination is unlimited. The credibility of this auction house is also trusted by many people, so there are still many people who participated in the auction. Buy it at the price of tens of millions of Bailey. From Lingyun's point of view, this is nothing more than nothing to do, it's just a treasure map. As for spending so much money to buy it, if you don't have enough treasures, don't you want to cry to death? Not to mention whether it can be found is still a problem. But Lingyun also understands that some people are just a little bit nasty. Maybe they don't want to find a lot of treasures, but want the fun in the process of finding treasures. Finally, when the sixth auction item came up, Lingyun was shocked. The following is our first finale auction item of this auction, please take a look. Following Jeter's movements, a pineapple-shaped fruit appeared on the tray. The fruit was engraved with spiral-shaped lines, the color was snow white, and it looked very beautiful. Logia devil fruit. The moment I saw this devil fruit, there were countless exclamations from the auction room, and everyone looked at the devil fruit on the auction stage. Incredible. It turned out to be Logia devil fruit. It was actually Logia devil fruit at auction, which is incredible. Although this auction house occasionally auctions devil fruit, those devil fruits are basically ordinary zone fruits. Paramesh's devil fruit is rare, but Logia's devil fruit has never appeared. How rare is Logia's devil fruit? Anyone who knows the existence of devil fruit is very clear that there are only a few devil fruits in the world today, and each of them has become a resounding character. Headed by Marine 3 Admiral, the three of them rely on Logia. The ability of devil fruit has become Marine Admiral. One can imagine how precious and rare Logia devil fruit is. Jeter yelled. Everyone, this is the legendary Logia devil fruit. If you eat it, you will instantly become a strong man on the sea, and you will also have the opportunity to become a character like Marine Admiral. It represents power. Huh, stop talking nonsense, make an offer. Yeah, hurry up, I must get it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's mine, it's mine. Quote. The entire auction floor became excited, most of them stared at the devil fruit, only the two celestial dragons seemed not to be interested in it. Snow fruit. Yes, that's it, that's it. Lingyun is also very excited. He entered here for this fruit. As long as he got it, his ice and snow system Zanpakuto Hirenmaru can perform Shikai, and then get Iokiji's blood, then Bankai, so this devil fruit he is determined to win. Starting price, 300 million Baileys. With a bang, Logia snow fruit officially opened for auction. 310 million. 350 million. 380 million. 430 million. 450 million. 500 million. Astonishing quotations continued to sound, and the auction house seemed to be crazy, but in a matter of tens of seconds, it rose to 500 million, and the popularity has not gone down. 550 million. 600 million. Finally, someone in the only 8 VIP boxes in the auction house started bidding. 630 million. 650 million. 7 billion. When the price of 700 million was reported, everyone was short of breath, but no one bid again. Although Logia devil fruit is very precious, not everyone can get 700 million Baileys. More importantly, this auction house has strict rules. If you don't have money and make random offers, the consequences will be quite serious. After a while, someone finally bid again. 750 million. 750 million. Is there anyone else bidding? This is a Logia devil fruit that has been hard to find for 100 years. You can get unimaginable power after eating it. It is priceless at all. Is anyone bidding? Jeter yelled frantically, but no matter how he yelled, no one made any more bids, so he took a deep breath and yelled. 750 million once, 750 million twice, 700 million 50 million 3. 800 million. At the moment when the hammer was about to fall, a low voice suddenly sounded, and one of the people in the box made a bid. Jeter shouted excitedly. There is another bid, 800 million Baileys, is there anyone else bidding? This is Logia devil fruit, it is priceless, no one has bid. The person who reported 750 million Baileys before did not speak again. No matter how precious, Logia devil fruit is also valuable. What's more, this one is only snow fruit, which is not very brilliant among Logia devil fruit. It is almost the same to sell for 800 million. Everyone is not a fool, and naturally they will not be fooled by the auction house. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 times, Logia snow fruit was finally auctioned out for 800 million Baileys, while Ji Lingyun's eyes were fixed on the box upstairs that bought snow fruit. He had no money. He can only grab it, so he has to keep an eye on that box. As long as the opponent moves, he will start to act. Because the heat caused by Logia devil fruit has not gone down, the final auction item was also brought out. Chapter 125. The last auction item was actually a mermaid locked in a huge fish tank, and it was a mermaid who was extremely beautiful, even if it was Ji Lingyun, who was used to seeing all kinds of natural and artificial beauties in his previous life. He saw this mermaid at the moment, there was a loss of consciousness. There is such a face in the world. After seeing this mermaid's face, Ji Lingyun's desire. Wang was also lifted up in an instant, because this mermaid is so beautiful, it is not like a product of the world, as if it came out of a fairy tale. Ji Lingyun clearly heard the sound of drooling from the surrounding area. The whole auction hall was silent. Everyone was indulged in the beauty of this mermaid. The only one who was still awake was the auctioneer on the stage. This is the last auction item in this auction and the final auction item. Are you satisfied? Satisfied, satisfied, so satisfied. Beautiful, it's so beautiful. I must get this mermaid. I want to own her alone. She is mine. You must get it. Quote. Everyone is attracted by the mermaid on the auction stage. Ji Lingyun is no exception, but he wakes up earlier than the others because he knows that no matter how good a mermaid is, he can't get it without money, and so are mermaids. It's not that you can grab it by grabbing, so his interest isn't that great. Ji Lingyun turned his gaze to the box where snow fruit had just been bought, but his face changed suddenly, because when he looked over, the door of that box was suddenly opened, and a black shadow quickly walked out towards go to the back of the auction. Seeing this scene, Ji Lingyun stood up without hesitation, and then quickly walked out of the auction scene, because now everyone is attracted by the beauty of the mermaid, so Ji Lingyun's departure halfway did not attract anyone's attention. Ji Lingyun quickly walked out of the auction room, and then hid outside, waiting for the target to appear. He has already investigated. There is a back door in the auction room. Since the other party left early, he naturally didn't want people to know that he bought snow fruit, so it is bound to not go through the front door, so Ji Lingyun hides in the back door of the auction house and waits. He guessed it was right. After waiting for 10 minutes, he finally saw a man wrapped in black coming out from the back door of the auction house. The reason he concluded that the opponent was a man was because of his walking posture and figure. After the man walked out of the back door of the auction house, he quickly walked into an alley. He seemed to be familiar with this place. Obviously he was not here for the first time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun didn't get too close. He just hung from behind. It's still a crowded place. Even if it's not convenient to do it, it's just that the other party's actions surprised him. He walked into a dead end, and then tore off his black robe. This guy turned out to be Marine. After the opponent pulled off the black robe, the white Marine uniform was revealed. The person who bought snow fruit turned out to be Marine. This surprised Ji Lingyun. Since the opponent was Marine, he was still so sneaky, obviously there was a problem, so Ji Lingyun became more vigilant. He instinctively felt that the other party was not easy. After the other party took off his black robe, he turned over directly from the wall of the dead end. Ji Lingyun quickly followed. They passed through the bustling streets one after another, and then went more and more remote, and finally came to a place with no one. Marine stopped. After so long, you can come out now. Ji Lingyun, who was following, did not show any surprise when he heard this. Instead, he walked out calmly, then looked at each other, and said, I knew I was following you and brought me here. It seems you are very confident in yourself. The other party turned around. He was a very young man. He was about 2 meters tall, wearing sunglasses, a Marine uniform, a little beard on his face, and his body standing straight. What's more interesting was his left cheek there was a piece of French fries. Just listen to the other person saying. Although it's just a little mouse, but even if it's a little mouse, I have to pick a place to kill. Ha ha. Ji Lingyun couldn't help laughing. He looked at each other and said with a smile, want to kill a mouse. But if you think about it, will you get a bite? The Marine sneered, then smash its teeth. Ji Lingyun said, it's really ruthless. Your look doesn't look like a Marine. Looking at what you do, I can also think that you should be a restless Marine, right? The Marine said solemnly. Boy, you have been with me for so long, it should be because of the devil fruit in my hand. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, yes, I have been staring at that devil fruit for a long time. As long as you lend it to me, I will return it to you soon, how about it? 0. Do you think it's possible? The Marine said coldly. Ji Lingyun said, I know it's impossible by looking at you, then I have no choice but to grab it.
Humph. The Marine snorted coldly and said, you don't have the qualification to grab something from me. As he said, he tied the box with snow fruit in his hand to his back, looked at Ji Lingyun coldly, and said coldly, how many opportunities you have depends on how much you have. Ji Lingyun said faintly, you will never know my ability. I am determined to get devil fruit. If you don't give it, I can only grab it, but before this time, I have a question that I want to ask you. The Marine obviously didn't expect Ji Lingyun to talk like this. He asked with some confusion, what do you want to ask? Ji Lingyun grinned and asked with a smile. I want to ask, how is Doflamingo recently? When Ji Lingyun suddenly said such a sentence, that Marine's face changed in an instant. He shouted, what did you say? Ji Lingyun smiled and said, what I said, you should be very clear. I and your young master are also old acquaintances. Last time we parted in Logetown. I wonder if he has developed well in Beihai recently? Chapter 126. That Marine is naturally the undercover agent arranged by the Don Quixote family to Marine, that is, Virgo. He looked very ugly when he heard Ji Lingyun's words, and asked in a cold voice, who are you? He has been in Marine for many years, except for a few people in the Don Quixote family, no one else knows, but the boy who suddenly appeared in front of him knew he was a member of the Don Quixote family, which shocked him. Ji Lingyun said, you don't need to know who I am. You said, if first tell Marine about your identity, what will you end up with? What will end up with Don Quixote family? Wilgo's face was cold, and he said coldly, you won't have that chance. Before he could say anything, he rushed to Ji Lingyun suddenly, and when he rushed over, his fists had already turned black. Choke. Ji Lingyun also pulled out the Shinigami blade instantly. He pulled out Senbon Sakura, but he did not perform Shikai, but in the original form. Clang. Virgo's fist was blocked by Ji Lingyun's Senbon Sakura, and he still didn't take a step back, which surprised Virgo. Ji Lingyun's eyes suddenly dazzled. Senbon Sakura in his hand traversed an arc of charm and pierced Virgo's forehead. Ding. The tip of Senbon Sakura's sword indeed pierced Virgo, but there was a sound of gold and iron. The tip of the sword was on Virgo's forehead, but he couldn't penetrate because of Virgo's forehead. It turned into jet black, but he hardened his forehead with armament hockey, so he couldn't get in. Throughout the entire One Piece comics, Virgo's use of armed hockey is absolutely top-notch. After all, few people can harden the whole body with armed color like him. It can be said that his master skill is armament hockey, and later even Luo, it just uses Op Fruit's ability to decompose him, but there is no way to kill it directly. Ding ding ding. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The battle between Virgo and Ji Lingyun is completely undefended. No matter where Ji Lingyun's sword stabs him, he can harden his armor as quickly as possible, while he blindly attacks Ji Lingyun, but his attacks are always blocked by Ji Lingyun every time, and never hit. After playing for a while, Virgo clearly discovered that whenever his attack was used, Ji Lingyun dodges as quickly as he could be induced. He immediately understood that Ji Lingyun should have used observation hockey. His age being able to control observation hockey lightly is definitely a rare genius. He is even more puzzled as to who this young man is. The battle between the two is indeed very special. Virgo has armament hockey, Ji Lingyun's attack is not effective at all, and Virgo's armament hockey is indeed very strong, but he can't hit Ji Lingyun, who has observation hockey, even occasionally. Several times Ji Lingyun didn't have time to dodge his attack, and would block it with a sword in time, so the two of them couldn't help each other. But at this moment, Wilgo took a stab in his body, and then softly shouted, shave. Ji Lingyun only felt that the Virgo in front of him disappeared instantly. He quickly sensed the location of Virgo, and then slammed a sword behind him, but the Virgo who appeared behind him disappeared again, this time on top of his head. Moonwalk. Virgo moved quickly in the air, and condescendingly hit Ji Lingyun with a punch. Because the speed was too fast, Ji Lingyun had no time to escape with a sword, so he could only put Senbon Sakura in his hand on top of his head. Boom. A huge force was transmitted from Senbon Sakura to Ji Lingyun's body. His legs softened and he almost couldn't help kneeling down. His feet pressed firmly on the ground, leaving 2 deep footprints. Shave. Virgo disappeared again, as fast as a ghost, moving around Ji Lingyun constantly, and launching attacks from time to time, which made Ji Lingyun very embarrassed. It's the first time Ji Lingyun has encountered this kind of absolutely suppressed speed. Although he hasn't used Tensa Zanjetsu yet, even if Tensa Zanjetsu doesn't apply, he is a fast one, but in Virgo under the Marine 6 styles, his speed is still completely exploded. Spatter it. Senbon Sakura. Ji Lingyun did not hesitate. He is now at an absolute disadvantage under Virgo's Marine 6 styles, so naturally he has to use a stronger attack. Senbon Sakura suddenly turned into a thin blade in the sky, but this is not over yet. He continued to use Senbon Sakura's Bankai. Bankai. Countless thin blades linger in front of Ji Lingyun. Under the perception of Ji Lingyun observation hockey, no matter where Virgo attacks from there, he will be surrounded by the sky full of thin blades, let alone hit Ji Lingyun. Now even the distance of 3 meters from Ji Lingyun's side can be approached. Marine 6 styles Shave and Moonwalk are fast, but Ji Lingyun's thin blade controlled by consciousness is faster. What kind of weird ability is this? He was continuously blocked and attacked by that sky full of blades. If it weren't for armament hockey, he would have been stabbed into a hornet's nest. What made him depressed was that he couldn't get close to Ji Lingyun at all and was very passive. Virgo stopped there. Ji Lingyun did not attack, but instead controlled the countless thin blades to return to his side. Because of the sunlight, the thin blades were like red sakura flowers, which were extremely beautiful. Ji Lingyun looked at Virgo and said with a smile, "You are very strong, and I can't beat you now, but my purpose is not to beat you, but..." As he spoke, the 1.2 thin blade in front of him suddenly separated, and a box was actually held in the middle of the thin blade. What? Seeing this box, Virgo's face changed drastically. He touched his back, but found that there was nothing. He immediately understood what was going on. Lingyun must have used it while fighting him just now. Cut open the package on his body with a thin blade, and took away the box. After all, his body could be armament hockey, but he couldn't take into account the box containing snowfruit. Virgo's face was extremely gloomy. This was the devil fruit he bought with 800 million Baileys. It was the fruit that Doflamingo needed, so he must not lose it. Boy, return it to me, otherwise you will die miserably. Chapter 127. Lingyun reached out and took the small box in his hand, and then smiled. Fred is useless to me, you should know. Crack. Virgo clenched his fists and made a crisp sound. His whole body's momentum reached its peak. The value of snowfruit is not just a fruit, it can create a strong for the Don Quixote family, so Doflamingo only then will he cost a huge price to buy this fruit. If Lingyun snatches it, their Don Quixote family will lose a great deal. He absolutely cannot let Lingyun snatch snowfruit. Lingyun looked at the angry Virgo, but didn't take it seriously. His goal was snowfruit, not a fight against Virgo. Now that snowfruit is in hand, he doesn't want to entangle Virgo anymore. After all, this guy is a tank-type existence, unless it is a great price, otherwise he can't kill this guy, so it is better to leave directly. 13. I'm not interested in wasting time with you here anymore. With that said, Lingyun didn't care about Virgo's angry expression, and quickly retreated. Virgo did not expect that Lingyun was so decisive. After grabbing snowfruit, he immediately retreated, so he was caught by Lingyun in the blink of an eye. Escaped some distance. Virgo let out an angry roar, and then swiftly chased Lingyun, but because he wanted to clean up Lingyun in a remote place before, he walked all the way. Lingyun went first. He scurried to find hard-to-go places. After the disturbance, he ran towards the crowded places, and soon Virgo could no longer find his shadow. After being escaped by Lingyun, the angry Virgo could only grit his teeth and swallow this breath. After returning to his stronghold in the Chambord Islands, he took out a phone bug and dialed the phone. After a few seconds, the phone worm was connected, and a low voice came from the phone worm. Virgo, did snowfruit get it? I have sent someone to the place you said, and he will bring the fruit back to me. Upon hearing this, Virgo's expression became even more ugly. After a long time, he said, Dover, don't send someone here, snowfruit didn't get it. What? There was a cry of surprise from the other side. The person who was talking to Virgo was Doflamingo of Don Quixote family. He was in the North Sea at this time. He sat up abruptly and his expression became very serious. Wilgo, what are you talking about? Snowfruit didn't get it. What is going on? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Virgo said in a deep voice. I originally bought snowfruit at the auction, but there was an accident after the auction, and it was snatched away by someone halfway through. When Doflamingo heard this, he didn't believe it at first, but he also knew that Virgo would not lie, so he asked in a deep voice, what the hell is going on? Tell me in detail. Virgo said. It's a boy who didn't know where he came from. Doflamingo frowned and said, a young man snatched snowfruit from you? Virgo said. It's not an ordinary teenager. He is very strong and has strange abilities, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that it was only the first time I met him, and he actually knew that I was a member of the family. Dover, what is going on? Is my identity leaked? The other party knows that you were a member of the family. What's the matter? Doflamingo was surprised and said. The only people who know you are undercover in Marine are me and the top officials, not even my brother knowing. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to leak the secret. Virgo asked. Then what is going on when he knows my identity? He not only knows me, but he also seems to know you from his tone. He said that he had met you in Lobe Town. Lobe Town? Doflamingo was shocked. If there are those unforgettable memories in his life, Lobe Town is definitely one. It is not only the death of Roger, but also everything that happened afterwards, which made him still unable to let go, so he was listening. After Virgo's words, a figure appeared in his involuntary mind. Doflamingo asked eagerly, Virgo, is the boy who attacked you a 15 or 16-year-old boy with a strange sword that can change its shape? Wilgo was surprised. Dover, how do you know? Doflamingo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. I know who the attacker is. It turned out to be him, but how does this guy know that you are a member of the family? I only met with him once. How did this happen? Naturally, Doflamingo will never be able to guess the truth. Virgo asked, Dover, do you know who that boy is? Who is he? Doflamingo said, remember what I told you about Lobe Town back then? There was a teenager who snatched Roger's body and 347 was chased by Marine and still escaped? Virgo thought about it carefully, and suddenly remembered. He asked, could it be that the boy who fought with me today is the one you said? Doflamingo said, it's him, Edward Lingyun of the Whitebeard Pirates. I didn't expect him to appear in a few years, now he actually appeared, and he did it to you. Back then, I saw that this boy would definitely become the enemy from the future. It seems that it is so now. If he can snatch snowfruit from your hand, it seems that he has become stronger again. Knowing the identity of Lingyun, Wilgo frowned and asked, Dover, snowfruit can't just be lost like this. Doflamingo said, of course he can't be so cheap, but that kid is too slippery, and even Marine Admiral can't catch him. Our family is now at a critical moment. We really can't spare any manpower to hunt him down, and he is still Whitebeard. People of the Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates are not easy to mess with. That? Virgo asked. Doflamingo said. Don't worry about him for now, but I am more worried about you now. He knows your identity. If you report on you, your situation will be dangerous. Chapter 128. Hearing Doflamingo's worried words, Virgo said, Dover, don't worry about that. After all, that kid is a pirate. Even if he knows my identity, he should not go to report. After all, he himself is Marines. Wanted person, who would believe his words? Doflamingo said, nevertheless, you should be as careful as possible in Marine. Once there is a possibility of exposure, you will immediately retreat. You are very important to the family and there is absolutely nothing to do. Virgo replied, well, I know, but is snow fruit really unnecessary? Doflamingo said, it's just a devil fruit. Compared with what you are doing now, it is not comparable at all, and snow fruit is not so easy to handle. Sooner or later, I will let that kid double the price, come back. After Virgo hung up, Doflamingo slammed a teacup out of the table and roared grimly. Edward G. Lingyun, you dare to ruin my good deeds, and I will make you pay the price. At this time, G. Lingyun naturally didn't know that he was hated by Doflamingo, but even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. Anyway, he knew that he would deal with Doflamingo in the future, and he would definitely not be a friendly party. After getting snow fruit, G. Lingyun immediately returned to Shachi's bar hotel without stopping. Ding! G. Lingyun pushed the door directly into the hotel. There was still no one in the hotel. When Shachi saw Ji Lingyun coming in, she immediately asked, how is it, little guy, have you got the things? Ji Lingyun picked up the box in his hand and said with a smile, it took a bit of work, but it was still a success. Shachi nodded, then walked to the door, closed the door, and replaced it with a sign that was temporarily closed. After walking back, she happened to see Ji Lingyun opening the box, revealing a spiral pattern of snow-white devil fruit. Is this snow fruit? It's very beautiful, Shachi said, looking at snow fruit. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, it's really beautiful, but if it tastes, it shouldn't be beautiful. Shachi looked at Ji Lingyun seriously, and suddenly asked, little guy, you have worked so hard to get this snow fruit, do you want to eat it yourself? Before Ji Lingyun could answer, Shachi continued, little guy, you have to think clearly. Although snow fruit is Logia, its ability is not the best. Compared with Marine Admiral Akainu, there is a big gap between Aokiji and their fruit abilities. I heard Rayleigh said that you are very talented, born with observation haki and conqueror's haki, and there is also a powerful weapon. Snow fruit is fundamental to you. There is not much help, but you have to think clearly. Once you eat it, you will have a fatal weakness. Ji Lingyun looked at Shachi very moved. Shachi said these words, which meant that she really regarded herself as a younger generation and didn't want to make mistakes on her own impulse. So he said, don't worry, Aunt Sha, I'm not so dizzy yet, but it's just a small snow fruit. I never thought about eating it, let alone I have never thought about eating devil fruit. Even if I want to eat it one day, I have a better choice than it. Shachi was relieved to see that Ji Lingyun didn't mean to eat snow fruit, but she immediately asked a little curiously. You said you still have devil fruit better than snow fruit? Snow, even if fruit is not as good as other Logia devil fruit, it is not so easy to find a better one, right? Ji Lingyun smiled and said, others can't help it, but that doesn't mean I can't help it. But he didn't brag either. He did know the approximate locations of several good devil fruits. For example, Mara fruit is in the East Daxia Sea, Thunder fruit is in the sky, and there is even dark fruit, which is not known where it is now. Will fall into the hands of the Whitebeard Pirate group. These fruits are much stronger than snow fruit. Shachi didn't ask too much, she just thought Ji Lingyun was bragging, but she asked strangely. Since you don't eat it, why are you struggling to snatch it? Do you sell it? Ji Lingyun said, it is naturally useful for me to grab it. When he was on the road, he had already swallowed the genes of snow fruit with the blade of Shinigami, so there was a small crack on the snow fruit. This is what he caused. Now that he has obtained snow fruit, his 5th Zanpakuto has finally completed Shikai, and then as long as he gets Aokiji's frozen fruit ability, his Hiranmaru can complete Bankai. In Ji Lingyun's view, Hiranmaru is very important. Nearly 80% of Pirate World is the sea. With Hiranmaru, even if he doesn't have a boat, he can run on the sea, and Hiranmaru is the strongest Zanpakuto in ice and snow. The power is also very terrifying. It has developed to the extreme and will never be worse than Aokiji's frozen fruit. It's just that snow fruit is useless for him now, and he doesn't know what to do with it. Anyway, snow fruit is Logia devil fruit, which is very valuable. Head. Ji Lingyun said to Shachi, Aunt Sha, can you please help me? Shachi asked. What do you want to do? Ji Lingyun said, help me deliver snow fruit to the Whitebeard Pirates, and say that I got it. Whoever wants it can eat it. Shachi widened her eyes and looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise, and said, your kid is so generous. This is Logia devil fruit, which is invaluable. You gave it to the Whitebeard Pirates so easily. Ji Lingyun said, what's the matter, it's not very important to me anyway, let alone everyone in the pirates as my relatives, just a devil fruit, is it more important than relatives? He really doesn't care much, snow fruit is useless with him. It's just a waste in his hands, as for selling, he doesn't lack the money. If he really wants money, there are so many in the Whitebeard Pirates, there is no need to sell snow fruit, and Logia fruit is indeed rare, used to enhance the strength of the pirate group, this is a good thing with 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 129. Whatever you want, it's not my thing anyway. Shachi saw Ji Lingyun's indifferent look, and didn't persuade him anymore. As she said, it's not her thing. Ji Lingyun can handle it whatever she wants. After receiving Ji Lingyun's snow fruit, Shachi said, I need some tokens to deliver things to the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates are not easy to fool. People accidentally injured. No problem. Then Ji Lingyun wrote a letter to Shachi with a secret code unique to the Whitebeard Pirate Group, which only the core members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group could understand. Shachi asked Ji Lingyun, what are you going to do next? After leaving the Whitebeard Pirates, you should have your own plan? Ji Lingyun stretched her waist and said lazily, I haven't thought about it yet, now you live here for a while. Ji Lingyun really didn't think about where to go next. He came out to find devil fruit, so he said to Shachi, Aunt Sha, you can help me with the devil fruits I told you before. Pay attention. Shachi asked suspiciously, I said little guy, you don't eat 670, what do you want them to do? Improve the strength of our pirate group, can't it? Ji Lingyun said directly. Shachi waved her hand helplessly and said, well, whatever you want, I'll help you pay attention. By the way, Aunt Sha, when will Uncle Rayleigh come back? I haven't seen him for a long time. Ji Lingyun asked Shachi. As soon as Rayleigh was mentioned, Shachi suddenly felt resentful, and she coldly snorted. Who cares about him? It's better to die outside. This old guy sometimes goes out for more than 10 days, and he doesn't know where to hide went. Ji Lingyun could only smile bitterly when he heard this. It seemed that the Lord's grievance was really not normal, and he didn't know how Rayleigh surrendered this woman. In this way, Ji Lingyun stayed in Shachi's hotel. He did not go out for a few days, and he studied the newly liberated Hiranmaru in the hotel. The Zanpakuto of Hiranmaru can definitely be ranked among the many Zanpakuto. It is very capable, powerful, and very practical. Ji Lingyun liked Zanpakuto very much when I watched Shinigami before. Shachi's abilities are indeed extraordinary. During Ji Lingyun's time to study Hiranmaru, she has delivered snow fruit to the New World Whitebeard Pirate Group. Moby DK, Whitebeard Pirates. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Father, Daddy, Lingyun sent someone back to deliver the letter. Whitebeard was lying on the deck basking in the sun when someone hurried over and shouted. Whitebeard sat up with a swish, just about to speak, but stopped, hummed, and said dissatisfied, that kid still knows to send someone back. Marco and others on the side laughed secretly. Whitebeard was obviously worried and anxious, but pretended to be indifferent. So Marco smiled and said, no matter how bad Lingyun is, he can't forget your father. You see, he has only been out for a few days, so he wrote back. Whitebeard snorted coldly. If you really want to, why don't you contact me through the phone bug and write a letter? Joe said, Father, Lingyun didn't bring a phone with him when he left. Whitebeard waved his hand and said, okay, you don't need to explain for him, bring the letter. Marco immediately took the letter, and then handed it to Whitebeard. There was also a box sent with the letter. Marco was very strange. He didn't know what was in the box, but Whitebeard didn't speak, and he couldn't open it. Looking at the letter, Whitebeard frowned first, then stretched it out again, but it didn't take long for it to wrinkle again. The Marco and others on the side were all anxious, and they didn't know what Ji Lingyun said to make Whitebeard. The complexion is constantly changing. After reading the letter, Whitebeard threw it into Joe's hand and hummed. Lousy knew that the kid would not be at ease when going out. Look, it's only a few days, and it's causing trouble again. When Marco and others heard this, Joe said anxiously, Father, what happened to Lingyun? He sent someone to deliver the letter. Did he come to ask for help? Then let's save him? Seeing Joe's with an anxious face, Whitebeard was also taken aback. He didn't expect that he would make Joe's so gaff with his casual words. He immediately shook his head and said, okay, Joe's, not as serious as you think, something happened, but he has settled it. Not only that, he also sent us a gift. Marco, open the box. Anxious Joe's heard that Ji Lingyun was okay, and he was relieved. Although Marco and others are not as exaggerated as Joe's, they are still very worried, but they are all right now. They all laughed. Marco also followed Whitebeard's words and opened the box. What? The box was in Marco's hand, so Marco naturally saw the contents of the box first, and when he saw the contents inside, he immediately let out an exclamation. What's wrong, Marco? What makes you so fussed about? Sachi and the captains of the Whitebeard Pirate Group were all curiously leaning towards Marco. When they saw the snow fruit in the box, they all exclaimed again and again, with more exaggerated expressions than Marco. My God, isn't this devil fruit? It's not just devil fruit. Looking at the patterns and textures, it should be Logia devil fruit. What did that kid Lingyun do? How did you bring back a Logia devil fruit? This is a treasure on the sea, but it's hard to find. He only went out for a few days, why did he get one? Seeing snow fruit, all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were all dumbfounded, and the surrounding Whitebeard Pirates also came over curiously, and then pointed at the snow, and Marco's snow fruit started talking. What kind of fruit is this? Logia devil fruit seems to be so few. I haven't seen it, but Logia devil fruit can't be wrong. At this time, Whitebeard said, this is snow fruit, which is also a type of Logia. It belongs to the ice and snow family and is similar to Iokiji's frozen fruit. Chapter 130. Snow fruit. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group are all looking at this devil fruit. Many people's eyes are full of undisguised desire. This is Logia devil fruit. There is no Logia capable person in the entire Whitebeard Pirate Group,
And this devil fruit is also somewhat similar to frozen fruit from Marine Admiral Aokiji, and it must be very powerful. Everyone was amazed by Ji Lingyun's luck. He had only been out a few days before he got a Logia devil fruit that no one else would have dreamt of. Is there anything to say about this luck? Among the crowd, Marshal D. Teach also looked at the snow fruit with peculiar eyes. Naturally, his eyes flashed with meaning and desire, but he quickly suppressed it because he entered the Whitebeard Pirate group for dark fruit, only that fruit is the most suitable for him. This snow fruit cannot be compared with dark fruit at all. What really moved Whitebeard was Ji Lingyun's luck. He hadn't found dark fruit for so many years, but Ji Lingyun easily found snow fruit. Doesn't it mean that Ji Lingyun is really lucky for heaven defying? Maybe he will be able to find dark fruit one day in the future. What makes Teach even more heartwarming is that most people who get Logia devil fruit will definitely eat it without hesitation. But Ji Lingyun sent it back to the Whitebeard Pirates, which shows that he is not interested in the devil fruit ability. If in the future he is really lucky to be heaven defying and get dark fruit, doesn't it mean he has great hope? So now Teach is full of expectations for Ji Lingyun, looking forward to him finding dark fruit. If this is the case, he can do everything he can to grab it, and then his ambitions can be unfolded. Lingyun, don't let me down. Human beings are such strange animals. If they have no hope of getting something, they will expect others to help them get it. Now Teach is like that. Whitebeard said. Lingyun said, he doesn't want this fruit, as it is a reward for the pirates. Who of you wants it? Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, almost 90% of the people showed desire, even the captains. The only ones with fruit abilities in the Whitebeard Pirate group are Whitebeard, Marco and Joes. Undoubtedly, they are the strongest in the pirate group, especially Logia devil fruit now. The starting point is higher than the fruits of the other two lines, so everyone wants to get it. It's just that no one spoke, because everyone knew that Ji Lingyun got this fruit. He wanted to give it to him. It was his own idea. They could think, but they couldn't speak. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing no one speaks, Whitebeard also has a headache. He regards the members of the pirate group as relatives, but there is only one fruit, and the others will be unbalanced, so even if it is him, he is still uncertain. On the contrary, I blame Ji Lingyun in my heart, thinking that he had thrown such a big trouble to him. Speaking of it, this is not the first time Ji Lingyun has given devil fruit. Jose's diamond fruit was given by Ji Lingyun, but it was directly given to him that time, so naturally everyone would not have any opinions, but this time Ji Lingyun didn't say anything, so everyone naturally moved their minds. But as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate group, this kind of thing still has to be decided by Whitebeard. Marco hugged snow fruit and looked at the surrounding eyes on him. He only felt uncomfortable. He couldn't wait to throw the snow fruit out, but Whitebeard hadn't spoken yet, and he was not messed come. Marco, give snow fruit to Sachi. After thinking about it for a long time, Whitebeard finally spoke, but when he spoke, many people suddenly showed disappointment. Although everyone knows that Whitebeard's decision is not biased, it is after all a Logia devil fruit. Just like this loss, the loss of heart is also self-evident. When Marco heard what Whitebeard said, he immediately threw it into Sachi's arms like a hot potato, and said, well, this is yours now, here you are. Sachi looked at the snow fruit that was forcibly stuffed into his hands with a dazed expression. He didn't recover at all. He asked Whitebeard in a daze, Daddy, give this to me. Whitebeard said solemnly, of course it is for you. You are also the first to follow me. With your qualifications, you deserve this fruit, but if you want to, thank Lingyun. After all, he found this fruit. But, Saki said anxiously. Whitebeard waved his hand and said, okay, don't do it. Snow fruit is for you. As for whether you want to eat it, it is your own business. If you give it to someone else, I have no opinion. If such a good devil fruit is given to others, Sachi is naturally reluctant. He didn't eat devil fruit before, not because he didn't. The Whitebeard Pirates also got Zone's devil fruit, but he saw the power of those fruits. No, so I didn't eat it, but snow fruit is different. Although I don't know how powerful it is Logia after all. Logia devil fruit is not weak, this is common sense. Zero after Whitebeard finished speaking, he didn't care, and lay down on the chair again to bask in the sun. Saki frowned and looked at snow fruit in his hand. He could feel countless fiery gazes around him. After watching snow fruit for a long time, regardless of whether it was dirty or not, he put it directly into his mouth. When Sachi swallowed snow fruit, he clearly heard sighs from around him, which made him very strange, but more of it was happy. He was one of the Whitebeard Pirates. The only person in the group who has Logia fruit ability. Saki himself is a master, so after eating snow fruit, he immediately began to sense, and the people around him did not disperse. They all looked at Saki curiously. Logia devil fruit's ability, want to see it. After a long time, Sachi opened his eyes suddenly, and saw that his body began to change. His clothes, hair, and skin slowly turned into snowflakes, and floated in the air. He turned into snowflakes. The ability to float. Chapter 131 Beasta suddenly swung his sword at Sachi, stabbing Sachi with both sword, but passed directly through his body. Sure enough, it is Logia devil fruit, physical attacks have no effect at all. Sachi himself is also very happy. With Logia's fruit ability, his combat effectiveness will at least increase by 30%. Although the other Whitebeard Pirates unfortunately did not get devil fruit, they are all really happy for Sachi. After all, Sachi gained power, and the Whitebeard Pirates also strengthened. In the Chambord Islands, Ji Lingyun finally mastered the abilities of Hiramaru Shikai after several days of research. He has studied Zanpakuto for many years, so although Hiranmaru was just Shikai, he still quickly mastered the skills. On this day, Ji Lingyun talked to Shachi, then left the hotel and wandered around the Chambord Islands. The Chambord Islands combined were still very large. Ji Lingyun just wandered around casually and came unconsciously. Arrived on the 16th island. The Chambordian Islands has never been a peaceful place. Although it is still under the control of Marine, not everything is controlled by Marine. At least a small half of the islands are illegal and very chaotic. After all, the Chambordian Islands lead to the New World. People from all walks of life will gather here, so it is naturally chaotic. The 16th island that Ji Lingyun came to was an island in an unscrupulous zone. Along the way, he saw a lot of pirates, bounty hunters, and even saw a few fights. But no matter what the illegal zone is, there are mostly civilians here, and there are basically 7 to 80% of civilians on the road. While Ji Lingyun was hanging out, suddenly there was a burst of exclamation in front of him, followed by a gunshot. Okay. Obviously something big happened ahead. Ji Lingyun didn't want to join in the fun, but when he was about to turn around and leave, he stopped again and walked forward in a ghostly manner. When Ji Lingyun walked to the place where the gun was just shot, his brows frowned, and all the people in front of him knelt down. There were people kneeling on both sides of the road, and there were only a few people in the whole place. Standing, it was a man with bubbles on his head, and a few bodyguards in suits behind him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Celestial dragons, and this celestial dragons Ji Lingyun has also seen it, which is the celestial dragons that I met at the auction house not long ago. However, Ji Lingyun's gaze was not on celestial dragons. Instead, he looked at the man who was stepped on by celestial dragons. This man was stepped on by celestial dragons. There was a wound on his body that kept bleeding, and celestial dragons. In his hand, he held a golden pistol and pointed it at the man at his feet. It was obvious that he had fired the gun just now. The hands and feet of the man stepped on were shackled. The most important thing was that this man Ji Lingyun knew him, Jeffrey White, who was auctioned at the auction house not long ago. The mob was very miserable at this time. He was stepped under the feet by celestial dragons and did not dare to move. Even if he was shot by celestial dragons, he still kept his head down and did not dare to look up at celestial dragons. Shrinked into a ball. Damn slave, dare to make me fall, I let you climb badly, I let you climb badly. Celestial dragons scolded and kicked the thug, Jeffrey White with his feet. After kicking for a while, he spit on Jeffrey White again and shouted, "Get up and carry me quickly." Jeffrey White, curled up on the ground, struggled to get up from the ground, and then turned over his body with a numb face, like an animal, his hands and feet lying on the ground, his body arched up, looking like a Mount Same. Celestial dragons snorted uncomfortably. Jeffrey White, who didn't care about the bleeding, stepped on Jeffrey White's body, sat on his back, and then pumped hard at Jeffrey White's head. After a while, he yelled, "Hurry up and throw me down again. I will send you to feed the dog." Seeing this scene, Ji Lingyun only felt that a fire in the Hungarian accent suddenly rushed to his head, and that anger almost burned his whole person. Still, he took a step forward and then unswervingly walked towards the place where Celestial Dragons is located. The appearance of Ji Lingyun was naturally discovered by the kneeling civilians around him, because he was the only person who did not kneel down except Celestial Dragons and his bodyguards. There were also kind people who reminded Ji Lingyun to kneel down, but Ji Lingyun he was completely filled with anger and couldn't hear any sound at all. When Ji Lingyun walked towards Celestial Dragons, everyone around was stunned, and they all felt that Ji Lingyun was finished. Before Ji Lingyun took a few steps, they caught the attention of Celestial Dragons' bodyguards. They looked at Ji Lingyun who was walking towards this side, and suddenly shouted, "Boy, stop, haven't you seen Lord Rolthas here? Quickly kneel down and beg for forgiveness." However, Ji Lingyun didn't even look at him, and still walked in the direction of Celestial Dragons. Hearing the voice of the bodyguard, Jeffrey White couldn't help but glance back. He just saw Ji Lingyun's gaze looking at him. He couldn't describe that gaze, but the moment he came into contact with Ji Lingyun's gaze, he trembled all over. After just taking a look, Jeffrey White immediately lowered his head and shook his body more severely. Not long ago, he was a big pirate who fought Ji Lingyun, but 5.4 is now a slave, and still in front of Ji Lingyun, being so humiliated by Celestial Dragons, even if he is numb, he still feels ashamed to see people at this moment. "Humble slave, who made you tremble?" Jeffrey White trembled, and the Celestial Dragons on his back became angry. He drew the whip and drew a few whips on Jeffrey White's body. The skin of Jeffrey White was spattered and blood was flying. Snapped. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Ji Lingyun actually came to the side of Celestial Dragons. What's even more incredible was that he grabbed Celestial Dragon's wrists and physically prevented Celestial Dragons from continuing to swing the whip. Chapter 132. What does he want to do? All the people around raised their heads and looked at the young man who appeared suddenly. This young man actually grabbed Celestial Dragon's hand and prevented his movement. In everyone's eyes, it was simply an unruly thing. The bodyguards of Celestial Dragons did not expect that this young man would suddenly disappear from them, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at Celestial Dragons and also offended Celestial Dragons. As the bodyguards, they were all shocked. If their master lost one, they were all going to die if they had hair, so they rushed towards Ji Lingyun in amazement. But when they just rushed behind Ji Lingyun, suddenly all of them rolled their eyes and fell down.
After Celestial Dragons was grabbed by Ji Lingyun's wrist, the whole person was a little stunned. Even if the bodyguard fell to the ground, it did not attract his attention. Instead, he shouted at Ji Lingyun with an angry face. You 13 damn BCH, dare to touch the most noble god in the world, damn untouchable, and still not let go of your scumbag. It's just that Ji Lingyun just glanced at him coldly, then looked at Jeffrey White who was lying on the ground as a mount, and asked coldly, Thug, you and I have met once, even though it is enemy, but I also consider you a respectable opponent, but look at what you look like now. Where is your dignity? Listening to Ji Lingyun's words, Jeffrey White's body was shaking more severely. He didn't dare to look at Ji Lingyun, he just didn't want to be recognized by Ji Lingyun, and he didn't want his former opponents to see him in such an embarrassing appearance.
Damn untouchables, the great god is talking to you, you dare to ignore me, I'm going to kill you. Celestial Dragon saw Ji Lingyun ignore him, and his expression suddenly became savage. He angrily used the other hand that had been holding a gun and pointed his muzzle directly at Ji Lingyun. Boom! A shot was fired, but Ji Lingyun only dodged his head and escaped the bullet, but the next moment, he suddenly looked at Celestial Dragons with a cold look, showing his murderous aura. Celestial Dragons looked at Ji Lingyun's gaze and became even more angry. He yelled, The look in your untouchable eyes makes me very upset. I will buckle your eyeballs and I will tear you to pieces. Celestial Dragons. Haha. Ji Lingyun looked at Celestial Dragons and suddenly laughed. The laughter was full of disdain and coldness. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jeffrey White, who didn't dare to lift his head, trembled even more when he heard Ji Lingyun's laughter, and then quickly raised his head, just to see Ji Lingyun's murderous gaze. He hurriedly shouted, Edward Ji Lingyun, don't mess around. He is the Celestial Dragons of the world's nobles. Don't mess around. If you dare to mess around, even the Whitebeard Pirates may not be able to keep you. Although he and Ji Lingyun were once enemies, but now he has fallen to this point, he naturally knows the misery of becoming a slave to Celestial Dragons, and Ji Lingyun only appeared for him, so he does not want Ji Lingyun to do anything wrong. Ji Lingyun looked at Jeffrey White and said solemnly, Confident people never need protection from others, they need to protect themselves. Afterwards, Ji Lingyun looked at Celestial Dragons and said coldly, World nobles. Celestial Dragons. So what? In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people in the world. One is a friend, the other is an enemy. Celestial Dragons roared. You untouchable, don't let go, and then kneel down as I prayed. Seeing the Celestial Dragons have reached the point where they can't figure out the form, Ji Lingyun even more disdain, shrugging, and saying to Jeffrey White, See you, this is what you call a nobleman in the world. It's nothing more than the trash raised in captivity. They don't know that the world is not just revolving around them, and they don't know what he is to me. Edward Ji Lingyun, don't mess around. You will cause a disaster for the Whitebeard Pirates. Don't mess around. Jeffrey White trembled all over. He could feel the terrifying murderous aura from Ji Lingyun's words and eyes. He had no doubt that Ji Lingyun would squeeze the head of Celestial Dragons in the next moment, if he really did. If he did that, not only him, but everyone here would suffer, and even the Whitebeard Pirates would definitely not be better off. The kneeling civilians around were also looking at Ji Lingyun in disbelief. They were filled with fear. This young man actually wanted to do something with Celestial Dragons. They had been insulted by Celestial Dragons all the year, and they had a kind of pleasure while fearing. However, more people are clear in their heads, and they know what it means once Celestial Dragons is attacked. What does he want to do? Untouchable, don't let me go, then kneel down. Celestial Dragons still shouted angrily. Ji Lingyun said coldly, Do you like people to kneel so much? If that's the case, then you can kneel down and have a look and feel what it's like. Edward Ji Lingyun, don't. Jeffrey 833 White let out the biggest roar in his life. But how could Ji Lingyun listen to him? I saw that the hand that he grabbed Celestial Dragons suddenly used force. Celestial Dragons was lifted directly by him like a chicken, and then he was hit hard on the ground. He kicked Celestial Dragons' knees. Under the incredible gaze of everyone, the world's most noble Celestial Dragons just knelt in front of Ji Lingyun. It's over. Seeing this scene, Jeffrey White couldn't help closing his eyes. For the first time he realized how terrifying and bold the boy in front of him was, but it was too late. The people around them are also stupid. They all looked at Ji Lingyun incredible. Someone hit Celestial Dragons. Not only that, it even made Celestial Dragons kneel before them. What a shame. This is simply humiliating the Celestial Dragons, a nobleman in the world. There is such a bold person in the world. It's over. Celestial Dragons has been attacked, and we will suffer as well. It's a good fight. Although this young man is dead, he is really amazing. He is a sigh for everyone. Chapter 133. Ji Lingyun was indifferent to those discussions. He just stared at Celestial Dragons and asked coldly, How does it feel to kneel on the ground, can you tell me? Celestial Dragon's face was ugly at this time. He was firmly pressed to the ground by Ji Lingyun. The simple long sword on his shoulder pressed him like a big mountain, and he didn't have the ability to move. You damn untouchable, you are dead, I will definitely kill you. Celestial Dragons is just an ordinary person with no power. Ji Lingyun wants to control him is not a very simple thing, even killing him is no different from killing an ant. Snapped. A slap directly on the face of Celestial Dragons. Ji Lingyun's eyes are cold, but the people around are already scared and stupid. He has seen fierce ones, but has never seen such fierce ones, so he slaps Celestial directly if he makes a difference the slap of dragons. It seems that only Ji Lingyun can do it in this world, right? After slapped and slapped, Ji Lingyun suddenly apologized and said to the people around him, I'm so sorry, everyone, I heard that this guy will attract Marine Admiral. Let's run away now. Hearing Ji Lingyun's words, the surrounding people suddenly reacted. Celestial dragons are protected by Marine. If they are beaten, Marine Admiral will be attracted. As the Shambordian Islands closest to Marine headquarters, the people here are deep. Knowing the horror of Marine Admiral, after a period of silence, everyone shouted in horror. The chaotic, lively neighborhood became extremely chaotic in an instant. Everyone screamed in horror, and then quickly fled from this place. At this time, they couldn't think of anything else in their hearts. As long as they thought that Marine Admiral might come, the soul is about to fly away. After about a few minutes, only Ji Lingyun, Celestial Dragons and Jeffrey White were left in the whole block, as well as a few bodyguards of Celestial Dragons who fell to the ground, all of whom were gone. It's just that in a private house, a man watched this scene with excitement. He found a dilapidated camera from the house and ran to the window, staring at the direction Ji Lingyun and the others were. The camera instantly captured the scene where Ji Lingyun forced Celestial Dragons to kneel. Get rich, this photo can definitely sell for a sky-high price. I believe that many newspapers will spend sky-high prices to buy this photo. I didn't expect that I had been poor for my whole life, and in the end I still had such good luck. Celestial Dragons, this young man made such an astonishing act. It's really looking for death, but what does it have to do with me? The man was extremely excited. He was about to escape just now, but suddenly his mind flashed, thinking of using this opportunity to make money. The world noble Celestial Dragons kneeled down. This is probably the first time in history. It is absolutely priceless. Thug, what else do you want to say? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun didn't care about the yelling Celestial Dragons, and turned to look at Jeffrey White. After experiencing shock and disbelief just now, Jeffrey White has slowly calmed down. He glanced at Celestial Dragons, who couldn't get rid of no matter how hard he struggled, and smiled bitterly. When things are up to now, what else can I say? Yes, you are in trouble. Big disaster. Ji Lingyun chuckled and said, yeah, it was indeed a big disaster, but what about it? I was originally a pirate wanted by Marine, but now it's just a plus. What's the point? What's more, Celestial Dragons is not a shit in my eyes. You are really a lunatic. I have never served anyone in my life, but you, I have taken it, and I am convinced. Jeffrey White looked at Ji Lingyun with admiration. Although Ji Lingyun seemed to him to be very absurd, it is undeniable that he would not have the courage to attack Celestial Dragons. Thug, do you want freedom? Ji Lingyun asked suddenly. Jeffrey White trembled and looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise, only to see Ji Lingyun faintly saying, although we were once enemies, I don't want to see you fall to this point. As a pirate, don't you can have nothing, but you must have freedom. Do you still want freedom? Miss you. Jeffrey White has never longed for happiness like he does now. Although he has only been a slave for a few days, but in these few days, he has endured a humiliation that he had never imagined in his entire life. He had committed suicide, but it was a pity that he didn't dare and couldn't do that. Well. Ji Lingyun laughed, and then saw Ji Lingyun suddenly drew out the sword, and then the sword body turned into a small blade. The blade penetrated along the sea stone's key and quickly opened the sea stone's shackles. Now you are free. Jeffrey White stared blankly at the hands and feet that had recovered their freedom. His eyes still showed incredible color. He has been longing for freedom these few days, but he knew that in front of Celestial Dragons, he was totally unbelievable. There is no hope. But just when he was desperate, Ji Lingyun suddenly appeared and did something he would never forget. Why do you want to do this? Just to save me? Ji Lingyun smiled and said, Thug, you think too much. You are only a small part. I can't blame this guy for what he did. Pointing to Celestial Dragons, Ji Lingyun looked grim and said, there is more important point. I need this guy to help me accomplish an important thing. What did you say? Jeffrey White asked. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, I heard that if you move this guy, Marine Admiral will be attracted. Jeffrey White looked at Ji Lingyun in amazement and asked, your target is Marine Admiral? Ji Lingyun smiled and said, you are right, my purpose is Marine Admiral. Jeffrey White looked at Ji Lingyun like a madman, and said, you are crazy, you want to attract Marine Admiral? Do you know what Marine Admiral means? You are playing with fire. Chapter 134. Listening to Jeffrey White's furious roar, Ji Lingyun's expression was very flat, and he said faintly, there are many different types of playing with fire. You think I'm trying to kill Marine Admiral, but how do you understand me? I've never seen Marine Admiral. If you want to kill me, you have to pay a price. Ji Lingyun knows that Akainu and other Marine Admiral will definitely become stronger after a few years, but in the same way, his strength is definitely not comparable to that at the beginning. He may not be Admiral's opponent, but they want to kill it was not so easy for him, and he did not attract Marine Admiral for desperation. During the conversation between Ji Lingyun and Jeffrey White, a large group of Marine soldiers quickly surrounded the entire street. Only a Marine officer with the rank of Marine Colonel came out and pointed to Ji Lingyun and shouted, quickly let go of Celestial, Lord Dragons. When the Celestial Dragons saw Marine arrived, they burst out with an angry roar. You idiot Marines, don't hurry up and grab this B********* D who dares to insult me. I am the most noble Celestial Dragons in the world. God, come on me, you bunch of useless trash.
This group of Marines came to save celestial dragons, but they did not expect that they were scolded by 460 bloody heads as soon as they came. Knowing the dignity of celestial dragons, that Colonel Marine also trembled and felt extremely unhappy. But no matter how uncomfortable he was, he couldn't stop celestial dragons' orders. In front of celestial dragons, even Lieutenant General Marine could only obey his orders, not to mention that he was a small Marine colonel. Colonel Marine shouted again. I don't care who you are. I quickly let go of that adult. We have notified the Marine headquarters. If you close your hands immediately, you may be able to relax. Why take it lightly? I will send him to the slave yard, and let him suffer the most violent torture, so that he can't survive and die. Celestial dragons roared again. Ji Lingyun chuckled. Have you heard, Colonel Marine? He wants me to survive, so I can't die? Do you think I should let him go? Idiot. Colonel Marine scolded in his heart. He also felt that this celestial dragons was extremely stupid. He was already a prisoner, and he dared to be so unscrupulous. He really didn't know how to write the dead words, although he didn't think Ji Lingyun had the guts to kill celestial dragons. Colonel Marine glanced at the scarred mob next to Ji Lingyun and shouted, You can't run away. The man next to you is a pirate, thug, right? You attacked the adult to save him, right? Then he must also be a pirate, but there are thousands of Marines in the Chambord Islands. You can't escape. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, I think you have misunderstood a little. I never thought about running away. Hearing what Ji Lingyun said, Colonel Marine was shocked. He didn't understand what Ji Lingyun meant, but the current situation no longer allowed him to think about it. He shouted, Let go of that lord, or we will have to do it. Ji Lingyun snorted. You don't need to do it anymore, because, let's fall down. Conqueror's haki burst out of him in an instant, and a powerful aura swept the entire street. The hundreds of Marine who came with Colonel Marine did not react at all and all fell down. This sudden scene made the Marine colonel instantly stunned. He looked at the Marine soldier who fell behind him in amazement. The cold sweat on his forehead kept dripping. He didn't understand what was going on, why all the men behind him were all fall down. But Jeffrey White, the mob holding his wound next to Ji Lingyun, has already said the answer. This is Conqueror's haki. You can't go wrong, it's Conqueror's haki. Jeffrey White was full of astonishment. He is also a big pirate. He has naturally heard of Conqueror's haki, but he has never seen it before. He has only heard the rumors. Judging from the performance of Ji Lingyun twice, he is worthy. I can recognize it as Conqueror's haki. Because of this, Jeffrey White was shocked. Conqueror's haki is a power that only people with the quality of the king can have. There are very few people in the world who have Conqueror's haki. The young pirate of the thief group actually has haki of Conqueror's haki. After the Marine colonel heard Jeffrey White's exclamation, his face was full of horror. He murmured, Conqueror's haki. Is a Conqueror's haki the same as Marine hero, Lieutenant General Garp? How is it possible? How can a young pirate who doesn't have all the hairs possess that kind of power? What makes him even more puzzled is why his men have fallen down, but he doesn't feel the least. In fact, he didn't know. Ji Lingyun's Conqueror's haki deliberately avoided him and didn't release him, so he would be fine. Otherwise, even if he didn't fall down like those Marines, he would be extremely uncomfortable. After all, Conqueror's haki was acting on the spirit. Hey, Colonel Marine. When Colonel Marine was in a daze, he suddenly heard Ji Lingyun yell to him. His whole body was shocked and he couldn't help taking a step back. He looked at Ji Lingyun in horror and asked, What do you want to do? Seeing his vigilant and scared face, Ji Lingyun's face suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. This guy was acting like he was going to do him. Ji Lingyun said, You can see that you can't catch me. I also know that there are many Marines in the Chambord Islands, but I can tell you that even if you transfer all of them, think it's not that easy to catch me. Maybe I'm anxious, I'll kill this guy. Colonel Marine was even more frightened when he heard this. From his point of view, Ji Lingyun was already a demon-level figure. He completely ignored Ji Lingyun's age and only feared, but he also knew that what Ji Lingyun said was true. If celestial dragons is really killed, it is definitely not something they can afford, not just him. It is estimated that all Marines in the Chambord Islands are very difficult to afford, so he is frightened. There is only one choice, and that is stability live in Ji Lingyun. What do you want to do? Chapter 135. Ji Lingyun smiled slightly and said, I know that hitting this guy will make Marine Admiral dispatch, so please help me to Marine headquarters. Oh, your current marshal is Sengoku. You help me to send a word to Sengoku. Hearing that Ji Lingyun actually asked him to send a message to Marine Marshal Sengoku, that Colonel Marine trembled again, and instinctively felt that it was not good. This boy would never let him spread any kind words. Sure enough, when he heard what Ji Lingyun asked him to say, he almost fainted, but he looked at Ji Lingyun and then at the celestial dragons held by Ji Lingyun. He knew he had no choice. Can only grit his teeth. Boy, report your name and I will tell Marshal Sengoku everything here. Ji Lingyun thought for a while and then said, My name is Edward Ji Lingyun, and your Marshal Sengoku should know me. If you want to give me a nickname, stop the mess and call me Shinigami. Right. Shinigami, Edward Ji Lingyun. Colonel Marine always felt that the name was familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. After remembering it, he immediately turned his head without hesitation, regardless of the crying celestial dragons. You're annoying. Celestial dragons kept chatting in his ears. Ji Lingyun really couldn't stand it, and slapped him directly on the head, immediately slapped celestial dragons to faint and fell to the ground. Jeffrey White looked at Ji Lingyun with a wry smile and said, I said you were a madman, but I underestimated you. You are even more mad than a madman. I don't know where you are. Although the strength is strong, it is far worse than Marine Admiral. Do you really want to stay here and wait for Marine Admiral to arrive? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun said, although I don't have any good points, I still count as talking. If you wait, you will naturally wait. After that, Lingyun asked Jeffrey White, it's you, I've always been curious, why did you guys unite so many pirate groups to catch the Fishman Island? And why did you do it? After that was caught by the auction house for auction? Upon hearing this, Jeffrey White's face suddenly showed anger. He took a few deep breaths, then looked at Lingyun, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, oh, all this is because of greed cause. Oh, Lingyun was even more curious, what is it that can let so many pirate groups join? Jeffrey White said, there is nothing to say, have you heard of 7 Warlords of the Sea? 7 Warlords of the Sea? Lingyun's expression changed. Jeffrey White thought that Lingyun didn't know, so he continued, you don't know and it's normal, because not many people know the 7 Warlords of the Sea system. He just had Marshal Marine proposed not long ago. A system that is prepared to suppress the New World pirates, although it has not been fully passed, but it is very likely to pass. Hearing this, Lingyun was relieved, because he did not hear any rumors about 7 Warlords of the Sea, but he also knew that the 7 Warlords of the Sea system might be implemented soon, but he did not. I don't understand, what does this 7 Warlords of the Sea system have to do with Jeffrey White and his party going to the Fishman Island to catch murlocs? So he asked, then you go to the Fishman Island, do you have anything to do with this 7 Warlords of the Sea? Jeffrey White sighed and said, speaking of this, we have to start from the beginning. In fact, our pirates were not united by ourselves, but someone who contacted us, that is the person from the auction house. He told us the 7 Warlords of the Sea system, and told us that it can help us get the 7 Warlords of the Sea system, so we, the pirate group, facing such benefits, choose to trust him and go to the sea for him. Fishman Island catches mermaids. Oh, by the way, you don't know what 7 Warlords of the Sea really means, right? It was the world government that gave the 7 pirates the power and qualifications, making them a subsidiary group under the world government Marine. After Shichibukai, it will be recognized by the world government, will no longer be wanted by Marine, and will have the right to plunder at sea, but part of the plundered wealth will be handed over to the world government. You are also a pirate. You should know how rare it is to be a 7 Warlords of the Sea. Once you become a Shichibukai, you can walk on the grounds of the world government with no fear of being hunted down or being beaten by everyone. Lingyun said, you did that for your identity as 7 Warlords of the Sea. But why do you think that the people at that auction house are capable of helping you become 7 Warlords of the Sea? It's behind the scenes. Who is the person? Jeffrey White said, we don't know exactly who it is, but we know that it must be someone with a large background. Some people even say that the person behind the scenes is celestial dragons, but no one knows whether it is true or not. But even if no one knows, everyone believes they have that ability, so we made such a decision. Lingyun nodded and said, understood, but I'm even more weird. Why are you being auctioned by that auction house again? Hearing Lingyun's words, Jeffrey White's face suddenly became very ugly. He made a gloomy face and said, because we did not catch the mermaid, we were sold by the other party. They deceived our pirate captains. When we got together, they secretly attacked us and arrested all of us, saying that we did not bring them any benefit, and forcing us to become auction items. Having said that, Jeffrey White closed his eyes in pain, then opened them a moment later, and sighed. So, everything is caused by greed. Some of our captains in the pirate group have none. I went, but some people couldn't help it. I was one of them, so we were fooled. Except for me, all the pirate captains who went there died. They all died by suicide. They would rather die than they would become an auction item, become a slave. Chapter 136. Only me still alive, but if I have a choice, I would rather die, but I have no choice, I can't die, I have a reason to live, so I became an auction item, became a slave of celestial dragons, just like the me you saw just now, living without dignity, humiliation, grief, but I still want to live. Jeffrey White knelt on the ground in pain, hammering his fist on the ground, and his whole person looked very painful and crazy. In the position of his heart, a pattern of the hoof of the celestial dragon appeared, which was the symbol of celestial dragon slaves. When he was at the auction house before, Lingyun saw that Jeffrey White seemed to have something unspeakable. Now that he sees this picture, it's even more certain that Jeffrey White was not without the guts to commit suicide. I'm afraid it's because what is unspeakable. Lingyun said, you want to live so much, even if you lose all dignity, you should have someone more important or other things to protect. Jeffrey White suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise, how do you know? Lingyun said, there are not many things in the world that can make an ironclad man sacrifice everything. Jeffrey White sighed, you are right, I have a son. He was caught by people from the auction house. They forced me to become auction items and made me a slave. If I commit suicide or escape, they will kill my son, so no matter how much humiliation I endure, I must bear it. For my son, he is my only relative in this world, so I must bear it, I can bear it, anything can be tolerated. Looking at the appearance of Jeffrey White, Lingyun sighed, thug, you may not be a good person, but you are definitely a qualified father, but have you ever thought about it? If your son knows that you bear this humiliation, what would he think? Jeffrey White was taken aback. He said, I have never thought about it this way. My son is only a few years old. I just want him to live well. I don't care about everything else. Where is your son now? Ji Lingyun asked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Jeffrey White said. The people at the auction house threatened me with my son, so my son must be in the auction house. Edward Ji Lingyun, thank you for saving me, while the people at the auction house pay me back. I don't know if I'm free. I'm going to save my son. My life is yours. When I save my son, you can do it whatever you want. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, I didn't save you for your reward. I don't need your reward. If you rescue your son, please take your son and leave here. Go to a place where no one knows you, live well. Jeffrey White said firmly. I will rescue my son, and I will definitely come back to find you. After speaking, Jeffrey White looked at Ji Lingyun for the last time, and then left the street steadily and quickly. He did not say how to save people, and Ji Lingyun did not ask. He felt that since Jeffrey White had said this, these words meant that he must have confidence, and he saved Jeffrey White, but he just couldn't bear to watch him suffer such humiliation, and had no purpose. Watching Jeffrey White leave, now only Ji Lingyun is left standing on the whole street. Those bodyguards and Marine were shocked by his conqueror's hockey, and they couldn't wake up for a while, and the chaos here has caused. Marine attaches great importance to it, so in the next period of time, no one will come again. But it didn't take long for Ji Lingyun to hear the sound of neat footsteps. He didn't need to think about it and knew it was Marine from the Chambord Islands, but they didn't approach Ji Lingyun. Instead, they surrounded the whole street. When I got up, I didn't attack, as if I was waiting for someone to come. Seeing that Marine did not move, Ji Lingyun did not run away, so calmly walked to the sedan chair of Celestial Dragons and sat down, waiting leisurely. He knew that if he did not move, Marine would not attack, but once he makes the move to leave, Marine will definitely attack desperately. While Ji Lingyun was waiting patiently, there was also a very important meeting in the Marine headquarters at Molenvander at this time. This time there was only one focus of the meeting, and that was the 7 warlords of the sea system. I saw in the largest meeting room of Marine headquarters. Basically, except for the lieutenant generals, the other lieutenants and admiral-level Marines have all arrived. Marine Marshal Sengoku sits above the chairman, and the bottom 2 rows are the high-level Marines. To the left of Sengoku is the very senior lieutenant general in Marine. The current Marine General Staff Lieutenant General Suru is headed by Aokiji. Garp, there are already a group of Marine lieutenants. On the right are Admiral Akainu, Kazaru, Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr, and some Marine lieutenants. The total number adds up to more than 20 people. At this time everyone's eyes are on Sengoku. The meeting has been going on for a while, summarizing Marine's recent affairs, various arrangements, etc. The next thing to be done is the focus of the meeting, 7 warlords of the sea system. Do you have any comments on the system I propose to suppress the New World 4 Emperor's pirates with 7 warlords of the sea? Sengoku first asked that this system was first proposed by him. Although he is Marine Marshal, Marine is not his own word. He also needs to respect the people below, otherwise his marshal will be unstable. I object. Akainu was the first person who did not give face to object, and saw him say with a cold face. Pirates are pirates, how can they give them formal status? If this is the case, wouldn't the world be messed up? Anyway, disagree. Sengoku's face remained unchanged. The second speaker was Admiral Aokiji. He frowned and said, Marshal, the 7 warlords of the sea system you were talking about can really divide the forces of the pirates to a large extent, but the problem is, even if we find 7 warlords of the sea, will they obey our orders? I'm afraid they will be self-defeating. Chapter 137. Unlike Akainu's direct objection, Aokiji's words are justified and well-founded, and many people present nodded secretly. Zephyr even supports his favorite disciple, saying, Kuzan is right. After all, they are pirates. Who knows what they will do after becoming 7 warlords of the sea? After all, it is given by the world government. As a pirate in a formal capacity, this sounds very uncomfortable. Is it true that we Marine have been forced to such a degree? Seeing that several people were opposed to his own opinions, Sengoku's face suddenly became a little unsightly. In fact, he had told everyone about this system earlier, but no one agreed with him before. He persuaded him several times, but he did not expect it still does. In the end, Sengoku could only look at Lieutenant General Suru and said, Lieutenant General Ahe, what do you think? Lieutenant General Crane spoke directly without hesitation and said, as far as the current situation is concerned, New World has completely exceeded our control. 3 so-called 4 emperors have appeared. They segregate most of New World's territory. We Marine can't intervene at all, and according to this situation, once the 4th Pirate King appears, the new 11 world will inevitably be divided into 4. At that time, it was a metal bucket. Therefore, the current situation in New World is very critical. Lieutenant General Crane did not say whether to agree or disagree at the beginning, but first analyzed the current situation with everyone. Hearing her words, everyone here agrees very much. The current situation is indeed very unfavorable for Marine, although they have adopted various methods, but New World is still occupied by the pirates, they have no way at all. And so, Lieutenant General Crane said, using extraordinary methods in extraordinary times, the disadvantages of the 7 warlords of the sea system are very obvious. Everyone can see it, but thinking about it in reverse, this system is also the best choice for us now. The pirate is used to make the pirate, regardless of whether it is bright or not, the effect will definitely be very good. It's just that the only thing I worry about now is that if the 7 warlords of the sea system is implemented, it will indeed be able to stabilize the chaotic era of the great sea pirates, but the question is, what should I do in the future? As Sakazuki said, After all, a pirate is a pirate. Even if you give him a proper status, he is still a pirate. The characteristics in his bones will not change. No one knows if they will do anything in the future. No one dares. Guarantee. Lieutenant General Crane said at last. So I think that this 7 warlords of the sea system is half the pros and cons, depending on how you deploy Sengoku. My attitude is that I neither approve of it, but never object to it. Although Lieutenant General Crane said a lot in this remark, everyone agrees very much. He is impartial and points out all the advantages and disadvantages. Moreover, he has not done any teamwork. This is what a staff member should do. Kizaru suddenly said, I agree with Mr. Sengoku's decision. The guys in New World are indeed too noisy now. We can't concentrate all of our energy on them, so I think the pirates are the method of pirates. That's good. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I also think Marshal Sengoku's method can be tried. As long as we control it well and choose some large pirates with relatively minor crimes, it should still be possible. I think so too. We can no longer use all our troops to deal with New World. Otherwise, how can we solve the law and order in other places? The 7 warlords of the sea system can solve our biggest problem at the moment, so I think the Shichibukai system is very necessary. I agree too. I object. I also oppose. After Kizaru, everyone began to express their meaning, and the final result turned out to be more agreeable than oppose. Seeing that the final result was this, Sengoku's face finally showed a relaxed expression. Just when he was about to announce the result, suddenly the door of the conference room was slammed open, and one of his guards rushed in. Boom. Sengoku slapped the table angrily, pointing at his guard and shouted, What's the matter with you? Don't you know if you are having an important meeting? Who let you in? Who let you in? The guards were cursed by him, bowed their heads and did not dare to speak. He also knew that he was a little bit reckless, but it was indeed a matter of great importance. He could only bite the bullet and said, Marshal, I'm sorry, the subordinate made a mistake, etc. The subordinates of the association will pick up the punishment, but it is really because of an urgent matter that the subordinates made such a move. I'm sorry, Marshal. Sengoku was angrily unable to speak. At this moment, Lieutenant General Crane said softly. Okay, Sengoku, watching him panic, there must be something serious, let him talk about it, and when you are done, watch it again. Punish him for the situation. Sengoku took a breath and hummed, Let's talk about it, what's going on that makes you so flustered and rude? The guard replied, Marshal, it's celestial dragons, something happened to celestial dragons. Upon hearing celestial dragons, Sengoku became even more angry and shouted, What happened to those guys 113? Ahem. When Sengoku called celestial dragons guys, some of the marine executives here suddenly coughed up, but more people looked at the sky with their eyes fixed and their expressions were motionless, as if they had not heard anything, let alone Sengoku is annoying celestial dragons. They are also annoying to those guys to death, but there is no way to take them, and everyone is unhappy. Unhappy and unhappy, Sengoku still has to wipe his butt for celestial dragons, which is also his most annoying place. The guard said, Marshal, someone attacked celestial dragons. What? When the marine executives heard this, they were all energetic. Sengoku was also startled, and then asked, Someone attacked celestial dragons? What do you mean? To be clear, how did the attack happen? How about celestial dragons? The guard said, It was a boy who attacked celestial dragons. Not only that, he is now holding celestial dragons in the Chambord Islands. Now our soldiers have surrounded him, but that boy is not ordinary. Everyone just surrounded him, but he didn't dare to do it, and someone there sent you a document to the marshal, telling you the specific information and status of the assailant. Chapter 138. Say. Sengoku said concisely. The guards reported. The person who attacked celestial dragons, named Edward G. Lingyun, is. What? Suddenly a few exclamations interrupted the guard's report. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru and others stood up in surprise, especially Akainu, who asked with a gloomy expression. Edward G. Lingyun, was it the kid from the Whitebeard Pirates? The guard glanced at Sengoku. At Sengoku's signal, he replied, It should be him. Sengoku said in a deep voice. The kid has never appeared since he returned to the Whitebeard Pirates. The latest information is that he defeated the Pirates Alliance that attacked the Fishmen Island in the Fishmen Island. He should have followed the people of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why did he appear in the Chambord Islands? Naturally, Marine's intelligence capabilities needless to say. The Fishmen Island also has their garrisons, so when Ji Lingyun appeared in the Fishmen Island, they quickly learned about it, but they don't have time to pay attention to it now. Unexpectedly, they didn't take care of Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun went to Chambord Islands by himself and did such a thing. What the hell is going on? Sengoku asked. The guard replied. According to the information obtained by Marine in the Chambord Islands, it is said that the boy called himself Shinigami. It seems that Celestial Dragons was attacked by a slave next to Celestial Dragons. Shinigami. It's really arrogant, but the slave you were talking about. What's the matter? How could that kid have something to do with the slave of Celestial Dragons? Sengoku asked again. The guard said. I don't know, but there is no doubt that he must have known the slave. Assault Celestial Dragons for a slave? Not only Sengoku was astonished, but everyone else looked at each other. They couldn't believe that Celestial Dragons are the most noble race in the world, and slaves are the cheapest existence. They attacked the most noble Celestial Dragons for the cheapest slave. Isn't it a bit too contradictory? Rao, the senior members of Marine, also found it difficult to accept. Sengoku frowned, but he suddenly saw the guards in front of him hesitating, as if he wanted to speak but didn't dare to speak. He was immediately angry, and he shouted, "What else is there? Tell me everything." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The guards gritted their teeth and said that Edward G. Lingyun also asked the person who passed the message to bring a word. "What are you talking about?" Sengoku asked. The guard said, "He said that he and the marshal are old friends, so he wants to discuss with you. If he wants to send Marine Admiral to arrest him because of the Celestial Dragons, he hopes that the marshal will send Kuzan Admiral to arrest him." "What do you mean?" Aokiji looked at the guards in amazement, and the rest of them were also puzzled. Sengoku didn't care about Ji Lingyun saying that he was an old friend. He also asked, "Be more specific." The guards glanced at Akainu and Kizaru and then said, "He said that Sakazuki Admiral had a facial paralyzed face, so he didn't feel like fighting, so he didn't want to fight Sakazuki Admiral. He also said that Admiral had a wretched face. Disgusting, the fight was really tormenting, so I didn't want to fight Admiral with Polusali. Only Kuzan Admiral looked kind, so he said, if you want to send Admiral to catch him, send Kuzan Admiral to catch him." "Wahahaha," Kizaru said, "it's not interesting, I'll get this kid back." Suddenly, Akainu and Kizaru broke out so fast that everyone did not react, and they both walked outside. "Okay, remember what you said, let's go out." Akainu pushed aside the chair and got ready to go out and fight Kizaru. If Garp is laughing, then the faces of Akainu and Kizaru will become a lot ugly. Akainu has always had that expression. Even if he can see anger, it is not too obvious, but Kizaru is too obvious. Kizaru's lien was a little wrinkled together, usually a lazy look, but after listening to Ji Lingyun's words at this time, his angry cheeks wrinkled even more, and the whole person looked really scary. Others laughed, but Sengoku, who was Marine Marshal, felt humiliated. Ji Lingyun's actions just treated Marine as a trifling matter, and didn't pay attention to it at all. As soon as the personal guard had finished speaking, there was an unscrupulous laugh in the conference room. Garp was slapped on the table while laughing, and the snacks on the table were everywhere. He took pictures. "Mr. Sengoku, let me bring that kid back." Kizaru stood up suddenly with a rare serious expression. Anyone who knows him knows that he is already angry. Ji Lingyun insults him so much, he must do something. Response. As soon as Kizaru's voice fell, Akainu yelled, "Marshal Sengoku, I'll go. The kid escaped from me last time. This time I will definitely catch him back." "Huh, that's what you said last time. What happened?" Kizaru said sarcastically. Akainu was immediately angry, and he shouted to Kizaru, "Porsali, what do you mean?" "Garp." Akainu glared angrily and shouted at Kizaru, "Porsali, do you want to make gestures?" Akainu didn't back down and said, "You don't understand that kid. I have fought with him many times. I understand him, so let me go. I have greater confidence." Sengoku roared angrily, and Garp laughed a few more times before stopping, but his shoulders kept shaking, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Kizaru snorted coldly, "Sakazuki, since you couldn't catch him last time, you may not be able to catch him this time. I am fast and I am sure to catch him." Aokiji was a little bit dumbfounded. The other marine executives also laughed in their hearts. This kid is really courageous. After attacking celestial dragons, instead of running, he waited in place for Marine Admiral to catch him. Sengoku sent his designated admiral to arrest him according to his ideas. "Is there such an arrogant criminal?" Kizaru said. "Sakazuki, do you think I'm afraid of you? Okay, we Admiral haven't divided the levels yet. This time, we just took advantage of this opportunity. Whoever wins will catch the kid." Chapter 139. "You two stop me." Just as Akainu and Kizaru were about to leave, Sengoku let out an angry roar. He pointed at them and shouted, "Look at what you two are doing. You are Marine Admiral, why are you arguing here like a gangster? Where did you put Marine's face?" Listening to Sengoku's angry roar, Akainu and Kizaru suddenly stopped. Sengoku said they were both Marshal Marine, their immediate boss, so no matter how upset they were, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Sengoku continued, "It's just for a small kid, you see what you are doing? Is there any responsibility that Marine Admiral should have? That kid said that, isn't it just for this effect? Isn't it? Can't you see it?" Akainu and Kizaru didn't talk. How could they not know what Ji Lingyun thought, but this time what Ji Lingyun said was too ugly. Kizaru, who has always been lazy, couldn't help it anymore. "What's more, Akainu, you must know Ji Lingyun he had escaped many times in his hands, which he regarded as a great shame, so this time he had a chance, of course he was not willing to give up." "Porisali." Sengoku suddenly shouted to Akainu, 893. "You were the fastest, this time you go. I hope you don't let me down, and bring back that kid's person. If you can't bring back alive, just take his body. Bring it back, understand?" Kizaru was shocked, and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Sengoku, I will definitely bring him back." Akainu snorted unhappy, not only dissatisfied with Sengoku's decision, but also dissatisfied with the ridicule hidden in Kizaru's words. Only Aokiji looked depressed. The last time Ji Lingyun escaped from his hands, he also wanted to catch Ji Lingyun, and Ji Lingyun called him to go, but Sengoku did not mention him from beginning to end, which makes him very depressed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After receiving the order, Kizaru left the marine headquarters without delay and headed towards the Chambord Islands. In the Chambord Islands, Ji Lingyun was still sitting there. Celestial dragons fell at his feet, and he was a little worried. Although he said that, he didn't know whether Sengoku would let Aokiji over. Ji Lingyun knows very well that Marine Admiral, no matter which one it is, he will not be an opponent now. The reason why he stays here to attract Admiral is naturally only one purpose, that is Aokichi's frozen fruit ability. But Marine Admiral has 3 he didn't know who Sengoku would send over, so he said something like that. It's just that Ji Lingyun didn't know. It was his words that led Sengoku to send Kizaru. If he wanted to know, he would definitely regret it. Ji Lingyun counted the time. He was almost there when he arrived at the Chambord Islands from the Marine headquarters, so he immediately stood up, and the surrounding Marines saw Ji Lingyun stand up, and they immediately became energetic. They received the order. As long as Ji Lingyun did not intend to leave, they were not allowed to do it, so they endured it till now. The Marine Colonel who had met Ji Lingyun before was also among the Marines surrounding Ji Lingyun, and he followed a Major General Marine. Is Admiral not here yet? Major General Marine looked at Ji Lingyun through the binoculars and asked anxiously. Colonel Marine said, it should be coming soon. Major General Marine nodded, and then said puzzledly, do you think this Edward Ji Lingyun has a brain problem? He really stayed in place waiting for Admiral. What is he thinking? Does he think he can beat Admiral? Colonel Marine also shook his head incomprehensibly and said, I don't understand what he is thinking, but according to the information we have collected, this young man is really not easy. It turned out to be the scene of the execution of One Piece Roger the Child of. He snatched Roger's body under the heavy siege of our Marine, and also managed to escape. He had such courage when he was only 10 years old. Now it is not too human to stay and wait for Admiral. It's hard to accept. Major General Marine also said, yeah, at first I thought it was a stunned boy who dared to attack celestial dragons. Now it seems that it is by no means simple. This boy was able to do something like that back then, now he is attacking celestial dragons doesn't seem to be too shocking. After all, he is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. But no matter how good he is, no matter how potential he is, when Admiral comes, he will only have a dead end. Marine people have a blind admiration for Marine Admiral, because Marine Admiral represents the highest combat effectiveness of Marine, that is, relying on the power of Marine Admiral. So Marine headquarters can fight New World 4 emperors and suppress the first half of the Grand Line, so in the eyes of Marine, Admiral is synonymous with undefeated. When Major General Marine and Colonel Marine were talking, suddenly a Marine soldier hurried over and said, Major General Nordman, I have received news that Admiral Kizaru came in person and has arrived in the Chambord Islands. Is it Kizaru Admiral? Great, that kid is dead. Marine Major General Nordman suddenly exclaimed, where is Kizaru Admiral? The soldier who reported it suddenly said with embarrassment, I don't know. The news is that after Kizaru Admiral arrived in the Chambord Islands, he was acting alone. No one knows where he went. What, yellow? Major General Marine was about to speak, but suddenly he saw a yellow light flashing on the surrounding buildings. His eyes stared, and he cried out incredible, that's Kizaru Admiral. That's right, the yellow light that quickly approached here is naturally Kizaru. After he came to the Chambord Islands, he did not act with the other Marines at all, but quickly got rid of them, and then moved as fast as Ji Lingyun was the location is here. As Admiral, Kizaru naturally has absolute confidence in himself. In his opinion, Ji Lingyun is just a teenage boy after all. No matter how talented he is, it takes time to grow. He alone is enough to deal with it.